Kulak up the far side. Verhaeghe stops it up. Bennett in close. Reinhart in front. Kachuk. Reinhart shot. And he scores! And Sam Reinhart ties the game with 19.5 seconds to go. Here in the third, we are tied at 4. Sam Reinhart comes through and ties the game.
Florida makes the long change. Breaking free is Draisaitl to the net. Score! Leon Draisaitl has tied the series with his 4th OT winner in the playoffs. Final score, Edmonton 5, Florida 4 in overtime.
Rodriguez ready. The 3-2. Line drive, left field, base hit. Here comes McMahon. He'll score. Ball game. The Rockies do to the Giants what happened the last 2 games. What a clutch 2-out hit for Orlando Arcia. Final score, Rockies 8. Giants 7.
Sir, the possibility of successfully navigating an asteroid field is approximately 3,720 to 1.
Never tell me the odds.
What's up, Mile High City? How you doing on this Friday morning? That's right, it's the weekend. It's time to get riggedy Rexon. Start now. Day drinking is the best. Start now, people. 6 a.m. in the morning. Welcome to the Brett Kane Jamboree in Hootenanny. Brett's moved on. Brett's gone to a better place. I was trying to convince Nelson. Here's how I wanted to start the show today. Well, welcome to the Brett Kane Hour. I am not Brett Kane. I was going to try to start the show by convincing y'all that Brett Kane had passed, that he had died, and that's why I was filling in. And Steve Nelson informed me that was probably a bad idea. He didn't think my acting skills were up for it. I think I could have convinced y'all. Well, if I think I took it seriously, I could convince y'all that I wanted Brett to start getting texts on his 3-day weekend, on his day off, asked him if he had passed away.
First of all, Berto is not joking. That is an actual conversation we had about 10 minutes ago. I said the key is if you really wanted to convince people
you have to go full on. You have to go 100%. Brett's dead.
Because if you just opened this mic and you said, hey, Brett's dead, I'm Mark Bertinoli, I'm in, then people wouldn't believe you. You would have to really go for this
just
entire
sell it, man.
This
I'd have to
entire
have tears
first
in
segment.
my voice,
Yes.
You know what I mean? I'd have to do that thing like, this is one of my best friends. You know what I mean? I have to really sell it. But I do think that there's people out there dumb enough to believe it too.
Would you give what would you do? Would you give him the 21 tonight salute? Tonight.
Just keep doing it tonight. Tonight. No, I don't know. I don't even know. Like if you ask Moser what he would say at Brett Kane's funeral, what do you think? I don't even know how you would go about doing that. And you know what? This is something that you shouldn't be good at. But Moser's good at giving those speeches at funerals. I've heard him do it a couple of times. It's like, oh man, yeah, he's good at it.
Wait,
but that's not what you want to be
why
good at.
have you heard Moser give multiple eulogies?
Because he's been to multiple funerals, man, and spoke at a couple of them. So yeah. So anyway, welcome on this Friday. How you doing, man? Rockies won. What? They no longer have the worst record in the history of Major League Baseball. They are now tied for the worst record in the history of Major League Baseball, right? Is that correct? I do believe that the Rockies at 13-55. Listen, we'll get into the Rockies. We're going to get into the Rockies. Last night's Stanley Cup playoff game was hella drunk. That game was crazy. Crazy. The Florida Panthers looked like they were about to Florida Panthers, at the start of the second period, I was like, man, Florida's going to win the cup again, aren't they? They're going to go back to back. And then I started talking, well, I guess Florida dynasty. Is there a dynasty? They're the dynasty. And the Oilers win. Goal. Panthers tie it up late. Goes into overtime. Oilers win it 5-4 on a Leon Draisaitl goal. He ended up with 3 points last night. And the Oilers tie the series 2-2. And now we got ourselves a ball game, people. We got a best of 3 with the series switching back to Edmonton on Saturday. So that should be dope. We'll have that. We'll play that game, right? Tonight we have game 4 between the Thunders and the Thunders. That's not what they call themselves. The Thunder and the Pacers. Indiana leads the series 2-1. Nelson, as somebody who loves music as much as you love music, did you see the story today in the USA Today about the musical loves of the two head coaches of the Thunder and the Pacers? That what they listen to when they're
No, I was not aware of this.
Up. They're both jam band guys, bro. They're both jam band guys.
Mark Dagno.
Yeah, Dagno
his French ass loves the Grateful Dead.
He's a Kreckman dude. He's a Kreckman dude. He loves fish. He listens to Fish constantly. And Carlisle's a Grateful Dead guy, just like Michael Malone. And he listens to the Dead all the time. So you got Fish versus the Dead in this series right now. And shockingly, the Thunder trail by a game. And if Indiana wins tonight, man, the Pacers might just win themselves an NBA championship. The other thing going on, the Denver Broncos off-season training program is done. It's over. It's finished. We're done with it. Yesterday was the last day of mandatory minicamp. The NFL is now, well, there will be some teams doing something today. The Broncos will not. But it's now 6 weeks. It's that 6-week break. It's that break that teams hate, players love. So the NFL basically goes dark for a little over a month, and then, we'll get back for training camp at the end of July. So we'll go over the final comments of Sean Payton before things quiet the hell down, or at least we hope it quiets down, right? Because if it gets noisy during this point of the season, it means a player's done something stupid off the field, and nobody wants that. Connor Hellebuyck, people, Connor Hellebuyck won both the Hart and the Vezina yesterday. That is, listen, man, it sucks too, because he's out of the playoffs, sitting at home. He was fishing. His wife says he loves fishing. The two things he loves most in the world, she didn't mention herself. She didn't mention the marriage or the kids. She mentioned my man Hellebuyck loves to play hockey and he loves to fish. So he's out fishing, and his buddies, surprised him with both the Vezina and the Hart Trophy there, as he won both for winner. He had a great season. But then he was playoff Hellebuyck again. That's got to feel some kind of way. You win the Hart and you win the Vezina, but you're sitting at home watching Calvin Pickard make crazy saves in that game last night because Edmonton pulled their starting goaltender. They pulled Stewart.
Avalanche legend Calvin Pickard. Let's go.
CP30, the puck's topping droid, as Moser used to call him. But
remember those 2 months he was here before Vegas stole him in the expansion draft?
Yeah. Listen, man,
good times.
when he was here playing for the Avs, I never would have imagined a scenario like we saw last night, where he was the hero of Game 4, basically. But although I have to say this is the joy of professional sports. Calvin Pickard made one of the most insane saves in overtime to save that game. Florida, it was Sam Bennett. Sam Bennett had a shot. He was wide. He had a shot right in front of the net, and Pickard made a save on it. It was crazy. When it happened live, I was like, how did that not go in? But then when you watch the replay, man, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. I don't think Pickard ever saw that puck. He was just in his stance. He was in the correct stance, and he lifted his glove just like a half an inch, and that was enough to catch the puck. The puck bounces off his glove, hits the crossbar, goes off, no goal. We're still playing. But, was it a great save? Or did my man CP just get really lucky on that one?
I had that same thought, because in real time, when I saw the play live, I went, whoa, what a save.
What's that?
But then when they showed the replay, you're right. He held his glove up, and you know what? I'll give him credit, because he deflected that puck just enough for it to hit the crossbar.
But he wasn't looking at the puck. I don't think he saw the puck. It was like a flinch reaction. He just caught it. But you know what? Let's do this. I know. Long time ago, before you became fat and lazy, you won an award for producing highlight segments on the Colorado Avalanche broadcast. Can you bring up the last couple of highlights of the Stanley Cup playoff game last night? We'll play it for the people.
First thing I want to do, if I can, in that Oilers radio broadcast call of the game-winning goal, the way the guy said overtime reminded me of something else, and I want to draw a parallel here. So this is how he said it. In overtime! And it reminded me of that play-by-play guy for Stanford men's soccer, if you remember this.
Here's a Hail Mary of a shot that...
Unreal! Yeah, I love it, man. I love it. Love the home broadcast. National broadcast can suck it, nerds. Home broadcast is the best. Lose it. Go crazy.
Which highlights am I finding because my reputation depends on it?
Yeah. Give me the Reinhart tying goal and the Draisaitl winner. Find those two for me. You got those somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Let's play those bad boys.
Yeah, we could play that, absolutely.
All right, so here's what happens. There are some people right now, and I don't want to put this voodoo on them. We were talking about music. Man. But there are some Florida Panthers fans right now, after the game and now today, who seem to be blaming two particular people for the loss. Do you know who those two people are, Nelson?
Well, I'm going to guess that it would have to be Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce.
Yes, that's exactly who it is. Because they showed up and they started cheering for Florida. I think Kelce and Tkachuk are buddies, and Tkachuk scored the first 2 goals of that game. They're going nuts. They're up 3-0 because Florida just goes go, go, go. And the start of the second period is grim, brother. It's grim for Edmonton fans. Like, even the broadcasters are doing that thing where they don't think the other team can win. They're like, well, you can't focus on getting 3 goals back right now. You got to just focus on getting the next goal. If you can get the next goal, then maybe we can have ourselves a game. And then, but they started, 3 minutes into the second period. Bam, Nugent Hopkins, power play goal. Bam, Darnell Nurse, goal. It's a 1-goal game. And then, bam, they get another one to tie the thing up. What's even crazier, so it's a 3-3 game going to the third. We got a whole new ball game. They come out in the third, and Edmonton gets that goal midway through the third. All of a sudden, the Oilers have a 4-3 lead. Florida fan is freaking out because it felt like you basically won the Stanley Cup after the first period. Seriously, that's what it felt like to me anyway. After they're up 3-0 and you're going in the second, you're like, I don't think Edmonton has it. Because remember the game before, Florida put a beat down on Edmonton, won that game 6-1. Then they're up 3-0 after the first period of game number 4, and you're like, oh, this cup thing is over. This thing is over. Canada's never going to win a cup again. What is going on? And then the Oilers do their thing. And the tying goal was crazy. Sam Reinhart tied the game up with just 20 seconds left in regulation to force overtime.
Kulak
and then
up
midway
the far
through the
side, Verhaeghe stops it up. Bennett in close, Reinhart in front, Tkachuk. Reinhart shot, and he scores! And Sam Reinhart ties the game with 19.5 seconds to go. Here in the third, we are tied at 4. Sam Reinhart comes through and ties the game.
The Florida Panthers radio network on the call right there. Reinhart with his 6. So we go into overtime. Calvin makes that crazy save. Although Edmonton had another opportunity where the puck was just flying all over the place through the crease, and I thought they were going to win it right there. That, for some reason, that puck never went in. But halfway through the first overtime, Leon Draisaitl did what Leon Draisaitl does.
Bouchard at his own blue line, directs a pass over to Ekholm. Florida makes the long change, breaking free as Draisaitl to the net. Score! Leon Draisaitl has tied the series with his 4th OT winner in the playoffs. Final score, Edmonton 5, Florida 4 in overtime.
Draisaitl's, man, he's coming up clutch in these playoffs. 4th overtime game winner of the playoffs, 2nd overtime game winner of the Stanley Cup Finals, his 11th of the postseason. Him and McDavid lead the Stanley Cup playoffs in scoring. I think both of them have 32 points right now, but Draisaitl gets that one to go. But just like the Calvin Pickard save in overtime, the Leon Draisaitl goal in overtime to win it was kind of lucky too, because AJ Greer is like hanging on him. He is hanging on my man. And Draisaitl is one-handing the puck, and he's got 2 defensemen and the goaltender between them, and he's got Corey Perry on the left side. And I think it looks like Draisaitl was trying to send that puck to Perry. Like, I think that was a pass, not a shot. But he just shoved it towards goal, and it bounced off the defenseman and goes in, and we got ourselves a tie series. And now we got a best of 3. And Draisaitl is cooking. So, yeah, that was all kinds of fun, man. Stanley Cup Finals. Stanley Cup playoffs are the best. Stanley Cup Finals are the best. And that game last night was drunk. Because we went from, I was guaranteeing the Florida Panthers a Stanley Cup to, oh no, Edmonton might take this whole thing. So anyway, let's do this. Let's take a quick timeout. When we come back, we're going to hear from the head coach of your favorite NFL franchise, Sean Payton. That is next, right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
Overtime!
Sean, with Devon Bailey, is he the only thing that's going to keep him out? Like
No. He's going to be full go. Start a training camp. Everything's good. We should be. That's it. That's it. Did you hear me?
Okay.
That's what that's it means. That means it stops. We should be. There may be one player, Perry, that might go a week into training camp and then be ready, depending on how the summer goes. But outside of that, we expect everyone back.
Don't take that, Parker. Go after the coach, man. There's nothing better than cocky, cranky Sean Payton. When Sean Payton isn't cocky or cranky, I don't trust him. I don't trust where his brain is at. This kind of Sean Payton I love. This is the dude I love. Welcome back to the Brett Kane Hour. Brett Kane has passed away. He's no longer with us. The Broncos closed out mandatory minicamps yesterday. Sean Payton addressed the media, kind of giving the business there to the Denver Post reporter after that question. But we do have some comments from the head coach of the Denver Broncos as they close out their off-season training program. Now they'll kick back for 6 weeks and then wait for the start of training camp at the end of July. And then it's on. Then it's
Okay.
on.
That's what that's it means. That means it stops.
Get him, Sean. Get him, man.
I got to ask you, though, when I heard that yesterday, I had this thought of the fact that he was so combative makes me think that Devon Bailey isn't going to be ready. You know, it's one of those things where you're sitting in your room and then your parents walk in and you're like, no, I wasn't doing anything. And they go, well, I didn't think you were doing anything, but I do now.
Okay.
Sometimes when coaches do that, when they're like, no, he's fine. Stop asking. He's good. He's okay. That makes me think, actually, I don't think he is okay, right?
Nah, see, I just think it's whatever particular mood your boy Peyton is in at that day. Because it was, what was it? It was 2 days. Was it on Tuesday? That
Come on.
He was kind of, it felt like he was kind of having a good time with reporters. But at the same time, I was like, what? I can't tell, man. I can't tell. I can't tell if he's happy, if he's upset, if he loves his team, if he hates his team. Because sometimes it feels like, well, in this offseason, it feels like he loves his team. And that's what scares me the most. It feels like all of us love that team, which means something's going. Like the NFL season is never what you think it is. It is never what you think it's going to be. Never, 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 never.
Don't start counting.
Never, never, never. So something's going to happen. Something crazy is going to happen. It's just the nature of the sport. But, all right, let's hear a little bit from Sean Payton on the final day of mandatory minicamps yesterday. What did the coach have to say, Nelson?
Like, injuries are unavoidable at some point, but with the rate at which you have been good at keeping guys healthy over the last 2 years.
Well, when I got here, you guys were like, oh, the field's jinx, the surface, all these myths about it must be the way that, and it was all, I can understand why it felt that way, but you have to build callus. And so we can stay healthy in the preseason and not play our starters, but I know where that's going. You have to build a callus. And there's risk when you do that, but I don't know if I answered your question.
So, listen, Nelson, does it not scare you that if I can't find a flaw in the Broncos roster right now, but a lot of that has to do with the expectation. Like, I'm expecting these players to, I expect J.K. Dobbins is great, man. I love J.K. Dobbins. If he can be healthy, what does that get you, man? Does that get you? Do you finally have a 1,000-yard rusher? Do you have a 1,500-yard rusher, man? Something like that?
I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah, I don't know if you answered it either, Sean. But I feel like, you know what? How about this, Nelson? The other day, the NFL on Fox did their QB, and I'm a sucker for I'm a sucker for QB for any rankings. Put a name and a number next to it, and I will read it. I love it. I love it. But there was some Bronco fans who are like, wait, what's going on here? Because the NFL on Fox basically put Bo Nix in the middle of the pack, but they had J.J. McCarthy ahead of him. You know what I mean?
J.J. McCarthy, who hasn't played an NFL snap yet.
Has not thrown a pass in the NFL, and he was ahead of Bo in the rankings. But here's the interesting thing. When you got down to the nitty-gritty, when I read why they ranked Bo. I think it was 15. You know what? I'm going to have to look it up. Because the best part was they had, like, Aaron Rodgers, like, the third worst quarterback in the NFL, I think. But JJ in front of Bo is a little crazy. Here's the crazy thing, though. Here's why they put Bo in the middle of the pack and said he had a good rookie season. He's probably going to have a good second season. But Bo Nix is boring. That's what Bo Nix is boring. That's why they had him in the middle. Like, I was like, that's really boring? Bo Nix is boring. Do you think Bo Nix is boring as a quarterback, Nelson?
I mean, maybe they think that because he's not really flashy. Yeah, he kind of is boring. Like, he's not much of a, I guess he is a bit of a scrambler, but he just kind of goes out there, hangs out in the pocket, and then after the game, he says, yeah, we went out there and we tried and trust these guys. Everybody did their job. He's not a Cam Newton, right?
Yeah, I get it.
But look, okay, the reason that was a horrible non-answer is I get that you like these lists. You were probably the biggest fan of BuzzFeed in the year 2013 with all their listicles they published.
Love the list, man.
I'm just not an off-season list guy where people go, all right, here's my top 15 players who need to click next season or they're not getting their paychecks. Like, I don't care, man. Let's just play football.
I love them
these
because
lists are just smoke screens. They're nothing.
I think I lose track because I get a little too much fan in me when it comes to the Denver Broncos. You know what I mean? So I love Bo Nix because he's the quarterback of my team, but that doesn't mean I can take a step back and look at him and say, well, here's why I agree with the national guys. Yes, he is boring. Yes, he's just the middle of the pack. No, I don't think that's where he is. That's not how I think Bo is. I'm just surprised that they have JJ in front of him. I think that's probably the most shocking thing.
That's a pretty bold choice.
Right? I mean, they have Bo Nix with
who made it to the playoffs, by the way.
Brock Purdy, Bo Nix, Jordan Love, 13, 14, 15 on the list right there, and then CJ Stroud is 16. So you know what I mean? So like, and Jordan, I really like Jordan Love. I think Jordan Love is going to have a great season, man, an absolute great season. If he can stop turning the ball over, he's going to have an amazing season. And that's right. Matter of fact, if Bo Nix has a season like I expect Jordan Love to have, the Broncos are going to be great, man, great, because Jordan's going to have a great season. But number 12 on that list, J.J. McCarthy. Right behind Dak Prescott and Justin Herbert at number 10. Are you kidding me, man? All right, you know what? Let's do this. Sean Mazda text line. I haven't done this yet. Sean Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. I got a question for y'all Bronco fans out here. I made an argument the other day with Andy. I was trying to make the argument that the 4 major teams here in the city of Denver all play in the toughest division in their sport. Like, I think it's pretty clear that the Central Division in the NHL is filthy, nasty, stupid. The best teams in the NFL are in the NHL are certainly in the Central with the Avalanche, right? The Northwest Division in the NBA is stupid right now, stupid, especially when the Minnesota Timberwolves trade for Kevin Durant. Then you get then then that whole division is gonna be ridiculous outside of Utah, right? So, but my question for, like, Major League Baseball, I guess the argument could be made for, oh, no, I'm not going to do that. But the NL West is filthy nasty. That might be the best division in baseball. I think you make the argument for it. And in the NFL, man.
Bronco land.
It's the AFC West, right? So here's my question for the text line. The AFC West is now littered with legendary coaches. All of them old as hell. I'm assuming we have the oldest coaching division in the NFL. They're all like 60 plus or something, right? How do you rank those coaches, though? I want 1 through 4 on the coaches in the AFC West. 3 of them have all won a Super Bowl. 1 of them won a national title and took a team to a Super Bowl. But how do you currently rank the coaches in the AFC West?
That was a long-ass question.
With Andy Reid? With Sean Payton? With Pete Carroll, man, still doing it up there in Vegas, and with Harbaugh in L.A. How would you rate 1 through 4? Rate those coaches. Go ahead, Nelson, do it. Give it to me right now. 1 through 4. If you could have any of those 4 coaches for your team right now, who would it be? List them. Rank them, bro.
Well, let's see. You know what? We can go by Andy Reid's the best. That's clear. Andy Reid's at the top of the pack.
Okay, that's fine. I'll put Andy Reid up there.
And then
call him the best current coach in the NFL right now is Andy Reid.
Or I thought you said in the AFC West.
No, I'm just saying he is the best coach in the AFC West. He might be the best coach in the NFL.
Also true. Okay, and then because at first I was looking at resume, right? Let's just start with the Super Bowls and go from there.
Yeah.
And then if we look at that, then Pete Carroll and Sean Payton each have one ring.
Each have one. That's correct.
Pete Carroll's made it to more.
Is that what you're going? Okay, all right, man.
Well, I'm guessing. I mean, Pete Carroll or Sean Payton, you could probably make an argument for either of them to be in that second slot. I would probably say it's Pete Carroll and then Sean Payton, Jim Harbaugh. But it's weird.
Harbaugh's a great coach too,
but it's weird saying that Jim Harbaugh might be the worst because he hasn't gotten to the top of the NFL yet.
No, but he does have a national championship.
He has a national championship.
He did take the matter of fact, he lost to his brother, right, in 2012.
Yes. That was the infamous power outage Super Bowl.
Yeah, 34-31.
Yeah.
Ravens, man, when it took that one. That was Joe Flacco-led Ravens.
That is a stacked coaching resume.
Right? I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, the AFC West is nasty.
But
it is nasty. I mean, is there another division with that kind of coaching power? No.
I think as it stands right now, you could put
NFC East? No, because Schottenheimer's in. No, hell no.
I think you got to put Reid at the top. I think you got to put Harbaugh at the bottom.
North. Does the NFC North have that argument? There's some good coaches in that group. But, well, I guess it depends on what Johnson does with Chicago. But the NFC North is fairly nasty when it comes to that. Yeah, nah, bro. It's the AFC West. That's decades and decades and decades of coaching experience sitting here in this division. I am kind of interested to see what Vegas does. They won 4 damn games last year. They won 4 games, man. They still don't have a quarterback. But they got an incredible running back, probably. They got a Hall of Fame tight end. He's only in his second season, but I'm already going to call Brock a Hall of Fame tight end. Now you just got to find a quarterback. Can't be Geno, man. It can't be Geno, Pete. Can't, but we'll see. So anyway, go ahead, text line. Let me know. Let me go.
Well, who do you think is the rankings? I think Reid has to be at the top. Harbaugh has to be at the bottom. But whether you put Peyton and Carroll 2 or 3, however you flip that, I think you could make an argument either way. Where do you stand for the rankings?
Well, let me tell you what the text line has said so far. Well, the first one was the Broncos wanted Harbaugh. Yeah, I sometimes try to think what would the Broncos look like right now if they got Harbaugh instead of Peyton, because it sounded like, you know what I mean? Like, what would the Broncos look like right now if Harbaugh was the head coach instead of if they would have went with him instead of Sean? But who knows? Who knows? Reid, Peyton, Carroll, Harbaugh from the 303. And that's probably mine, too. Tom, Reid, Carroll, Peyton, Harbaugh. See, that's not – yeah, you could probably go with that one, too. But so far, everybody's coming – I haven't seen anybody not have Andy Reid at number 1. Andy, Sean, Jim, Pete. Ooh, Paul, Yeah, I don't know. I mean, how much credit does Pete Carroll get, not for just that one Super Bowl, but for the 50 years he's been in the NFL? I mean, well, that's a lie because he was at USC for a chunk there. So, I don't know. How much does just raw length of time in the league count for? I'm not sure. From the 720, Andy Reid, Sean Payton, Harbaugh, and Carroll. Yeah, that's probably how it is. But am I right or am I wrong? See, from the 807, you could argue 4 of the top 10 coaches are in the AFC West right now. And this is
absolutely.
This is my point. Like, the AFC West is nasty. You might have to have a little something extra. Talent might not carry you as far as it will in other divisions in this division. You got to play both those teams twice. I mean, all 3 of those teams twice. And all 3 of those teams are probably going to be good this season. The AFC West is going to get 3 teams in the playoffs. I'd be shocked if they didn't. I'd be shocked if one of these teams fell off this season. You know what I mean? Just fell off. I know there are some people that are thinking Kansas City might regress, but nah, man, you can't. Nah, you can't convince me of that. Not with Pat and Andy doing what they're doing. Not yet, anyway.
But see, that's another reason that I don't like these offseason lists, because we're going to try and rank teams in the AFC West. 2 of them have completely new head coaches.
Yeah, I get it, man, but this
I guess 1, excuse me. We're still
talking football, though, brother. This is what we do, man, in the offseason, right?
I know, but like, how am I supposed to predict how Geno Smith and Pete Carroll are going to do and what
I think you can look at, like, Geno Smith, to me, is Geno Smith has been in the NFL for so long now, and it's shocking to me. It's shocking me. Just like I saw the other day, somebody called Daniel Jones a veteran, and I was like, really? We call him? I guess so. Yeah, he is a veteran, I guess. But Daniel Jones, a vet? Like, I don't really know if I'm going to go that far. Yeah, he's a guy who's played in the league a while.
He's got those tread on the tires to be called a veteran, though.
I guess, right. If you survive the NFL for as long as he has, even if it's just 4, 5, 6 seasons, then you deserve to be called a veteran. Yeah, you certainly do. But I think the AFC West is probably one of the most fascinating divisions in football, but it doesn't matter. How about we were just going to listen to Sean Payton, and then I talked there for like 10 minutes. So why don't we hear another cut from old Sean? What do you got for us?
Well, I figured since we were talking about Bo Nix, let me see. Okay, somebody asked him what steps he needs to take and ways he is progressing as we get ready for this next season.
Less pause, less hesitation with the play call in the huddle. Less pause, less hesitation in the pocket. He's playing fast. And again, protecting the ball. He's hard to sack. He was hard to sack in college. So you're seeing him play faster with more confidence.
Doesn't sound boring to me. Boring Bo? Man, who's putting that label on my man Bo Nix? I am super excited to see what he can do this season. I mean, once again, it might be just my orange and blue colored glasses, but I think Bo's going to have a crazy good season this year, right? You've got more talent around him. You got more, like, I don't even know what we expect from the offense. We'll ask Moser and Vic here at the top of the hour what exactly they're expecting from the Broncos offense, because it feels like I love offense, so I talk about the offense all the time. But it looks like the Denver Broncos are going to be a top 3, maybe the best defense we've had in here since 2015. Like, they're going to be filthy on defense. But we don't really talk about that because the new toys outside of Hufanga are all on the offensive side of the ball. You just picked up J.K., man. I want to see what the Broncos can do. Because the last memory I have of the Denver Broncos is them getting stomped by the Buffalo Bills, right? But you won 10 games, and you got to the playoffs. So that's a success. That's a success. At least last year that was a success. This year, you win 10 games and lose your first and get stomped in your first playoff game. Then that's a disappointment. And next year, if you win 10 games and lose in the first round of the playoffs, somebody's getting fired. You know what I mean? So it's just the nature of the NFL. You got to be a little bit better than you were last season. Let's take a quick timeout.
Do it to the other team.
Tell him, man. We'll continue the discussion after a quick timeout right here on Altitude Sports Radio. The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm, injury lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Welcome back. Brett Kane, no longer with us. I'm Mark Bertinoli, filling in this morning, along with the award-winning producer, Steve Nelson. And Vic and Moser will be with us here in about 15 minutes' time as we talk about everything and anything in the world of sports you want to talk about. We talk about the Stanley Cup final game from last night. Let me tell you what it feels like to be a Colorado Rockies fan. The Rockies won last night. They won. They actually won. They beat the San Francisco Giants. If you're the San Francisco Giants, I don't know what I'd fire the skipper. If anybody loses, here's what it feels like being a Colorado Rockies fan. This season, it's tough. Sports is tough, man. Sports is tough. It's also the greatest thing out there. Love it, love it. But Nelson, I don't know if I ever told you the story, but back in the day when I was working at Colorado National Speedway, I got ran over. Did I ever tell you this story?
No, what?
I got ran over when I was working with Moser at the Colorado National Speedway back in the day. I got hit in the infield when I was the infield reporter, and when it happened, I get hit from behind. I flip up and over. I hit the infield. The infield's gravel, and I'm sliding on this gravel. And I come to a stop, and I got blood on my hands, on where I'm skidding on. But I don't feel anything. Nothing hurts. I don't feel anything. I'm just like there. I'm shocked. I'm just shocked. And that's what it feels like to be a Colorado Rockies fan. It feels like you're in a car accident every night. Or it feels like you're expecting a car accident every single night. I do believe there are fans right now of the Colorado Rockies who are cheering for them to lose rather than win. Because if you're going to be bad, if you're going to be great at something, be the best ever. You know what I mean? Don't just lollygag your way to a truly terrible record. Be the worst team in the history of Major League Baseball. A sport that we've been playing since before radio existed, before television was a thing. And the Rockies could possibly have the worst record in the history of that sport. But they won last night.
Well,
they won last night, man. So what? It didn't feel like a car. I kept flinching. That's what the Rockies make me do. They make me flinch.
But here's why I think, in a weird way, you have to root for the Rockies to be the worst of all time. And I'll tell you why. So let's go back last year when the Rockies were just a regular bad team. They were just kind of a middling team. No one was talking about them. We were explicitly told on this station not to talk about the Rockies unless there was a reason to talk about them. And they were just... And there was nothing to talk about because they weren't good enough to be noteworthy and they weren't bad enough to be noteworthy. They were just in suck.
100 losses is bad, bro. It's bad. But I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
They were in suck purgatory.
Yeah.
And so we spent a whole summer without mentioning the Rockies. Now they are a national storyline because they're chasing a team from 1899.
Yeah.
I was talking about it with Brett the other day. Berto, do you know the story of why the Cleveland Spiders were so bad?
Yeah, I saw it. Because they had another team and they traded all their good players to that tree.
The owners bought the St. Louis, I can't remember what they were, but they became the Cardinals. The owners also bought that St. Louis team and traded all the good players from the Spiders to the other team. They essentially used the Spiders to money launder good players, and then they didn't have a stadium to play in, so they played over 100 road games. And the Rockies are almost as bad as that team.
Yeah.
That's a storyline that's worth talking about. So, I mean, if you
the Rockies made front page news today because with the win last night, they are no longer. What was the headline? The headline was something like, "What? Do you remember what the Rockies headline on the front page of ESPN.com? It was like, Rockies win, avoid worst start in the history of Major League Baseball. Now they're just tied for the worst start in the history of Major League Baseball with like the 1938 Boston Red Sox or something ridiculous like that. Being a Rockies fan right now is tough. It is tough. I don't even know what to do or how to do it.
It's it's. But I'm saying I should have asked Brett Kane that season when his Lions went 0-16.
Yeah.
If they finished 1-15. That's worse. At that point, just go for no wins. Finishing 1-15 is worse than finishing 0-16 because if you go 0-16, you can say you were the best at being the worst.
Yeah, that's what do you think that's what Rockies fans are are hoping for, cheering for, looking for?
Dude, if you finish like 2 wins better than the Cleveland Spiders, what does that do? That does nothing.
No, listen, no matter what
worst.
happens, the Rockies could win. Like I mentioned, the Major League Baseball record for most consecutive wins is 26 straight wins. The Rockies could do that. They'd still be last in the division. I think they'd still be under 500, man. There's no way to make this season look like anything other than a disaster. Cheering for the Rockies feels like a car wreck every time. Like it hurts, man. It hurts. Like you just know something bad is going to happen. You just know your team is going to lose. That's no fun. When you wake up knowing the Rockies are going to lose, nah, man. No idea how they're going to figure this stuff out. No clue whatsoever. The interesting thing, so last night after they won, they were talking to Ryan McMahon in the locker room afterwards, and they asked him, like, hey, so are you guys aware of the history that you're chasing? And he's like, yeah, I know. We all know what that record is. We've talked about it. We're aware of it. So, like, you know what? So they hear the noise. They understand what's happening. They're just doing that thing that athletes do where you just try to take it one game at a time, but it's tough when every game is an L. You're just looking at an L. And nobody really knows how to fix it or not. Like, well, there's obviously nobody knows how to fix it. I'm sure there's plenty of people who have an idea, but nobody knows really how to fix it. Although, once again, it's not like they've been playing like the worst team in baseball lately over the last couple of weeks, but one way or other, it doesn't matter. We got NBA Finals game tonight. Thunders, I did it again. I don't know why I'm calling them the Thunders. The Thunder and the Pacers going head-to-head this evening. The Pacers lead that series 2-1. Indiana wins this one at home. OKC might, I don't know, though. I don't know. Right now, OKC minus 6.5 tonight. So the Thunder are favored in game number 4. Last night, the Oilers beat the Panthers in overtime in a crazy comeback game. Draisaitl wins it 5-4. Edmonton beats Florida. The what was the final score of the Rocks? It was 8-7, Rocks? Is that what it was?
Yes, 8-7.
Okay. So the Rocks win it, and the Rockies are now 13-55, and life is good. The Denver Nuggets, I saw on the Twitch that some people were like, hey, man, the NBA draft is like in 11 days, and the Nuggets don't have a general manager. What's going on? I'm assuming they're going to have a GM before the draft, right? Unless they already know exactly what. Because the Nuggets do not have a draft pick. But it sounds like there might be a lot of trade action around the NBA draft, and especially the day of the draft, there might be a lot of teams making moves, which means the Nuggets might be able to slip in there and get a draft pick. And it might, even if they're a third team in a 3-team deal that's trying to, get big players, and you could be the bridge for that, and maybe you end up like, I don't know, say the Spurs trade the second pick, and what do they have? They have like the 14th pick or the 11th, and you end up with like that 11th or 14th pick because you're the bridge that helps that trade go through. Then you're going to need to know what the hell's going on and who you might pick. If suddenly out of nowhere you end up with like the 10th pick in that draft, you're going to have to know. But I haven't heard anything, right? I haven't heard any rumors about them talking to people. I haven't heard any rumors about people coming in or out, or I don't know, Nelson. Have you heard anything about the Nuggets GM search?
I feel like that's one of those things where Shams would at least have something on the rumor mill, right? My sources tell me that so-and-so is on a flight to Denver right now. You always get something like that, but it has been complete and total radio silence.
Yeah, it might just mean that they're going with Ben Tinzer, and they feel good about the front office right now. So I don't know. It certainly is going to be interesting to see what happens, because I'd put it at a 30-40% chance that the Nuggets end up with a draft pick, even if it's just a second-round draft pick in this upcoming draft, because it does sound like a lot of teams are trying to make move, but a lot of teams are trying to get rid of money, trying to get out of that second apron. I think there are 6-7 teams that are in that second apron, and all of them need to get out. They all want to get out, and maybe the Nuggets can help them and also pick up an asset, whether it's a player or a pick. But a GM in place would be nice, unless they're set, but they're just feeling like we're good with the front office's whiz right now. We're taking our time. We're waiting, but we'll see. All right, that was the Brett Kane Hour. I don't know where Brett is. Honestly, he's not dead, people. Seriously. Don't believe anything that comes out of my mouth. Text line freaking out. Text line. Where's Brett, bro? What happened to Brett? I don't know, text line, you tell me. What's the most likely cause of death of Brett Kane? Some kind of craft beer accident? Some kind of craft beer incident? That's how Brett's going to go out? Something like that? But anyway, thanks for tuning in. Coming up next, it's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
Kulak up the far side. Verhaeghe stops it up. Bennett in close. Reinhart in front. Kachuk. Reinhart shot, and he scores! And Sam Reinhart ties the game with 19.5 seconds to go. Here in the third, we are tied at 4. Sam Reinhart comes through and ties the game.
Florida makes the long change. Breaking free is Draisaitl to the net. Score! Leon Draisaitl has tied the series with his 4th OT winner in the playoffs. Final score, Edmonton 5, Florida 4 in overtime.
Rodriguez ready. The 3-2. Line drive, left field, base hit. Here comes McMahon. He'll score. Ball game. The Rockies do to the Giants what happened the last 2 games. What a clutch 2-out hit for Orlando Arcia. Final score, Rockies 8, Giants 7.
Sir, the possibility of successfully navigating an asteroid field is approximately 3,720 to 1.
Never tell me the odds.
Just 27 and a half games out of first place, baby. You can't stop the Rockies. Can't stop them, baby. Here they come. Welcome to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on this Friday morning. It's the weekend.
What's up with you? What's up with you being here with your face?
We've lost Brett Kane. He's no longer with us.
Hold on a second.
I started an hour ago.
You can't say we've lost him.
No,
he's no longer with us.
Yes, I can. I can.
He can say whatever he wants.
That's right.
But that implies that he's croaked.
Well, I asked Nelson before we started the show. I was like, how much would I have to buy in to convince people that Brett wasn't here because he passed away?
Oh, God.
And Nelson was like, you probably shouldn't do it. And I was like, I bet you I could get people to believe it. And if you check the text line, people do.
A couple people like, what happened to Brett? Some weirdos in here saying, we'll give you the God's honest truth. Brett is
tonight. Where is Brett?
Brett's with his boys playing golf in the mountains.
Do you know what? Speaking of which, where's my Oakmont highlight, Nelson? Where's my JJ Spawn highlight? What about that, bro? The only person not to have a bogey yesterday at Oakmont. Let me ask you guys this. Okay, I have
a lot of questions, by the way, Berto. I have a lot of questions.
Okay, I love the U.S. Open. Is my favorite golf tournament of all time. Like whatever. Like the Masters is great. It's the first major of the season. I love it. PGA Championship is trash. Whatever, man. That's my least favorite major. And the British Open is unique because of the links and all that kind of stuff. The U.S. Open is the one where they try to break golfers. So let me ask you guys this. Did you see those greens at Oakmont? Those things are drunk. For somehow, the groundskeepers there at Oakmont have found a way to defy gravity. Putts that go downhill, they said, are like putting on glass. And putts that go uphill are like putting in sand. They're super slow. So these guys are 3-putting all over the place. 4. They're doing. What do you guys think? If I put you on a green at Oakmont, how many putts does it take to get it in the hole?
Well, they're stimping at 14 and a half, Moj. 14 and a half to 15.
Stimp at 14 and a half, 15? Yeah. That's insane. For those who
4
don't know
putt,
golf.
5 putt for you?
Easy.
From 25 feet.
100%. Actually, I probably just bunt it all the way to the hole and try to get there in 3. And then if you miss, good. For those who don't know what a stimp meter is, it's a piece of metal, and you put the ball in it, and then you raise it high enough so the ball flops out, and however far the ball rolls, one way, okay, fine, you take that measurement, then you do it the exact opposite direction. Combine those two, divide it by 2, and that's the stimp. So it must be crazy right now.
Yeah.
You know, as bad as it is, because I know that they're going to play the course tough, I was shocked at how well the guys played yesterday.
Oh, really?
I was thinking, oh, yeah. I was expecting somewhere near even par.
Yeah.
A lot of these dudes went under, and a lot of these dudes played great golf out there. I mean, golf for these guys, they're bombing it so far that today's golfer can bomb it over problems. Like, you got problems for me? All right, let me see your problems. I'll hit it over your problems. They don't bother me. I mean, they got a 300-yard par 3 for crying out loud. A 300-yard par 3 at this tournament, and it's nothing for these dudes.
Yeah, but that's the best part about it, right? You make it at hardest. Like, if you guys played that course, you'd shoot 125 or run just something ridiculous. But Scheffler and Rory were both riding the struggle bus yesterday. Don't you like to see that? Like J.J. Braun had the best.
Spawn.
Oh, wait, I called him Braun. Sorry, my bad. J.J. Spawn had the greatest round putting wise in his life, right? He didn't three putt a single hole. He two putt, like, you know what I mean? Like, he just got hella lucky. That's the reason why he's leading the Open tonight right now.
This was supposed to be the toughest track ever. They were talking that way. It's not the toughest track ever. We've seen in recent years tougher U.S. Open golf courses. I mean, there are dudes under par. I didn't expect anybody to be under par the way they were describing this thing.
Vic, right now, they're under par. They're gonna screw with these guys even more. I'm looking at the young Will Chandler, 27-year-old touring pro from Atlanta, Georgia. Played at Georgia. He's 146th, the FedEx, right? So poor Will qualifies for the Open, and yesterday he was 8 over. He's like, oh damn, that's not a good round, right? I'm shooting 78, not great. Today he's through 7. He's 11 over on the day, which means he's now 19 over for the tournament. I don't think.
How can I watch it right now?
It's not on. It's not on.
Are you sure? Because I think you can watch like 13 hours of the U.S. Open, like 12. Like, right? Can't you watch like? Because I watch like 8 hours.
Yeah,
like, you just watch it straight through, man.
The coverage hasn't begun yet.
Oh, really?
But it will.
I thought like Golf Channel or something would have something like 5 a.m.
It will shortly. Yeah, I mean, you think that it would, but it's not. It's not on the air yet.
Well,
but
you
anyway,
guys.
These guys. By the way, are you cracked up today? What is with you?
What do you mean?
You're like really excited.
Yeah, you're all. You look
it's
like
probably, I don't do coffee. You know what
That's
I mean?
what it is.
And I just did a whole.
You got your Civil War general thing going
jumbo coffee thing.
You got your Civil War, commander thing going on. You got.
The weekend's here, man.
Got your coffee. You're just whacked.
Having a good time.
Anyway, so we'll keep you updated on that U.S. Open. I got a lot I want to talk about today, including last night's Game 4. I'm sure we'll get to some of that.
Your favorite
today.
goaltender of all time? Coming up big?
Cal Pickard?
Yeah.
Great dude,
CP30, bro.
God, how good was he?
He's 7-0 in the postseason. Yeah. You know what he's doing now for Edmonton? It reminds me a lot of what Frankie did for the Avs at their
100%.
Stanley Cup run. Yeah, very much so.
They start him next in Game 5, right? They start. You got to start Calvin, right? You can't just go back to Skinner.
Frankie was 6-0 in that postseason run in place of Darcy Kemper when Kemper got injured. Here comes Frankie, and he's 6-0, played great between the pipes. And Pickard, for the most part, was good last night. He was really good late. He got burned on that game-time goal with 20 seconds left. But in overtime, he was also terrific. And I'm watching that game. And if you watch 9 goals in a Stanley Cup Finals game, man, some guys make mistakes, okay? You think, God, these are the 2 best teams in the league. You go back to the Avs. Why the Avs really screwed and they this and that, and they can't. This guy blowing. Man, everybody makes mistakes at some point. Doesn't mean you're not a terrific hockey club. The puck goes off the inside of Mikola's right leg, right? He's going to. Why is he down on all fours there in front of his net to redirect the puck? Through the 5-hole of Bobrovsky. Man, things happen.
Crazy.
Vic, crazy things happen, and when people are all over the Avs bacon. I mean, look,
listen, man, they blew
Game
a 2-goal
7
lead in the third, bro. I don't care what these other teams did. They blew a 2-goal lead in the third.
These guys had a 3-0 lead after 1, and they're killing them.
Yeah, Moser, it doesn't matter. I mean, you could still be both. You could be upset with the way the Avs finished and be happy for other teams. Here's my takeaway last night. And it's funny that Brett Kane's not with us. He's no longer with us. For now. I'll say that. Look at Nelly. Nelly's like, he'll be back with us, but for now. In the time being, he's no longer with us.
Oh, wait, somebody says the U.S. Open's on Peacock right now.
See, I'm telling you, man, you can watch like 12 hours of the U.S. Open.
Okay, I got the Peacock.
I don't do the Peacock. I don't do the Peacock.
I don't got a Peacock either.
You know why? Because I've got the Max. I've got the Netflix.
The Paramount.
I got the Paramount.
The Apple.
I got the Apple. I got the Prime. I got the CBS. I got every friggin' thing under the sun. And you know what?
Watch the US Open,
I'm tired of
Peacock,
it.
bro.
Yeah. Well, just so you know, the Peacock.
I don't do the Peacock.
Let me tell you something about the
here
Peacock.
Comes football's coming up on the Peacock. I know.
The Peacock's going to be very important come NBA season next year
that's
because
right.
the NBA's taking over Amazon and NBA. And let me tell you what the NBC people are going to do with the NBA. They're going to take your teams and they're going to put a bunch of them behind the Peacock. So you better be ready for that.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. You're right. Yeah. Because now that the NBA on NBC is back, Did you see, it was Adam Silver who, they said, NBC told him, they're like, we're going to go get Jordan to do our pregame or whatever. And he was like, yeah, good luck, sucker. And then somehow they roped him in. I have no idea what Jordan as an analyst is going to be like next
I think
season.
he's going to be great.
You think
he
so?
has nothing to lose. Oh, yeah.
He is a killer, right? He'll come at you.
Michael Jordan can say what he's like Barkley, really.
Yeah, just
he
say
can
whatever.
say whatever the hell he wants to say, and it's not going to change a thing in his life. That's why those kind of analysts, they scare you at the same time because, like, what's he going to do up there? But I can't wait to listen to him. I do have to, before we proceed, though, regarding last night's game, do you remember how Brett Kane was so worried because of how Edmonton gooned it up? And Brett Kane, who's no longer with us for the time being right now until he comes back on Monday, remember how Brett Kane said, "Oh, that's not Edmonton. Yeah, they're done. Oh, it's disappointing. Look at what they did. They gooned it up after game 3. Look at them." Dude, that's why I had no problem with it. Every game is different. There's no connection. They came back in game 4 and won. Series is 2-2. Who cares what happened in game 3? It had no impact of what happened in game 4. None.
That's
Zero.
True. That is absolutely true.
I mean, Moser, when the second period started and Florida's up 3-0, and I'm like, well, that's it. The Panthers are going to win the cup because they're going to win the game tonight. They're going to be up 3-1, and that's over. Edmonton's not going to come back from this. And then somehow they score 4 straight. But is it better to be lucky than good? Because seriously, that save by Pickard in overtime was kind of it was amazing live, but I don't think he saw that puck. I think he was just flinching and barely caught a piece of it. And then the Draisaitl game winner was not like, I mean, it's not like Draisaitl was, putting on some sexy move. He just threw that thing towards the front of the net and it bing bang into the back, man.
Absolutely. I'm trying to find what Paul Maurice said about his team. The exact quote, and I just Googled it, and here's what AI gives me. Paul Maurice has described his team, the Florida Panthers, as a team that had a strong culture of respect and buying into his. I'm like, no, dude, he made a funny quip about his hockey club. Here it is.
Last night after the loss?
No, this is before the Stanley Cup final. He said, and this is exactly who they are. Have you ever shotgunned a beer? Would you shotgun a beer in church? Okay, it doesn't make you hypocrites. The context and place for all things. Talking about his team is just they're up and down and all around. Like they could, get crazy and just destroy you, or they could go to sleep and drink beer.
You seem to be the kind of person who would shotgun a beer in a church, man.
I wouldn't have a problem with that.
I wouldn't either.
But the deal is that I probably have done it before.
Right, I am sure. Weddings, bro. Right.
Well, and I've been going to church. Hey, listen,
just hanging.
Today's gonna be a hard one. No, but it's one of those. Florida just went to sleep in the second period. They're like, ba-doop-a-doo. We got a 3-0 lead, doop-a-doo, and then you allow a great team like Edmonton to hang around, and you're gonna come back and bite you right in the butt. And that's exactly what happened, and I'm here for it too. I would love to see this thing go 7 games. I would love to see the drama play out even more. Maybe another Donnybrook game somewhere down the line. Maybe Game 6 or something like that when one team can be eliminated. So it's cool. I'm here for it.
My favorite part about these games is when they cut away to the Edmonton fans outside the arena in Edmonton watching the games. And I'm thinking to myself, well, why doesn't every team do that? Well, we did that in Denver. Remember, we did that. We had those parties and rallies and all that stuff. And then one of our parties and rallies, when the Nuggets were playing, got taken out. Remember that?
Yeah, it got taken over by bad people, and
protesters came in and ruined the whole damn thing.
They ruined everything. The whole thing
ruined everything, and they
broke down the barricades. I don't remember that. They broke down all the barricades and everything.
So people who wonder why don't we do that here? We did do it here. We had a big gathering outside of Metro. I remember I drove my Vespa down there. It was awesome. And then all of a sudden, the protesters ruined everything.
It's just look. Here's the bottom line. In Edmonton, that square that they're at is literally, it's literally 200 feet from the rink.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
just like Toronto has that park right in front of their rink.
It's basically McGregor Square.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you've been down to McGregor Square. It's basically that with restaurants and shops and and all that kind of thing. So it's a natural place for people to gather. In Winnipeg, they don't have a place. You know what they do? Block off the street next to the rink and stuff everybody out there on the street.
Let's go, man.
You got to take a whiz. I don't
Street
know what
party.
you do, but
we tried to do that here.
Yeah, we did.
We did. We tried to gather as a community.
Right? I remember those over near the Tivoli Center when they'd have just huge crowds.
Huge crowds,
We had a
huge
stage,
stages.
DJs, the whole nine yards.
And a few obnoxious people ruined the whole damn thing.
They certainly did.
No, they did.
We had to shut it down. It was bad. It got bad.
Vic, let me ask you this question. Yesterday, what were you locked into more? Yes, there was the sports were sporting yesterday. What were you locked into more? The U.S. Open? Game. Oh, the Rockies. It was the Stanley Cup Finals.
Well, I watched the Open during the day, right? I watched the Open, and you watch ups and downs of some of these players, and that albatross by Moser's favorite golfer ever, Patrick Reed, who dials one in from 280. 280, couple bounces, albatross, double eagle.
He gets lucky, man. He's headed toward the green.
No, there was a Hastings on the leaderboard for a while yesterday. There was an amateur named Hastings. I was like, yo, man, Scotty's got some relatives in the Open, brother.
People think a hole-in-one is the most rare shot in golf. It's not. It's the albatross. It's rarer than rare. And for him to see him knock that in was pretty cool. You got to admit, you may not like Patrick Reed, Moj, but that was a cool shot. So I'm watching the U.S. Open. That's great. That's fine. It's round one. That hockey game last night was tremendous.
It's like saying, you may not have liked Charles Manson, but he had a cool mustache.
Yeah.
Nobody likes
no, man. No. Sorry.
All right. No. Let's take a timeout. When we come back, we got to address the Denver Broncos, who closed out their off-season training program yesterday. Training camp now 6 weeks away. We'll get to it next right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
Guys, low testosterone happened to me. Guys in their mid and early 30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every single year. And before you know it, it's happening gradually. You just don't feel the same as you did when you were younger, but you can do something about it. You can call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today at 720-440-7900, or better yet, go to their website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. It's super simple. 10 simple questions, yes, no answers, takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult. You're going to draw your blood, results within 30 minutes. I'll tell you whether or not you're dealing with that. How about no more brain fog? Wake up feeling better gains in the gym, higher energy levels. All of that comes with testosterone treatment. So do yourself a favor again. Call today, 720-440-7900. They've been in Colorado now for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. No need to wait. Most guys wait a year or longer. That's ridiculous. Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. They've got 5 locations to take care of you. Again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Sean, with Devon Bailey, is he the only thing that's going to keep him out? Like
No. He's going to be full go. Start a training camp. Everything's good. We should be. That's it. That's it. Did you hear me?
Okay.
That's what that's it means. That means it stops. We should be. There may be one player, Perry, that might go a week into training camp and then be ready, depending on how the summer goes. But outside of that, we expect everyone back.
Sean Payton getting spicy. Tell him, Coach. Don't take anything from the Denver Post. Welcome back to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on this Friday, June the 13th. Friday the 13th is today. So something's terrible going to happen to Moser.
Is it really?
Something terrible is going to happen to you, bro.
Yeah, probably. Well, it's just like every other day of the week. Great. That sounds good.
Hey, didn't you guys do a radio show together, the two of you?
Yeah, we did.
Did you do it?
That was a long time ago.
That was a long time
You did it
ago.
on these airwaves, correct?
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
And that show featured a couple running themes, one of which being a certain backup quarterback for the Denver Broncos, who you guys were campaigning for.
And that was a crazy time.
Great time, man. It's a great time in life, man.
Who's that quarterback?
Watch how I touch down.
Chad Kelly.
Hit the field is going down.
Chad Kelly.
Number one QB.
Chad Kelly.
The defense ain't seeing me. Chad Kelly.
Yes, baby.
So I do remember every day listening to that show when I was done with mine, saying, "What is this cartoon on the air with these two guys pushing for this third stringer to be the starter?"
Vic, here, let me tell you a story. Vic, let me tell you a story. We had a consultant one time come in to talk to Moj about his show. Do you remember what the consultant said? Do you remember what he said? He said you talked for 45 minutes about a corn dog. Remember? He was like, "You guys did 45 minutes about corn dogs."
Oh yeah,
bro.
that was an important day.
They were.
That was a big.
He was like, you can't talk for 45 minutes about a corn dog, Moj.
And I said to him, I looked him in the face and go, "Well, I just did."
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, a couple things. Number one, we'll talk Broncos. I will say this: if I was in charge of Colorado, if I was the governor,
the state,
yeah, I would chop down every cottonwood tree in this state, because right now cottonwood trees. See what they're doing? They're releasing all their little. Looks like snow.
Yeah, you can't just.
And it just goes right. Yeah, no, I just eliminate them all. It goes right into my eyeballs. I can't. Right in my nose.
I don't think that's a platform that's going to get you elected
Number
as
two,
mayor, bro.
Number two, Sean Payton, Vic. I like when he gets.
Yeah, that's the best part.
Spicy and tasty. I don't mind that whatsoever. But I can tell you now, and I know me, and Vic, I know you, and now I'm getting to know Payton more and more every time he talks. There's going to come a time, I'm sure, this season when I'm going to go, you know what, Coach? Screw you.
Did you hear me?
There's going to come a time when I'm going, yeah, you know what? I think now I think you're annoying me a little bit.
That's
right
what
now,
that's it means. That means it stops.
Well, here's the deal.
I like him, and I like his honesty. I love his look. I'm driving through the sushi parking lot for an hour because I can't get it out of my brain. That's very humanistic. We can all relate to that kind of thing. But there's also this, as he ages, there's this biting.
It's not even aging. He did that in New Orleans. This is how it works with Sean Payton. And if you know it going in, then you know it going in. You abide by his rules in his house. When you're at Broncos practices, that's his house. It's his domain. He has the rules. You wipe your feet on the welcome mat when you walk in, and his house rules exist.
Sounds
good.
good.
If you don't want to abide by them, he will call you, and that's just the way it is. He's not like a lot of these coaches who are like, hey, man, anything you can ask me anything and be respectful coming back. That's not the way he operates.
I absolutely love the fact. I love the fact that he doesn't suffer fools.
No, don't start counting.
Nah,
Okay.
but some of these questions
that.
aren't foolish questions. He's just, he's just being Sean.
Yeah, he doesn't suffer fools, and I respect that, and I like that about him. But I also think that he enjoys making an example out of somebody sometimes, or he does it, maybe not even realizing he's doing it. And I'm still okay with that, but there's going to come a tipping point for me. I just don't know when it is.
Really? You know what? Let me ask the two of you this question.
Maybe I'll tip one way one week, and I'll tip one way back the other week. That's
Yeah,
okay
that's
too.
kinda how I am,
and that's
too.
no big deal. That's fine. It's his club. He's ready to go kick some major butt. I'm all good with that.
We had a question on the text line in the first hour, and because I tried to make this argument the other week with Andy that the four major sports here in this city all play in the toughest division in their sport. But between the two of you, like, is the AFC West has the nastiest. Like they have the best coaching division in the NFL. Rank the 4 coaches in the AFC West.
Yeah,
rank
obviously.
The 4 coaches
yeah,
in the
well, I mean,
NFC,
Andy
AFC
Reid is number 1.
Yeah, that's what the text.
decorated.
Yeah, that's what the text line said. That they all put Andy as number 1.
Well, you have to be. I mean, the championships and the Patrick Mahomes and all that.
Yeah, but everybody in this division, all 3 of the coaches have a Super Bowl. The other coach took a team to the Super Bowl and then won a national championship in college football.
That is such a great example of a cupboard that's totally full. It is the best coaching division in football.
Yeah.
By far.
Well, Vic, you've got to weigh in how good you think Pete Carroll still is.
Well, but that's not about how good he is.
Do you even think Jim Harbaugh is a good coach? Yeah, his resume. Resume-wise, yes, they're very, very successful.
All right, so let me just talk. Let's compare resumes for a second, all right? Because this is not just about NFL. Let's just talk football resumes. Andy Reid has multiple Super Bowls. He's number 1 on this list. That's the toughest thing to accomplish, right? Multiple. Number 1. And then, when you look at number 2, I think it's got to be Pete Carroll because he has not only a Super Bowl under his belt, 2 Super Bowl appearances.
He's got a natty.
He's got natties.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's got the college natty and the Super Bowl natty. He's number 2. Then Jim Harbaugh, who has a natty, he's resuscitated a couple programs in college. He doesn't have a Super Bowl, though. He has a Super Bowl appearance. Mm-hmm. So between Harbaugh and Peyton, one of them has to be third. And if you're talking NFL, it's got to be the guy that's won the Super Bowl. So I think Peyton is third.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is that you agree with that?
I completely agree with you. Yes.
I think that's Nelson Wright. Most of the text line had that exact same ranking when it came to the 4 coaches.
Yeah, everybody mostly had Reid at the top, Harbaugh at the bottom, but then however you did 2 and 3, that kind of changed.
Mm-hmm. If you preferred Sean or Pete. But
yes, exactly.
You have more coaching experience in this division from the head coaches than any other division in the NFL.
That is correct. If I was a coach, if I was one of these guys, and again, you all find yourself in the same division, okay, fine. Man, I would love to take over somewhere in the AFC South.
Yeah.
Hey, give me a little AFC South. Give me a little NFC South again, something along those lines, and I'm probably feeling pretty good about my chances.
The AFC South might be all right. I mean, if Jacksonville can figure it out with their new head coach, Tennessee's got Cam, they got their brand new quarterback in there. But you're right, they're still going to be bad.
It's still the weak division overall, top to bottom. But this is the time, Vic. You know it as well as I do. This is the time where head coaches in the National Football League and all 4 coaches inside the AFC West, where they go, whew, and they're probably like, okay, guys, good mini camp. Good stuff. All right, now, we'll see you back here in July. But between now and July, don't get arrested.
Yeah. Don't pull an Antonio Brown, bro.
Yeah, don't get injured. Don't jet ski where you shouldn't be jet skiing, next to a shark. I mean, all this, it's like between now, you turn them loose again, Vic, for almost 6 weeks, and you just pray that everybody comes back intact.
I think it's a little different these days. These dudes are not only are they leaving and still working out, they're holding workout summits.
Oh, agreed. Agreed.
20 years ago, they're not holding workout summits.
Agreed.
Everybody's doing that now.
But what I'm trying to tell you is that coaches, they want their hands on their guys they don't want to turn them loose and just say, okay, especially once you've gotten things cooking in OTAs and in minicamp and all this, you've got some things cooking. Hey, guys, I want you to think about your playbook when you're ready. When you come back, they can't just manhandle them for the next several weeks and sort of walk them through every day and keep it on script. These guys go and they do whatever it is they want to do.
6 weeks is a long time, man. 6 weeks to do whatever you want to do. I mean, that's a long time with that. What did the two of you learn from OTAs in mandatory minicamp? I mean, did anything strike your fancy and you're like, you know what? That I like that. I like that.
I learned 3 things going out there for a couple OTAs. RJ Harvey's thighs are bigger than I ever expected, ever imagined. They're the largest thighs and quads I've seen on a human being in quite some time. They're bigger than Von Miller's.
Ooh.
They're bigger than Von Miller's thighs. That's number 1. Hufanga, the new safety, yeah, thank you, is a stud. He carries himself like a stud. He runs like a stud. He cuts like a stud. He talks like a stud. If he can stay healthy, what a wonderful acquisition for the Denver Broncos. And the third thing I noticed is the relative confidence with which Bo Nix is carrying himself as well. He is now a different type of quarterback. Last year, a lot of people wondering, what is he? Who is he? What can he do? Everyone knows who the guy is at camp. And the guy knows who he is, and that's a big deal.
I don't think, I agree. I don't think, though, that I really learned anything, at least not yet. I had some things that were confirmed.
Well, you'd have to go to one of those practices to learn something.
I don't need to sit there and watch guys run around in their underwear to understand that this is Bo Nix's football team. And his teammates know
a couple
that,
of his teammates back that up.
So McGlinchey comes out. That's great. And
this is Bo's team.
That's the way it should be. There's no question about the quarterback situation. He's the guy. They all know that he's Sean's guy, and it's all for one for all behind that guy. I thought Hufanga was going to be a stud, Vic. Now, I didn't know about R.J. Harvey's thighs. That I really didn't know about. I wasn't too interested in. But now that you're talking about his thighs, when we get to actual training camp, and I'm going to be out there for that, I will be looking at his thighs. It'll be fun.
That his thighs have the exact same dimensions as your stomach.
That's big. Let me ask you this, Moj.
I really believe that.
What's bigger, your stomach, RJ's thighs, or Ray Bork's thighs? Remember, Ray Bork was like a tree. Oh, man, you don't have to suck it in. Let it go, bro. You worked for 35 years for that beer gut, bro. Embrace it.
It is good. I mean, I'm looking. My ball's in there. I'll show you my ball during the break.
I was going to say, what the hell did you just say, man?
You don't want to know about that.
Where's your balls?
Yeah. I'll show you during the break. So the point is that
I don't want to see your balls during the break.
No,
man.
A ball.
That's not what you said, man. That's not what you said.
I said I'll show you my ball during the break.
I could die happy never seeing your balls, bro.
Nelly, I just sent you something, by the way. Would you please get that ready if you would? Because we're going to have that.
Well, after what you just said, you're going to show Berto. I don't know if I want to open what you just sent me, bro.
Right. And how come it's just me? Nelson's here, too. He wants to see those balls.
Breaking news.
What?
Cut the Collion talk. Give me some breaking news, please. Breaking news. According to Mark Stein, Denver's Russell Westbrook is declining his player option for next season to become an unrestricted free agent. Now,
interesting.
Let me explain what this means, because a lot of people assume then because he's declining that he's gone. That doesn't necessarily mean he's gone. By declining, the Nuggets can still pay him a veteran minimum, but the veteran minimum, because the salary cap has gone up, that would go up. So there could be a discussion and a decision made congruently with the Nuggets, like, okay, I'll decline, but I'll re-sign at this price. That could be happening. Or it could be, I'm going to go work for another team because I can make a lot more money.
Do you think a team would pay him a lot more money? Do you think after what he did in the playoffs or during the regular season, you think a team's like, that could be our guy?
He declined the option because of one of two things. A, he thinks he can make some more money elsewhere, or B, he's going to make a little more money with the Nuggets. Either way, he was bound to make more money by declining. That's why he declined.
It was in his best interest to decline.
What would be your preference for the two of you? Would you like to see Russ back?
I would not mind having Russell Wilson back. Russell Westbrook.
I would mind having Russell Wilson back, bro.
Russell Westbrook back. I would not mind that whatsoever. I mean, he's a veteran off the bench who provides some goodness. Now, again, the badness people freak out about, but he provides some goodness, and he single-handedly helped you through a lot of difficult situations this year. So I would absolutely love to have him back. Besides, if you don't have Russell Westbrook back, what are you going to do with that spot? I mean, find me, Vic, you find me a veteran guard out there who's going to take the exception and provide what Russ provided.
Well, June 30th is the day that he's got to make his decision. So the fact that this came out, 15 days before that day is arrived, obviously they know something. But it would not surprise me if he declines the option, knowing full well that the Nuggets are planning on giving him a little bit more. Okay? It would also not surprise me if there's a team out there that saw what Russell Westbrook did, brought that energy and says, we need some of that energy. We need some of that. Now, again, we know how it works with Russ. You get the good with the bad. You get the bad with the good. You get the energy You get the enthusiasm, but there's going to be times where you shake your head and say, why on earth would you attempt that pass? You get that. What team is able to handle that? What team is able to there are younger teams out there that can withstand that and wouldn't bother them. I think with the Nuggets, when you're on the precipice of contending, on the precipice of a championship again, this is a team, say what you want, a couple pieces here and there, they can contend for a championship. Can you stomach that? Can you stomach those kind of mistakes in key times? Do you remember what David Adelman said at his press conference when he got the job? And this really stuck out when he said it. He said, offense, for me, is about execution, and we have to fix our execution. The way I translated that is, quit turning the damn ball over. Make sure that you get a shot every time up and down the court. Turnovers kill execution. Well, the biggest turnover problem that the Nuggets had last season was Russell Westbrook.
That's true. Somebody on the text line chimes in and says, haven't you guys heard some EuroLeague is offering Russ to be the highest
He ain't going to
paid?
the EuroLeague.
Okay, hang on a second.
Oh, really? I hadn't heard this either.
Yeah,
Somebody's
He
offering.
ain't going to Tel Aviv.
It's for the 3088. He's not going to. Russell Westbrook, Bert, just take a stab. In his career, how much money has he made total?
$250 million. $200 million.
$330 million.
Wow, I was way off. $100 million off. Woo!
Now, I don't know how much he has left. Hopefully, a lot of it. But you're not going to play in Tel Aviv if you're Russell Westbrook.
Well, there is an amount of money that you just can't say no to, right?
What would that be? $15 million a year?
Let's say they offer him $10 million a year. $10 million a year.
And he'd be double what he'd be making in the NBA probably?
Yes.
Make
$10 million a year. You have to live in Tel Aviv away from your family for 4 or 5 months. I don't think he's doing it.
You're right.
He's a family guy.
He's an NBA guy too, man. I don't see him doing that.
Nah.
He's a big family guy, and with maybe what went down last night, you might want to let it cool off for a little bit.
I do want to ask both of you, especially Vic, because we've been getting a lot of people on the text line and on Twitch asking about the Nuggets GM situation since the draft is like a week and a half away, and the Nuggets still don't have a GM. Like, when are they going to get that guy in place? And when is that person going to be in place before the NBA draft comes? I know you don't have any draft selections, but you could.
Yeah, well, and also this is the time of year, even though you don't have a draft pick, where teams talk about trades. All the trade activity happens right after the draft, during and after the draft. That's when everything happens. So someone's got to be able to talk about what the Nuggets want to do. You're right. This is why it's pretty clear. I mean, hey, it's approaching. They got to get someone making these decisions, and maybe they already do. We just don't know about it. Regarding Russell Westbrook opting out, according to this report, it's not official. According to this report, he's going to decline his option. Remember one thing. He's going to decline it because the salary cap is going up, and it's his own best interest to decline it. He's going to make more money. He's going to make at least 10% more money if he declines it.
Mm-hmm. Just gut feeling, Russell Westbrook is a Nugget next season or not?
50-50.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. All right,
the only way he's not is if there's another team out there that's willing to give him just a little bit more.
Yeah, and I don't think there's a whole lot of teams with cap space. There's going to be a whole lot of teams with cap space.
Young teams.
Next season, but this season I'm not so sure. At least teams
like
that
Brooklyn,
Russ would want to go to.
A young team like Brooklyn that's starting over might look at Russell Westbrook and say, we got a bunch of young dudes here. Come on up and show them how to play hard.
Yeah, they got a lot of money to spend.
But then Russ has got to say, a lot of this is on Russ. Russ wants to win a ring. I don't know if he wants to go to Brooklyn.
Yeah, because you're not winning one there.
Yeah, he wants to go somewhere where he can win a ring. I don't know if he's worn out his welcome here. I just remember what David Adelman said. Execution is key. And if you're watching these NBA playoffs and these NBA finals, man, you can't have costly turnovers. You can't. You can't do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's Oklahoma City feasts on
What are you doing?
Feasts on it.
Why'd you take a
picture
of
of yourself? Did you just take a picture
take
of
a
yourself,
selfie?
bro?
I took a picture of Ratchford. I'm going to send it to him. I'm watching my buddy Jeremy on TV right now.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
I'm not watching it, but he happens to be on.
Thanks for paying attention to the program, bro.
We're going to break.
I know we're going to break.
Look at him. Look at his face.
That's your good friend right there. What's his name?
Jeremy Ratchford.
All right, Jeremy. Good work there.
Good Canadian actor.
TNT. We'll be right back on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
It may be a turnover, it may be a missed shot, but it may be a steal, maybe a dunk, maybe a missed three, maybe a made three. It's going to be all of that.
Tell him, Russ. I do love Russell Westbrook. I know that Russell Westbrook makes people feel one way or another sometimes, but I love Russ. Chaos, I'm with him. He is an agent of chaos, and I love to see it. Welcome back to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Brett Kane off today. Back at the Shaker Studios. This is where we are. Their passion is justice here in Lone Tree, just one single tree. If you want to be part of the program, the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. Text on in. We're getting a lot of texts already. First hour of the show.
Here's a good one.
Yeah.
Burton only sounds like if Brett Kane drank a magic can of Surge in a 90s surf movie. That's kind of true right there.
You know, Moj, you know what the story I told in the first hour? I was trying to explain what it's like to be a Colorado Rockies fan right now, living in the city and being a Rockies fan. They won last night. They won. They beat the Giants 8-7.
Yesterday.
Wait, what'd I say? Yeah.
Last night.
8-7. They got that win. But I told the story. I was like, here's what it feels like to be a Rockies fan. I told the story of when I got run over at Colorado National Speedway.
Oh, that was awesome.
Wait, what?
When I used to, Moser was the track announcer at Colorado. God, man, was this 15 years ago or something?
That was like 20 years ago, bro.
Moser was
No, more than that. It's like 20 for you and me.
Was it?
It was like 25 years ago, bro.
Was it? I still got a scar on my left butt cheek from catching a roll bar. But anyway, I told the story of getting run over at CNS when you were just sitting there staring at me when I got ran down. You're up in that tower just looking at me.
Pretty awesome.
But when I got hit, and I got hit by a car, get flipped over, I'm rolling around on the infield, and I'm bloody and I'm bruised, but I don't feel anything. It's sort of like, you know what I mean? I felt nothing. I was numb the whole time. And that's what it feels like to be a Colorado Rockies fan right now. Like, they won last night, but that doesn't do a damn thing. Like, am I supposed to be excited about that? No, it feels like every day I'm numb to pain is what it feels like to be a Rockies fan.
Yeah, pretty much. Why did DMac send us?
Oh, what's DMac doing?
He and his reaction for the Rockies when he was doing that thing with Dan Tanner.
What were they doing? What was that?
Oh, they were doing the live?
They were doing their, remember, they jump on in the 8th inning.
Reaction feed,
yeah.
huh?
And so they start doing the touchy, screamy, and I'm like, dude, they're 13 and 55.
Yeah, you can't get excited about it. You can't get excited about
What's so weird?
Worst record in MLB.
They got 13 wins on June 13th. Okay? This is
So
like
you think
that's some sort of black magic, isn't it?
Yeah, some voodoo.
It's got to be something weird like that. Hey, listen, it was a nice walk-off, and they've been walked off a couple times themselves. So it was a great walk-off, but it's still another series lost. I mean, you're 13 and 55.
Yeah.
And
There is no. I mean, do you guys think is there a bright light somewhere? Is there hope somewhere? Do you guys think that there's hope for the Broncos?
I don't care. I'm not watching that.
Oh wow, you're at that point now,
Yeah,
huh?
I
can't. I gotta watch. I mean, this the
Well,
Rocks,
I mean, not in the
man,
middle of
but-
the day. I'm doing stuff. I'll watch them at night if they're on at night, and I'm perusing through I'll watch them. But when you got stuff going on in the middle of the day, I ain't watching that.
Wow. No, it's tough. Like it's tough right now in this city. Like, it feels like this is the best time to be a sports fan in the history of Colorado sports, right?
Yeah,
got
you say when you got run over, you were numb.
Yeah.
I watched the whole thing.
I ended up having to wear a pair of Moser's cargo shorts because mine got torn up.
Yeah.
And I'm walking around in Moser's big old cargo shorts.
That's a big set of cargo shorts, bro.
When's the last time you went out to Colorado National Speedway, bro?
It's been a long time.
Yeah, my boy Jordan from AAA Services rides. He's a NASCAR driver or a race driver out there. Yeah. So he said you should go out and call one of his races.
He used to.
I did that for 17 years. It's a long time ago. Hang on. Let me explain. But I watched you get, upended the whole 9 years. It was pretty awesome.
Yeah. They threw me in the ambulance. I didn't know what was going on, bro.
So that's what it's like watching the Rockies right now, right?
Just
I mean,
confused.
look, when I'm driving down the road and there's an accident, I don't like rubberneckers. I don't rubberneck. I don't even look. I just keep going. It's none of my business. I don't care. I don't want to see any hurt people anyway.
I can't. It's hard, though. It's hard.
I just keep going. But with these Rockies, what you have right now is, for the most part, is rubbernecking watching, which is what DMac and Dan Tanner were doing yesterday. You're rubbernecking to see if they blow another lead or, whatever the case may be.
You just want to see the train wreck.
Yeah, and now they're back on the road, so, have fun.
Yes!
Essentially, yeah. Okay, essentially, I mean, it's look, man, it's a mess. It's a disaster. They're on the road for, 7 in a row. They'll be back here in a week or so, a little over a week. It's a mess. And good for them yesterday. Nice win. Good job. But, Vic, I don't really care at all.
A Rockies walk-off is akin to something that happened in nearby Dacono, Frederick this morning. Did you realize that we had an earthquake today that registered a magnitude of 2.9?
What?
Centered in Dacono and Frederick? Yeah.
What?
An earthquake, 2.9.
How do you know that? What?
Reports are out there.
Sources close to Vic say there was an I had no idea.
Yeah, earthquake 2.9 on the ridge. I don't know if that you can feel that in Denver. Have you guys ever been in an earthquake? Have you ever felt one?
Yes.
No, I've been in a hurricane, but never an earthquake. Where were you in a?
It's weird, man.
When things just start shaking on you.
I was born and raised in California. I've been in 2 earthquakes.
But not. I mean, were you in that earthquake with the San Francisco?
I was not. No, I was
World Series.
No, the Loma Prieta.
Was that what it was?
Yeah, the Loma Prieta.
Going to school in Chicago at that time.
That was during the A's and Giants World Series, the Bay
Bridge
Bridge Series.
You weren't even born, Nelly. You weren't even born then.
I was not, but my parents have told me they have distinct memories of it.
I'll never forget it. I watched it live when it happened.
Yeah, it was insane.
Well, we were just talking about the Super Bowl, the Harbaugh Super Bowl in 2012 between the Ravens and the Niners that John won over Jim. And that was the Super Bowl where the lights went out. Remember? They lost power. Plow. And we had that delay. Was it the start of the second half they had delay or whatever it was? And that was a trip too. That was like, how do you?
That wasn't an earthquake though, was it?
Right. No, I don't think it was an earthquake.
What the hell does that have to do with earthquakes?
They just lost a transformer. Natural disaster. I was talking natural disaster.
Robert
I
E.
think
Lee,
that segue was a natural disaster.
Yeah, this whole segment is
We're talking about freaking earthquakes, and this guy brings up lights going out.
Here's what the first one felt like. I met with my buddy Chris at his grandparents' house in Soma, and it felt like I was sitting on the floor watching TV, but it felt like you were on a wave, like you were on a boat. Mm-hmm. It felt like you were on a boat in the water,
doing flips and stuff.
Second time, my dad's actually driving me. We're going someplace. We're at a stoplight. And the car shakes, and he goes, damn, it sure is windy outside today. No, it's just an earthquake.
You know where I felt mine? And it was a pretty significant one where they had to get people out of the arena. NBA Summer League in Las Vegas, of all places.
Really?
Like
Vegas
3 years ago.
I had no idea that Vegas gets
I
earthquakes.
didn't know either. 3 years ago, we're all sitting there in the arena, and the announcer goes, just had an earthquake. Everybody just chill out for a while. They had to stop playing and everything.
Really?
Yeah.
We know, Moser and I know a guy who thinks that the supervolcano in Wyoming is going to kill us all.
Yeah, it will eventually. Not right now.
See, don't jump on that bandwagon.
Well, it's about 200,000 years in the future.
Is that what it's supposed to be? 200,000?
Yeah, something like that. We're not going to be. I mean, it could go any time, but probably in about 200,000.
See, this is the kind of stuff I
maybe even
go at any time.
Maybe even less. Well, it could. And then where that stuff is coming?
Right here. Right.
Mile High City, baby. Here we go. Pompeii. Pompeii, Colorado.
Yeah, no, man.
I guess I was reading this, Vic. It says that pinpoint weather meteorologist Greg Perez says the magnitude is like someone touching the back of your chair. The 2.9 today in St. Vrain.
Wait, what does that mean, touching the back? A 2 is the touching the back of the chairs? Or
2.9, yeah. It's nothing. It's just like, it says people in Broomfield, Lafayette, Denver, Longmont, Dacono, Erie, Frederick, and Brighton say they felt a weak earthquake.
See, like a 4.9 would be akin to somebody slapping you across the face. Show them what that's like, Berto.
Hey. I'm going to show you what it's like.
No, bro. No touchy. I will say that you want to get into O's. I do know somebody who did throw hands in a radio studio and got suspended. And his name is Mark Moser. Bro, that was 20 years ago, too.
You did?
Yeah.
That
Vic,
was.
you never heard this
tell
story?
me about your fighting years.
My man got into a fight in the radio studio.
No, he did not.
Yes, he did. Yes,
we got to get to a break. I don't think it's time to tell it right now.
Yeah, I need to hear this.
He got that suspension. Yeah, that was good.
I was in the right. I was good.
What? I don't know if you...
Berto, do you know how much pain I've caused this poor man? Persecution, emotional, and he's never thrown hands at me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
I've wanted to.
Well, the dude he threw hands with was roid raging, right?
Well, because he knows I love him as a brother. Yeah, like we're brothers, and I can make fun of my brother as much as I want. I do it on a daily basis.
Right, but you never. Well, I mean, you're also going to fight with your brothers too. I mean, do you You throw hands with your brothers, like with your siblings? You ever get into it?
I've never fought them as adults, but we did one day have like an actual race, like who's faster.
Oh,
and
really?
We both pulled our hamstrings in the process.
So that's essentially what it is. We're gonna have a race off.
Okay.
And whoever doesn't pull their hammy, I'm talking about Vic and his brothers, have a race off. Whoever doesn't pull their hammy is the winner.
Is the winner.
Yeah.
Right. It doesn't matter when you cross the finish line as long as you don't pull a hammy. All right.
Exactly.
We'll roll on with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane after a quick timeout right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
You're looking for a good lawyer, you better look at their track record first. And Dan Kaplis Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche, impeccable track record. Righteous injury cases accepted on an injury percentage fee basis. And if you look at what he's won, record-setting, I mentioned again, unheard of, 5 straight multi-million-dollar jury verdicts in Colorado crash cases. 5 straight. It's never happened before, not in the state of Colorado. Give him a call today, 303-770-5551. Dan Kaplis, all along the Front Range, offices in Denver Tech Center, Fort Collins, Loveland, and Greeley. The number, 303-770-5551, or hit him up at dankapleslaw.com.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane roll on this Friday the 13th here in the Mile High City. Brett Kane, what?
Are you working tonight too?
Nah.
Okay, so this is your gig.
Yeah, this is it.
Okay.
Yeah, no blitz tonight.
Big story now making the rounds nationally because Mark Stein had it first, and Yahoo Sports tweets out, Russell Westbrook has declined his player option for next season. He's now an unrestricted free agent per Mark Stein. Which team should the former MVP go to? Now, I realize he's available to go to any team he plays, but understand the other side of this equation, which is why he opted out. He was going to opt out regardless because the salary cap is going up, and even if he stays with the Nuggets, he's going to make a minimum 10% more money. So even that 10% gave every reason for him to opt out of this deal. He was going to opt out regardless.
Well, my question is look, he came here on that exception to try to win. The Nuggets still have, regardless of what the bench is looking like, they still have maybe the best starting five in the league. Would he still want to chase that ring? I mean, if it was me and I had made $330 million in my NBA career, I'd probably want to
telling people what to do with their money, Mo.
No,
it's not. You know what I mean? Just be like, he's made enough money. He can take cheap money.
No. I'm saying this is what I would do. He can do whatever he wants. He can go get $10 million a year. Hey, go to Tel Aviv for all I care. What I'm saying is that I would want to have a championship before it was done. I would feel unfulfilled. I would go for it. So he's still got a very good chance with the Nuggets. Who else would he have a very good chance with?
Hey, so let me ask you this, though, because I still think it's 50-50 whether he returns to Denver, because the Nuggets can certainly beef up the offer to him, not considerably, but they can give him more money and he can return here. I'm not saying that the money's going to be equal, but would you rather have, coming off your bench, Bruce Brown or Russell Westbrook?
Man, that's a good question. It's probably still Russ for me, but I love. Can you afford Bruce? Do you think the Nuggets can get it back, or just as a hypothetical?
As a hypothetical, and I think you can get Bruce for under $10 million. That's gonna, unless some team goes crazy, you're going to get Bruce in that range. Maybe not as cheaply as you can get Russell Westbrook. Okay, but I'm just asking you from a player's perspective. Which player would you rather have come off your bench, Bruce Brown or Russell Westbrook?
Well, probably Bruce, right?
Brucey B's 10 years younger. But their games are different games. I probably, Vic, if you're talking about the more safe bet, that is Bruce Brown.
It's not even close.
Yeah, Bruce Brown is the safer bet.
It's not even close. Of course it's Bruce Brown. He can play more positions. He can defend every position. He doesn't make the same mistakes. He's younger. Of course it's Bruce Brown. Russell Westbrook, I'm not trying to cast aspersions here at Russ. He helped the Nuggets. He helped them. But you're going to take a Bruce Brown over a Russell Westbrook. You just are. The one thing the Nuggets will lack if Westbrook leaves is this. There weren't many players on this roster who could take the basketball and go. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to take this ball, I'm going to go right by it.
And that's kind of the thing, is that he's an attacker. He's a tone setter. And Bruce, God bless him, he's not that, right?
Well, the Nuggets don't have a lot of those guys on their roster right now, right? Like, they were looking for guys who can get their own shot, be playmakers themselves. And Russ at least can do that. Can Bruce? Yeah, it's Bruce. It's Bruce.
Yeah,
but
Bruce.
I love Russ so much. He's so fun to watch play basketball, even when he's doing bad things. But I mean, that's just me. That's just
I'd
my
like
own
to know when he
personal
busted up his hand.
Yeah,
right,
exactly. When did that? How long had he been dealing with that? Was it just during the playoffs? Was it earlier in the regular? When did that happen?
I don't remember him during the course of a game doing this. It was his shooting hand, right? Mm-hmm. Normally, you'll see a guy do this and other work. I don't even remember that.
Yeah, I don't know. But, I mean, Russ is a savvy vet. Maybe he's like an NHL player. He's like, I'm not going to let anybody know because they'll go after it.
I'm
not going to let anybody know.
Could be. But we'll see. I mean, this could be the first domino to fall for the Nuggets in this offseason because let's say there's a team out there that's willing to double his salary. All right? Double it. He becomes an unrestricted free agent. He says, I'm going to give you double. Orlando. I don't know. I think his motivation, I'm talking just from Russell's motivation, he wants to make money, but at the same time, he wants to go to a team that has a chance. Mm-hmm. He doesn't want to go play for a joke. He's done that. He played for the Wizards, for crying out loud. He wants to go play for a team that has a chance and a team that will let him be him. See, that's what the Nuggets did. unlike the Lakers and the Clippers, the Nuggets let him be him.
Do you think Adelman's going to let him do that, or do you think that was a Malone thing? Do you think now that Adelman's there to be a different situation?
It may not be. Listen, Adelman, in my humble opinion, I think Adelman sort of put him on a leash. Adelman said, you remember what he said? He said, I'm going to finish these games with the best players. And I'm listening to what Adelman speaks into a microphone, and when he talks about offensive execution being the most important thing working going forward, they got to improve their defense clearly, but on offense, you got to execute, especially in the playoffs. You cannot execute your offense if you're turning the ball over. And that's his biggest issue.
Yeah, I wonder, too, there is no, quote, GM right now, officially.
I'm assuming Josh is the GM, right? He's acting as the GM?
You've got your acting GM is Tenzer at the moment.
Oh,
and I'm sure that everything goes through Josh Kroenke as well. And we'll go through probably during the draft here, and we'll see how long it takes to actually fill that position. But I'm curious, Vic, as to what kind of influence would David Adelman have on this? And I would assume if he is the head coach, his opinion on his own players and who he would like and who he would not like is probably going to be heavy. I mean, I would assume that you go to Adelman and say, hey, look, Russ declined. Now, here's, a couple routes we can pursue. Which guys do you like? Who do you think could fit better with what you want to do? And also, I'm curious, Vic. I'm curious to see what the Nuggets look like when Adelman has an opportunity to implement everything that he wants to implement, the style that he wants to play. It probably won't be that much different, but there will be some tweaking. So
it sounded like it might be a lot, right?
I guess it might be. It might be, but who is going to be the guy or the guys who are the guys that fit better with that?
We'll soon find out, dude. I'm really excited about the Nuggets offseason, more so than most, because I think there's some opportunity here. And the opportunity isn't at the top of the roster, it's at the bottom of the roster. And what they do could have some serious impact. Listen, I was just going through some figures here as you were talking, and I'm very eager to find out, and the market will dictate this. How much can he make on the open market? He made the veteran minimum here in Denver. He opted out of the first half of that contract because he thinks he can make more, okay? Or he knows that he's not going – there's two things at play here. Either he thinks he can make more, which he can, because the salary cap's going up. Even in Denver he can make more. Or he knows he's not welcome back here and there's another opportunity. I'm dying to find out which of those is which. I don't know the answer to that.
What's interesting is I'm looking at the Nuggets cap situation. They're in the luxury tax. They're in that apron.
Yeah, the first apron, right?
Vic, do you know how much the cap is actually going to be? Because this year they were about $42 million, $42.5 over the cap.
Do you realize how much more they could do if they didn't have Zeke Najee's contract on the books? Let's say it didn't exist. They would be under the first apron, and they would be able to sign the mid-level exception at $12.5, $13 million. Do you know how many more players it opens up to them if they could do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible. I mean, they put themselves in this position. The NBA put all these teams in this position with this new CBA.
How good would it be for Zeke Najee just to be able to play?
Yeah, find another team.
At just over 8 per, actually be able to get on the floor and contribute minutes that you find to be productive minutes.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, you know what, Vic? Let me ask you this question, because I've been a proponent of this, and I don't know. This is pie. This is stupid. This is stupid. This is dumb. But I'm going to ask you anyway. I'm going to ask you this question anyway. I want Jamal Murray to be the number one option. I would like to see how Jamal Murray would look if he was the number one option on the team. If he what would Jamal look like as a player if he was given the opportunity to be, QB1 on a team, the best player on a team? I would like to see a season of that out of Jamal and what he would look like when it was all said. I think he would be a better player for it, but you can't. Obviously, you can't, because he's option number 2 on the Nuggets. He's never going to be as good as Joker. But what do you Vic, what do you think Jamal Murray would look like as a player if he went to whatever, I don't care who it is, Washington or somebody like that, where he is the guy. He is the number 1 option. How do you think his game would change at all? Do you think his game would improve at all? What would Jamal look like if he was the number 1 guy?
All I can tell you is what I've seen in games when Joker was not around and he had to play, right? I mean, and the Nuggets aren't as good without Nikola Jokic. They're just not. They're not. You know, Jamal Murray played for Team Canada and didn't even start. Of course, he had injuries that year.
Yeah, I mean, I think he started right because that backcourt was going to be SGA and Jamal in the backcourt for Team Canada. And you're like, ooh, that's going to be nasty. And then Jamal couldn't hang, and they put him on the bench.
I don't know the answer to that, dude. It's a tough answer. It's why when you play guys next to Nikola Jokic, it's hard to evaluate those guys.
Exactly
by themselves.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't know.
We got into this discussion of Jamal versus Halliburton, right? And which would you rather have? I said my guy because I know my guy. My guy's one. Okay, fine, great. But again, all these questions that will never be answered, never able to be answered. What would they look like around Nikola Jokic? Like if Tyrese was here, and he's playing with Joker.
Yeah, what would that look like?
Then what would he? Yeah,
let me make it very easy.
What would he look like?
Let me make this.
And how much better would he be?
Yeah.
Every player on earth would look better next to Nikola Jokic.
Yes.
That the end. All right, so write your sentence down. If you're going to write a sentence, how many players would look better next to Nikola Jokic? All of them. You can write this down. Hell, record this. The answer is all of them. Mm-hmm. There's not a single player in the world, if you played them next to Nikola Jokic, who would not look better. Play better, better stats. I mean, that's just it. Mm-hmm. Because you know why? He makes them better.
Hey, Vic, in your mid-50s, do you feel that you could get a 10-day if you were playing alongside Nikola Jokic?
No, but maybe in my mid-40s.
So 10. Let's.
But that's the problem because how good is Christian Brown really? Or I mean, is he as good as we think he is? Or is this part of the Nikola Jokic? Like, is Michael Porter Jr. as good as we think he is? Or is it part of the, Nikola Jokic raises all boats?
We have evidence. When Jeremy Grant left, and he got paid by Detroit at the time, is he the same player he was when he was here?
He played pretty well in Detroit. He was a big-time scorer there and in Portland. So
the answer there is iffy, right? Yeah. Well, Bruce Brown obviously got paid and then got traded
twice.
Yeah, exactly. Twice.
But Bruce still wants that chip. He keeps talking about Denver. He's not here anymore. He keeps talking about Denver.
I know, he loves it here. I mean,
and Jeremy wanted shots and money.
Look,
that's all.
Nikola Jokic's going to get you paid. And
KCP was traded in the offseason. He had his worst statistical season of his career.
So you've got to look at it and say, okay, 2 out of 3 or 2.5. They weren't as productive as they were next to the big fella. I mean, to me, it would be, let's say I'm a veteran and I really can't find. This is why this whole Dario Saric thing blows my mind.
Well, somebody mentioned because Dario Saric.
How did that not work where he could get actually another pretty decent contract?
His game just fell off, dude. I don't know what to tell you. It blows me away. And he never responded. Someone said, would Dario Saric look good next to Nikola Jokic? The answer is yes. Mm-hmm. How many times did you see Dario and Nikola Jokic play together this year? Hell, how many times did you see Dario Saric play?
I don't know.
Yeah.
3,
if you
4
played
times,
them next to each other, I guarantee I will give you my children. Dario Saric would play better. That's what Nikola Jokic does. Mm-hmm. If he was a co-host on this show, our show would be better.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it would be.
If he was a brain surgeon, your brain surgery would go better.
I don't know, man. I saw some video of Joker shirtless dancing on the beach. And I was like, he's having a good time.
Hold on a second. You don't think
I'm a freak of nature, and
you don't think brain surgeons have a beer from time to time?
I don't think they go as hard as Joker go because Joker looks like he's having a good time during the summer, right? Are we right or am I wrong?
Yeah,
right.
You're right
I'm
about
not sure.
That. And he deserves it.
I don't. Like, how many brain surgeons are shotgunning a beer on the 17th hole or something? You know what I mean?
That's what makes it hilarious. You get these off-season shots of LeBron. LeBron will always post a video of him working out hard, doing all this stuff. And then there's Joker on the beach playing volleyball, drinking with his buddies,
Yes.
rafting down a river,
Didn't
and
he
then
do?
he comes
Didn't
back
he do
and
a back?
dominates.
He
Yes.
did a backflip off the raft
Off
in
the
the
raft.
river.
Yes, he did. Big 7 foot throwing backflips out there, man.
I love that stuff, man. Listen, he's just a really unique cat. That's all there is to it. If it was me, I'd want to play by him. If I was looking for that next contract, sign a 1 year, 1-and-1, and then try to get paid again. Just come in with a great attitude and a great work ethic and get my game back to where teams go, oh, yeah, you know what? We'll give you 14 per. We'll give you 12 per.
So June 30th is an important date for the Nuggets fans to understand. June 30th, again, is when this can become official. Russell Westbrook opts out. Free agency starts. The NBA draft is in what?
11 days, 10 days? A week and a half, I think.
Okay. So during the NBA draft is when these wheeling and dealing starts to happen. Teams start concocting trades, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Who's going to handle that for the Nuggets?
Yeah, I don't know. Do you think they already have a draft board, right? Even though they don't have a draft pick, you have to have a draft board,
You
right?
better
Just
have
in
a
case
draft board,
something
'cause-
freaky happens, you end up with a second pick or something.
Not only that, because you got to know what all the teams are targeting in case trade opportunities are available to you. You got to know this stuff. So obviously they have to have a draft board. They've got people still in place. There's really good people there. Again, Ben Tenzer, Tommy Balchetis. There's a staff of people that were still that remained after Calvin Booth was let go, who know what the hell they're doing. The question is, who is going to pull the trigger? Who is that guy? Yeah. I don't know who that guy is right now.
And that's a great point that you just made, Vic. They have some smart people in that front office. Again, you're talking about a team that shoulda, woulda, coulda been in the Final Four. Their matchup was I get all that. But, I mean, it's still – they've got a lot of capable people there. So I'm not – as I sit here today, I raised this question yesterday. Why – if the Broncos didn't have a GM and we're getting close to the draft in April, am I kind of freaking? I'm probably pretty damn.
Probably not.
I am
because people think Sean Payton is making these picks anyway,
but
right?
But you know what I mean. It's like you need that role filled. You need to find the right guy. Well, I feel pretty good. I feel confident. I feel calm. Not worried.
As long as you're calm and
then,
confident, then that's really
everything's good. Yeah.
all that matters. All right, we'll roll on with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
We will see, But from now, like next couple of days, there's going to be a lot of beer probably.
Hey,
Poison, your favorite band of all time?
No, I will say this, though. I've seen Poison play in concert in my life probably 5 times.
Better or worse than a Steve Nelson concert?
That's hard to say because Nelson is all brass, and I like that, man. I like the horns, Nelly. You know that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you love your Tower of Power. You're going to see Earth, Wind, and Fire this weekend, right?
Tomorrow night. See Earth, Wind, and Fire, bro?
Tomorrow night at Fiddlers.
Yep. They're playing Fiddler. Earth,
Yes.
Wind, and Fire's playing Fiddlers?
It is going to kill. Dude, the Bear and I saw them a couple of years ago. Was it last year, Nelly? When was it? A year and a half ago? We were in Vegas. And like Riker and Kiefer and Lee, they're like, yeah, we're going to the Sphere, man, to see, I think it was U2 at the time. Hey, whatever. Their second stint. And I'm like, well, the Bear and I are going to the Venetian to see Earth, Wind, and Fire. Mm-hmm. And it was awesome. Of course, Philip Bailey's from Denver. I mean, so he's going to have full contingent there, I'm sure, too. But it's going to be off the hook. They're still, to this day, they are still great. That being said, the Poison, man, every time I've seen them, to me, it looked like that's the last concert they're ever going to play in their lives. And they're like, thank you to the world. This is it for us. They've really put on a hell of a show.
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing it for 30 years or something, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Remember when Bret Michaels took that? Remember when they dropped the stage, the curtain on him, and he caught a blast to the face, broke his nose. He sued MTV and all that kind of stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm not sure
he was still just dancing on stage, and they lowered the screen off. Smash!
That's too bad.
But either way.
But the story is, if you're going to Earth tomorrow night, look for me. I'll be there in the
Earth, Wind, and Fire, greatest musical act out of the city of Denver in the history of the city.
Well, Philip Bailey's from here. I think the guys are from all over, but they're still to this day, they're just brilliant.
Yeah.
It's killer. It's great music too, man. It's feel-good music.
No, I get it,
You can't help it. Do you dance at all?
I dance to anything. If you can shake your booty to it, I will shake my booty, man. You know what I mean? Shout out Sly Stone. He just left us a couple of days ago, right?
The poor
Sly and the Family Stone.
Yep.
Man, he had some great music, some great music.
Dance to the Music is one of my favorites. A couple things. Number one, we're going to get back to, I think, the game tonight and figure out what the heck is going on in this series. And I don't know where Vic is, and it's too bad because I want to wait for him. He's had a very good pulse on this series so far.
On the Thunder Pacer series?
Yeah, he's had a very good pulse on what's going to happen. So I'm going to defer to Vic on any sort of prediction about what would go on tonight. Okay, so I'll defer.
You don't have a feel for tonight. If the Pacers win tonight, OKC is in trouble, baby. This is almost, I don't want to call it a must-win because that's stupid. But, if the Pacers go up 3-1, they're winning that series,
How about
right?
This? It's not a must-win, but you better not lose.
Man, you can't be messing around. I mean,
that's like Florida. It's like Edmonton last night. They're down 3-0. It's not a must-win, but you better not lose, otherwise you're going to lose.
Let me ask you this question since you brought up the Stanley Cup Finals. You know what happened yesterday as well? Connor Hellebuck won both the Vezina and the Hearts.
Yeah.
So, and he's sitting and they presented those trophies to him at home because he's out. He's out because he went playoff Hellebuck. So how do you feel about a goaltender winning? I mean, it's happened. Carey Price did it. Dominic Hasek did it. Somebody else did it. Like, there's been some goaltenders who won the Hart and the Vezina in the same season, but did he deserve it this season? Draisaitl finished second in the Hart.
Yeah, I think, and McKinnon finished fourth.
Yeah,
fourth in the Hart.
He missed by one vote. One vote, he was below whoever was in third.
Kucherov.
Kucherov was in third. Yeah. So, yeah, he had 973 and McKinnon had 972 or something ridiculous like that.
Well, I'll say that Connor Hellebuck, to me, had one of the best seasons out of a goalie I've seen in a long. I mean,
but does it deserve the Hart?
Well, during the regular season,
you give that man the Vezina for being the best goaltender in the NHL.
Well, it's okay. I mean, listen, he was a huge factor as to why Winnipeg was the best team in the league.
He was also a huge factor why they're no longer in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
This is a regular season award, not a postseason award. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to make of it. But he was, I mean, he really was that good. And having watched him and seen him against the Avalanche all season long, he was great. Now, it's rare that a goalie's going to win the Hart Trophy. It's rare that anybody, not a forward, is going to win the Hart Trophy. But on these kind of spike seasons where you have a guy play above and beyond even what you expected, and he's one of the best in the world, I have no problem with him winning the Hart as well.
Really? You're fine with it?
Yeah, totally fine. Hi, Vic.
Hi. We have a situation.
Oh, great.
What's that?
Yesterday, I power washed the garage and porch. Nothing like a good power
I love my power washer. I did the back. I did the back deck about
so good
3 weeks ago.
How dirty is your garage? You need to power wash that thing.
The floor needs to be power washed at least quarterly.
After the wintertime and all that sludge falling off your car in the garage, you gotta get that thing clean.
Yeah. If you're Italian, you water your sidewalk anyway. So I just want to tell you what happened and why I was called to attention just now. Yesterday, as I was power washing near the end of the garage that faces our shack in the back. And I'm like, what is this stuff? And I pick up 2 snake skins where they just shed. 2 long ones. I'm like, oh, my God. So I'm still power washing. I'm running around there. I'm like, these guys got to be nearby. I mean, there's snakeskin here. So I go to the outside of the garage as the gate opens. And there's 4 gray snakes just hanging out.
Nope.
Hanging.
Nope.
And I'm like, all right, now I'm at a crossroads. What do I do here? I didn't do anything.
You just walked.
I was a nice guy. I didn't
just walked away.
Just walked away.
I got snakes in my backyard, dude.
Oh, no. But these are right at not in the backyard. They're right at the
they're trying to get in the house, man. They want to hang out with Vic.
So what just happened just now?
Your wife saw
they came in and said hi?
They're in the garage.
Snakes suck. I hate snakes.
They're in
my biggest
the garage.
Fear. Oh, nope. I'm moving. I will move. I will buy a new house. Snakes.
I'm out of here.
Worst
I'm
fear.
out.
Yeah.
Who wants to buy a house in Golden, Colorado? It's for sale right now.
Right? Yeah. Use
right
that Redbird chicken money and get you
Take
a house
this
somewhere
house
else.
from me.
No.
Take it from me. Have it. Do what you want.
Those things could be anywhere. They could be in your bedroom.
They could be
Vic.
everywhere.
They could be in your bathroom.
They could be everywhere. Right now, I'm looking everywhere right now just to see if a snake emerges.
No.
They could be everywhere.
That's what I'm talking about. You hear those stories about people opening the toilet and there's like snakes in there? No.
I agree with you.
This is
and here's what I hate when people say, "Well, what kind of snake?" What? No, I don't give a care.
Yeah, I don't. Right.
Don't. Your answer should never be what kind.
Right. Nope.
Snake is the answer.
They're terrible. They could be a kissing snake. All they do is give you sweet kisses, and I'm still die in a fire, snake. Yes.
Why did it have to be snakes?
Yeah, no, that's not cool, Vic. No.
I'm with you. Oh, well, just check their head to see if they're triangular. And no, I'm not doing that.
No way.
They're going to sit there and inspect the damn snake.
Well, they're not. If they're gray, they're not rattlesnakes. Okay.
Oh, so it's no problem, Moj. You just sleep with them.
Yeah, I'll just hang with them, Moj. Let me go downstairs, just hang.
Let me explain where I come from. I don't like snakes either. They freak me out. They scare me. I walk through the reptile house over at the zoo, and I'm like, I don't know about that, man. No. But the story is that I got a family. I'm sure a mom and a dad. I have this retaining wall in my backyard. There's like little holes in it. I'm sure they've made like a cubby in there because every year babies are around my yard.
Oh man, no.
And so, yeah, and I got to watch out when I'm mowing and weeding so I don't whack them. I feel terrible, but they're good for they're really good for your.
Don't tell me that,
listen,
man.
I know it sounds like people say we need the moisture. I know what I sound like. I'm just telling you, I don't want to harm them because they're good. They're good for my house and they eat all the bad guys. Now that being said, the backyard's your domain. The grass and the bushes.
The garage. Vic's garage is more than his domain than the backyard.
Stop. Here's the problem. If you move into an occupied structure, now we've got an issue. Now we have Vic. Now it's a situation. If you're hanging out by my refrigerator in the garage, you're hanging out by my snowblower, you got to leave. That's you got to get out.
And there's at least 2-3 times that many snakes that you haven't seen at your house. You know what I mean? Like, you pick out 4 or 5. There's 10 more you haven't seen, brother.
Berto, I mowed the lawn last week. One crawled across my feet.
Oh, no.
Crawled across my feet.
No, I'm serious. Snakes are my biggest fear.
Okay,
I don't know what
here's
about
the
those
deal,
little
man.
bastards.
I'm with you, Moj. I don't touch animals. I let them be. I'm not that kind of. I'm just not going to do it. But at the same time, I'm so tired of people saying, "Well, they're good for pest control," or "They're good." Like when you're your bees, they're good for honey. Well, let me tell you, they're good for a lot of things. Bees sting, snakes bite. I don't want
Hell
that.
no.
I don't want any of that. I don't want to die. I want to live. I want to live as long as I can.
There's going to be there are people you can call to come get the snakes. Man.
No,
Moser,
there
calling
is,
anybody.
Right. There is
hold
no
on.
scarier animal on the planet than snakes.
I don't know.
don't care, like orcas or whatever.
I agree.
Or grizzly
You know, there's
bears.
a reason it's the first thing in the Bible.
Yeah, it's right. That's right, man.
I'm not a big scorpion fan either. I don't do scorpions.
They don't bring
like
up scorpions.
this.
Hey, no scorpions are hanging out with Adam and Eve. It was
That's
a
right.
snake.
A scorpion didn't talk Eve into biting that apple, bro. That was a
You're
snake,
damn right.
man. That was
It
a
wasn't
snake.
it wasn't a lion or a tiger or a shark or a jaguar. It was a snake.
Yep.
Yeah, that being said, there is a member of Vic's family.
I hope you get bit by a snake now, man.
Thanks, bud. I appreciate that.
And Moser, actually, point of order, you do like scorpions.
Scorpion's better than poison.
No. Good stuff. I love that scorpions. No, but the deal is that Vic's got a member of his family, a blood member of his family, that is really good at smoking things like that, especially rats.
Smoke. Oh, man, I thought you were talking about smoking.
No, his brother Adelio can handle some animals, man. I would, if there's one guy you're going to call, Vic, it's probably Big
my
A.
dad, Easy. He's the one that
Yeah,
grabs with his hand.
and Easy, he'll grab him. Yeah, no problem whatsoever.
Yeah, no, I ain't touching a snake. No way. No way. Not. I'm getting within 10 feet of a snake unless I got a 10-gauge shotgun.
Okay, that being said, before we, by the way, Nelly, we do have drunk takes today, correct?
Did I ever
Yes,
tell you
we
this? Show you this picture of my dad pulling a rat out of the cellar?
That's a big rat, man. That rat's 1.5 feet long.
Yeah, he's just laughing.
That's a Brad Marchand size rat.
That's
Look at
a
that
Denver
thing.
rat?
Jeez.
Oh, yeah.
Yeesh,
Denver
man.
produces some good old rats right there. Look at that
Oh,
sucker.
wait. I guess you could eat one of those. That's good eating, right?
Well, some places, I'm sure. Hey, but we're checking out the U.S. Open. This is what it's like to me. You said that you love to see
Yeah, that's the best thing about the U.S. Open.
the best players in the. Well, you said it in the first hour. You love to see the best players in the world get beat up a little bit.
Yeah, beat up a lot. I want grown men crying is what I want to see.
Well,
in the US
they are
Open.
today. Like Justin Thomas is 10 over. They got.
Oh, are they going crazy to start this second round?
Koepka's in a bad way. So Vic, but this is what it's like to me. It's like, okay, we're going to have a quarterback competition once a year, football, right? But the defense gets to have 15 or 16 players, and the quarterback has to
No
make
passing allowed.
right. You see what I'm saying? It's like that. Or hey, man, the best hitters in baseball, right? But the pitcher's going to throw from 50 feet, and you get to have 12 guys in the field.
I don't know, dude. Victor Hovland's 3 under today. Sam
I
Burns
know,
3 under. Daniel Berger 3 under. Dude, there's what is it? There's 10 players under par. And you're right. When I said that this course was not as hard as it looked, it's getting harder. They're starting to make changes to the course now. Fewer and fewer players are under par, and the big numbers are creeping up. Have you seen some of the guys who have completely blown up?
No. Are there good dudes just like bogeying left and right?
Well, there's 2 players at plus 20 right now.
I love it.
So the idea, Bird, is that, hey, man, some quarterbacks, even let's say you have 15 defenders on the field, 15 guys on defense. Some quarterbacks are going to go over the top, put it right on the money. You know, some guys are going to find open guys, whatever. And so that's what's happening, like Daniel Berger, Victor Hovland, 3 under today. Okay, so far. I mean, they're just underway. So some guys are going to, but overall, most guys are going to get just stuffed.
Well, I mean,
and
Scheffler
that's what the U.S.
Rory
That's what the U.S. Open is.
Like Scheffler shot a 73, 74, and Rory shot a 74 yesterday. And then I don't know what's going on with Rory. That dude's a cranky, small man, and he's like he wouldn't talk to anybody. He wouldn't address the media. He just walked off after he shot that 74. Do you guys listen? We haven't talked about this, but I want to ask you both this question because I don't watch as much golf as you two do, but I did watch a little bit of the Memorial when Jack played his tournament, and Jack was talking about the PGA versus Live and about Scotty and the players he was getting at the Memorial and talking about how golf needs to figure this out. Like, this is Jack telling golf they need to figure this out. Do you guys have a solution to the PGA Live problem?
I have on good authority they almost had it figured out about 4 months ago. It was almost a done deal.
Ooh, really?
And then everything fell off the table. Yep. It went from one more handshake and the agreement is done to complete back to your corners, let's start over. So they're back to square one. They don't like each other. They cannot come to terms on a couple items, and the dude that runs the Live Tour just refuses to yield. He won't do it. He wants to be what he wants. The guy that runs Live is he wants to be a primary investor and decision maker on the PGA Tour.
And the PGA doesn't want. They just want the
want
money.
nothing to
They
do
don't
with
want any input from
Yeah,
the
you
live
can
dudes.
invest in the PGA Tour, but they don't want your input.
I don't know. I mean, how do you guys think it's going to play out? But how do you beat the live money? Like, isn't the PIF? The PIF is like $200 billion, man. How do you fight $250 billion?
Here's how I fight it. People aren't paying attention to live. I mean, some of the names that are on live, like the Roms and the Koepkas and DeChambos.
I get it. But Jack's point was that those guys should be here. They should be here. They should be playing against the best players in the golf.
Well, what do you mean guys? There's only 3 or 4 guys I even care about on the live tour. That's it. Bryson DeChambeau.
The blonde-haired Australian's pretty good.
Cam Smith, I don't care about him. He fell off the face of the planet as soon as he went there. When's the last time Cam Smith did anything
That's my
notable?
point.
Nothing.
That's my
See
point.
you later. I don't need you, Cam Smith. I need Bryson DeChambeau. I need John Rahm, perhaps, and give me maybe Koepka. I don't care about the rest of them.
The question is, how long will the backers of live actually pour money into a failing product? I don't know. Can you wait them out? I don't know that you can do that either. When do some of those live players go, you know what, the money really wasn't worth it. I'd rather be playing the Memorial.
No way.
No, the money's always worth it.
I was about to say, not the kind of money that they're throwing around.
No.
They're throwing out generational money. Like, you won't have to work, your children won't have to work, your children's children won't have to work.
All right, so you
understood,
guys need to
but
pay attention to this.
once you do that first round of, I'm going to grab $200 million, well, when that's up, that particular round for you, do you go back? I don't know. I wish they were together, but
you need to pay attention to something that's coming right around the pike here. There's going to be a new basketball league that it's being spurred right now by LeBron's partner at Clutch Sports that is going to be backed by Saudi money. And what they're going to do, they're not going to try to compete with the NBA, but they're going to take a lot of NBA guys who are maybe toward the end of their careers who can make a little bit more money, and they're going to do like a touring league. They're going to tour like Formula One.
Interesting.
And this is coming. This is coming soon. And, again, it's not another league to compete with the NBA. It's sort of a league that, hey, man, we're going to go to these cities. We're going to put on a show. I don't know how it's going to be constructed, but there's going to be a lot of money at play. And these veterans who maybe at the end, take a Russell Westbrook, for example, at the end of their careers, make a little more money and still be able to shine with better players. This league is coming. It's a world league, a world basketball league.
Interesting. Yeah, it's going to be fun. All right, we got to take another quick time out. We'll be right back. Thanks for listening to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
obviously, like injuries are unavoidable at some point, but with the rate at which you have been good at keeping guys healthy over the last 2 years.
Well, when I got here, you guys were like, oh, the field's jinx, the surface, all these myths about it must be the way that, and it was all. I can understand why it felt that way, but you have to build callus. And so we can stay healthy in the preseason and not play our starters, but I know where that's going. You have to build a callus, and there's risk when you do that. But I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah, I don't know what he was trying to say there. That's Sean Payton, the head coach of the local NFL franchise here in Denver, Colorado. Welcome back to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, coming to you live from the Backus & Schenker studios.
Thank you, Backus & Schenker. I like that. I think you need to play guys in the preseason. I agree. Some teams have the philosophy, some coaches, no, we're just going to take care of our guys and we'll hit the ground running week one. I want these guys to get in. I want them to hit. I want them to get that feeling. I don't think you're in a place right now if you're the Denver Broncos where you can afford to have guys just sit around for a month. I mean, you need to get these guys out there. You only have 3 preseason games now. It's time to at least get some guys some snaps, or almost all guys snaps, and then let's go.
All right. Vic.
I like that. Vic, I like the fact that he's going to put his guys out there. And, yeah, there is some risk involved in it, but you know what? There's risk involved.
I don't know if I answered your question.
Well, you did to me, Coach. You're basically saying, yeah, we're going to play our guys.
Football is meant to be played. It's not meant to be mimicked. It's not meant to be, it's not fake. I mean, you either play the game or you don't. If you practice by playing flag football, at some point you're going to have to pay that price. At some point. Now, it's worked for many teams that have a veteran team who have been down that road before. It's worked for them. The Broncos are not yet a veteran team. They're a team that's coming together. They're a team that's still learning to play with each other. And so I think you need to have a tough training camp. That's the way I would run it.
Don't you get the feeling, Bert, from what you've heard out of Sean Payton throughout the OTAs and the minicamp, that when these guys get here in July, they better be ready to get their butts on the field, and they better be ready to get down and get dirty. Let's get to business. I think the time, at least that's the tone that it feels like he's setting to me, just by what he's saying and the tone of his voice. Like, this is time to be serious about things. I'm sure he sees the opportunity inside the division. He loves his quarterback. He really likes his football team overall. He wants these guys to be prepared so that when you get there to week one in Tennessee, but when you get to Tennessee, it is all systems go. There are no question marks. There's no install. There's none of that stuff. It's we are ready to play football.
Do you have questions right now? I mean, you question the Broncos and what they're doing and how they do? You know what? Actually, let me ask both of you this question, because we got this question on the text line a couple of hours ago when I brought up, we were talking about Bo Nix, and somebody it was Fox Sports. Fox Sports ranked Bo at the middle of the quarterback class, or the middle of the quarterback field out of 32, and they called him Boring Bo. That he's boring. He's a boring quarterback. Bo Nix is boring, and that's why they have him middle of the field. He doesn't do anything. Do you think Bo is boring? Is Bo a boring quarterback? Does he play
winning? Winning. If winning is boring, I'll take it. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't know what it means either. What does it mean by boring?
Well, he's not an over the top guy. You and I were watching a little bit earlier. The quarterback who holds the record for most 40-plus yard touchdown passes in a season.
Nobody's guessing it. Well, unless they were watching with us.
Unless they were watching. But it's 13. A total of 13 passes. More than 40 yards went for touchdowns for this quarterback in one season. It's the record. And that was Randall Cunningham.
Yeah, a quarterback known for running a lot. Right?
Yeah, but at the same time, he was a dynamic son of a gun. And I think Bo Nix can be that as well, but he's not an over-the-top, blow up the top of a defense kind of guy, at least not yet. That's why whenever he does it, and that one play to Mims last year was so memorable, is because it just doesn't happen. So if you want to call it boring or efficient, however you want to categorize it, fine with me. The guy wins football games. The question I have, honestly, is, look, what's the running game going to look like? How much are you going to run the ball? Apparently you want to because you drafted a dang running back, pretty early in the draft. How do you incorporate that to be more effective and maybe take some heat off the kid? That's my only big thing coming into camp in a month.
Hey, Nelly, this is now for the players before training camp starts. This is when they get away. They hold their own football camps for kids. Marvin Mims is going to do exactly that. When are we going to talk to Marvin Mims on this show? When is that scheduled, Nelly?
Currently scheduled for Wednesday the 18th. He's going to come on and talk about his youth football camp.
Wednesday the 18th. Do you know what time he's coming on?
8:20.
Okay, perfect. So I can't wait to talk to him to see what he thinks of Bo, what he thinks of that receivers room, how different everything looks.
Mm-hmm.
I think Marvin Mims, it's funny. He's a 2-time Pro Bowler, guys.
I know.
Special teams, right?
Yeah, but he's a 2-time Pro Bowler.
I want to ask him. I'm not going to get an answer from him, nor should I. He's still a young player. I don't think, has the room to dictate anything to anybody at this point. He needs to be involved more. But I'm going to ask him, hey, man, how many touches do you think you need or targets do you think you need to be most effective for a season? Now, if he says, I need 90 catches this year, well, that's crazy. But if he says, look, man, I feel like I've got a unique skill set that can help this team, that'll be a satisfactory answer to me.
Well, the text line wanted to know from both of you guys, what do you think the Broncos offense, how improved do you think the Broncos offense is going to be this year compared to last year?
I think last year a lot of questions were being answered in live games, live time. I think some of those questions are already handled, and now you move into the following season. The running back room you assume is going to be better. I don't know. I think you have a tight end now that has a resume of catching the football. That's better. The offensive line, we've seen statistically, that's a hell of a damn good offensive line. So how can you not be better? If you're not better, something went wrong health-wise. You got to be better.
You've got a terrific defense. Terrific.
Right? And you got to rely on that defense, right? Why wouldn't you rely on the best part of your football team, and which is going to be your defense?
Yeah, for sure. Your offense was a middle-of-the-pack offense. If you can get from middle of the pack to, let's say, top, I'd have to add up exactly where they were.
You doing math? Top 10 offense?
You were 20th in offense, total yards last year. If you can get to 12th, you're going to be good. You're going to be good. That defense ain't going anywhere. Not only do they have a defense last year that was terrific, they've improved that defense. Through the linebacker, through the safety, through the draft, that defense is ready to rock this year. Mm-hmm. And even if you have guys go out with injury, and you're going to have more go out with injury than did last year, it's just the law of averages is going to say that other guys are going to miss. You've got pretty damn good depth at most places, or at least decent enough depth. I feel good about the D. If you can get that offense into 13 or 12, I feel great.
Hey, who was the Broncos? Look it up if you have the stats in front of you. Who was the Broncos' leading rusher last year?
Jaleel? I don't know. Who was it?
Look it up. I don't know. Look it up. Tell me who the leading rusher was. I want to know. I'm very curious to hear this. How many yards did that leading rusher
go? It was 800 yards, maybe. I don't know. I'm just guessing here, but we'll
leading
look it
rusher
up.
last year was Javonte Williams.
How many yards?
Okay, Javonte with
513.
Yeah! No, you're right. The leading rusher was Bo Nix, right? Your leading rusher was Bo Nix.
Then Jaleel had 496.
Yeah.
Bo Nix had 430. Estime had 310, and then a bunch of dudes.
So now I want you to sit back and listen to something. All right. So your leading rusher was half a 1,000. J.K. Dobbins ran for 905 last year, and he missed 5 games due to injury.
Yeah, but he did it on 195 carries.
That's the thing. All right, you can have all the numbers you want.
Javonte had 113 carries. Okay, so he got the bulk of the volume from his coach, the vast bulk of the volume.
How committed is your coaching staff to running the ball? A lot of those numbers are from commitment.
Yeah.
And Harbaugh likes to run the ball. Even with his quarterback, he ran the ball.
Mm-hmm. Are you? Ooh, that, you know what that is? That's one of the biggest questions for me. Sean Payton, he was talking about Audric. And he was like, Audric needs touches. He needs more touches. He needs touches. And I'm like, you're not going to, you can say whatever you want, Sean, but you're not going to give him those touches. He doesn't, it's it's just his way his brain works, right? His brain is always like, throw the ball, 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 right? Or his brain is always telling him, I've got the perfect pass play for this down and distance. Watch me cook, right? Isn't that Sean Payton?
Pretty much, yeah, but he thinks he's got the quarterback and he's got help to his quarterback to do that. That's why you go get a new tight end. That's why you draft another wideout who's apparently looking really good.
Well, I think it's just easier to become impatient with the run game than it is the pass game. That's just human nature.
Do you think Sean Payton he has a patience problem when it comes to play calling?
Well, I don't know.
Sometimes?
I don't know how much of last year was trying to micro-develop his quarterback, too. Like, throw him in a microwave and let him develop.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like, how much was the play calling, directed just to help Bo do what he does best? But I guess every coach does that, right? You want to make your players as good as humanly possible. But either way, we've got what do you guys want to talk about?
Have
next?
Vicky's
got some serious info about this game tonight between the Thunder and the Pacers.
And Vic, I need your insight on this. Number 2, have you ever been here on Drunk Take Friday?
I don't think so. No, I've never.
So this is your first opportunity to be here in person.
Yeah.
Are you aware how this works?
Yeah, you guys say stupid stuff.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Now that you're an addition to this show, that's going to triple.
Yeah, I say stupid stuff all the time. Yeah, that's a true story. I've been born doing that. All right, let's take a time out. We'll continue with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
9-point lead, they get it in. J-Dub fires from 40, no good. And the Pacers hang on. They beat Oklahoma City 116-107 and have grabbed a 2-games-to-1 lead in the NBA Finals against the best team in the NBA all season long.
Welcome back to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Moser and Lombardi are here. Kane is off right now. That was the final call, the Pacers Thunder Game 3 that Indiana won and leads the series 2-1. It's also Father's Day weekend. Happy Father's Day, Moj. Have you already demanded what you want for Father's Day? Like, are you going to get presents this week on Sunday?
No. I ask for the same thing every year, and it's the only thing I ever ask for.
Love.
And that is to play golf with my kids, which I'm going to do.
Oh,
my
beautiful baby boy. Nice. Congratulations.
I want to wish a happy birthday to my beautiful baby girl, Alexis, today.
Oh, happy birthday, Alexis.
She's got to be like 20, 24 or 5 by now.
I think she's 25. And
yeah, she's up there. She's getting up there.
Yeah, what do you buy a 25-year-old? I have no idea.
Just give her, gift cards. That's all they care about.
Walgreens gift cards.
Yeah, that's all they care about.
It's gift cards.
Yeah, seriously. They can use it wherever they want to use it.
All right. Well, either way, happy Father's Day to everybody.
Vic, what's amazing to me, game number 3 of the NBA Finals, the Oklahoma City Thunder went in as a 5.5-point favorite. Coming up, and so then they lose. In impressive fashion, they lose in that fourth quarter. Today, they're 6.5-point favorites going into tonight's game number 4. So it's been up by a point, which tells me that the betting public thinks, the Thunder are primed and ready to mount a comeback, even up the series and take this thing back home. You've had a really good pulse on these teams in this series so far, and since the Nuggets have been eliminated, you kind of can see down the line what's coming. What do you anticipate tonight?
I think Oklahoma City wins a close game tonight. It's going to be tied going back to OKC. What's interesting, I think this series, I'm telling you, it's got the same fingerprints on it that the OKC-Denver series had. Similar situation, similar turn of play, similar twists of momentum. One thing that's very curious to me, man, I don't think, has OKC been an underdog in any single game in the postseason?
No, not
one.
I think they have, yeah.
No, not one, no.
Not one. Not a single one. In fact, tonight's 5-point might be, is that the lowest
maybe
point spread that they've had?
No, I think
6.5.
it's 6.5 tonight, but I think you're right. I think 5.5 is probably the lowest number we've ever seen from OK. You're right. It's always been like minus 10.5, minus 11.5, it's been double digits.
So I think tonight it'll be all even Steven going back to OKC. One number that stunned me, and it shouldn't stun me because it's pretty obvious when you watch them play. 3 playoff games, 3 finals games already. Do you know who leads this series in free throw attempts? You should know the answer to this.
I think
it's probably Shea.
Okay, how many free throws do you think he's attempted in this series? 3 games.
I do not know, Vic. 3 games, I've got to say it's probably 30, 34.
It's not that many. It's 26.
Okay.
So he's attempted 26 free throws, more than any other player in this series. Do you know how many free throws Tyrese Halliburton has attempted in this finals?
What?
0.
No, really? No way. I never would have guessed that. 0?
0.
I mean, the man gets in the paint, right?
Doesn't shoot as much
crazy.
Doesn't shoot as much as Shea. Different type of play. But it goes to show you how one point guard, they're different styles of play. One point guard makes full use of the free throw line, and the other point guard is allergic to the free throw line, never even gets there. 0 to 26.
It's hard for me to believe he's not been fouled on the perimeter in a shooting motion at some point. That's crazy.
Yeah, that is wild.
That's
a crazy stat. That is a wild.
It just goes to show you the style of play. Again, SGA is a phenomenal player, but he's also, I'm not going to call it manipulated because that gives you a feeling that it's bad. It's not bad. He understands the art of taking advantage of the NBA whistle. He understands it much like James Harden did, like a lot of players have. He understands it and takes full advantage. There's a lot of players that just don't understand that yet, and they've got to get to it. You know, I said all along, even when OKC played Denver, what did I say like after Game 2, Moj, in that series? I said the Nuggets defenders need to learn how to flop better. Remember that? Flop
do,
during
yeah.
those picks. Flop
Yep.
like, remember KCP would flop every time there was a screen action, and he'd get a lot of those calls, the way Lou Dort does?
Just act like your hip has been taken out of your body.
Yes. I'm telling you.
Trying to
there's
get
an
around the
art to it.
screen, just act like you got your, what do they call that wingtip on the hip? What is that?
I don't know, bro. What are you talking about?
There's a certain
hip bone? I don't know. Yeah,
There's
I don't
a
know.
certain name for it. Somebody had a broken one. Who had a broken hip bone?
I'm sure a lot of people
What are
had
you
broken.
talking about?
Yeah, right. We are both confused, man.
Bo
We have
Jackson?
no idea where you're
No,
heading.
somebody, and I'm like, that's a really rare injury where they broke the, anyway. There's got to be some, I don't know, nurse out there knows. Anyway, the point is that, if you're the Denver Nuggets, you needed to fight through those and act like you got smoked.
Listen, I would love nothing more to see Indiana take a 3-1 series lead. And when you're 3-1 in any NBA playoff series, it's tough to come back from that.
Yeah.
But even if they were to win tonight, let's say Indiana were to win, man, it's still not over. I'm telling you, it's still not over.
Yeah, but the Nuggets, Vic, they had their chance in game number 4.
Yeah. Oh, man. I'm thinking about that right now.
You
That
had
was
a
the game.
chance. You had a chance. If you're Indiana and you've got a chance to win game 4 in your home, do it. By all means, dang it, do it.
Do you remember, let's go back to, you have these memories that just flood your brain. Do you remember the first quarter of game 4 in the OKC-Denver series?
Yeah, I'll tell you right now. The Denver Nuggets scored 8 more points than my grandfather, and he's been dead for 15 years.
The score at the end of one period of play in quarter number 1 was 17-8.
So stupid. So stupid. The Thunder held the Nuggets to 87 points that game. 87, man.
And
That's
the Nuggets
crazy.
led going into the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
So they score 8 points in the first quarter, somehow rebound from that, rally from that. They lead going into the fourth, and then they just go into this, I think it was like a 4-minute, nobody could score. Oklahoma City takes the lead, and then they never gave it back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's the most frustrating thing watching the Nuggets. Well, any team. But when you watch the Nuggets and they get into those stretches where they just can't score, it is the single most frustrating thing ever.
It is. It is.
You're just, it's the one time I'm screaming at my TV. I'm screaming at the radio. Like, just get me a bucket. Get to the free throw line. Anything, man. Pull a Melo. Remember when Melo couldn't score? He'd somehow find his way to the free throw line. He'd get 13 points with the free throw line or something like that. Just find a way to score. Please.
I don't know that I say that word that starts with F more than when I'm watching the Nuggets and they can't score.
Yeah, it's so frustrating.
And I'm like, this trip down the floor, listen, you've had 3 empty trips. This trip, you've got to take care of the basketball. You've got to. And then somebody hoists a 27-footer for God knows what reason. And I'm like, ah! I mean, Vic, Berto is right. It gets frustrating.
It's one of the most frustrating things in my sports fanhood is those stretches where the Nuggets it freaks me out. Hate it. Freaks me out.
The news again, for those who missed it today, Russell Westbrook, according to Mark Stein, it's not official yet, Mark Stein reports that Russell Westbrook will opt out of his contract here on June 30th when he's allowed to do so. He's got a 2-year deal with the Nuggets, player option. He can opt out, become a free agent. So he's opting out of a contract, and it pays him right now $3.4 million. It was due to pay him, I think, a little bit more than that, $3.6 million. He's opting out for 2 reasons. Number one, he's going to make more money even if he re-signs with the Nuggets because the salary cap is going up, and the Nuggets are allowed to pay him a little more money. They can sign him again to that minimum and pay him a little more money. So it doesn't necessarily mean he's leaving the Nuggets, guys, because he opted out.
Can't they also use another mid-level? Don't they have 2 that they can
have one
use?
You can use one mid-level exception. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there might be some.
They got a taxpayer mid-level. It's called a TPMLE.
Okay.
They're a taxpayer team, mid-level exception. They have 1 a year.
Coyne told us they've got an avenue to sign somebody else too, or
yeah. Well, if you sign Russ to the minimum, you can still use the TPMLE.
Right.
Would you be? Do you think the players who played behind Russ this season are could step up enough, be good enough that you don't need Russ next season? You know what I'm talking about, like Jalen and Julian and some of those young guys in the backcourt. Because would you be happy with those guys stepping up to take Russ's spot?
A lot of it depends on how you want the makeup of your team. Let me ask it this way. Let's say the Nuggets, and I don't know if they can afford him. I have no idea. Let's say the Nuggets sign Bruce Brown, bring back Brucey B in the offseason, and they sign him to that TPMLE. They find a way to get him in the books. But you have to make a choice. You got Bruce Brown and Jalen Pickett and Julian Strawther, or you got Russell Westbrook, Jalen Pickett, and Julian Strawther. What would you rather have?
Yeah, Bruce and the crew.
I think
right?
I think it's absolutely Brucey B. Yeah, I do, Vic. I'm trying to think of ways to make this team better. That's all. I'm just trying to think of. Bert, you raised the question: could these other? It would be ideal if they could. If you didn't have to have the need of a Brucey B or Russell Westbrook, that would be the most ideal scenario. It's also the most unlikely scenario. And I'm not sitting here beating up on Pickett and beating up on Julian, because hopefully they can improve and they can be given more minutes and do more with those minutes. But that's a pretty damn big gamble with a championship type of roster, with at least championship aspirations.
Well,
type
don't
of
you want to
roster.
gamble a little bit? Because you didn't last year. You're like, let's run it back and see what
now,
happens.
Excellent point, because now you may have to. Now you may have to, because you are really tight in the aprons and in the. Again, you were $42 million over the salary cap this year. You were. It's a lot of tax.
Yeah, you're almost in the second apron, and that's death. You can't be touching the second apron, so you're almost there.
Well, you touch the second apron, that means you can't touch anything else.
You can't do anything.
Touching any aprons?
You can't do anything.
How many aprons you touching,
at
Vic?
all? When's the last time you touched an apron?
I wore an apron, and we went to this cooking class. It was a Nuggets thing where Christian Brown was there. We had to wear aprons. I felt pretty good behind an apron, to be honest with you.
Really?
I felt like I could do a lot.
Would you think you could be a professional chef if you weren't doing sports?
I don't have the patience. No, I don't have the patience.
I mean, I only bring it up because I want to know, what do you think, Vic, would have happened? During the NHL lockout, Moser quit sports. Moser was like, I'm done. I hate life. I'm moving on. I'm done being in the sports business. I'm going to become the king of Denver real estate. And Moser left sports. He left the Avs. I was like, where you go, man? I'm going to go sell homes. And Moser left to sell homes.
Wait, you really did this?
Yeah.
Well, no, I was still doing a show. I just didn't do any hockey.
You left the Avs, bro. You left the Avs.
Yeah,
bro.
I did take off. Well, I also had a kid.
So that's why you...
Yeah.
Wait a minute. You got your real estate license?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that a year?
That's
Did you leave us for a year and a half?
21 years ago, something like that.
I didn't know that,
You
Moj.
just took off.
So you'll have something to talk about when we go to Italy with my wife.
There's lots of things about me, Vic, that you don't know about. By the way, I love that business.
The real estate business?
I just don't have enough time for. Yeah, I love it.
And
but you know why? Because he's a talker, and it's usually the good real estate agents are the ones who talk, and that's the last thing I want to do.
Right, I'm with you on that one. I don't want to talk to anybody. I don't want to deal with anybody. But you're right, Moj. But
I like
it didn't
wheeling-
work.
I like
you didn't
wheeling and
become
deal-
the king of Denver real estate. I know that much.
I like wheeling and dealing.
Dude, you would have made so much more money if you'd become the king
This
of
is what
Denver
I'm
real
talking
estate.
about. This is what I'm talking about. You've been doing all right, man. If you would have stayed in that business, but you came back. Why'd you come back?
You should not have come
How
back,
the hell did we get
Moj.
to? How the hell did we get to that from?
You had an
where we were?
opportunity. There was like a 5 to 10 year window there in Denver where you could have made some serious bank.
You
as the
could have
king
been
of
somebody
Denver real
important,
estate.
man. You could have been somebody.
Now you're just a loser radio guy.
Right. You could have been a difference maker in this city, bro.
Right, thanks,
Could
man.
have been a
Just a loser
contender.
asking
You could have
questions.
been somebody.
And look at you now.
I have an apron at home that I use for my grilling and my smoking. Now, I don't always wear it, but I'm trying to remember exactly what
Oh
it
my
says
God!
on it.
Thank you, Guru. You just sent Mark Moser's Zillow profile. Look at this, Millennium Venture Properties. Look at his picture.
Yes.
Oh my God!
Is he looking really young? Looking really
Dude,
young?
that doesn't even look like you, Moser. That doesn't even look like Mark Moser. Who the hell is that guy?
No, baby.
Dude,
This is what
I'm looking
talking
at your
about.
face here. I would never use you to purchase a home. That is not a
Moser,
face I would
he almost
trust. I'm
sold
sorry.
Me a home. I didn't buy a home from him, but he almost. Look at him. Look at you. Look at that full head of hair. Look at how dark that hair is, bro. Look at this, man.
Fake smile.
The NHL had a lockout, and Moser threw a hissy fit. He's like, I'm out of here. I'm done with this. And he went and he was like, I'm
It wasn't
gonna
just
do
a
real
lockout; it was
estate.
an entire season was lost.
I know, but
Ridiculous.
you still bailed on us. Like the rest of us were doing like Mammoth lacrosse, and you're like, I'm out.
Back to my apron.
Okay, you're right.
It's got.
Kenan says no recorded sales last 12 months. It's terrible.
Well, yeah, it could be.
Yeah, look at that. No sales reported yet. You sold nothing. Actually, did you
Dude,
ever
what a
sell
loser
home?
A
salesman
ton.
you
It
are.
was fun. I told you it was great. I loved it.
Take that L on the way out.
Yeah, that's right. Take that L on the way.
I absolutely loved it. I don't do it anymore. Nonetheless, when I find out what my apron says, I'll tell you. It's good.
Okay.
Thanks for the apron update. We're looking at your
I
real
think
estate
it says-
resume.
It says something along the lines of, when you taste my meat, you can tell I rubbed it. Something along those lines. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm a big driller and a big
buy
smoker
that
guy.
yourself, or did you get that?
It was a
as-
gift. It was a
Okay,
gift.
I was about to say, if you go to the store and buy, you're like, yeah, that's,
It was a gift.
So
And it's
Moj-
true because
Oh, that was
actually my
cute.
wife makes the best ribs, though.
I
I don't
had
make do good on ribs.
Moser had this conversation with a friend yesterday. And again, this is why I'm not a cook. I'm not a chef. I don't know how it works. So he goes, do you even cook? I go, yeah, I mean, I can grill. He goes, well, how do you prepare your meats? And my retort was, what the hell does that even mean? I open up the damn package and throw them on the grill.
No, that's no. Golly, that's just sacrilege.
I don't
Got a little
understand
salt,
what
little. It
preparing
depends.
your meats
It depends.
means.
It depends on what you're smoking or grilling.
You take the hamburger patty, the rib, the whatever the hell meat is, you take it out of the package and you put it on the thing, and then you wait for the thing to cook it.
I think that's probably how it works.
Sacrilege.
I think how it, all right.
Vic, you can grill it, you can fry it, you
That's
can put
right.
it in parm. Those are 3 options right there.
I don't have time.
You can cook it straight from the pan.
I'm
whatever
not
that means.
preparing it. I'm not like fondling the meat. I'm not doing any of that.
No, you're right. There are some dudes who really like to touch the meat, really like to work the meat. Work the meat.
It depends. Well, hold on a second, man.
And that's got your name written on it. You are a I work the meat kind of dude, bro.
So when I have my big summer barbecue, do you want to come over and try the ribs?
Yeah, I'm sure they're great, but you're not cooking them. Your wife is.
Yeah, but I'm a helper because I can't
But
do
you
ribs.
gonna help by
But
sitting
I
there
can do
watching?
I can do every animal on the planet, including your snakes, Vic. I bet I could absolutely smoke your backyard full of snakes or garage full of snakes, make it good. I can't get the ribs right. My wife is spectacular at it. Okay. Spectacular.
Okay, listen, I believe you. We got a little NFL news and notes next right here on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
It's getting hot out there. So hot. Just hot sweat all day, sweaty and hot. Better make sure you fix the AC in your house. Right now, AAA Service has a deal. $49 AC tune-up special. $49 gets your air conditioning checked before that weather gets way hot. Give them a call. Schedule an appointment. AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. Do it today before it gets too late. That's at AAAtoday.com. AAAtoday.com.
stop by the Highlands Ranch Safeway off South Broadway today and say hi to Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. They're doing their show there from noon to 3. Enter to win a grill package loaded with premium grill kit, exclusive Redbird swag, all in a fancy cooler that you don't want to miss. While you're there, grab a free sample of Redbird's juicy, tender chicken burgers for lunch, hot off the grill and packed with flavor. Welcome back to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on this Friday the 13th. Remember, we still have, you can check online if you join the U.S. Open contest. We had the altitudesportsradio.com/pick'em contest. Matter of fact, I'm looking at the rankings right now of everybody who picked their group of golfers. DMac is currently leading the way. Moser's second. You're second.
Really?
Yeah.
I like that.
Andy is third. Brett is fourth. KJ is fifth. And Vic is sixth. So that's what it's looking like right now.
So that's the top 6 from the station.
Yeah, you did all right. You were the only guy at the station. It looks like, well, no, there was a couple of guys, but you didn't go with Scheffler.
No.
DMac went Scheffler, bro. You decided no on the Scotty?
Yeah, I think
for the US Open?
I'm trying to think who my number 1 was. My number 1 was.
You pick some rando?
Yeah, I gotta go back and look. I forget.
Let me see. Aberg, McIntyre, Cam Davis.
Yeah, you need some. By the way, you need some glasses.
Yeah,
we've already established that.
Yeah,
You can't be doing this.
Yeah, I'm much too lazy to go. Like if they work just fine. Just because I have to hold something really close to my face to get it down doesn't count, man.
Remember the last time we did this show with Bertag?
Yeah,
it's the first time I had to read something all day
long.
long.
I know it's an issue. I get it.
Hey, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. We got coming up at 10 o'clock today.
Listen, man.
Moser, I got bad news for you.
Uh-oh.
All right, listen to this, Bertag. Not only are my eyes bad now for reading, I need to go to my Benjamin Franklin behind these. Not only are they bad, the prescription I have is no longer strong enough for my bad eyes. I'm going to have to up the prescription. And it's been a year. That's it. That's how bad it's gotten.
Damn.
That's how quickly I've aged.
Moser, your eyes okay? Are you the only one on this program who can actually see?
So it's one of those deals.
You had LASIK?
No. I jacked up my glasses, though. Okay? No, because I have progressives where you can see close and far, right? Depending on where in the lens you look. So I broke my glasses and I needed new glasses. I broke my glasses, and so I go in and I say, "Hey, yeah, I want to, get some new lenses for this." They're like, well, it's been a year and a month since you've been in. We're not just going to refill your prescription. You have to go through the whole friggin' process again, looking through this and looking through that, and tell me which looks better and all this blah 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 blah. I said, by the way, I had a warranty on my glasses, and they're like, yeah, it lasts like a year. So I had to redo the whole dang thing again.
Sorry, man. Sorry you had to put in some work for your health.
Why don't you go do some of that,
wow,
man?
That's
I will.
What a sob story.
Yeah, just
right.
You really bringing us down on that one, man.
Look who's talking, man.
I feel terrible, man.
You'd rather look at a team on a Bulls, what, but then get your glasses.
That's all right, man. Listen, last night, the Edmonton Oilers rallied from 3 goals down to beat the Florida Panthers in overtime. Edmonton wins at 5-4 on a Leon Draisaitl goal.
I'm hanging out with my friend Dustin last night.
Doing what?
Having a little beer ski, a little dinner. And our wives are talking. And I'm like, this thing's over. It's 3-0. I'm like, this thing's over.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. Not only, I thought the series was over when Florida was up 3-0.
But it doesn't surprise me that Florida ganked the second period because they have a tendency to goof off. They have a tendency.
You think so? Because Florida feels like a team that is pretty good. Like,
exactly.
They're good all the way down. Like from top to bottom. They're good. Like all 4 lines, all 3 pairings.
But they have a tendency to goof off. Take a silly penalty, allow a power play goal, stop moving your feet, turn the puck over. And
are you just saying?
To me, they're like the guy who's driving the Formula One car and winning the race. He's going to I've got an 8-lap lead. Okay, I'm going to stop and have some lunch in the pits. Get out of the car. You're having a Chipotle or whatever. Oh yeah, wait, they're catching up. Okay, but then you go and you lap them again, right? That's what it feels like to me. They take time off for God knows what reason.
That's not what it was, Moshe.
As a team.
You know who Florida fan thinks lost them that game last night? You know who Florida fan thinks lost them that game?
Their goalie?
No.
Who?
Nelson Tellem.
Berto informed me that the two head coaches. Oh, excuse me. Oh, sorry. I'm mixing up the NBA story. Excuse me. No, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce were in the building.
They're blaming
Swift and Panthers.
Yeah,
they're
right.
Florida fans. I think Kelsey's homies with Kachuk, right, or something.
Yeah,
But allegedly Taylor's like, I want to go to this Stanley Cup game, and then they are, and then a bunch of fans are like, you jinxed. You did it. You did the same thing, man. Taylor, you jinxed our game.
Saw somebody with the tweet that said, I thought we were in the Taylor Swift offseason.
Right.
I thought we were in the Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce offseason, and we have to be subjected to this?
Yeah, they were hanging out with Gretzky.
Dude, I swear, though, when Florida sent it to overtime the way they did, 18 seconds to play, I said, oh, great, they're going to win now.
Yeah.
That Draisaitl one-hander. First of all, what was he? Was he trying to shoot across the
He was,
it was trying to pass it to Perry, wasn't he? Yeah.
He was trying to pass it to Corey Perry, and you know what? If Mikkola hadn't been there, it probably would have got there.
But then does
Perry finish it?
Right,
I don't know. I don't know. What's so crazy about that though is God's honest truth. That dang puck would have got there. I mean, it would have. It was in a perfect push toward Corey Perry, which is crazy to me. But there you go. I mean, it's just
AJ Greer is literally hanging off of Draisaitl. AJ Greer is hanging on Draisaitl, and he's got it just one. He's just one hand in that puck, man. It was a great play. It was a great play.
So
Edmonton's got so much skill.
Do you consider that play lucky or not?
Lucky, but no. You're right. Both the Calvin Pickard save, Calvin Pickard, who I cannot believe is coming up clutch in Stanley Cup Finals game after he left the Colorado Avalanche. He had an amazing save, but that glove save was kind of lucky, bro. That was kind of like, I don't even think he saw that puck. He just hit the right place at the right time. And Draisaitl's goal was pretty lucky too, but it felt like Edmonton had earned the luck. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, look, they made a pretty good change. McDavid jumps off, Draisaitl jumps on, and he basically takes 2 strides and then takes off, gets the puck. And he's Greer's on him. He's leaning, and he one-hands it almost through the legs or right around the leg. It goes off Mikkola, who's trying to deny. Now, why is Mikkola stay on your feet, intercept the puck, right? But he flops down.
I mean, it's overtime. You're probably feeling like I got to sell after stop.
That's fine. But so he made a great play, one-handed, and he was incredibly strong. It was also a fortunate bounce because Bobrovsky is making the push. He sees the pass coming across. He's making the push to deny Perry should the puck get there. And as he's pushing, his 5-hole opens up and it slides through off the leg of Mikkola. I mean, that seems pretty bad luck to me, man, at the same time. And people are going to get all over, he was out of position and this and that. Things happen. It's tough. Stanley Cup playoff hockey is tough.
Yeah. So far, it's been great. Both the NBA and Stanley Cup Finals have been money so far. Have you enjoyed one over the other? Either of you enjoying one of the over the other?
I'm a
so
hockey
far?
guy, so I love these games. But I've really enjoyed watching OKC and Indiana square off.
Well, you know what's interesting about these games, though, Moj? They're very similar. In the NHL and the Stanley Cup Final, 3 of the 4 have gone to overtime, right? Mm-hmm. And in the NBA Final, 2 of the 3 have been outstanding games. One was that blowout.
Yeah,
the 2 of the 3 have been ridiculous games. So very similar situations.
Yeah. And both of you predict that tonight's Thunder Pacers game is going to be nobody's going to blow this game out, right?
Yeah, I hope I'm wrong. I think OKC will emerge, and I think it'll be a tight game. I think they'll find a way somehow. I hope I'm wrong. I hope it's 3-1, but I just think it's going to be a 2-2 going back to OKC.
Okay.
Doesn't this Oilers and Panthers series feel like, hey man, forget home ice, this thing's going 7?
Yeah, it does feel.
Doesn't
like
it feel like that?
7.
I mean, it feels like it is, right?
When would game 7 would be in Edmonton? But it would be next week. When would game 7 be? Next Saturday, maybe.
See,
I don't know because the NBA Finals we got a game tonight, and then the Thunder and Pacers don't play again until Monday night, so we don't get nothing on the weekend.
Friday, June 20th would be game 7.
Oh, man,
you know, yesterday was 2 years removed, 2 years to the day. The Nuggets clinched the NBA championship.
Oh, was it?
What day, guys? I don't remember things. What day of the week was that? Do you remember? Anybody remember?
I don't know, man. You're right. I don't because
I spent the night at the studio. I spent the night at the radio station. I don't remember.
You're right. I have no idea. June
12th, 2023 was a Monday.
It was a Monday?
Yes.
That had to be the best Monday in my life, right? It was a Monday when they won
was
that
the
thing.
parade? Was the parade was Thursday, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we had a couple days. Right. Wow. Man.
And
Hey,
here's,
man.
Here's what drew the memory for me is the weather pattern this year has been very similar to the weather pattern that year. Remember how it rained all the time that year? Mm-hmm. It was raining all
every
the
afternoon.
damn time. Very similar now.
Man, I wish we were having a parade. I wish we were having a parade.
Yeah.
I wish we were going to have a parade. Like, once again.
I want to stay on parade.
Yeah, I do too, Joker. I do too, my brother. Like, but, I mean, once again, you're living in the golden age of Denver sports. Despite what the Colorado Rockies are doing, you're living in the golden age of Denver sports. You have multiple MVPs in the city. You have the greatest defenseman of his generation in this city. You got the greatest corner in the league in this city.
Mm-hmm.
So, no, this
You
is...
got a pretty darn good MVP. Yeah, MVP center as well.
Yeah.
You know
Joker
what else you
and
have?
Mac and the crew, what?
Just to prove that this is one of the greatest sports cities in America, I think it's top 5. You have some real estate that's being purchased by the Broncos that's going to develop a new stadium. Yesterday, KSC announces the final. They purchased from their partners that area near the Platte River.
Yeah, the Elitches.
Yeah, that whole area. That's going to be one huge piece of residential and office space, and with the Ball redevelopment project, it's going to reshape downtown Denver. So you're going to have a brand new Ball Arena area next to a brand new Broncos area.
And a
So
brand
two
new
teams.
NWSL area
Exactly right.
with that brand new stadium and all that stuff.
And they're looking to do, guys, I mean, follow me here. What Coors Field did to Lodo just 30 years ago, all right? So in Lodo, when I was growing up here, that part of the city was awful.
It was no go.
There was nothing there.
Nothing there.
My dad used
Warehouses
to work
and
for
train
Burlington
tracks,
Northern
that's it.
Railroad.
Yep.
We'd go down there, and it was nothing. It totally changed the footprint of Denver. So now 2 other organizations are doing the same thing many years later. They're changing it again, and it's going to be done by the time we're dead, Moj. We're going to be dead, you and I.
There's no doubt about it. What are you laughing at? You're probably going to be dead too.
I know, but that's
At
just
this
my
rate, you're going to be
lifestyle,
dead
not my
before
age.
we're dead.
Yeah.
Only
yeah.
you, Nelly, you see the fruits
Nelly
of this.
No. Nelly doesn't.
KJ.
Nelly doesn't make it another 10 years. No way.
What do you think? I'm going to die in a horrible jazz accident?
Yes, brother. Yes.
How do you think I'm
man.
going to go out before
No,
my time?
you're definitely
going to
going
choke on my mouthpiece?
Yeah, your new mouthpiece.
Yes,
Yeah.
Steph, it is absolutely.
No, but
do you guys like do you like where the new stadium? Well, allegedly where the new stadium is. But do you
it's
like
not
that
official
little south of downtown, little south and east of downtown? Do you
It's
like
going
where
to change that entire central district. It's going to change it all. I mean, I can't even fathom what it's going to look like in 30 years. I can't even understand it because all my life you drive through that area. It's always been industrial.
Mm-hmm.
It's always been just a bunch of warehouses. It's always been train tracks. There's been nothing there, nothing to stop for except if you're going to the restaurant depot or something. Now it's going to change it all of it.
If you think Ball Arena is old,
it is old.
Well, it's 25 years
it's a
old.
Quarter of a century old, brother. That's old.
Ball Arena is actually older than McNichols was when it was torn down.
Oh,
Isn't that
really?
amazing?
I did not realize.
Yeah.
Wow.
That blows your mind,
Yeah, that
right?
blows my. McNichols was busted, bro. I had to go into that Nuggets locker room at McNichols a couple of times when I first. That place was busted, man.
I know it was, but the deal is that when you go around, at least from my point of view, you go around the league, the NHL, and there are some great buildings. The building in Detroit's a great building. Edmonton has an unbelievable. I mean, everybody's got a pretty awesome building at this point, except Calgary. Or in Anaheim, but everybody's got.
What's the newest build? Climate Pledge? Is that the newest building in the league?
Yeah, it's great. It's a great arena. They did a great job there. Edmonton might be the pinnacle just because the whole complex and everything. It's absolutely gorgeous. Now, do you think that the powers that be would like a new arena? Probably, but I'll say this: compared to other arenas around the league. And like age and all that sort of thing, Ball Arena holds up really, really well. Now, it's not huge. The concourses aren't the big, wide concourses and all the crazy luxury and walls of suites and everything that comes with it. But it in terms of upkeep, they've done a really good job with that building.
One thing I would like.
And it's clean. There are some buildings around the league that are absolutely filthy.
MSG.
Yeah, one thing I would like, though, at Ball Arena is I'd like my own office there.
Would you? Would you now?
With my nameplate
up near the top there, near the top of the building.
I want an office.
Will you ask? Are you going to ask Stan to give him a little piece of the housing up there on top of?
I wouldn't even use it. I just want to walk in, put my coat there, go to work, and have my own office.
Okay.
Just to say that I have one and Moser doesn't.
Bro, we'll put your name up at the cage. You can have the cage, man.
I could use. You and I have spent so much time in that dang building.
What do they do with the cage now, by the way?
No,
storage.
They just throw stuff in there. They just throw trash and stuff in there.
So it's not even wired up anymore?
No, it kind of is, but it's been like when people they're like, oh, let's just go steal that unit from the cage. And they just,
for people that don't know, the cage is where it's an old studio that's in the bowels of Ball Arena.
Yeah, that we used to broadcast games. 20 years? We broadcast games 20
About 20 years.
20 years.
We actually use that. We use that on Nuggets and Avs Media Day to record the players. That's where our boss and I went to get all the
was like, I'm the best. Yeah, that.
Well, and also, so it's really weird seeing the Nuggets players walk in there, like Jokic going into that tiny cage and sitting in the chair and having to shrink to about a third size to fit in there. And there's still a calendar up on the wall, one of those dry erase calendars, and it's left from. I think we figured it out based on the schedule. It's either 2016 or 2017, and that was probably the last season you did games, and they're all written in on this big whiteboard, and then it's just still there. It's an artifact.
One of the walls. Go ahead.
During COVID, we called games on the radio. I remember calling a couple of games with Kaz from the cage.
Yeah.
We called the game at Golden State where Jamal injured his knee.
Oh.
And we had to be
Was that from the cage?
Yeah. We had to be in the different rooms. He was on one side, I was on the other.
Oh, that's
I'll never
right.
forget that call, man, because we were sitting there shocked, looking at him writhing in pain.
Oh, that's so. And so you were basically. So Kaz was staring straight at you, and you're staring straight at Kaz.
And we're staring at the
glass?
monitors. What exactly with the glass? Yeah,
That's
in between
weird.
us.
That is wild, man. Yeah, I forgot all about that.
And then after the broadcast, we held hands and left. But the whole thing at Ball Arena is fascinating because they've got so much more room to improve. Moj, do you have a desk or an office at Altitude TV?
Oh, hell no.
No, not at all.
I have one there, and I've never used it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I have like not an office, but a desk. You know where all those little...
Listen, we go right. Does Kyle have an office?
Yeah, he has a desk right near mine.
Okay, as long as it's not an office.
But he uses his. I've never used it.
Okay. Listen,
No,
have you ever had an office, Moj?
No, never, not one time.
Vic, when you were doing the local TV thing, did they have an office for you?
We had offices, yeah.
Okay, all right.
We had a big office.
Yeah, I've never had an office either, man.
What would you use it for?
Nothing.
Here's what I'd...
Your coat. I want one.
Yeah, if I had an
Arena,
office at Ball Arena, you know what I'd use it for?
What?
I'd bring my suit. I'd nap there during the day before the games. That's what I would do. After morning skate, I'd get my notes done, take a nap there at the arena.
I want one just so I can tell my family, where are you? I'm at the office.
Yeah. I know a couple of bars called The Office, so you can tell your wife the same thing. Where you at? The office, baby? I'm at the office. Just putting in some work, man. Putting in some work. All right, we got to take another quick time out. We've got one final segment to go right here on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Guys, low testosterone happened to me. Guys in their mid and early 30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every single year. And before you know it, it's happening gradually. You just don't feel the same as you did when you were younger, but you can do something about it. You can call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today at 720-440-7900. Or better yet, go to their website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. It's super simple. 10 simple questions, yes, no answers, takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult. You're going to draw your blood, results within 30 minutes. I'll tell you whether or not you're dealing with that. How about no more brain fog? You're going to wake up feeling better, better gains in the gym, higher energy levels. All of that comes with testosterone treatment. So do yourself a favor again. Call today, 720-440-7900. They've been in Colorado now for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. No need to wait. Most guys wait a year or longer. That's ridiculous. Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. They've got 5 locations to take care of you. Again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. What the heck is going on?
With what, man? Going on where? Going on with who?
Antonio Brown's on the lam.
Oh, yeah. The police want to talk to Antonio.
Huh?
Antonio Brown's on the lam, man.
What's going on with him now?
Well,
he was throwing shots.
Yeah, they're going to arrest him on a charge of attempted murder.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
So he was at this boxing event, right, in Miami last month.
Online streamer Aiden Ross.
Okay.
Hosting a boxing event.
Okay, hosting a boxing event. And he was detained by the police at the event and asked questions and all this kind of stuff. So, Bert, take it from there. So, like he's like, yeah, I don't know what the heck happened, right?
He was like, yo, I got jumped by a bunch of people. They were looking for my jewelry and money, and that was all that happened.
Right.
And then now they were like, oh, no. Antonio pulled out a gun and threw some shots. So now they're looking for him. Yeah, they're looking for Antonio Brown. And I'm sure he's going to turn himself in, right? You just can't run from the police, can you?
I mean, it was self-defense. I don't know. But he said, he was detained at the time. He said, yeah, man, they tried to jump me. And then all the witnesses go, wait, no, he was the guy doing the blasting with the gun. Maybe it was self-defense. I don't know. But they're looking. Yeah. They're trying to find him right now.
It's in Miami.
Yeah, the cops are cruising Florida looking for AB.
Not great.
No, not great. But I mean,
not ideal.
That guy has always been he's always just been
yeah. Well, me and Nelson were talking about that last time.
Guy,
remember the last time he was on a football field, man? That was some of the craziest stuff I've ever seen.
That's when he took his clothes off?
Yeah, he just started taking pads and clothes off, and he just remember he was walking through the end zone during a live football game. Jets and Was it Dolphins? Jets? I mean, I can't remember who it was, but yeah, that was ridiculous.
No, I think he was on the Bucs at the time.
Was
right?
it the no?
Oh, the Buccaneers. Yeah,
no, was it the Buccaneers?
Yeah,
I
think he was on the Buccaneers, and they were at the Jets, and he just took his pads off, and he was running through the end zone, waving his arms. And
and it's like, yo, man, the game's going on. What the heck is Antonio doing? Yeah, bad times.
Yeah, he played 7 games that year for the Buccaneers. 42 catches for 545 yards and 4 touches, and then he took his clothes off.
Yeah. Listen, man, that's how I want to retire, too. It's just take my clothes off and walk off. That's how. Is that how you're going to do your final Avs broadcast? You just be like, Rise, I love you, bro, and then just start throwing clothes off and bail?
Yeah, hey, I'm out of here.
What do you think the ratings would look like on Altitude TV if you got naked?
They would crash. Absolutely crash.
Good times.
Anyway, so AB apparently is out there. I hope he's okay, man. I mean, just mentally wise, you want people to be all right.
It's been a roller coaster with that guy since he retired, so I don't know.
Yeah.
He's clearly a little sideways.
Yeah, needs some help or could use some help one way or the
on
other.
the mini camp front.
Done. They're done. Off-season's done, bro.
People get all hyped, right? And we've got a whole summer full of Bo Nix love coming and all this kind of thing. Nelly, do you have that clip that I sent you again earlier today about training camp, mini camp, blah, 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 blah? Because it's the same thing every year. I want to get to September. I want to get through the preseason to get to September, but this is basically what Vic, this is former Vic. You used to be on the news.
We have breaking news at a training camp where, get this, every single player has reported to camp in the best shape of their lives, something we haven't seen since, well, last year. More breaking news coming in. That rookie that we had high hopes for just dropped a pass during a drill, so I think we can definitively say his career, over. Oh, and this just in about all those players in the best shape of their lives. They're reporting in bigger and stronger and yet somehow lighter and faster at the same time. More breaking news coming in. That guy who dropped the pass, well, he just made an insane grab and it's exploding on TikTok right now. I think this guy could be a Hall of Famer. A young QB is drawing rave reviews after going a perfect 11 for 11 in a scrimmage against the practice squad. I said practice twice. Oh, it's supposed to be that way. Oh, that's who the practice squad practices against. Okay.
Who's this?
Who's this? An online comedian guy.
No, but don't yuck my yum, man. If I want to get excited about mandatory mini camps, I can get excited about it, man.
You know, I've said this before. I mean, Berto, I've covered 30 training camps in my life. More than that. I don't know how old I am anymore. 35. It is the most overrated, most over-talked about, most over-consumed, use the word over for anything, and anything we do in sports media.
Yeah.
Anything.
Anything.
I'm
it's
not even kidding.
Close.
No, I agree with
well,
you.
You know, you've been out there a billion times.
Here's what's crazy. Did you see? So J.J. McCarthy he threw a pick 3 straight practices, and all of a sudden people were freaking out. They're like, "Oh, he's a wash. He's a bum. Look at him. He's throwing picks here in practice. He's done it 3 days in a row." And I was like, you're crazy.
Meanwhile, coming out of the Raiders minicamp, here's Pete Carroll. High praise for Ashton Genty. Caught the ball well, understands everything well. Serious effort throughout. Everybody's watching him. He embraces it all, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I get it.
And
Did you see what Callahan was saying about Cam Ward? Callahan was praising Cam Ward. The quarterback the Broncos are going to see in their very first regular season game this season. He was praising Cam. Not only that, he was saying that Cam Ward likes to talk a lot of trash. And he talks
it means. That means it stops.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. That's NFL camps and mini camps. If you work them too hard, they'll say, "Oh, well, you're too abrasive. You work them too hard." If you have field days and circus days, "Oh, you're too soft." I mean, you can't win.
Yeah,
just play football. Let's get to the season.
Yeah. So you're going to hear all these kind of things out of these mini camps and this and that and blah blah blah. Get me to the regular season and let's see what you do. That's that for Ashton Genty, Cam Ward, and anybody else you want to throw out there.
Yeah, I get it, man. But I do like talking about this kind of stuff and speculating about this kind of stuff. It's why you're a football fan, right?
Yeah. I mean, believe me, I'm going to be at training camp this year with bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. I'm going to be excited to be there again. I'm probably going to be most excited to see how much progress they're making on the new facilities.
Oh, really?
Because they're throwing that sucker up like it's a home extreme makeover.
Yeah. Well, I mean, is it supposed to be done by camp next year?
Next
right?
year, I think.
Next year it's going to be completely done. How long do you think they take to build a brand new stadium? Like, how long did it take to build how long did it take to build SoFi? Like, because that's the kind
SoFi took like 3 years.
That's kind of the stadium I'm looking at. That's what I want to see. I want to see like.
Well, you got to do the deconstruction. It's only you just have land. You got to deconstruct the whole area, then
all those
reconstruct
warehouses,
the whole area.
all those buildings.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you going to do with some of those train tracks? There's a lot, dude. There are years of, but
You
it's
think?
got to start soon. Again, 2030 is right around the corner, dude. We're at 25 right now.
Yeah, I know.
Every time I think 2030, I'm like, oh my god, way into the future. We're almost there.
Hope I make it.
You might make it, man.
Might.
Dude, Moj, look at our faces.
I know.
Imagine how even more jacked up
Oh
our
my
faces are
God.
going to look in 5 years. Look at them now.
Like how
That's
you
why
gonna
you got the
young.
beard going on, bro, is because you're getting all that stuff too.
Yeah, listen, man, we're all getting closer to death. This is the way it is. You're as young as you're ever going to be right now. That's it. That was the youngest.
Shorter of breath and one day closer to death. Who said that?
I have no idea.
Pink Floyd.
We're nothing. We're dead. We're dust.
What's up, Mike?
Absolutely nothing.
All right, let's get to it, man.
All right, let's do this drunk take thing, Nelson.
Dun, 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 dun. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane present dun, 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 dun. Drunk Takes.
All right, so as Brett would say, it's stupid things we say during the course of the week. We slow them down to half speed to make them sound like we're hammered. Nelly.
So Coco Gauff.
Coco Crisp.
Coco Crisp, which is one of the best names in all of sports history. Coco Chanel.
Coco for Cuckoo Crisps.
Coco for Cuckoo Crisps. Dude, that was a disaster. That was an absolute disaster.
For Cocoa Crisps, right?
Cocoa Puffs.
Oh, that's right.
I shocked you guys were talking tennis, man.
Cuckoo for we were talking Coco Gauff, but then
you can't talk tennis with these guys. They don't know tennis.
No,
Berto.
No, I don't. Yeah, tennis is crazy. All right, although that men's final on Sunday
It was outstanding.
dope.
These guys, not to these guys though. These guys, it's not even a sport. You
Hella
can't talk
dope.
tennis with Moser.
I can't believe Alcaraz won. All right, what's next now?
Vision Quest.
Great movie.
Great movie.
Madonna played a role in that movie.
What?
No, it wasn't Madonna. Madonna's music was in that movie. Sorry. Madonna's music.
Yeah, I was gonna say Madonna was not. Was she one of the wrestlers? Is that it? I'm sure she was on the mat a lot, but was she wrestling?
Matthew Modine, baby.
Whoa, Moj.
That's uncool, dude.
Right, man.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Just shame.
Tell me I'm wrong.
No, you're probably not wrong.
Okay, then.
Don't bring it up in polite
I'm
company,
I'm not a Madonna fan.
Why? Okay. What's next, Nelson?
So soft. S-A-W-T.
S-A-W-T would be sought.
Salt.
Oh, I've heard the F. S-A-W-F-T. So minor misspelling happens every day.
Made me laugh, though.
No? All right, Nelson. What's bigger, your stomach, RJ's thighs, or Ray Bork's thighs? Oh, man, you have to suck it in, let it go, bro. You worked for 35 years for that beer guy, bro. Embrace it.
It is good. I mean, my ball's in there. I'll show you my ball during the break.
What the hell did you just say?
You don't know about that.
Your balls. I don't want to see your balls during the break.
What was that?
Nobody wants to see your balls during the break,
I
Moj.
showed you my ball.
He did. He was super
was
excited
that?
about it.
I got an exercise ball that's in the spare production room that I do sit-ups on every day.
Moser thinks going and doing exercises during the break is going to...
There's no chance you've done sit-ups in the last 10 years.
All right, Nelson, we got one more, right? There are some dudes who really like to touch the meat, really like to work the meat, Work the meat.
It depends. Well, hold on a second, man.
And that's got your name written all. You are a I work the meat kind of dude, bro.
I can do every animal on the planet, including your snakes, Vic.
God, you notice how I don't partake in any of that tomfoolery. You never hear my voice with that stuff.
Nope.
All right, that was Drunk Takes, and that was Moser Lombardi.
Thanks for filling in,
Kane.
Berto. Appreciate it.
No problem. I hope Brett's having a good time playing golf or whatever he's doing. We were this close to convincing people he had passed away.
I was going to say, thanks for convincing the audience that he's no longer with us, as you announced many times.
I'm hoping there are a couple people still out there thinking that he's moved on to a better place, but he is not. Well, actually, yes, he's in Vail, right? Something like that. But
he actually has moved on to a better place.
He's hanging out Vail Golfing. Yeah.
All right, enjoy your weekend, your Father's Day weekend. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. We got the morning sprint next, right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
What's the guy's name? Jack what?
Yannick Sinner giving up a
Jack what?
Another chance, and now on to Barkov. Poke checked away by Janmark. Open man, Kapanen. One-timer score! Jake Wallman, and Edmonton has its first lead of the game, 4-3. Verhaeghe to the middle of the ice, chipped across. Open man, Tkachuk. Wrist shot score. Reinhart with 19.5 to go. Florida has tied the game. Florida makes the long change. Breaking free is Draisaitl to the net. Score! Leon Draisaitl has tied the series with his fourth OT winner in the playoffs. Final score, Edmonton 5, Florida 4 in overtime.
A wild finish to Game 4 between the Oilers and the Panthers, and we are knotted at 2 in the Stanley Cup Final. The quest for dueling Game 7s is still very much alive. Game 4 tonight between Indy and OKC in the NBA Finals. You heard that call on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 last night in the Stanley Cup Finals. Welcome in Morning Sprint here on a beautiful Friday morning. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson is behind the glass today, and you, 303-504-0925 on the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. So much to get into today, previewing Game 4 of the NBA Finals. Antonio Brown is on the lam for attempted murder. We'll talk about the end of minicamp for the Broncos, and also Round 2 of the U.S. Open. We'll get you guys a leaderboard update in just about 10 minutes from right now and let you guys know where you're standing in our U.S. Open Pick'em contest. See if you guys can win a foursome of golf to the Ridge at Castle Pines, as well as 4 tickets to the U.S. Senior Open, courtesy of our friends at Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonades. Coach, good morning. How are you? Did you watch that contest last night?
I sure did. And it looks like we might be seeing some history in the making. The take that I've been wanting to put out there into the universe, that we're going to get an NBA Finals and a Stanley Cup Finals that in the same year goes 7 games each. I think we're on pace for that, Raj. Tonight's going to be a big night for Oklahoma City. OKC's got to win tonight to make this thing really go to be a 7-game series. Because right now, Indiana Pacers are confident and smoking hot. Last night's game, however, Leon Draisaitl in overtime could only get his one hand on the stick, and for him to be able to just will the puck in the general direction, and it gets a tremendous deflection. That was incredible.
What a player.
Gritty, grimy, and just really skilled.
And it all comes hours after he gets, snub isn't the right word, but he does get edged out of winning the MVP. So we finally have the NHL's Hart Trophy awarded last night, which ends up going to Connor Hellebuck of the Winnipeg Jets. He's the first goaltender to win the MVP award and the Vezina in the same season since 2014. The 5th time that's happened since expansion in the NHL that a goalie has won the Hart Trophy. Just the 4th guy to do it, following Carey Price, Jose Theodore, who played a little bit of hockey here for the Avalanche, and Dominik Hasek, who did it in back-to-back seasons in the late 90s. Hellebuck wins that razor-thin voting between Hellebuck and Draisaitl. 81 first-place votes for Hellebuck, 53 for Draisaitl. The reason why Hellebuck wins this thing, there were 3 players who kind of had the same season at the top of that. Between Draisaitl, Kucherov, and McKinnon, they all had MVP-worthy seasons, and I think they kind of screwed each other, and everyone just goes, oh, well, an unreal season from a goaltender. It is a regular season award. We obviously know he struggles during the postseason. Connor Five-a-Buck, as you love to call him. Draisaitl showed last night why the Edmonton Oilers can overcome a serious lack of depth and serious questions in net. It's because they have the best 1-2 punch in the league, and it's not even close.
Yeah, and they're both playing well, playing healthy.
They've combined for 64 points.
It's asinine what those two are doing, and they are that good. And did you see there's some social media posts that were floating around about exactly what was said in the dressing room by our guy Connor McPickles?
Oh, he lost it in Edmonton last year. We saw that on the 24/7 behind the scenes.
Repeat last night. I don't know if you had a chance to see it, but somebody was recording right outside the dressing room.
Screaming.
And it was not suitable for work. NSFW, if you've ever seen that acronym anywhere. He was, and you know what? He is a leader of that team. They went from 3-0 down. One of the great comebacks in NHL Stanley Cup finals history, really. It's incredibly important now. You get a split in Florida at the very least, and you're on. I think you're on track for a 7-game series.
You should get 7 out of this. They're very evenly matched teams. The reason why it's so impressive that Edmonton came back last night is Florida doesn't lose leads in the postseason.
They also have, I think, the best postseason netminder in the game. He was fantastic until he wasn't.
Bobrovsky? Yeah. Yeah. He's hot and cold to me. I've never felt, looking at Florida, that like Bob's the reason why you're going to win. There are games where I go, he's on, and then there's games where I go, you look like you're aging. And I felt that way last year in their postseason run too. I don't feel like I did about Andrei Vasilevsky, 4 years ago. That's not how I look at Sergei.
I'd say just probably if you look at the league today, right?
Yeah.
And use a 3-year sample size.
Well, yeah, his team's the best.
And he's been really good too. I thought he was fantastic in the first period.
Yes. He's been good. I don't look at him the same way as I did Vasilevsky when Tampa was going on their runs.
Hey, Raj, you had a really long, awesome, detailed intro of all the happenings in sports that we're going to get to.
I left one thing out.
A pretty big thing. A thing that, if you've listened to the coach over here for the last couple months.
Oh, I left 2 things out. Because you're going to go into one thing that I thought you were going to be streaking into the show today and doing the show naked because of what you're about to talk about. I also left out the fact that the Rockies won in walk-off fashion yesterday.
It's 2 big deals right there. See, as a San Francisco Giants fan, I'm actually okay with the Rockies getting a walk-off victory because you took 2 of 3.
In all 3 of those games, the Rockies played good enough to win the games.
100%. They blew 2 of them, and then they played fantastic on the stretch yesterday.
That's how you want the Rockies to lose this year.
Want to hear something wild about the Rockies? In their last 10 games, 4-6. It's way better than they've been playing, certainly for the entirety of the season up until this point.
Well, there's also a sweep in there.
Yeah, it's still in 10 games you've won 4.
3.
In 10 games you've won 4 of 10.
Well, how are they in their last 6? 1-5.
Yes. 4-6. Like, you look at the standings.
We're painting the same picture, same picture with very different strokes.
Is it Acacia? Is that the guy who hit the walk-off single?
No, Orlando Arcia.
How do you say it?
Arcia.
Arcia. Okay. Orlando Arcia. With that walk-off single, the Colorado Rockies have pulled within 27.5 games of first place in the National League West. What a big deal, man.
Let's go!
You're right there in striking distance, man.
I can't do this with you today. I can't do this for the rest of the season where we do they're 27 games out now. Watch out for. I can't do that. I can't do the tongue-in-cheek thing. I'm not going to sit here and do they've won a game. They're 4-6 over their last 10. So watch out for the Rockies. I can't. You have to call it the way it is. They're just a bad team with nothing going for them, and they're keeping games close. Which is, again, I think that's the way that you want the Rockies to go about the year.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't do the watch out. I'm not going to do that for the whole summer.
It's so bad that you almost have to, though, Raj. You have to create some type of best in show.
No, the best
mockumentary.
The best in show is that they are the worst in show.
You just have to have fun with it, man. This is a mockumentary film series this year with the Colorado Rockies. It's what it is, man. Spinal Tap.
That was
best
one of the
show.
2 things I left out in my open. What's the other one that you were very excited about?
Well, for those of you that loved the Russell Westbrook experiment, I apologize to you as somebody who did not love the Russell Westbrook experiment. He is no longer going to be a Denver Nugget.
That's not necessarily true.
It is true.
It's not true.
It's
not
true.
necessarily true. The
Because
only
then
reason
the
why
Nuggets are going to have to pay him.
Right, but
why would you pay that player?
Well, This is the way. You use the mid-level exception on him. The reason why he is opting out is because he can just make a little bit more money on essentially the same deal that he was playing on. It's not guaranteed that he's gone. Him opting out does not necessarily mean that he gets a longer-term deal. He is a year-to-year player.
You know why he's not going to be a Denver Nugget in 2025? Because David Adelman, when he took over as interim head coach, when you're a coach that's sitting there and you have a massive personality that just wants all the minutes and is sitting there just staring at you like, when is it my time? Adelman probably spent too much bandwidth, too much mental energy expended on managing the minutes of Russell Westbrook and how to utilize Russell Westbrook
That's a good point.
for a burst of energy, but then how to get his rear end out of the lineup so that he doesn't cost you with ridiculously boneheaded turnovers. I don't think David Adelman is going to want to continue to manage that in 25.
I don't believe it is guaranteed that he's not a Nugget next year. Just because he opts out. The opt-out was always coming because it is in the player's best interest to just get a little bit of a pay bump.
All right, so it would probably come down to...
It's probably 75-25 that he's gone versus he's staying.
Let me ask you this. If you were to go around and pull the core of players, Nikola Jokic, and I'm talking about after the Russell Westbrook experience, Jamal Murray, Nikola Jokic, Michael Porter Jr., Aaron Gordon. If you pulled those four players, what would they say with regards to do they want to have Russell Westbrook back or not? What would be your opinion?
Last year was a net positive for the Russ experience. You do not get out of the first round without Russell Westbrook. There are 2 games in the Thunder series that you probably don't win without him.
I don't think it was a net positive.
But it's such a crap take.
No, it's not, because you're
assuming nonsense take.
There's a player that you could have had on your roster potentially not named Russell Westbrook. So it's not potatoes. It's not apples and oranges. You're not comparing this and that.
Who's the player?
Somebody who doesn't turn the ball over.
Someone
was
someone going to win games?
Somebody that could shoot a basketball.
Literally win
Ross,
games
is there
in round
somebody
one?
who can shoot a basketball that was out there?
Dude, it is such a hater take to just look at him because he is hot and cold, and he did have games where he lost you the basketball game because he can't find a way to quell the turnovers. But he literally won 2 games by himself in the LA series. You do not get to round 2. You do not get to game 7 of the OKC series without Russell Westbrook. Yes, it's frustrating. It was up and down. He lost you games, but he also was a very good version of himself this year. It was a net positive. Just because you don't like how he handles the basketball does not. I don't think it's valid because
I don't like how he
turns
shoots
the basketball
either.
Over.
His 3-point shot attempts
You mean
felt
the
like
three-pointers
turnovers.
that won a game against LA? Those ones?
So if the standard for wanting Russell Westbrook is that you survive the first round of the playoffs, and that's what you're basing this thing off for the future,
I'm not saying I want
Russell
him back
Westbrook
next year.
is the greatest player to get you out of the first round of the playoffs and then cost you in the second round of the playoffs.
That's what happens. That is the human experience. That is the Russ experience. I'm not saying I want him back.
That is the Russ experience.
I am not saying
that
I
is
want
the
him
Russ
back.
experience.
I'm not even saying that that it's probable that he's back. It is probable that he's gone. But it was an overwhelming positive based on what you paid for him in the offseason. He was a plus this year. He was.
I am so ready for the experience to be over.
It's likely over.
Thank you.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryanemi. 303-504-0925 is the Shant Mazda text line. On the other side, we'll give you guys an update on the U.S. Open, let you guys know where you are standing in our leaderboard for the U.S. Open Pick'em contest as well. Again, Russell Westbrook opts out of his contract. He's due to be a free agent.
I turn it over 20 times trying to pass on the ball. I don't really care.
All right, it's the U.S. Open round number 2. We'll get back into the Russell Westbrook thing here in just a little bit. I promise. There's so much more to get into that. Coach and I are going to yell at each other, and I'm happy to do that. And I think that the Russell Westbrook thing, there's a really interesting wrinkle. The Nuggets now have the choice whether or not you want him back. And he's not forcing you into going through this experience once again. And I'm sure you guys have a lot to say about it. The text line's blowing up. We also want you to use the Voice of the People hotline on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. So go into the mobile app, scroll to the bottom, hit the little microphone button, yell at me, yell at Mike. Most of you think I'm the idiot. I'm okay with that. I'm used to that. And we'll play that coming up at about 11:30. So again, use the Voice of the People, hit the microphone button. Tell me why you either want Russ back or you don't want him back, why he was a failure this year or why he was a net positive. Again, let us know. Mobile app, hit the microphone button, and yell at me. Let's take a look at our U.S. Open leaderboard at 10:30 on a Friday morning. JJ Spawn still currently holding the lead at 4 under. Sam Burns and Thurston Lawrence tied at 3 under par. Victor Hovland, the low round on the day right now, alongside Sam Burns. He is 3 under on the 15th hole and 2 under for the tournament. Siwoo Kim tees off in about 3 hours from right now. He is 2 under par. Brooks Koepka, 2 over on the day, is back to even, and he is in the top 10. Looking at our leaderboard right now, Ryan, the 5926, currently leading the way. He's got Bryson, Hovland, Siwoo, and Emiliano Grillo. Eric, Craig, O'Neill, and Heath roll out our top 5. When it comes to the guys at Altitude Sports Radio, Coach, you are unfortunately not on the leaderboard because you screwed our show out of a pizza party because you didn't put your picks in.
I'll get us some Pizza Rush. All right.
I'd appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'd like that.
Yeah.
Okay. KJ, where are you, KJ?
He's not doing great.
No, he's better than me. KJ's 5th right now.
How many
leading the way.
How many total entries were there?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 guys at Altitude did it. So not everyone did it.
Okay.
You're not the only guy.
Is Lindahl on there?
Lindahl is on there. Scotty is not.
There we go.
Shocker.
Okay. Batonio is, right?
Who?
Vic
is on there. Brett's on there. Moser's on there.
So morning show's all over.
The afternoon's on it. The midday show minus Scotty's on there. DMac leads the way. He's got Scheffler, Morikawa, Siwoo, and Cam Davis. Moser has Schauffele, Oberg, McIntyre, and Davis, and I'm in like 7th or 8th place. I've got my guy Sepp Straka, who I said like
not great.
No.
Plus 3?
He's plus 10.
Plus 10.
Yeah, it's a big score. Big score for Sepp Straka.
Hope nobody made any type of wager in Circus Sports Colorado app on Sepp Straka, taking your advice. I don't think it does not look good for our guy Sepp.
Aaron texts in, and when are we going to hire a general manager, for crying out loud? That probably goes into this Russ thing, this Russ experience, is what does your new GM want? It's not just up to David Adelman, right? Right?
I think it's going to be ultimately up to David Adelman. The Russ decision. And the reason I say that is because he's the one who has to manage the playing time and the distribution. And with Russell Westbrook, it's very complex how to make those types of decisions. So David Adelman as a guy that dealt with the positive nature of the experiment of Russell Westbrook, and that's the energy uptick, the defensive, just baseline to baseline, side courts to side court. The guy does cover a ton of ground, and he plays with his hair on fire. Unfortunately, he also plays at times hero ball on the offensive side, and we all can agree on that. I think that we can see when you watch Russell Westbrook play, you feel like there are moments when he has the basketball in his hands that he is trying to cement his legacy as one of the greats in the history of the NBA.
You know what?
As opposed to just being the best version of himself.
That's what's killing me about the NBA Finals broadcast, right? Not only is it missing the pageantry that it used to have, right? It feels like it's just another game to me. And it also felt that way last year. It's not just because it's two smaller market teams in OKC and Indy. Like both of these teams play incredibly energetic basketball. The foul hunting from SGA takes away a little bit, but all I hear in terms of it's an ESPN problem. It's not a basketball problem. It's not an NBA problem. This is a 4-letter ESPN issue, the way that they are presenting the finals.
Explain.
All I hear about, I don't hear enough about the actual basketball game, about what's actually happening on the court. All I hear about is, what does this do for the legacy of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? What does this do for the legacy of Tyrese Halliburton? Before the series has even ended. Yeah. It's all about, I'm so sick and tired of this legacy crap in the NBA. Just tell me what's happening on the court. And it literally is all about, what does this do for the brand of the player? And I'm sick and tired of it. And it's all mixed in with, what are the Knicks going to do with Karl Anthony Towns? Where's Giannis going to go? Is he going to stay in Milwaukee? It's everything surrounding the NBA and not about the culmination of the season, not about the pageantry of the finals. And yes, I get it. I know I'm a hockey guy first and foremost. But when I watched the TNT broadcast last night of Game 4 between Edmonton and the Florida Panthers, you know what I didn't hear about?
Legacies.
You know what I didn't hear about? Where Mitch Marner is going to go.
Yeah.
You know what I didn't hear about? What the Avalanche are going to do in the postseason. You know what I did? I did listen to? I listened to a panel, an increasingly energetic and fun panel.
Talking about the hockey.
Talking about the
scheme. Talking about who's playing well, how the puck's moving, which lines are performing well, where the matchups are.
Right?
You're so right. And I would call this the 4-letter word that combined with a 3-letter word. So ESPN's the 4-letter word. The 3-letter word in my world that ruined the sport of college football is the SEC. Those two acronyms, when added together, have gotten the college football landscape into the position that it is now, which is just chaos. ESPN's problem with the NBA is the LeBron James NBA is all about legacy. And it was all LeBron.
It's all about.
And it's been LeBron. And then it was like Steph Curry's legacy. But man, it always continues. Even now, somehow, some way, it always comes back to LeBron's legacy.
So, all right. So talk to me about, again, I was young. I remember MJ winning titles. And it's one of my earlier sports memories of him like rising up in Game 6 against Utah. Like that's an early sports memory for me. I was not at the age where I could really truly listen to the discourse around it. You certainly were. Did it feel like that back when MJ was winning titles, or was it about winning?
That is my childhood, the entirety of my childhood. Really, the two that I would say that the legacies were cemented in my child rearing into high school and into college.
14, 15, 16 when he was winning them.
It was Michael Jordan into Kobe Bryant. Those two players in particular. You know what never happened between those two players? That happens all the time with LeBron James. I feel like it's happening a little bit with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
It's with everyone now, man.
I don't think it is with Nikola Jokic. And here, let me please explain. Those two players, they didn't care about controlling the narrative of what was being said about them. It was pre-social media era. They were a throwback to everything that they did. It was about what they did on the court. Period, point blank, end of story. Michael Jordan was just the quintessential competitor, and he was almost a silent assassin that he rarely did anything in the post-game press conferences, in the interviews, other than just be a consummate professional and talk about, hey, next game, going on to that. And so his legacy is all about what happened between the lines on a basketball court. Same thing with Kobe Bryant. Two unbelievable competitors. What does LeBron James feel different to me is that he gets so caught up in the feelings, how he's perceived. He talks about it all the time. And ESPN has done nothing but give him a platform to cement and define his own legacy. And I hate it. I hate it.
It's just, it's a personal feel. And I finally put my finger on it, right? I had I had an inkling that it was just going to be, it's two teams that we're not used to seeing here. It's a team that pisses me off because of the faces on that roster in OKC and the fact that they ended up beating the Nuggets on their way to a championship appearance with the Thunder. And then it very quickly went away because I enjoy the way that both of these teams play basketball. As annoying as it is to watch OKC play defense, I've told you guys over the last 2 days, it's what I've been begging for in the NBA over the last 15 years, to have teams play with that type of energy. I love the way that Indy moves the basketball. It never stops. It's not iso ball until Tyrese needs the ball at the end of the game, and then you have a dynamic playmaker and shot maker at the end of the game, much like we saw Jamal Murray, 2 and 3 and 4 postseasons going nuclear at the end of games. And sure, we obviously have the Jamal Murray made a shot against the Lakers. Once I got over that hump and I went, no, the basketball's fine. It's the broadcast. It's an issue to me.
Yeah. I mentioned that LeBron James is a player that has led to this problem of everything being about legacies and where they're going to stack up. And when this thing is all said and done and you look at back and see where LeBron is compared to Michael Jordan and you name the player. Nikola Jokic doesn't feel that way to me at all. And that's what got me back into loving the National Basketball Association. This is real honest stuff. I mean, I'm an ultimate vagabond. I've gone from city to city as a college football coach. I don't even know up from down as it relates to my sports rooting interests. I've lived in so many places.
You have
started
one team,
with a kid.
and it's the Giants.
It's the San Francisco Giants, because my dad took me to a game when he was a little kid. When I was a little kid, showed me his team that he loved growing up. I'm like, that's awesome. I'm a Giants fan. Everywhere else, it's like, what do I see from the product on the court, on the field, on the ice? And is it something that I'm drawn to? And I'm drawn to Nikola Jokic because he doesn't care. In fact, I'd say he sometimes goes opposite of having any desire to define his legacy. He doesn't want to talk about it. He just wants to be in the locker room with his teammates, be on the basketball court, and then go to Serbia. He doesn't care about all the other bull crap. And that's what makes Nikola Jokic a legacy that I don't want to talk about defining it. I'm just rooting for him to win a whole lot. Just like Michael Jordan, guess what he did? He won a whole lot. And he just left it at that.
What a catch on the mug that you just dropped. Did you spill any coffee? That was the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Animated hands, mug of coffee, knock it off, and then while I'm making eye contact with you,
didn't miss a beat.
Whack!
An athlete. You guys couldn't see it, obviously, considering this is radio, but Coach just launched his mug with some coffee in it. It did a full rotation. He caught it on the handle and didn't miss eye contact.
And I think I continued talking.
I'm very impressed with that. That is an athlete. That is a Division I athlete.
Is that the first thing you've ever received from me? That actually looks athletic. You mean when
those ball hold skills?
You mean when I'm standing across from you and I got my foot propped up on a 5-foot chair? That doesn't look athletic to you?
I make fun of you for this in the most endearing way possible. You know what that was? That was a bad snap on a field goal.
Yes.
That was a bad snap. Someone threw a shoebox at you.
Yep.
Some long snapper threw a shoebox, and you had to get the ball down.
You know what's beautiful?
And the laces were out.
So do you want to know the funniest thing? So my short snapper in college, Boise State, was a guy named Clayton Adams. And you might be like, who cares, Coach, about your stupid long snapper in college? We called ourselves the gravy train because you just knew like we were going to show up and it was just like everybody else is just going to be eating up, just feeding off of our supply that we're giving to everybody. The gravy train. It was Clayton Adams as the short snapper, me that was the holder, and then our kicker was Tyler Jones. My short snapper, Clayton, about 5'10", about 320. Just as wide as he was tall.
Just a meatball.
And just a total meathead in every single way. Total goofball. He's now the offensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys.
Come on.
Yeah, he's the OC at the Cowboys. He was the O-line coach for the Arizona Cardinals the last couple of years and got hired as the OC of the Cowboys. And I'm like, that is the most goofball, immature, degenerate human being on planet Earth, and I'm so excited for him because he's the best.
The gravy train, is that a Vibes name?
Yeah.
Or a play name?
No,
you just walk in, you're just feeling yourself.
Yeah, it was the three of us. And to our credit, never once had a botched snap, and we were the number one scoring offense in college football.
I just had a front row seat to it.
Yep.
And it's very impressive.
Yep. So Clayton Adams, gravy train.
You see what's happening with Antonio Brown?
Yeah, not good.
Law enforcement in Miami-Dade is seeking to arrest former NFL wide receiver Antonio Brown on a charge of attempted murder, according to a warrant reviewed by the Washington Post. So I saw the video.
It was 3 weeks ago?
Yeah.
4 weeks ago?
Was
that an Aiden Ross kickboxing event?
Yes, an Aiden Ross online streamer celebrity kickboxing event.
This world is so weird. I
And
don't get all these things.
Brown allegedly is involved with a shooting and a brawl that happened outside. So if you've seen the video, there's 24 people involved with this. And apparently what happened was there is an altercation where Antonio is fighting with several other people.
Basically got jumped.
Basically
At least
got jumped.
The way that the video presented and way that Antonio Brown talked about it later, because he actually went back on the live stream after he had shot up a crowd, if I'm not mistaken.
But according to the warrant, witnesses tell police officers that Brown was the shooter and that there were 2 shell casings found at the scene. He was unarmed at the time, but allegedly took a gun off of a security officer or security guard. That's what's being alleged right now. So it is chaos, and it does look like he got jumped. And while the world is turning to crap in many ways, finding an athlete and a celebrity, which Antonio Brown is.
So trying to figure out, like, I always hear from the young generation about their favorite streamers, right? So right now we're watching video behind you on the screen of one of these streaming situations. There's a count on the top left that says DreamHack 26 out of 200.
No idea what that means.
On the right, it says Weed Fund 6 out of 10. What are we doing?
I don't know, man.
I can't deal with this streaming world.
And obviously everyone's trying to get clicks and, talking crap to a celebrity and a guy with as big of a Twitter following as Antonio Brown. Like, that's a way to get views. And unfortunately, someone's going to get heavily injured and hurt.
Did you hear about this live stream YouTube world like beef that happened in Las Vegas?
Yeah, I did.
Disgusting. Like it ended up being a live stream of
double homicide
of somebody, 2 people, a husband and wife, getting shot and killed by a YouTube rival. What are we doing? What is going on with our world? And then it was live streamed that the world got to see these people get shot in cold-blooded murder by another YouTube streamer.
Antonio's off his rocker. Like, there are some serious mental health issues there, but that doesn't happen in normal life. That happens because he's a celebrity, a former athlete with a large following that someone wanted to get a rise out of him because likely they were on camera.
He also, with his CTESPN account that he launched, he's also picked a lot of fights.
No, I'm not saying he's complete. Like, you don't get arrested for attempted murder without being in the wrong somewhere. Yeah, that's a story that
CTESPN's about done.
That's a story that
not going to continue.
Has been going the wrong way for a very long time and looks to have taken an even darker turn where I didn't think we were going to get there. But not pretty. We'll see how this continues to unfold over the course of the weekend. More to get into. Rockies winning a walk-off. We have a crazy overtime game in the Stanley Cup Finals last night. We have some awards, right? Nathan MacKinnon ends up finishing 4th in the MVP. Not bad for him. But Cale Makar, Nathan MacKinnon, first-team honors in the NHL. KJ, you had a question for me on our text thread last night. We'll get into it about the Avs on the other side.
Hey, Denver, I'm fired up to tell you about my personal real estate agent, my favorite real estate agent in the market and family in the Colorado market, and that's Barry Remington, 1M, and the Remington team at WK Real Estate. Log on right now to barryremington.com with a ton of listings. The great thing right now is that Barry and Cassie, his daughter, are a team that have been working together for 7 years, And they've got more inventory than they've had in the 10 plus years that Barry has been doing this for the WK Real Estate. This is huge for buyers. And right now it is a buyer's market. So don't underestimate what a seller will do to get a deal done for you and with you. And Barry and Cassie bring the perspective of two people that will hustle for you, that will treat you the way they want to be treated. So if you're ready to win right now in this market, Barry is the guy. Don't settle for just any agent. Work with the Remington team at WK Real Estate. Visit Barry Remington, 1M, BarryRemington.com for more information. They serve Boulder, Denver, and well beyond.
Florida makes the long change. Breaking free is Draisaitl to the net. Score! Leon Draisaitl has tied the series with his fourth OT winner in the playoffs. Final score, Edmonton 5, Florida 4 in overtime.
Leon Draisaitl scoring in overtime. He ties up the series at 2 in the Stanley Cup final, but only a second team NHL All-Star because Nathan MacKinnon makes his second consecutive first NHL All-Star team. He joins Cale Makar, who gets his third first-team nomination. That guy has 5 NHL All-Star nominations in terms of like regular or postseason, regular season awards. 5 in his first 6 seasons.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Good player. Quick question. You listened to the voice of the Oilers, I believe that was?
Yes. I don't know the name.
Hockey announcers. The more I hear, especially in this Stanley Cup final, between Florida's announcer, who went postal the other night when we were listening to that
Jack
broadcast.
Michaels.
And then now the Edmonton.
Is Edmonton.
Okay. Do they double as monster truck rally announcers as well?
Well, Moser was talking about what he did like years ago. He did the.
That's right. He did the NASCAR.
He did like NASCAR. It's not NASCAR, but like.
It kind of is like drag racing.
Out in Colorado.
Yeah, up in northern Colorado in Daytona. Yeah. He was actually. I think Connor McGahey was up there with him.
Pretty close.
It's pretty awesome.
McGahey may have done stuff at Bandemere.
Sunday. Come out to
McGahey,
Dakota,
I know you listen to the show. Text me.
Colorados.
Did you do Bandemere? Would you do McGahey? Would you do monster truck rallies?
NHL monster truck rallies, and I would say local obscure fake wrestling announcers. All kind of the same guy. And Macho Man Randy Savage, Sunday, come out to the start car.
That's pretty good, Coach. That's pretty good.
And he wins in overtime.
Here are 2 examples of what he's talking about.
Overtime.
It's the same guy.
It's the same exact thing. All right.
McGahey.
Connor's got a little bit more of he's got a tick higher pitch there, which is funny because Connor has a very low voice.
They're all the same people, are they not? Monster truck
You
rally.
do a really good WWE pump me up speech.
Tuesday,
did you grow up on that stuff?
Tuesday. I did. Yeah, Jake the Snake. Yeah.
Who's your favorite wrestler growing up?
It was Jake the Snake.
Jake the Snake?
Yeah. The Undertaker became somebody that I was like kind of intrigued by. And it's so weird now as like a 43-year-old, just a kind of an old, grizzly, wily veteran. I hate WWE now, but I loved it back in the day. I don't understand why people still like it because it seems so cheesy, but I mean, I'm guessing it was, you had the natural, what's my guy? Ric Flair. Nature Boy. I was like, natural. No, Nature Boy.
Is it right? Ric Flair's 2 claps?
Yep. Woo! 2 claps and a Ric Flair.
Yeah, there we go.
Woo!
There we go. I was a Rey Mysterio and a Sting guy.
Okay. That was the era I was like still okay with WWE. Goldberg, awesome.
We got a text from our boy Brandon. It's wrestler, not wrestler. They're wrestling. KJ, you asked me a question last night when it comes to the Oilers and the Avs and stuff. Let the people know what that question was.
Yeah, so I was just kind of looking at how the Oilers were basically making their comeback and how they eventually won the game. And I was just like, man, you got Connor McDavid, who's a machine, but the Avs have that in Nathan MacKinnon. Then you have Leon Draisaitl, who's a machine. Do you have Leon Draisaitl?
No.
The closest thing you have is Cale Makar.
Yeah.
But Cale can't impact the game nearly as much, I think, as a center can. Like, there's a reason why teams take centers number 1 overall
you
more
bring up
often than defensemen.
You bring up something that I really wanted to discuss. The style of hockey that, say, the Dallas Stars play, where they just really, really clog up the middle. To be a scoring defenseman, and a lot of your scoring opportunities are going to be just wrist rockets from just in front of the blue line. If you're playing against teams in the postseason that just create so many different bad lanes to shoot pucks, does it neutralize a player like Cale Makar versus a Leon Draisaitl that consistently can get into those dangerous spots.
A little
in
bit,
and
yeah.
around the net.
A little bit. Kale's a rush scorer. He's a rush scoring defenseman. He's not the guy who's going to just take a bomb from the point and it's going to find a way off of a defenseman's shin pad and get in. He does have the ability to do that. We watch him walk the blue line all the time and find the little 6-inch spot that a puck is able to go through. And he has the ability, more so than pretty much any other defenseman in the world, but he is where he is most dangerous is a rush scoring D-man. Jumping into the rush, using his legs, his vision to have free breakouts, and then join that odd man opportunity up the ice. That's where he is really, really dangerous. There is no team in the league that has the McDavid-Draisaitl punch. And you can't just go out and get it. The Avs you could actually make the argument the Avs were closest.
With Moose.
With Mikko Rantanen. But Rantanen he's nowhere, he's elite. He's a Hall of Famer. He's nowhere near the player Draisaitl.
Draisaitl's up.
The moose is loose.
Draisaitl's most likely a Hall of Famer. And I believe he would be a Hall of Famer.
If he retired today, he's a Hall of Famer.
And I believe he'd be a Hall of Famer even if he wasn't playing next to Connor McDavid.
I agree.
Whereas Mikko Rantanen has greatly benefited from being next to Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar in terms of the legacy.
Here
we are talking about legacies. We're yelling at ESPN about legacies, and we're doing hockey legacies.
We're gonna learn who Mikko Rantanen is over the next 8 years because
I don't know if I'll be alive in 8 years, Raj.
In Dallas, he does not have that type of player. He has to be Nathan McKinnon in Dallas. Now, if Rantanen puts up 110 points, 115 points and scores 50 goals multiple times over the course of this contract, then you go, all right, yeah, he was just as good by himself as he was with McKinnon. I don't think that's going to happen. Now, it remains to be seen what the playing style is for the Stars without Peter DeBoer. Will they open it up? Will they trade Jason Robertson to try and open up some cap space? There's a lot of things that are happening. Like the Dallas Stars are in cap hell right now. I think the Avs are in cap hell. The Stars are even worse.
They're in some trouble.
Oh,
by the way, just in case anybody forgot, those that are tuned in, listening at home or on the road, Peter DeBoer no longer the head coach.
Yeah, it's so awesome.
The Dallas Stars.
So awesome. Now, yeah, I do think the Avs are probably the closest with Makar and McKinnon, as close to McDavid and Draisaitl. But the Oilers have proven to you that those guys are so good together that they can overcome a serious lack of depth and serious issues goaltending. Like Pickard and Stuart Skinner that's not good at all. Like that, if they win a cup, that's the worst goaltending duo to win a cup that I've probably ever seen.
More likely to be I'd say the winger and or center Robin to Nathan McKinnon's Batman. Would it be Valeri Nichushkin or Gabe Landeskog in 2025?
Really good question. I'm going to say Gabe because I have a greater feel that Nichushkin could carry the scoring on his own line as compared to Gabriel Landeskog. Gabe's never been a big-time scorer.
No, we went back and looked at the numbers even pre-injuries.
I think 75 points is his career high. He impacts the game. But he's not going to be a dude that's going to pop 40 goals. He's not going to be a guy that puts up 90 points, typically. Nichushkin, while he might not be that type of guy who can put up 80, 90 points, he never has. He's a guy that I think can carry a line with his legs more than Gabe can. So I would put Gabe on the left side of McKinnon and Necas, and I would put Nichushkin down on the second line with Nelson and maybe Lehkonen.
Necas ends up being the second, third point total leader on this team next year.
Probably. If he plays
between him and Makar, right?
If he plays with, those will be your top three. It'll probably be McKinnon, Makar, Necas in that order is my guess. Unless there's some changes that the Avs can make. Like there's a chance that Necas gets traded this offseason. That's a distinct possibility. Really is. 303-504-0925. Join us in the Shop Mazda text line today. Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. That's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. They're injury lawyers. Go to willheightwins.com. That is willheightwins.com. Coming up in hour number 2, KJ's NFL Notes. We'll get back in to the Russell Westbrook conversation. Coach is ecstatic that he has opted out of his deal. I think it's a good thing for the Nuggets, but I also think he was a pretty good player for Denver this year. Let us know what you think. Get onto the mobile app, tap the microphone, yell at me, yell at Coach. We'll play those at 11:30.
Snap into a Slim Jim.
Stop by Safeway in Highlands Ranch off South Broadway today and say hi to Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. They'll be doing their show from there from noon to 3 p.m., and you can enter to win a grill package loaded with a premium grill kit, exclusive Redbird swag, all in a fancy cooler that you do not want to miss. And while you're there, grab a free sample of Redbird Farms juicy, tender chicken burgers for lunch, hot off the grill and packed with flavor. If you're grilling chicken this Father's Day weekend, grill Redbird Farms.
I grilled some chicken wings 2 weeks ago. I smoked them, and they were Redbird Farms, and they were awesome.
Smoke them on the Traeger.
They were really good. I got them from Safeway also.
Happy Father's Day to all of you guys out there celebrating coming up on Sunday.
Raj?
What's up?
Is this your first, asterisk Father's Day?
It's fake. No. You can't do that. I don't have a kid yet. I don't have the kid till September.
Oven, Raj.
She doesn't have the kid until September. I'm not a dad right now. I'm not.
Oh, man. You know what's going to hit hard, man? That 90-day paternity leave that you're going to take right in the middle of football season.
See you guys later. The kid's going to come on the first weekend of, right? Because Labor Day weekend is, that's Labor Day, the first weekend of September?
Yeah.
That's what that is.
It's September 6th.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Well, there's a reason. Vic and Moj didn't come to my wedding because I think CU was playing that day.
I think they just don't like you.
That wasn't nice.
Yeah.
We had a lot of guys come to the
I
wedding.
didn't get
but
invited.
Those two, I didn't really know you. You know?
We shared a show. We were just two ships passing in the night.
I was going to say, we were never on the show together back then. Never, ever, not once. Yeah, the kid's going to come a week into college football season, and then I'm just going to say, see ya. I'm going to try and be around as much as I can.
I think you should take your paternity leave. I think the KSC family would love it, man. Just take it like an 8-month paternity leave.
Take every possible day that I've got. Moj and Vic are already giving me crap about it. They're like, oh, you're going to be one of those guys that takes all 8 weeks. I go, whatever the wife needs.
That's good. It's a good husband, Raj.
Yeah, that's exactly
He's a good boy. It's a good boy, Raj.
Because next we'll find out that Raj conveniently has some new season tickets.
Who's a good boy?
Oh, thank you.
I'm a good boy.
Been talking a lot about Russell Westbrook and opting out of his second year on the deal. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that he's gone, right? What he's doing is he's opting out to maximize on the next contract, and likely, it's not like he's going to get some huge bump. He played well this year for his age and for who he is. The reason why he's opting out is because he can essentially get the same deal just with a little bit of the salary cap bump built into it. It doesn't rule out him returning to the Nuggets, but I do think it is.
Oh yeah,
he's 75 to 80% gone. Right?
Yes. Russell Westbrook did the Nuggets franchise a big solid, in my eyes, because it now doesn't. This whole Russell Westbrook experience isn't something that you're forced into in the 25-26 season now.
You know who you need to do the same thing? Dario Saric.
Oh, please. Please. He needs to go play overseas. Go back home.
A convenient, hey, we're both getting out of this thing.
Where's he from? He's not Croatian, is he?
Is he Serbian?
He's not Serbian.
So then he's likely Croatian.
But there are Latvians. There's quite a.
Dario Saric is Croatian.
Croat. Yep. Go play in the Adriatic
That's
League
what
and
you
be
do.
a superstar.
You're right, though. Russ did the Nuggets a favor.
Because now they have the opportunity to fit what they want to fit. You don't get much salary cap. Really nothing compared to what you're paying.
No, you just get to use the mid-level exception on another player.
Which is what you need. And preferably, I want to see the Nuggets use the mid-level exception on a shooter of the basketball.
I firmly believe that the Nuggets are a worse team this past season without Russ.
Depends on who you're replacing the void of Russ with.
This next season, I believe they would be a worse team if he were to stay. Because I think you got the very most out of Russell Westbrook that you maximized that version of Russ.
All right,
and
so
you're not going to get the same thing next year.
Pro Russell Westbrook fans, if you're in the Russell Westbrook Denver Nugget fan club, I would ask you a question and then a follow-up question. First question is this: was Russell Westbrook in 24 and 25 an overall net positive for the Denver Nuggets?
My answer is yes.
Follow-up question. Do you want the Denver Nuggets to have Russell Westbrook on their roster in 25-26?
My answer is no.
Amen. And that's why, to me, I call the experiment not a failure. I don't think it was
a failure if
it wasn't
if
a
it was
wild
10
success.
years ago. It's a failure.
It wasn't a wild success. Because I think that what makes Russell different than just, we signed this guy for basically nothing, and he gave us a whole lot more than just something.
He did.
He also costs you in how you play the game, and how he turns the basketball over. And then because of his stature and his L word legacy on the line at all times, there is this pressure for him to eat up way more minutes than he probably should based off of what he's worth at this stage of his career. And that's where the problem lies. I don't think he's the type of guy that's just going to be there and give you 5-6 good minutes.
No.
For any
agree.
team.
I agree. I do like I loved the energy that he brought to the team, the try-hard mentality that he brought to the team.
Right now, 8750 from the Sean Mazza text line. Positive, yes. And overall, he's the only guy that you saw consistent want to.
Now, the consistent try-hard can lead to catastrophic turnovers, but it can also lead to what he did in round one, without a doubt.
You ever heard the term the most? Like, man, Raj, you are just the most.
Yes, in a negative connotation.
Russell Westbrook is the definition of the term that young kids are using these days. The most. Man, you're just so the most. The most is the most with effort and energy, but then the most can be being a little bit of a hero on the basketball court at all times, being overly dramatic, pandering to the local crowd too much. And you know what happens with guys that are the most? You know who doesn't really ultimately end up liking those guys? Their teammates. Their teammates.
Well, hold on. Why? Is it because they would make them look bad?
Yes. And because
so then I don't care.
Well, no, here's
if that's the mentality, you're going to make me look bad, then grow up.
Russ does all those things in front of the crowd. He plays to the crowd.
Okay.
He plays to the masses. It's like Gladiator. You watch Caesar in the Gladiator, always playing.
I haven't seen the second Gladiator. I hear it's okay.
I haven't either.
First Gladiator was all
First
time.
Gladiator.
All time.
That was Joaquin Phoenix.
Joaquin Phoenix, Russell Crowe.
Joaquin Phoenix was Caesar, right? Or Emperor? Is it Emperor, Caesar, whatever?
He was Emperor. Emperor, I can't remember his.
But, it's always the playing it up like the, hey, thumbs up, thumbs down.
Marcus Aurelius was the first one. Then he dies.
Yeah. That's where I think that Russell Westbrook becomes that guy that is always pandering to the crowd, always pandering even to the coach. I think Michael Malone fell victim to the act. And I think it ultimately cost him buy-in from his own locker room. That's how I read it.
Joaquin Phoenix plays Commodus. He was a
bad guy.
Son of a gun in that movie.
Bad guy.
Son of a gun in that movie.
But a very, very good acting job. Joaquin.
Now I'm lost. I don't want him back, but I do believe that the Nuggets were a better team this year. Now, the question, I think the overall question that you have to look at, because we're very concerned with the immediate future of the Nuggets. And the immediate future of the Nuggets hinges on, can your cheaper players, your younger players, step up? Was Russ a net positive for the younger players on this team?
I don't know.
I think the answer is likely no, because you don't. And Malone, because of who he is as a coach, was going to utilize Russell Westbrook far more during the regular season. Therefore, you don't get to see the development of your younger players, the guys that Booth drafted. And again, the reason why that Malone and Booth were both fired is because they did not communicate with each other. They didn't see eye to eye. Part of that was Russ playing ahead of all the young dudes that Booth drafted. Now, he can be a net positive for the results of the team this year, right?
Right.
I think he's a net negative for the team moving forward.
I do too. Raj, you look at the roster, and now the Russell Westbrook conversation comes up, and it's not over. He might end up being a Denver Nugget in 25, 26. But if you look at this roster, give me a yes or no on fringe players that you want to see here on the roster going forward and players that you don't want to see. And I'll start here. Vlatko Chanchar.
No.
See ya.
Should have been off the team 3 years ago. His knees are disintegrated. It sucks. He was a really promising player, but no.
DeAndre Jordan.
No, he was a player
Agreed.
coach.
Zeke Naji.
Yes, because I think David Adelman's going to utilize him in a role that maximizes his value. I'll take Zeke because it's amazing. We don't know who the heck he is. Sure, I'll take Zeke because, well, he has to be on the roster. No one's going to take that contract.
Dario Saric.
See ya. Gone. Please do what Russ did. Opt out.
Okay, so that's the first category of guys that potentially are either way.
Okay.
Next one. Belief and optimism for the future for young players.
Okay.
Give me a yes or a no. Trey Alexander.
Absolutely.
Yes. Shooter.
Absolutely.
PJ Hall.
Don't know enough.
No, Sam. Deron Holmes.
Don't know enough, but the answer
Yes.
should be yes.
Yes, he was. You invested a lot.
There's a lot of people that think if Deron Holmes doesn't blow his Achilles before the season, you don't have the depth issue at the 4 and 5 this year, and there's a very good chance you get through OKC.
Spencer Jones, the Stanford 23-year-old, 6'7", whatever, right?
Yeah, filler.
Yeah, filler. Jalen Pickett.
Showed me enough to hang around.
I agree. I think he's going to become a really good shooter consistently for this team. Spot-up shooter.
Certainly showed me enough to hang around, and the same thing that I mentioned about Zeke. And again, the answer for me of keeping Zeke as a yes is he wasn't utilized the way that Booth wanted him to be utilized. Therefore, we don't really know who he is. And I think DA is going to do his best job to use that money and that player on the court. I think David Adelman utilizes Pickett way more than
Agreed.
Malone does,
Agreed.
and that will maximize Jalen Pickett.
Julian
So, yes.
Strother, we both are agreement.
Awesome.
Absolutely, yes.
He's
continue to develop, get stronger. Big offseason for him so he can handle the physical demands of the position, but he's a shooter.
Main reason why you get to 7 games against OKC, you utilized him at the end of the series.
Hunter Tyson. No.
No.
I agree.
You know who Hunter Tyson feels like to me? He feels like the Syracuse kid, that Tyler Lydon. He feels like a slightly better version of Tyler Lydon. So, meh, not really.
Peyton Watson.
That's the enigma. Peyton Watson could be the fulcrum next year. If Watson takes a step forward
Offensively.
if he can be a consistent scorer.
He's got to finish at the rim. He's so vertical. He's got the length, but he just never consistently finished at the rim.
If he doesn't, then you only have a wing D guy, like a wing rebounder and shot blocker. You need a 3 and D guy. Is he going to be the 3 guy? The answer is probably no. He struggles from beyond the arc. But if he can become a scorer, slasher, Peyton Watson is the most important. You can argue he's the most important piece of the team next year. Most important rotational and depth piece on the team.
You want to talk about bang for your buck? You want to know the salary that the last person I'll talk about that is universally would be a big yes, an emphatic yes from Nuggets Nation. Christian Brown.
You have to find a way to keep him.
$3.08 million annually. That's what his contract was as a starter on a team that made it into the second round of the NBA playoffs. Christian Brown, you got such good return on investment for that player. 15.4 points per game, 5.2 rebounds per game, 2.6 assists per game. And he was 8th in the National Basketball Association in field goal percentage, Raj. 8th, 58%.
Watch us on YouTube page, or our YouTube page rather, at Altitude Sports Radio. It's your video homepage for all things 92.5. Subscribe so you don't miss a thing, including the Altitude Daily, which is a daily recap of the very best stuff you can't miss from the best shows in Denver. Just search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe today. KJ's NFL Notes are next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, Emmy, and you guys. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us on the Shop Mazda text line. What's going on in the NFL, KJ?
Well, Sean Payton stepped up to the podium yesterday, and you guys heard it live right here on the Morning Sprint. And it truly was Salt Day yesterday, but let's step away from salty Sean and go to unsalty Sean. One underlying question that is always in the back of our minds is, will this offense ever look like the days when Drew Brees was at the helm? When asked about Bo Nix's improvement, the end of his response should give us a little hope that we're kind of sort of moving in that direction.
Less pause, less hesitation with the play call in the huddle. Less pause, less hesitation in the pocket. He's playing fast. And again, protecting the ball. He's hard to sack. He was hard to sack in college. So you're seeing him play faster with more confidence.
Hard to sack. Tell you who wasn't hard to sack was Russell Wilson. Bo Nix looks different this round of OTAs and minicamp than he did a year ago.
More in control of the team, more vocal.
It's one of those, if you know, you know. You just kind of go out there and you see it. And you're not seeing more wow throws than you did maybe last year in training camp. You're just seeing a quarterback that looks like he is firmly in charge of this offense and frankly is the undoubted face of this thing going forward. And he will be.
I don't know if you need him to have, right? We were talking about the MVP type of season that Bo Nix could possibly have this year. When we threw out the numbers, it was, rushing for 8 to 10 touchdowns and adding another 400 yards through the air and another 5 touchdowns through the air, dropping the interceptions down into the 7-8 range for the season. That could get you into MVP conversation. I don't think he needs to be there for the Broncos to win the AFC West. And the reason why I don't think he has to be there to win the AFC West is because, well, the guy that we're about to talk about next. KJ, what's next?
It's all good.
A little feud that's been brewing here at the station between Moser, Lombardi, and Kane in the Morning Sprint has been revolved around Estime versus McLaughlin now that J.K. Dobbins is in the backfield. Brett Kane believes that Jaleel could get cut, but our show, and we collectively agree, that is Audric Estime who's on the chopping block. Well, yesterday, Brett gave another breakdown on why he believes it has to be Jaleel McLaughlin, and it will be after training camp.
You got to give me something unique because you're not an every down back. You know what Jaleel's not going to be doing, by the way? Playing on third down. You think they're going to put him in there to pass protect on third?
No.
And it's something that is incredibly important to Sean Payton. So here's what I found out. If you're going to do that, you're probably not good in between the tackles at his size. So you got to be good outside the tackles, which means what? Find open space, make a big play happen, right? What's the longest run of his season last year on 113 carries? Just behind Javonte, who had 139.
18 yards.
21.
That's not good enough.
Out of the backfield. Maybe he's good like a Darren Sproles type, which Sean Payton has had. He was 5'6". He caught the ball out of the backfield, right? On 24 catches last year, how many yards did he have?
24 catches, I would say.
76.
Really? That's it?
That's awful.
I was going to say 110.
I could say this about Estime. You need like 3rd and 1. His body type fits 3rd and 1, right? Get in between a center and a guard's butt and run forward and fall forward. That's all I'm saying. So it's not like I'm trashing Jaleel. I just don't know what the role is when you have 2 backs who are going to be playing on 1st and 2nd down already, and 3rd down is not going to be reserved for him. So what is it? That's all I'm asking.
I don't know, man. I agree with this that Jaleel McLaughlin has the need to create more explosive plays. But Sean Payton likes the efficient plays that he gives you by making the first guy miss in space, which is something that Audric Estime has not shown you that he's going to do. I heard Brett bring up a 3rd and short, 4th and short goal line role for Audric Estime. We haven't seen the guy move piles yet. And you went out and you signed one of the best movers of the pile at the running back position in the league. And you did that with J.K. Dobbins. So what does Audric Estime give you that either R.J. Harvey or J.K. Dobbins don't give you? I can't name one thing. It just feels very redundant and less than in the case of Audric Estime as it relates to his comparison to those two backs.
And again, I also firmly believe in who does the coach trust. And McLaughlin's fumbled once in his 2 years. Once. That's it. And what did we see when Peyton saw Estime fumble on his first game in the NFL?
And preseason football too?
We hardly saw the guy. Yep. So I believe that Peyton trusts him more. The reason why I said that, like, Nix doesn't have to have the MVP season in order for the Broncos to win the AFC West, and the reason why we're talking about McLaughlin and Estime right now is because of J.K. Dobbins. I think Dobbins is going to be the reason why the Broncos seriously challenge for the AFC West. If that guy plays 15 games, you're likely going to be in the mix come week 15, 16, 17. Like, it's going to happen.
And if he's healthy, weeks 15 through 18, look out. Because he is the type of back that you want to have in those late season bad weather games where you can control the line of scrimmage. You do have an elite defense, and you can outrun the ball to win, just like the Buffalo Bills did up until they were eliminated in the postseason.
He might be the signing of the offseason, man. If that guy stays healthy, he could be the signing of the offseason across the league. KJ, what's next?
It's all good.
Let's look at another contender in the AFC. The Buffalo Bills, they've been close over the years about getting in regards to getting over the hump, but whenever they face Kansas City in the playoffs, they just fall flat on their face. Well, one young wide receiver by the name of Keon Coleman is putting it on himself to make sure that 2025 looks a little different than 2024.
So what do you like if you look at tape and see things that you didn't do well? How do you inside react?
You want to know exactly what I see? When that trash, you got to be better. Simple as that. Like, you got to be more efficient here. You got to get out of this break. You got to stack your DB. You got to give Josh more room to throw the ball. You got to catch that. You got to make that block. You got to get that extra effort on the touchdown block. So if Jimbo break it, he up the sideline, just different things like that. Calling out everything that you're doing wrong to make it right.
He's one of my favorite personalities in pro football. He had a good rookie year. It wasn't perfect, but Keon Coleman is hilarious. Also, friend of the program, Xavier Leggett. I don't know if you noticed, but he's now on a rap video.
No, I did not see that.
He is me and KJ's favorite female rapper on planet Earth, Glorilla.
Glorilla.
Out of Memphis, Tennessee.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, you need Glorilla in your life.
I've been listening to Lil Wayne's new album. She ain't on that?
Apparently, Glorilla and Xavier Leggett might be dating. Keon Coleman, Xavier Leggett, same draft class, awesome personalities.
Are you guys not proud that I've been listening to the Carter Six? No?
Do you want a trophy?
Yeah, I kind of want a cookie.
Are you gonna get like cultural awareness points, Raj?
I'll take them. Those can't hurt me, right? I like Keon Coleman. The reason why you lost is not on you, man. The reason why you lost is because, Patrick Mahomes just has your number. Like, it is unfortunately.
There's my guy Leggett.
He's in an actual video.
Yeah. So this is Glorilla's new song, Typa.
Okay.
And this is him. A little bit, maybe not suitable for television. Maybe Twitch.
Not. Maybe not.
This is getting weird.
I don't know. Might get fined for that one, KJ. I'm cool with it, though.
No. We won't.
We're good on Twitch, man. You know?
Do you like it, Twitch people? Let me know. KJ, what's next?
It's all good.
Raj asked Twitch, do you like it? Head coach Brian Callahan of the Tennessee Titans is experiencing something he's never experienced before with rookie quarterback Cam Ward. He's calling plays to Cam Ward while Cam is still trash talking to the defense. And here is head coach Brian Callahan talking about that and what his experience has been like with that.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm not used to calling plays to a quarterback who's usually still talking when I'm talking to him. And that's great. And so I asked him after practice, and I said, just help me out here. I said, do you need me to wait till you finish? And he goes, no, I'm listening. So he's hearing what I'm telling him, and it was a pretty remarkable to see all the things going on and how much he's talking, but like his brain is still like with me, I guess is the best way to put it. Like when I'm calling him play, he's doing all he's doing, but he's listening to everything I'm telling him. And he enters right into the huddle and he calls a play and doesn't script the play call. And I thought that was actually kind of remarkable. I don't know, I couldn't do that. So that's just kind of who he is. That's his personality. And again, if it was something that I felt like was detrimental to his ability to manage the offense and call it in a huddle and all that, I'd probably have a couple things to say to him, but he didn't miss a beat when it came to calling the play and being on top of it and then executing when it came time to execute. So it was a new experience for me, but it was fun.
That sounds like it's not a fun experience for somebody who's never coached a quarterback that's talking trash to the defense instead of locking into the play calls. Doesn't sound a whole heck of a lot like what Bo Nix looked like last year during OTAs and minicamp and training camp, where he's just trying to absorb any bit of the information. But that is Cam Ward. That's what makes Cam Ward, which is that he loves the spirit of heavily competitive environments, and he's going to throw himself right into that environment.
I'm trying to find the over-under on interceptions week 1 for Tennessee. I can't quite find them right now. They don't have, it's not that early. They've got so many lines. They've got the game lines, the scoring props, everything but interceptions. As soon as I can find an interceptions over-under on Cam Ward, and I'm hoping it's being set at 1.5, I'm taking the over. That defense is going to toy with him.
They are going to mess with him, and the only thing that Cam Ward's going to end up, I think, running the football a lot against the Denver Broncos, more so than he wants to. And that's not his game per se. He's a guy that wants to throw the football, but has the ability as a runner. Is he an elite runner to the extent of Jaden Daniels? I wouldn't say so, but he's going to be running for his life. Broncos are going to blitz him back to the Stone Age, give him every single look in the book.
Keep it rolling, KJ.
It's all good.
Before I get to my next story, Coach, I want to bring some validity to what you just said there in regards to Brian Callahan being nervous. Here's Brandon Jones talking about Bo Nix talking trash here during OTAs and minicamp.
Oh, I love that. I never wanted to be a part or, somewhere where a quarterback is kind of shy and to himself. I think if a quarterback can show that, kind of dog mentality, that always goes a long way for me. And it keeps us battling, keeps the competition super healthy and very competitive. So I've liked what I've seen from him in that standpoint.
The difference between a team that's ready to win and a team that's ready to lose. The New England Patriots will unveil a statue of quarterback Tom Brady outside of Gillette Stadium before their August 8th preseason game against the Washington Commanders. They planned this out last year when Brady was officially inducted into the franchise's Hall of Fame. And I have a unique angle here to this. Do we think that the statue will add a little fire under Drake May to kind of be like, okay, they're constantly honoring the guy who came before me. It's time for me to create my own legacy now.
Yeah, maybe, but I mean, it's Tom stinking Brady, man. Drake May's not concerned right now with his theme of the day, which we've been talking about all day, legacy right now. I think Drake May's just trying to be a good football player for the New England Patriots, a team that just hasn't won much in the last 4 or 5 seasons.
It might actually do the opposite, KJ. They finally put a statue up and they're going to have a whole ceremony. I think it does the opposite. Instead of light a fire, it might make him more nervous. Now I have to live up to that. Well, you already knew you had to live up to it, but now it's finally being enshrined at Gillette. Like it's always been this aura, right? Because he hasn't been in New England and he was with the Bucs, and now he's very much involved as a part owner of the Raiders. Now it's right there. You got to walk past that every single day when you're going to work. It might do the opposite. And I'm okay with that because I still want the Patriots to suck. And all of you should. Right? Like they haven't sucked enough for how good they were. They need to go through a long period of suckage. Am I wrong?
Is it 7 years now of suck? Because there was one playoff year with Mac Jones. It wasn't great, but it was better than what you're doing.
It's about 7. Yeah, it's 7 or 8 years, something like that. That's not long enough. That's basically as long as the Broncos sucked after the 2015 Super Bowl. And the Broncos got 1 Super Bowl. The Patriots got 5? How many did they win under Brady?
6.
6? Yeah. No, you deserve to suck for 15 to 20 years after that.
Okay, let me ask you this. For every Super Bowl, how many years of suckage should a team go through before they can get back to relevance?
Great question. Great question. Because we've decided here in Denver that you get 5 years, or at least I did, and I think that most of us here on the station agree that your grace period is 5 seasons. And once those have come up, then it's time to get back on it.
I would say.
So does the same thing happen for other franchises that you want to see lose? 1 championship for 5 years. So that means the Patriots have to be terrible for 3 decades? Yeah, I'm in. Why not?
How about this?
I can do that math.
The Patriots, it feels like the Patriots have been just in a decade of suck. It's only been 5 seasons since the Patriots were 12-4 and lost in the wild card round. But in 2019, so 24, 23, 22, 21, and 20, they still have 1 playoff appearance and a 10-7 record. And then the next year, 8-9.
Yeah, that's not sucking.
They've
enough.
had 2 years of real suck. 4-13, 4-13. They need to go really. I'm rooting for them to suck for another 7 years. And I'm gonna throw it out there in the universe. I'm rooting against Drake May. And I think he's a good kid. I think he's a good dude. I just don't want the Patriots to be back.
I mean, honestly, the Broncos didn't have to go through that either. They win back-to-back Super Bowls in 97 and 98. You have 1 bad season at 6-10. Then you go 11-5, but you lose in the first round. Then you go 8-8, 9-7. That feels Patriot-ish, right? And then Plummer gets you to the playoffs 3 straight years with double-digit wins in 03, 04, 05. And then you go 9-7, 7-9, 8-8, 8-8. Shanahan gets fired, but you're not terrible. And then you have 1 season of suck under McDaniels when he gets fired. You draft Vaughn that year, and then you go on a run of 8-8 and 4 straight division titles under Fox and Kubiak. The Broncos didn't have to go through that until the post-2015 years, where you have seasons of 5, 6, 7, 5-5 wins over the course of an 8-year stretch. New England needs to sit in it. You guys need to marinate in that.
Is Drake May the guy?
Yeah. I think he's legit. I think that's a good quarterback.
He's a good physical talent.
He just has to be
intangibles.
Unfortunately, he has to be in the same division as
that, and you
Josh Allen.
You also have to live up to the standard, which is Tom Brady. And I don't know that he's got championship pedigree.
Is Bo Nix the guy to live up to the standard of John Elway and Peyton Manning?
It's a really good question.
Because the pedestal is just as high.
Do you want to know the one thing that I keep going back to that Bo Nix hasn't yet done in his collegiate and obviously NFL career? He's never really won anything of major substance. He didn't do it at Auburn. Never won an SEC championship. He was young. And he didn't win a Pac-12 championship at the University of Oregon in either of the years.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. On the other side, we'll hear from you guys, the voice of the people, sounding off on the Russell Westbrook news. Again, he will opt out of his player deal this coming season. He is set to become a free agent. Does that mean he's gone in Denver? And do you guys think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
Hey, Colorado, Coach Mike Sanford here. You're looking for a little bit of sports betting action tonight because you got NBA Finals Game 4, and it's a massive surprise that the Oklahoma City Thunder, just like they have been in every game, are another 6-point favorite at Indianapolis against the Indiana Pacers, who currently have a series lead of 2-1. So if you're looking for great lines, some opportunities for prop bets on any of your favorite players in the NBA Finals, make sure you download the Circus Sports Colorado app. So whether you're looking for NHL Stanley Cup Finals futures, U.S. Open, a lot of movement going on as all these players just get chewed up by that course at Oakmont, make sure you download the Circus Sports Colorado app or visit circusports.com today. Reminder, must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good morning, Raj. Good morning, Coach. Russell Westbrook not re-signing is a blessing. It is the first step, hopefully, in the Adelman era to show us that we're different moving forward.
Preach.
I look at it as 22 minutes a game for Pickett and Strother. Have a great day, guys.
That's the gospel according to Luke.
Let's go, baby.
Our fan Luke.
Say it louder for the people in the back, Luke.
Dude, that was top row stuff right there from Rod. Like, Coach, I know you missed it. I didn't tell you in your ear. This guy's name is Luke.
I love it.
I thought I was going to get some bad looks from you two over there. Looking at me like I'm a heathen. Also, I still haven't been given my cookies for listening to the Carter Six, but, I'm still waiting for that. Still waiting, guys. Okay, little scoreboard update for you guys here on the United States Open Championship. I'm going to start at the very bottom, right? I wanted carnage. Let's check in with our guy out of the University of Virginia. He tied for 15th in the NCAA championships in 2024. George Duangmani. Poor George fired a 47, 12 over on the front today. He followed that up with a double bogey on 10, another bogey on 13, and he is a whopping 31 over par.
Let's go,
in
man.
the championship. Poor guy. Poor George.
You know what that makes me feel? Makes me feel like I can go play some golf. And
I
feel
hope
okay
you
about
can.
myself.
George Duangmani fired an 86 yesterday and is likely going to fire something a little bit north of the 86 today. All the way at the top of the leaderboard as it stands right now at 11:48, JJ Spawn, even through two, currently holds his lead at 4 under par. Sam Burns fires a 65 today to get all the way up to 1 back at -3. Thurston Lawrence tees off in just about 3 hours from right now. Ben Griffin is 2 under par. Siwoo Kim at 2 under. Victor Hovland turned in a 68 today to get to 1 under par. Adam Scott never finds a way. That's also like the best looking dude on tour is Adam Scott. Am I wrong? Adam Scott's a hot dude. Good for him. He's got a great swing too.
Yeah, their wifey here joins me in the
I was
studio.
gonna say I was looking for a yes.
And she's definitely a Bryson DeChambeau gal.
A Bryson DeChambeau gal?
Yeah.
Okay, all right,
Yep.
there we go. Big Bryson I don't believe he's teed off yet today. Scotty Scheffler is expected to make the cut at 4 over par on his championship. He
Little
fired
tight.
71 today.
How about Francis Victor Perez?
Victor Perez tied for 10th. Went 71-70, and Perez,
You know what he did today?
he had an ace today on number 6.
Second ever hole-in-one in the history of the Oakmont U.S. Open partnership. Last one was Scott Simpson, the U.S. Open in 1983 at Oakmont.
Wow.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a good list to be a part of. The afternoon wave is just about to get out of here.
How's Morikawa?
Colin Morikawa right now is tied for 36th. He had a 4 over round of 74 today. He'll make the cut, but he was
Not
even
great.
par going into today. Tough round today at +4.
How about Hideki Matsuyama?
Hideki Matsuyama is... Where is he? I can't find Hideki right now. Hideki is +3.
Okay.
-1 through 2 holes today. He had a 74 yesterday. He's tied for 24th alongside U.S. Open champion Gary Woodland, 1 shot ahead of U.S. Open champion John Rahm, and tied with Ludwig Oberg, one of the youngest.
Nice Dane right there from my grandfather's native land.
Oberg is Swedish.
Oh, that's right.
He's
Gosh, dang it.
Swedish. I don't know if there's any. There might not be
There
any
are some
Danes up
Danes in
there.
there.
Oh no, there is. Rasmus Nergard Peterson
Yeah,
is
it's
up
like
there.
in the top 10 right now.
And is Victor Hovland Danish? No, he's Norwegian.
Okay.
All of those
the
countries
Scandinavian
just they
countries.
just mold into each other. Like I'm Finnish. Like they're all the same country, right? Right.
Yeah, the Finns are different though, man. The Finns are they're just all pompous jerks. Every Finn I've ever met.
doing?
I've known one. I've met one Finn.
You've known
in my
a
life.
few of them.
Who else?
Archery Lekkinen,
No,
Mikko
I
Rantanen.
know you. That's all I really know.
So you're telling me I'm giving them a bad rap? It's
not great.
Oh, come on.
Bad
Come
start.
on
It's a
now.
bad first impression.
You didn't have to do
The
that.
Danes are great though, man. Just constantly positive, optimistic. The Danes are the best, man. Just toxic positivity coming from the Danish.
We've got the NBA Finals Game 4 tonight. You were doing your live read, and OKC, again, overwhelming favorites as they have been in most of these games. I expect this thing to be tied at 2-2 going back.
Were the Nuggets ever favored against OKC in a game in the 7-game series?
I don't think they were.
I thought there was one.
Maybe there was a home game.
I heard the morning show talking about it.
Maybe game 3.
And they mentioned that OKC had been favored in every single playoff matchup this year. And I'm like, I think there was.
Okay, yeah. I didn't
true?
think there was a game that they were favored. Maybe, I bet you game 3 was the closest matched game. That's the healthiest that the Nuggets were. You had gotten a game in OKC coming off of a blowout in game 2. That's likely the closest game that you had in terms of spread.
Against the spread, OKC actually hasn't been great in this postseason.
Well, the spreads have been huge.
I know. They have not been great.
I still think they find a way to tie this thing up. They're too good not to tie it up. Your prediction of 7-7 in the finals and the Stanley Cup final.
That's looking pretty
You are
spicy
spot
right
on.
now.
Have you seen the kid? Kid's got a $15 free bet that he had a futures bet on like Ohio State. Did the Liberty win this year or last year in the WNBA? Something like that. He had a WNBA champion.
Yeah, Liberty.
Thank you. CFP champion. OKC, Edmonton for this year.
Ooh.
And he had the Dodgers last year. And he had a cash out option of like $207,000. And he's letting the thing ride.
Whoa.
And it's gone all the way down to like a $60,000 payout. Edmonton wins last night, so it's starting to climb. He needs an OKC win tonight.
so bad tonight.
So bad.
Could you imagine
He's like
it?
a 22-year-old kid.
Would you let it ride?
No. $15. At one point, right before these series started, it was
free bet too, man.
$207,000 payout. I am running away with that.
No question. But it could be so much more.
Yeah, that's the famous last words. All right, it's a
Gambling
Friday.
problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's good for you. It's a Friday. It means it's time to pop some tops. Coach, on this Father's Day weekend, happy Father's Day.
Hey, thank you very much. I actually am in the presence of one of my children, one of my spawn, if you will.
What are you watching?
I am watching the U.S. Open on Sunday with 1 beers. Period.
1 beers?
Just one.
Just one?
1 beers.
Yeah, U.S. Open on Sunday is like my favorite Father's Day tradition. I'll be down with my parents watching that one. It's going to be delightful to see how this course ruins these pros on Saturday and Sunday. I'm looking forward to Game 5 tomorrow night between Edmonton and Florida. You guys can listen to that on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, right? 950 is Game 6. But 92.5, you can listen to that game courtesy of our friends at Mountain Hyundai.
Raj, can I pop one more tops?
Of course.
I'm going to pop tops for, got to tell my wife and kids, we're going to the Rapids game tomorrow night because we're going to support our boys.
Up the Pids.
Up the Pids. We're going tomorrow night. Family affair. Going to go tailgate with Centennial 38, and we're going to roll. Beat Orlando, baby.
As a reminder, stop by the Highlands Ranch Safeway off of South Broadway right now through 3 p.m. to say hi to Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. They're doing their show there. Enter to win a grill package loaded with a premium grill kit, exclusive Redbird chicken swag, all in a fancy cooler that you won't want to miss. And while you're there, grab a free sample of Redbird Chicken's juicy, tender chicken burgers for lunch. They'll be hot off the grill and packed with flavor. For Coach, for KJ, I'm Raj. Happy Father's Day to all of you guys out there. We'll talk to you on Monday morning at 10 a.m. Be good.
If I say to you guys, Kim is in the church pews, do you know what I'm talking about?
Well, your wife's named Kim.
It's true. It's true. Could be that.
Yeah.
Could be that.
Praying away the sins of last night or what?
I'm talking about SW Kim in the church pews off at Oakmont.
Those road things?
Yeah.
The sand trap things?
Listen, man, I've done some deep dives into Oakmont, and this is awesome. Everything about it is just incredible and awesome. Have you guys been watching much of the U.S. Open here over the past
I haven't even
tough conditions, man.
Oh,
That's I have zero desire to ever play on something like that.
It's awesome. Bryson DeChambeau did a video. This is what really sucked me in, and my younger son tipped me off to it. He played 18 and filmed the whole thing like a month ago, and so you really got to go around with him, and he shot even par in a practice round. And it was awesome.
A month ago, you're probably an inch less on the rough.
Yeah, you still had member conditions back then.
Yeah, maybe. They probably just started, right?
It was amazing. That would be so incredible to see a high-level golfer play a practice round going through each single shot to really talk about the course, the architecture, what's going on, how things are, how you play it, and before anybody else is out there. It was awesome.
I had a chance one time back when they had the International here, and we would broadcast from the site.
Yeah.
And Brad Faxon, who now does television stuff, right?
I'm watching him right now.
Came in and sat down with our thing. And I don't know if you were there, but they had a little media room one year. So we were in this media room, and he came in and sat down with us, pulled out his yardage book, showed the greens, showed what they do in things, showed where the slopes are, if the pin's here, what the break is. And it really is a super detailed group between the player and their caddy as far as trying to figure out the course.
I always wonder what the heck those players are doing with all those things that they're writing down in that little pocketbook.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it is so much more than just writing down a score.
Well, this practice round with DeChambeau was pretty interesting because his caddy didn't carry his bag. They had a caddy from the course carry the bag, and then his caddy walked with him, and they worked out the whole course, amongst the two of them. Which I was like, oh, okay, I guess that makes sense.
Well, you get local knowledge. I told you guys I got to play St. Andrews one time, and so we had a local caddy, and I played one of my better rounds ever playing St. Andrews. But
that's awesome.
And this guy is reading putts and everything, and I'm thinking, what do you think? 6 inches to the right? He goes, no, lad. He said it's about 1.5 feet on the right. You want to put it in it?
Yeah, but you got to do that in a British accent if you're going to do it. You got to.
Well, I did say lad. Anyway, I said, all right, I'm going to trust you. Sure enough, I put that thing in and made about a 12-foot birdie putt, and I would have put it on the other side of the hole.
Awesome. Well, we're out at Highlands Ranch at the Safeway with Redbird Farms. We have a cooler to give away. We have an autographed Cale Makar picture to give away. You can enter to win a grill package loaded with all sorts of incredible stuff. They're going to be grilling up some chicken right to our right over here. So we would love to see you. Come on down here to Highlands Ranch, Safeway and Highlands Ranch off South Broadway. Super close to 470, and Broadway is kind of a nice big intersection. So love to see you here.
Just met a guy inside, went inside, did a quick little shopping inside of Safeway, and he said, Mr. Columbus, right? I said, yeah. How you doing, bud?
He called you Columbus?
Columbus, yeah, that's all right. That's all right. No problem.
You were discovering Safeway.
Yeah, man, I used to love watching you play for the Patriots. You were just fantastic when you were playing for the Patriots. I would love that.
Yeah,
I really just appreciate you following the career. That was it was a good period of my life. Period of my life.
It's the Umbus was right, and a team in the NFL was right.
Yeah, I didn't have the heart to break it to him, and I didn't really feel like going down the wormhole. Yeah. So I just said it was a pleasure to meet him.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I never played for the Patriots. Yeah, the last name's not Columbus either, but yeah, I mean it is a pleasure to meet you.
That's nice.
It's
the life of an offensive lineman never ends.
It's Columbus with a P, and I never played with New England. But thanks anyway.
That's right.
Close enough. Well, that's better than you must have played something. That's the other thing you probably get. You must have played well. You probably used to play basketball.
I do get a lot. I used to play basketball. Yes,
that sort of thing. And
I've gotten recently. Did you play football?
Well,
which is unbelievable.
Well, sun's out, guns out, brother. You ain't being shy today.
Yeah, that's
Tell
my
you
fault.
what,
That's my
my
fault.
Lord.
I keep forgetting about Bro Tank Fridays.
Bro Tank
God.
Friday.
I tell you what. Here's
Dan's
all
got his
do.
Bro Tank back in the studio on.
All I got to do.
no.
All I got to do is roll these suckers up here a
Unless
little bit.
DMac tells him to, he's never going to.
I did not tell him to, so he did not do it. So,
Well, I know that.
No, it's gorgeous. In a steamer, man. So we'll be out here for. We got a little shade here. We're all right. We'll be fine. Russell Westbrook. We're gonna have Jake Coyne on, who is a financial NBA wizard sort of guy, and he'll join us in about an hour. But Russ declines his option, Scott.
Which
so,
is about 3.5.
Okay.
Wasn't that what it was?
Something like that, yeah.
I think we looked it up that one time. I think about 3.5. And you even said, listen, he's going to be able to get 3.5 somewhere else, maybe even 4, right? So not surprising. Like it, dislike it. I could go in either camp.
Well, it doesn't necessarily prevent him from coming back from the Nuggets, but the nice part about it is that now it's in the Nuggets camp. So Russ made his decision. He opted out. Now Nuggets get to make their decision if they want to pursue him or not.
Yeah, they want to try to extend it, do something else, give him a little bit of a raise. But
Jake put out a tweet, and he'll join us, like I said, in an hour. 3 options, according to Jake Coyne. 1 year minimum, $2.3 million cap hit. 2, a 20% raise on minimum using non-bird rights. Do you know what that is? Non-bird rights.
When you own your own free agent.
Okay.
That's the non-bird right.
$4.4 million cap hit. Taxpayer MLE, mid-level exemption, I assume.
Yeah.
Assuming Denver remains below the second apron, that is up to $5.7 million cap hit. Okay. What efforts, in your opinion, do you think the Nuggets should use to retain Russell Westbrook? If any.
I think I would go and look at other options and see what might be available. Is that mid-level at 4.4, 4.8? Is it? Could you use it somewhere else? And because they're over the first apron, that number is lower. If they were under the apron, then I think that mid-level exception would be like 8 or 9. I think.
Well,
we can ask your guy that. I just tell me personally. Listen, he won a lot of games for you in the regular season. Did he cost you some games here and there? Yeah, but he's a wild card. He even said it, right? Wasn't that what he called himself? A force of nature.
Force of nature.
And he really was.
But he said, I might hit a 3, I might miss a 3.
Yeah.
I might do that. I'm a force of nature.
Yeah, he really was this year. And listen, I would say overall, and Tyler said this a bunch. Overall, I would say the experience was more positive than negative. So I'm not upset. And listen, he's probably only got a year or 2 left, 3 maybe. Get what you can get, and if you can get it somewhere else, fine. Don't say it's for a championship unless you take a lesser contract to play for OKC or somebody like that. I will disagree with one of the callers to the show before us. Good. That means 22 minutes for Pickett and Strother. Good. Okay, cool. You sure they're ready?
I don't know.
If Strother's ready, then I'm all in. And forget splitting it with Pickett. That's 22 minutes for Strother. I'm all in for that.
Scott, who's making these decisions right now?
Probably Josh and Ben Tinzer.
Okay.
You mean the future GM of the Denver Nuggets?
Yeah, Ben Tinzer and Josh, all the scouts.
Okay.
Listen, this had nothing to do with them. I mean, they had no choice on this.
Was this
Russell's deal? And you know what? I don't think that it necessarily prevents Russ from coming back from the Nuggets. It does not prevent him from coming back from the Nuggets.
Right.
But if I had to guess, I'd probably say it's over. I'd probably say this is the end of the Russell Westbrook experience. And, the irony of it is as frustrating as Russ was at moments this season. You look at what was he showing us there?
Some text. What?
Oh. You look at
is that the Columbus
numbers.
Guy?
No, that wasn't. Yeah. You look at the numbers throughout the season, and it was actually one of his better years over the last 4 or 5 years.
Well, he got consistent minutes. He also doesn't hurt when you're playing with an MVP candidate and all that. And I think this offense fit what he likes to do.
Yeah, but don't forget Zeke Naji makes $8 million a year. I mean, it's not going to take a lot for another team to come up with something like that, right?
Yeah, it depends what he wants to do. Does he want to go after a championship, or does
what
he?
Do you think?
or does he want money? You know, he wants $8 million. Charlotte's way under the cap. Brooklyn's way under the cap.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys could probably pay him the mid-level exception, and for them, it'd probably be $8 or $9 million. Sure, if that's what they want to do. If he wants to play for a championship, he's probably going to play for a couple million, maybe $3.
Well, I guess the bigger question is how aggressive should the Nuggets be? Russ obviously doesn't. He wants more than what he was going to get, I guess. Because if he just wanted to stay here, he could just sign.
I don't think you're aggressive at all. I think you just monitor the situation. You see how it unfolds. Let Russ go test the market. See what he can get out there.
So no big deal if he leaves?
No.
I would say no big deal.
Okay, no big deal?
No.
Okay, so it's no big deal.
Well, I mean, no.
So
here's
all
where,
right,
here's where the big deal on paper is. You just took a super thin bench and made it thinner.
Okay.
You know? But again, and I said it last year, and I think it doubles this year. Who's Strother going to come back and be? And if Strother can be that guy, I still have a belief in him. If he can come back and be that guy that's your scorer off your bench, your Vinnie Johnson type off the bench that's going to light it up, whether he plays defense or not, but he can light it up offensively, then Strother needs those minutes. But if he comes back the same things that he's been the first 2 years, then you're in trouble.
Are the Nuggets better next year with or without Russell Westbrook?
Depends what they add. Depends what they add. It depends what Julian Strother does.
So it's a wait and see.
Julian Strother's the whole key to the season next year. Right now.
Wow.
And you can throw Peyton Watson on top of that, too. Up against the cap, over the first apron.
They're the R.J. Harveys of the Denver Nuggets.
Except these guys got 3-4 years experience. It's time. Yeah. Is it not time? R.J. Harvey has an okay this year. Okay year next year. Are you not saying year 3? All right, dog.
Better go.
This is, you know what, or get off the pot, right?
Absolutely.
And I think that's for both Peyton Watson and Julian Strother.
I read something interesting about Michael Porter Jr. if he was involved with the trade, and I think too often maybe we're looking for somebody of the equivalent to Michael Porter Jr., and this examination of dealing Michael Porter Jr. is actually you get 3 or 4 lesser guys, period, that you try to combine in the aggregate instead of just
which
one
means
guy.
You'll probably end up getting a third, maybe even a 4th team involved in a big trade.
Possibly. And when I read that, I was like, you know what, that actually makes sense. Because finding the equivalent for Michael Porter Jr. is virtually impossible. But it's the one thing you can do to at least take a shot at getting a bunch of different guys. And if Westbrook really is gone and you need other guys to have big years, maybe that is the deal. And maybe you just let Westbrook do whatever. You do trade Michael Porter Jr. for a bunch of parts. Perhaps you can translate it into some sort of draft pick, and then you just move on with your life. I mean, Michael Porter Jr. is going to be what option for the Nuggets? The 3rd best player at best?
Yeah.
Maybe your 4th best player? Maybe not even on the court when it matters the most. Listen, this is not anti-Michael Porter Jr.
No.
It just seems to be...
He's got a unique skill set.
Right, but what you sent, the thing about the Nuggets, one word to describe the Nuggets. I mean, it's limited was the description of what the Nuggets can do.
Right.
Limited. And the only way you can have some options, in all honesty, is Michael Porter for spare parts and probably let go of Russell Westbrook. I mean, if he wanted to come back, he would have just signed, he would have just come back. There's something else that he's looking for.
Well, DeAndre's gone. He's gone. That's going to free up, what, $6 million, $7 million? Is that what we figured? Was DeAndre making 5?
Now we just need Sarge to opt out.
Sarge is making 5?
Why would Sarge ever opt out, though? Like, why would he?
If he wants to play basketball. I mean, that would be the only reason. He wants to play ball.
Well, but remember, you'll have a new staff coming in this year. Will he have a new lease on life?
Probably not.
I don't know, man. I get it.
Is it a new staff? I don't think it's a new staff. I mean, you got your head coach was there. The current GM was there. It doesn't feel all too new to me.
Yeah, but obviously the old coach and the old GM weren't seeing eye to eye, and I think part of that Sarge was in there.
Okay.
That we added you, and you didn't even really give him a shot. It'll be up to David, but then, you're going to have 3 to 4 new assistants.
Well, we are here at the Safeway in Highlands Ranch off South Broadway for the Red Bird Farms Cooler giveaway. We also have an autographed photo of Cale Makar. They're grilling stuff up on the skillet. Here to talk about sports. Say hi to you as we kind of welcome you to the summer and Father's Day and all that. We'll give you an update of what's going on at the U.S. Open as well. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I want you to call them today at 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or you can visit them at the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Dealing with the issues of ED, not fun, not great. It's a medical situation, and you need an expert staff that knows what they're doing to take care of this and get you back in the game. Well, that's what the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic specializes in. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. They are the best. So schedule a consult. Your initial visit is only $99. It includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff like a lot of men. It could be going your way the day after your appointment, so just call them today. 720-440-7900. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Redbird chicken's starting to smell good, fellas, huh? You guys, we can smell it. It smells good. Yeah, we're at the Safeway in Highlands Ranch off South Broadway. It smells good. Well, we'll have to have something a little bit later. You guys up for a little bit lunch today? At some point?
Yes, sir.
Always down for food.
Yeah. By the way, Scott, I got to apologize to you for something.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's not a big thing, but remember how I was saying I hate the British Open?
Yeah.
Okay. So this morning I want to watch the U.S. Open, but the NBC broadcast didn't start till 11 a.m., and I was frustrated because I guess USA Network must have had the rights for the first round, but only the first round. It wasn't on again. So I'm just kind of ticked off, and I'm fumbling around, and I find on YouTube somebody broadcasting Sky Sports. Somebody was streaming Sky, which is the European broadcast.
Yeah, it's like European ESPN, CNN rolled into one.
I'm watching the European broadcast of the U.S. Open, and I'm like, oh, my God. I don't really hate the British Open. I hate the production values and the way they produce and cover golf in Europe. Because all of a sudden I'm looking at the U.S. Open, which looked spectacular on NBC, as it does right now, and I'm just realizing, oh, my God, their production sucks. It looks different. They shoot at different angles.
Yeah.
It's just like
it's a lot more high-sided.
They make it look like a barren landscape. They shoot way from above. They're not in tight. They don't have the steadiness of the cameras. They don't have the quality of the broadcast, which washes like everything out. And I'm realizing, oh, my God, I don't hate probably the British Open. I just hate the way it looks.
The way it's produced.
Because I'm going to guess the American broadcast has to sort of take the British technology when they cover the Open.
Yeah,
I guess.
That's part of it. In fact, if you listen to Sundays, they do their head announcers too. Are
that
involved
doesn't
in the
that actually
broadcast.
is kind of all right, hearing the little British thing here and there. That's all right, the way they sort of talk about stuff. I'm not really bothered by that as much as just the production. And so because this is a links course, it's an inland links course at Oakmont.
Yep.
And they did take out trees. I did see that. Like, they used to have way more trees at this course, and they just ripped them all out so that it plays more like a link style course. It's easier for the fans to sort of see everything going on, and they just want more of that look. And it's right here. It's right off like a major highway that leads you into Pittsburgh. I mean, like, it's a huge. It's like the U.S. Open's played off I-25, like right there.
Well, when you
a lot of
see
unique things.
Royal Lytham St. Anne's, which is one of the courses for the British Open, there's a huge train thing that runs right by. In fact, one of the greens, I think.
Oh, it can get distracted.
And there's a train that runs literally as far as us in that diesel away from the green.
Now, I'll give you this. Nobody's wearing a parka or hoodies or anything because, it's June. It should be warm.
It's rain.
I do remember last time we were out at the Safeway, by the way. It was a little bit chilly, and somebody ended up dropping off a jacket that I got to keep. I remember that. That was my memory last time we were at the Safeway.
That's a funny memory. Do you like golf tournaments where saving par is a big deal?
I think fans do. Yeah. I think for the most part, fans enjoy seeing these people look like human beings.
Mm-hmm.
They are such robots out there. They make it look so freaking easy that it is nice once in a blue moon to see those guys go out there and shoot 5 over.
It's
plenty of that today.
What I like is watching guys have to work. I like, and this is why I like British Open. In America, all the greens are soft and whatever, and the square grooves and all that stuff. In America, you hit it past the pin, roll it back a little bit, and put all the spin on it. In England, the courses are harder, rougher, not watered as much. You watch a British Open by Sunday, the greens are starting to turn brown, and you got to bump and run it. You got to learn. Listen, it's 150 yards. I got to punch it about 120, and it's got to roll up the next 30. You're having to make shots. Especially in the British Open, and maybe even here. I haven't seen a lot of the greens. I haven't watched any of it.
The greens are at Oakmont are wild because they're gargantuan, and they're more like square rectangles.
And they're undulated, though, aren't they?
Yeah, for sure. But they're. You should really you like the British Open.
I'm sorry. What does undulated mean?
curves up and downs like an elephant's
Got
built
it.
in there.
Got it.
But this
3-tiered.
This is like a British show. This course
Yeah.
is looking and playing just like a British show.
Most British courses are links courses, and I think the only one big difference is, I think if it's by the ocean, it's called a dunes course.
This is inland,
but
because there's no ocean, there's no water, there's no rivers, there's nothing like that. There's no water on this course at all. None. It's all just sand dunes.
But there's a lot of sand trouble and a lot of probably pot bunker.
Tons.
I saw Morikawa yesterday was in a fairway bunker, but the lip's about 10 feet high, and he had to kind of take a loftier sand wedge and just hit it about 20 yards out, as opposed to on most PGA Tours, they're going from it, going.
I love seeing these guys get stuck
too.
in these situations. That
I do
they just don't even remember what it's like to struggle.
There's 7 guys out of 150 or so that are under par right now. That's it.
That's
7.
a good golf tournament.
I think it's a great golf tournament. And, yes, you have the live guys playing with the PGA guys. And, it's like, that's awesome to see all of that stuff, too. And I don't even know where all that crap is.
Koepka had some meltdown in the bunker and in the practice round, and his caddy came over, and he said his caddy was just laying into him because he was losing his mental mindset of where he usually is, the mental toughness. He was just so frustrated by the course. He's like, my caddy had to lay into me.
That's what $100 million in the bank account.
That's right.
Does for you.
Are you guys Koepka fans?
I used to be a huge Koepka fan. Turned out that back in the day when we thought that Bryson DeChambeau was the villain,
right?
Koepka was the real villain.
It was like the Kyle Orton, Phillip Rivers sort of deal. Like we thought it was Phillip Rivers was the bad guy.
You mean Jay?
Jay Cutler, sorry. Jay Cutler, not Kyle. But you're right about that. Koepka turns out to be more of the turd than DeChambeau.
No one got mad at Kyle because they figured he ain't no good anyway. Why give him any kind of maybe motivation?
Koepka's a 2 over.
He was 2 under for a while yesterday.
He's +4 on the day
So there you
today.
go, yeah.
So he's having his struggles. And I'm just trying to see anybody else that you guys are interested in.
DeChambeau.
Scheffler is 4 over for the tournament, 1 over on the day. Oh, I don't see. DeChambeau is. Let me refresh because that might be a little bit old actually. DeChambeau was +3 yesterday. Wyndham Clark is our guy is +5. Overall,
Wyndham's been a bit
+1
quiet
today.
of late, hasn't he?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with him, but he's right below the cut level. Projected cut level is at 5 over, so he's doing all right. I mean, he's hanging in there, and DeChambeau is at +4. So there you go. I love it, man. I love the U.S. Open. I love highly competitive golf like this. I think it's a lot of fun. And I love seeing new courses too, or courses they use all the time rather than going to the same places.
Or courses that you're never going to play. Well, this ain't the first U.S. Open at Oakmont.
Oh God, no! Oakmont's been used a million times, but they have recreated it like a ton. Like it has not stayed the same whatsoever. It's radically different almost every single time it's been played.
You'd be amazed at how many of these courses that are even known for tournaments, they have to reinvent themselves every 2 or 3 years because the game just changes on them, and they got to totally change their course. I mean, Cherry Hills used to be an absolute staple for tournaments, and then it just became too easy, right?
Right.
Too short.
It was too short, and they lengthened that sucker out. They did the best they possibly could, but they'll host amateurs every now and then. It feels like once every 10 years.
Right. Didn't they have a women's, a ladies PGA event there?
Something was relatively recently.
Ladies US
Well, they
Open?
had the BMW. They had the amateur. Gosh, they had a big one 2 or 3 years ago. I forget what it was.
Well, in Cherry Hills, the problem is with a lot of great courses. Columbine Country Club hosted the PGA. The problem
Columbine's real short, isn't it?
Well, probably like Cherry Hills. For these guys today, it's way, way, way short. But the problem with those courses is in America, what do we do with the land around the course?
Yeah.
We develop it. So once we sell the
So now
lots
you're
and make those millions of dollars by putting houses all over, guess what we can't do? Can't expand the course
Well,
anymore.
that's Castle Pines, man. That thing is long. I mean, that's what is Castle Pines? 7,800, something like that, something along those lines. And there are houses, as you well know, they're all over the place. that was fun last summer, man, having that golf tournament up there at Castle Pines, man. That's a shame that there's not something like that every year up there.
Well, there used to be.
I know. It was great. It was great. It was a blast last year.
The tournament Tiger killed.
A lot of pros don't like the course.
Why?
They consider it not pure golf. A little bit rinky-dink. When I say rinky-dink, I don't mean like not nice. I just mean it's not traditional style of golf. You got to use very specific clubs and very specific hole spots.
And also, it was either a week or two before the PGA or something of that, before one of the majors, and a lot of pros got upset because the altitude does, they say 17%. Really is affect. You're hitting a wedge there for the pro guys are hitting a wedge 185 yards.
Yeah.
Well, some of them say, just like some people say, pitching at altitude or batting at altitude messes with your swing a little bit. That was a big complaint. And Tiger stopped going because it was 2 weeks before the PGA or one of the PGA or U.S. Open. He was. I mean, this is my practice time. I'm not going there to screw up my thing because he came as
That's exactly right. It messes with them because it changes their lengths. It changes a lot of things. They just don't want it. It just gets in the way of prepping for a bigger event.
The BMW last year was fun. Though.
It was great.
Yeah, it's fun unless you're walking the course, and then you're going to be sore for the next 12 days, and your calves aren't going to recover. That course is freaking brutal to walk. A gallery at that course is a brutal experience.
Yeah, we used to go when we'd go to the tournament at Castle Pines, whatever that was called. The
International.
The International.
Right.
We would go and usually sit right there on 17, that par 5 that's not a super hard par 5, straight up hill.
Yeah.
And we would get right around the green and just camp there. I wasn't walking that place.
I walked like 12 holes, not the whole course, but like 12 with Adam Scott's twosome last Saturday. And it was, I don't know, man, I just had the best time. And it was pretty easy to, I mean, yes, it's a little bit of a workout, no doubt. But, I mean, it wasn't that hard to do.
That walk from 10 green to 11 tee box is legit.
Dude, it is no joke. I'm legit. Your calves are going to be sore for about a week and a half.
That is legit.
We'll get back to more U.S. Open as we go. Want to play you some Vance Joseph from a couple days ago. Go ahead there, Dan.
It depends. It depends on, obviously, the system. And for me, it's always players first and system second. So, I'm going to do what those guys do best. So that won't be a problem as far as those guys playing fast and knowing what to do. I think in this NFL, with the 17-game season, right, being your best in the first month is not always important, right? It's just constantly improving each week is important. So it won't be perfect early with those guys, but as we play more games and move through the season, it'll get better and better, the chemistry.
All right, what does he mean, Tyler? Players first, system second.
Well, that's what good coaches do. Good coaches coach to the players that are on the field. Bad coaches make players fit into their system. And I think that's a challenge more so for offensive coaches than it is for defensive coaches because defense, it only gets so complex. But you think about it all the time with the skill sets that you've got, with the quarterback style that you got. You got a mobile quarterback. You got a pocket quarterback. What style of football are you asking them to play? The best coaches will always coach the personnel that they've got.
That's what you do. That's good coaching, though. That again, you hate it, but that's what John Wooden always talked about in his little blue book. And I found that out just coaching high school. It's great to have a system, but if you ain't got the personnel to run that system, what are you going to do?
Have there been examples of that over the years that just didn't work for the Broncos?
I'll give you the best example I've ever seen, like the best coaching I've ever seen. I would give to Mike Shanahan in 2011 when we're out there with the Redskins. He reinvented everything that he had done for the last 50 years as a coach for Robert Griffin. I mean, changed it all. We're studying Baylor film. We're studying zone read. There was only 2 teams in the NFL at the time that were running this stuff. It was Russell Wilson in Seattle, and it was us in Washington. And we had to change our play action. We had to change our our pass protections. We had to change going from underneath center to finding the middle ground with the pistol, all of those sorts of things. Mike gets credit for a lot of great years of coaching. I'm telling you, what he did reinventing his offense in 2011 was one of the most impressive things I've ever seen.
And I'll give you a Bronco example, what John Vox did when all of a sudden Tebow became the starter. I mean,
that's a good one.
They completely, right in the middle of the year, basically changed everything they were doing to a, I don't even know what you call it, but basically a college offense, right? And got him into the postseason.
So what did Gary do with Peyton Manning?
Gary, it would have been interesting. I wasn't here in training camp, right? I wasn't here in the off season. I didn't go through the growing pains of when these two guys were really trying to find a hybrid approach that was going to work for both of them. By the time I got there, I would say they'd worked through the kinks of all that. But what we ended up doing actually in 2015, we ran a pretty damn similar offense playing style just from where guys are lining up in a formation-wise to what we did in 2011, meaning we were running out of pistol a lot outside of the fact we didn't have a running quarterback. But that was the compromise that you found for a guy in Peyton Manning who played his whole career out of the gun.
How big of a sacrifice is the pistol? What is?
Well, it's not when you're a wide zone running team. It's not ideal. Running out of shotgun is damn near impossible when you're a wide zone running team. I could break down all the reasons. People get incredibly bored. Okay. I'll simplify it the easiest I possibly can in about 30 seconds here. Everything's about landmarks, right? And when you play underneath center, when you stretch and reach for that handoff, you're already meeting that running back between the tackle and the tight end.
Okay.
When you're in gun and you hit that handoff, guess where you're handing that ball to that running back? No, behind the left guard in the center.
Okay.
You are 3 gaps removed from where you really need to be.
Big difference.
Now, at a pistol, you probably won't be between the tackle and the tight end, but you might be between the guard and the right tackle. So you might be 1 gap removed from where ideally you want to be. It's manageable, but it's not ideal.
Okay, how did you guys find it then? Was it? Did you realize like, hey, this isn't ideal, but this is the best that we can do?
They started when what game did you get in there?
I think I got here in week 4. I want to say
because didn't they start 2-3 that year?
Was that the Vikings game? I think.
Oh man, they did start. Well, no. That was Peyton's first year. Tyler got here the last year. Gary. No, they were 4-0. The Broncos were undefeated when Tyler got here, but it was an awkward 4-0. It was a weird 4-0. Or you were 3-0 and you went 4-0. So you may be right. Scott, you're thinking of Peyton Manning's first year, and they did start 2-3, and then they won like 10 straight games. It was unbelievable. So, but that wasn't really awkward. I mean, when Peyton first got here, they were Peyton Manning offense, bro.
That was just Indianapolis Colts offense.
Yeah,
that's all he was doing.
I mean that wasn't any kind of.
And then you know what we did is we had a Top Gun package, and the Top Gun package that was the Colts offense. That was allowing Peyton Manning to go in shotgun. That was when he would use all his code words. He'd say Manny, he'd say Pacquiao, he'd pull out a Mike Tyson or whatever the code words that he was going to do. That was when Peyton was at his most free, when he felt his most self, when he's operating at the line of scrimmage, just calling out the plays. When we'd go out a pistol, more times than not, we'd be huddled up, and Gary's calling the plays.
So if this is VJ saying what he's saying here, is there something defensively that he would like to do that he can't do? Or have they designed the defense at this point to be consistent with everything they want to do? They have everybody they can do it with.
Well, I didn't hear him saying that there's something that he can't do. I mean, if there's something he can't do with this defense, then he ain't a good coach.
Okay.
I mean, you couldn't ask for more than what he's got on this defense.
Are they
He's got
missing
every weapon he could possibly ask for.
Are they missing anything that would change how they play defensively? Is there anything from this defense that's sort of
they got to be? Don't they? They got to solidify the inside linebacker, and hopefully a guy can step up and be that guy or guys.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if we're really trying to nitpick, that'd be about it.
That's it.
Yeah.
Because you know what's going on now is everybody's expecting this Broncos defense to be like a top 5 defense.
Well, I think it will be.
Well, everybody thinks it will be. But
it depends a lot on health of Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga. If those two guys can stay healthy, you probably should have a top 10 defense, top 5 defense. If they're battling injuries throughout the entire year, Who knows what it looks like?
We are live at the Safeway at South Broadway, just south of 470, with Red Bird Farms here until 3 o'clock. Would love to have you come by. We have a signed Cale Makar picture and all sorts of other goodies to tell you about in a little bit. Something happened yesterday, fellas, that was borderline historic and a historic season.
Is this when you broadcasted during Andy's show?
Find out next.
That did take it over.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, we are here at Safeway Redbird Farms. We are so appreciative that they're here. You can enter to win a grill package loaded with a premium grill kit, exclusive Redbird swag, all in a fancy cooler. You don't want to miss this at all. Come on down. We have a signed Cale Makar picture to give to you. And while you're here, you can grab a free sample of Redbird's juicy, tender chicken burgers for lunch, hot off the grill. There's some right in front of us right now. You get a little bit of that in a second. Redbird Farms chicken, the perfect addition to your grill this summer. So whether you're frying or roasting, Redbird Farms is juicy, tender, and so delicious. So today, until 3 o'clock, it's the Safeway and Highlands Ranch off South Broadway for the Redbird Farms cooler giveaway. See you out here. All right, runners will be moving. 3-2, 2 outs. Runners on the move. 3-2, 2 outs. Bottom 9. Down a run. Here's the pitch. Base hit! Yes! Win the game! Here we go! They won the game! It's a walk-off! It's a walk-off! They did it! The Rockies did it! The Rockies did it! Oh my God!
Arcia!
Oh my God! That just happened!
Way to go, Bill Schmidt!
Yes!
Signing Arcia!
Yes! The Rockies get a walk-off! Are you kidding me? Yeah, we were watching the game in the back office. We could broadcast 2 things on YouTube at the same time, but it depends, of course.
I happened to have been watching you and Andy when DMac went on the other night for the Rockies thing.
Yep.
And it booted you guys when he came on.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. I think that's personally how it's probably set up.
But you can see
the master control.
You can see 2 things at the same time.
But you couldn't.
Yeah.
Well, you can. It depends on what you're watching on and when the things come on.
If you're watching on X, you cannot.
Watching on X. Oh, I did not know that. If you're watching on YouTube, you can.
They had the altitude channel going.
If you watch on
you
X,
you jumped on.
Okay.
And they were gone.
Yeah.
Oh, that might make sense on X. On YouTube, you can, but maybe X it can only be one thing. You're probably right about that. Yeah, I didn't. No offense.
Well, I mean, that's okay. Andy and them show yesterday was knocked off too, probably.
But that would be on. I didn't even know that. I didn't even think about that on X because YouTube you can see 2 things at the same time. Anyways, no offense to anybody, but we're watching. I won't do that next time.
You do, you guys.
No. I know now. I didn't even think about X.
And right
I did not even think about it.
Was an example that little highlight that we played right there is an example why no one will join him. Because if
you guys have got your own little thing going on. He's like, oh, this looks like a perfect time. Let me jump on right now.
Yeah, but
no, you're not.
But Dan's trying to talk, and he ain't letting Dan say a word.
Oh, come on. It was fun watching the Rockies yesterday. Are you kidding me? Yeah,
How'd they do?
You. Really?
Yeah, I was at Neelich's.
They had their first walk-off win of the year.
Oh, I had no idea. I literally had no idea the Rockies won a game.
And they're down 7-2 after Sensatella left.
Yeah, they're down 7-2. They were down
after 4 innings.
Played the Giants? Who are they playing?
They played the Giants.
Yep.
They
Look who this is. Hey, sun's out, guns out, Brock. Let's go. Let's go.
What is going on? Oh, he can't come over though.
Yeah.
He's not allowed.
Why?
Oh, I don't want to rat him out. I don't know. We could ask him.
It's not ratting him out. He works for somebody.
Yeah. It'd be great to have him come over.
He has an employer.
He does.
That is not us.
That is not us.
Yeah, but if you want somebody to hear him.
Yeah, look at him. Look at that stud. Look at that guy.
I don't even know who it is.
You don't know who Brock Heward is?
I've never met him.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Oh,
you know who he is, though, right?
I know who he is.
Yeah,
I've never met him.
Awesome guy.
Yeah.
Look at him, big dude, quarterback.
Yeah, big quarterback.
That's what they look like. Handsome, good looking. You know.
Probably got a hot wife.
Lives in Colorado. Pretends he's in Seattle.
He's got a son named Titus that looks exactly like his name. He's about 6'7", sophomore QB over at Valor.
Yeah.
Over there with Coach Mike.
Yeah.
And he looks exactly like his name.
Yeah, that's
Is he big like
awesome.
his dad?
Yeah. The dude's got a cannon.
Sophomore,
too.
right?
Yep.
Yeah, young guy.
Did I say junior? Sophomore.
I think he's a sophomore.
No, he is.
Valor's just
Right down the street.
Just right here. Anyways, yes, the Rockies, they did win in regulation. It didn't go to extras. They walked it off. They had the bases loaded. Hard ground ball to third. Could have easily been a 5-4-3. Giants guy Schmidt booted it. Scored a run. It's like, oh, okay. Now it's 7-6. 2 strikes on Estrada. And he poked it into center field. Base hit. Run comes home. 2 runs come home. And they win the game. They walk it off.
Well, and again, what we talked about with the game yesterday was once they got Sensatella, who DMac now has coined the worst player on the worst team.
He is the worst player on the worst team.
He left after 4 innings and given up 7 runs and 9 hits.
Yeah.
2 strikeouts, 3 bases on balls.
Yeah. He was brutally awful. And here's here's
but he didn't get the loss.
He did not get the loss.
So
and
he's still at 1-10.
He is 1-10. He doesn't get the loss. You're right about that. Horrible game. But the relief pitching of the Rockies, the worst team of all time, 5 shutout innings against the Giants. Pretty good. You know, it is wild in this horrible season how many games there's like something good going on for somebody with the team. Like it's kind of this head-scratching thing. And yesterday, and Warren Schaefer said it, and you guys could attest to this, I would think. It's one thing to try hard and make games close, but at the end of the day, if you can't win, does it even matter?
That's good.
And that's what Warren Schaefer said. Like,
so
we got to win.
I know she used his name, so we back on Warren Schaefer and off 2.0. So you're off 2.0.
I guess I'm off 2.0 today because they got a nice come-from-behind win.
So he's Warren Schaefer today.
He's Warren Schaefer.
So the days you're on him, you're using his full name, Warren Schaefer. And the days that you're moving away, he's 2.0.
You know, I say in baseball, if you win a one-run game, the manager did something good. If you lose a one-run game, the manager did something bad. If you kick the crap out of a team, well, you're probably just better. If they kick the crap out of you, then there's nothing that you can do. They're just much better. But it's those close games that I think, well, I'd be curious about your opinions, but I think the close games are the definition of coaching. That's where coaches had the biggest influence.
Yeah, I don't know about baseball. I'll take your word for it. I do agree in a lot of sports. Football in particular, coaches have got probably the most impact on the outcome of the game of any sport. I don't think there's any sport out there that can even compare to the impact that an offensive coordinator can have on a game, a defensive coordinator can have on a game. Baseball, I don't know.
Either direction.
Yeah.
Either direction.
Yeah.
Good or bad.
Yeah.
Well, I think the difference is in football, the coaching is always critically important, always, every single game, the whole time. I think in baseball, sometimes it doesn't matter. Seriously.
I'm pretty sure I could manage the Rockies.
I would say this. I think in college, I'll go to college basketball first. I think coaches matter. I don't know whether it's – and I don't know if the NIL changes all this or whatever, and you got to get all the talent, whatever. But I know growing up, I got a chance. I worked for ESPN, and I was calling a game between Missouri and Oklahoma State. There was Eddie Sutton and, gosh dang it, I just forgot his name, the head coach of Missouri. Both of them had won 800 games as coaches, which is like a phenomenal number. Somebody on the text line could throw it to us. And I'm watching this game as a former basketball player, actually played for Eddie at Arkansas, and I'm watching poetry in motion between two coaches. It wasn't about the teams. It was about the coaches and the decision-making. So I think college basketball can truly be affected by the coaching. The NBA, I don't think the coaching has as much effect until you get to the postseason. And then I think the coaching becomes more into effect. 82 games, what are you going to do? Come on, man. 82 games, I'm telling you.
Is this what the NBA Finals this year is going to come down to?
Well, what I say yesterday, who did I like?
Rick Carlisle.
Rick Carlisle's got a little more experience. I think Dignall's a nice coach. And I still think they'll win tonight. But I think the experience, if it comes down to a coaching decision late, I'm going with Rick Carlisle.
Well, we'll look at the NBA Finals. Hockey was unbelievable last night. We'll give you an update on the U.S. Open.
And a good response, for Edmonton, right?
It was, this has been an unbelievable Stanley Cup final. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Why do they take so many freaking days off between games?
I don't know. That's another great question.
It's obnoxious. I forget that it's still going on.
Well, I get you. I understand you. We're playing in June. Sun's out, guns out, and hockey's on. That's why I think it's stupid. That's why I think this should all be happening in March. All that being said, it's been unbelievable. It's been incredible. And there was a interesting twist last night. An interesting one. I'll tell you the details coming up next.
Look at you teasing.
Yeah.
right, guys and gals. Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, I got good news for you. You can get it fixed up. All you got to do is call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Ask them about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. You deserve to be the next one. So call 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you will be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. You'll love Dr. Tanya Pauls. You'll love the entire team over at Advanced Hair Restoration because they're simply the best of the best at what they do. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, feel comforted knowing that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. Your own natural hair starts to regrow the very next day. 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Let them know Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at advancedhair.com.
All right, well, we had big news today. I guess we expected it to happen. And Russell Westbrook turns down his option and becomes a free agent. Jake Coyne is the head of NBA research for Stats Perform NBA Data Analysis. I don't know if I got all that right, Jake. But Jake is one of the guys that can answer the technical, financial sort of questions. So, Jake, thank you for joining us. How are you, Jake?
Doing really well, DMac. Appreciate that intro. And yeah, I've jumped on with Vic and the guys in the morning a few times and happy to jump on with you guys. I don't know if this is a promotion or a demotion, but I guess we'll find out here, right?
Well, it depends who you ask. But let's talk about Russell Westbrook particular. What did he turn down with the Nuggets, and what do you think he's looking for? And what's the best way, if the Nuggets wanted to retain him, that would make sense?
Yeah, so basically Westbrook turned down an option that was worth about $3.4 million. And so the reason he turned this down is that pretty much he'll get more money regardless of how things happen. His minimum that he was set to make this year is actually less than the minimum he can sign for right now. And so that's a really minor raise he can get if he gets another minimum. It's like an extra $300,000 or something, but it is more money, right? The other options are that Denver can give him
I'll
a 20%.
I'll take an extra $300K if you're wondering. Yeah.
The other options are Denver can give him a 20% raise, which comes out to 4 point something. And the last option is that they use an exception on him called the MLE, and that would put him up close to $6 million. So those are kind of the main options that Denver's looking at.
And is Denver's, as you say, mid-level exception, MLE, is it different because they're at the first apron as opposed to somebody else? Would that be higher for somebody else that used the mid-level exception?
Yeah. So pretty much because Denver's above what's called the first apron, which is just kind of a salary threshold, it's worth a little under $6 million. For teams that are under that threshold, they can go up to $14 million. So it's actually more than double that amount. And they can even split that up into multiple players if they wanted. So yeah, if Denver was below that threshold, they could definitely pay out more.
Well, Jake, what do you think this means specifically for us, the Nuggets? Do you think that this means that he's done?
You know, I don't think this is a for sure sign that he's done. I think the Nuggets will monitor his situation. I do believe that if his price gets to a certain point, they will let him go. There are a few teams that I could see going after him and giving him a little bit more money. But I think if the price is right, Russ could definitely be back. I mean, this guy played 2,000 minutes for you last year, which is a very difficult thing to replace, especially in the position that Denver's in. So not a for sure thing that he's gone, but he certainly can leave if he wants to.
What would be the max amount, Jake, do you think that could be offered for Westbrook? Like somebody, like a team could offer this if they want him, which is far beyond what the Nuggets could do.
Yeah, so I think one team I'd look at would be Sacramento, who kind of needs a point guard and could use a name like Westbrook. You know, he's also from the state of California, so there's some connections there. I could see them offering him part of that bigger mid-level exception, maybe not the whole thing, but I could see them offering him, $7 million, maybe even up to $10 million. But that would probably be the very ceiling of what I could see would be somewhere around there.
And that would be, what do you see, 6 or so for the Nuggets? So anything above 6 would be pretty rough for the Nuggets, is that right?
Yeah, so it's a situation that's like a little bit similar to Bruce Brown a couple years ago, where if another team really wants to come in and offer Westbrook a big deal, Denver simply just can't match it legally. And so, yeah, Denver would max out just below $6 million. And if someone comes and gives him 7 to 10, I think he's as good as gone.
Well, and the difference of Bruce, I think Bruce, the most Denver could offer was like 8.5, and he ended up getting 17, right, on his offer sheet from Indiana. So that becomes the big difference.
I don't mean to be a jerk about this because millions of dollars are still millions of dollars. But this is not a huge separator like the Nuggets could do for Bruce Brown and what Bruce Brown got. I mean, that was massive. This is
We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars rather than.
But maybe. But I mean, if Sacramento could go up to $9 million and you can only offer $6 million, I don't know about you guys. $3 million in one season.
And listen,
is a
and
whole lot of money,
I'm
man.
not going to look past $3 million, but the dude has made over $300 million in his career.
You're living in your own $10 an hour bunker. You got to get out. That ain't.
All right.
We're talking not
All
the
right.
real world. He ain't going to make $3 million. None of us going to go out and make $3 million
No
a
kidding.
year, and we're talking that as a difference.
Jake, is that what it's going to boil down to financially?
Well, I think you make a good point. DMac. That was Bruce Brown's first real payday, right? And Westbrook has a lot of millions of dollars in the rearview mirror. And so I don't think it's purely about money, but I think money is always the most important thing. And I don't blame athletes at all for that. I think that should be most important.
All right, Jake, we'll let you go here. Last thing, what other financial, or do you guys have anything else
Well,
for Jake?
I was going to ask you about their chances of what would they be able to do for a Michael Porter if it's a name you keep hearing about that could be possibly moved.
Yeah, I think with Michael Porter, you're probably looking at breaking his contract up into multiple role players if they do move him. I don't think you're going to get a player back that's as good as Michael Porter without moving some other assets like a draft pick or maybe like a Christian Brown or Peyton Watson. So I think you'd be looking at mostly role players for him. Other than the one name I'd watch would be Cam Johnson in Brooklyn. He's probably a higher level player that you might be able to get for Michael Porter.
Yeah, and Brooklyn's already way behind the cap, but his name, Cam Johnson, keeps coming up. And Cam Johnson would be the closest guy that you could get that could shoot like him a little bit, and is probably a better defender, or is a better defender.
Yep, him and Trey Murphy is another name you'll hear a lot about, but I think Trey might be a little bit out of Denver's price range. So Cam Johnson would be the one big name I'd watch if they're going to do a deal like that.
All right, Jake, any other restrictions on anything else you hear out there that's like, hey, man, that's fun in fantasy land but can never happen because of financial or contract reasons? Is there anything like a dose of reality here, Jake? What do you got for us?
Yeah, I think it is just most of those big names. You should probably, tell yourself Denver can't really get those guys just because of their lack of draft picks. So your Kevin Durant, your Trey Murphy, your Giannis, if he gets traded. I would just not even think about that if you're a Denver fan. But you get below that, and I think you can get creative. But it probably does require moving one of your starters. So just keep in mind that it will be painful if you do end up doing a deal.
All right, Jake, we appreciate it. Thank you very much. Where can people follow you for more stuff like this if they want to dig into the finances and the specifics? Get in the weeds.
Yeah, so the best spot to follow me is just on my X account. It's at the Stat Squatch. And so that's the place to follow me. I put out reports twice a year at the trade deadline and the off season where people can kind of get a good idea of the limitations that Denver has.
All right, the reality man, Jake Coy, breaking everybody's dreams. Thank you, Jake. We'll talk to you later. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
I'll give you a little dose of reality with the Cam Johnson. Why you would probably have to get a third team involved. Who's their head coach? Jordy Fernandez.
Nuggets guy.
And how many years did he spend in Denver?
A lot. A bunch.
Yeah. So you got to assume he would want Michael Porter Jr.
Okay. So we should keep our eyes on that.
And if he doesn't, but they still want to move Cam, then that means you're going to have to get another team involved that would want a Michael Porter and still make a three-way deal to come over.
And I think that's the reality of the Michael Porter situation. It's not going to be a one-for-one. It's going to be Michael Porter Jr. for a variety of different things. Multiple teams, multiple guys. Likely somebody else probably linked with Michael Porter Jr. too. I don't know if that's a Zeke Naji or something else like that. And that's probably and that's a little dose of reality, isn't it? Because it's a lot easier to talk about just big name for big name. And I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think it can really happen. The Russell Westbrook thing is interesting too, guys. Like, what's it all about for him, right? Like, what does he want to get out of?
Well, listen, they may
next year?
really want him, and he's still doing business as always. And listen, $4.6 million is more than 3.4, and 6.2 is way more than 3.4, and it may just be a game you've got to play, and if you decide that you want him enough, then you go and get him. Then you're going to have to pay him.
Yeah, I guess it's going to be interesting. We'll find out now. Does David Adelman have a different opinion of Russell Westbrook than Michael Malone? Because we know what Michael Malone would do. Michael Malone would bring him back. He'd figure it out. And I don't know what that looks like. Whether that just means you bring him back at the minimum that now he can get, which Jake said was like an extra $300K, or if it's significantly more on a 2-year deal. But we're about to find out where David Adelman stands.
All right, so right now, just vote yay or nay. David Adelman's your head coach. Is Russell Westbrook back, yes or no?
I'd say no. I'd say he's going to get between 7 and 10. And it sounds to me like there's nothing the Nuggets can really do about that. So if Westbrook doesn't want to be back with the Nuggets, probably between 4 and 6, something like that, he's not going to be a Denver Nugget. So I'm not saying no.
All right, so say they're willing to give him 6.6 and he's willing to say yes. Do you want to pay him?
I don't think it fits for what the Nuggets need to be trying to do right now. You know, main reason why Michael Malone, well, one of the reasons, he was afraid to play the younger guys, right? And we've now got a commitment from the ownership to the head coach to our kind of GM right now that I think is going to be our full-time GM, that it feels like there's a vision for these younger guys that I'm not sure how Russ fits in on that.
I think if Russell Westbrook is the 7th man, not the 6th man, I think 6.6 is a steal. So that's my take on it. You?
I'm going to repeat myself. If Strother comes back as a baller, you do not need Russell Westbrook.
Okay.
But that's a big if.
Well, you gotta make that decision like now.
Oh,
you gotta figure that out.
Well, he's been in town. We saw him on an interview, right? He said, "I'm staying here. I'm going to work on things." You've had coaches, all the staff, and workout guys been working with him. Is he putting the time in? What have you seen? You know, you know what it is? That's a gamble. And that's what good franchises are going to have to do also.
Yep.
We talked about the Broncos may start a rookie running back. Well, guess what? That'd be a gamble.
Well, at some point you just make a decision, do we believe or not?
Mike Shanahan started a rookie running back. Pretty big gamble. Guess what? And let a veteran go, I believe, that year. It turned out pretty good.
You're talking about Alfred Morris in Washington, right?
No. I'm talking about Terrell Davis in Denver. All of a sudden he said, hey, he's a 6th-round pick. He looks pretty good. They end up going with him. How'd that turn out for him?
Yeah, hey, this is that season. This is when you have to take those risks and make those judgments.
Well, ask Brock. Were you in the league?
Well, hold on. We got to introduce him first.
I was just going to ask a question. I thought you
just
did.
Everybody would automatically know who he is just by the sound of his voice.
That's a good thing. I'm looking for knowledge first.
All right.
Introduction second.
It's our guy Brock Heward.
Well, see, you just ruined it.
Well, no, I didn't ruin anything.
He's a pro.
Come on.
He's a pro.
No,
what's your question?
You didn't play in Terrell's era, did you? That was after. Or he was before you, wasn't he?
My rookie year was '99.
Oh, so you did get him. And
I
probably
did.
You probably played Denver.
Yes, we played Denver. I don't know if we ever beat Denver.
I was going to say, were you in the game? What was the real good cornerback you guys have? Was it Springs?
Sean Springs.
It was a rookie year, and Denver went into Seattle, and Ed McCaffrey just
got after him.
Chewed him. Remember, he got the one turn backwards and walked backwards.
You bring up Sean Springs. I'll say this. Like I've told people before, who's the most beautiful body I've ever seen?
Really?
Sean Springs. Until
makes sense.
Today.
Okay.
Until I walked up to the table today. What is going on?
You know, Brock, if anybody doesn't know, Brock is complimenting me just to make sure everybody knows.
Hey,
okay?
Peptides and HGH.
Is that wow?
I'm fully optimized, revitalizedhealth.com. Check them out. They're fantastic at what they do. They're just down the street from here.
Man.
You'll love them.
Kipling 470.
You know,
you got deltoids. You got narrow hips. You've got this.
May not make my day every time someone says that.
You got this V in your back.
I'm not quite as tan as you, so I'm working on my tan.
Yeah, pulling weeds for hours. We'll do that. And then Hastings. I'll say this about Hastings.
Okay.
You know, you got up. We hadn't met before.
Right.
And every time I met an old NBA guy, it's the same thing. You see Shaq on TV, and you're like, that guy's kind of a big. And then they stand up, and you're like, that is a dude now.
Yeah.
Like, that is a dude?
That's a dude.
That's a dude.
I love it
yes.
too now. There you go.
See, there you go, Brock.
And what you got for DMac?
I rode my bike here.
Yeah, and then the beauty of DMac, honestly, is don't do like any endurance thing against this little guy.
Well,
because
who knows? How you doing, Brock?
I'm doing good.
What's
I'm doing
good?
good. You just right. I'm right up the hill from you boys. So
Well, we know what we're in the shadow of Valor High School and all that. And your son's playing high school football there,
Yeah.
and our guy Mike Sanford's coaching.
Yep.
Everything going all right?
It is. I told these guys as you were busy chatting. Mike was such a good college coach, right? And it was weird. In 19 years, and we said this, it's really odd that I never crossed paths with him.
Yeah.
He was the OC at Notre Dame, but Brian Kelly didn't let him talk. Does that surprise you? Brian Kelly handled all the offense in our production meetings when we had him. And as good a coach as Mike was collegiately, and he was a great coach, head coach, OC, Notre Dame. He is so good with these kids, man.
Okay.
And Scott, you're right. There's something about the impressionable 14 to 18-year-olds, right? And you come in with
That's
2
our-
decades.
It's our future, dog. That's our future.
And you come in with 2 decades of what he's done and his life experience and his wiring. I mean, he is go, 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 go. He's Pete Carroll. He's there. He's up at 4. He's there all day. He's at the station. He's there. He's like he's got just boundless
Well, I'll
energy.
give everybody a fun little high school thing that's going on right now this year. So our guy Sanford at Valor, your son's there.
Mm-hmm.
Jake Heaps,
Oh, yeah.
who we all know with the Russell Wilson stuff,
Yep.
is the head coach at Legend. I don't know if you guys knew that or not. And, of course, our guy Dave Logan is a Creek as always.
Saw
So
him yesterday, and that, he's going to skip you again.
Yeah, don't worry about Ponderosa freshman team. I mean, it's not like I was over there coaching myself. Don't worry about us.
Don't mean to ignore the Pondo freshman.
Well, you know what the rumor is, right? All those Pondo boys are at Revitalized Health.
Hey, they will be.
So we have some interesting high school stuff this year.
Yeah, and there's when I moved here 5 years ago too, my wife and I said this on a few different occasions about a few different things. Like, man, for as hip as Colorado is, it's a little behind the coasts. Just from there was no
From an athletic point of view,
there was no performance centers at that time, right? There was no just some of the restaurant games, just some of the stuff that was like 5-10 years ahead. And then all of a sudden now you have Kula Sports that's expanded. You have Kingdom Sports. And I'm going to miss out on a few. Like, you have 4 or 5 of these centers that have been going on in Texas and Florida for 25 years.
Right.
They've been going on in Washington for 10 to 15 years. And now they're going here, and they are rocking.
And what you're saying, the performance is catching up with the coaching because they got good coaches in this state.
100%. And you talk to the Kingdom guy, Joe Parker, great guy, played with Josh Allen in Wyoming, cup of coffee in the NFL, and he's like, and he was a high school player in the state. He's like, I want high school football to be as big here, and there's no reason it shouldn't be as big here as it is in Washington. And, it's not going to be California, Florida, Texas population-wise, but why can't it be Oklahoma? Why can't it be Washington? Why can't it pump out, 25, 30 4-star guys every year?
Hey, Brock also does a lot of college football for Fox. Where do you think everything's going with everything that's recently happened? And what games are you doing for the most part?
Breaking news, DMac.
Oh.
I'm actually the tight end coach at Valor High School. So I have put my Fox college football broadcasting on the side.
Get out of here.
And I am the full-time tight ends coach.
You're not going to do Fox because you're coaching tight ends.
That's right.
In high school.
It was time. It was time.
Why do you sound so judgmental when
Yes.
you ask that? That sounds like an incredible deal.
For Valor, it does.
So 19 years of being on the
You're
road.
not okay. I did not know that.
Gets to see his kids play. Though.
That's it.
Yeah,
and last
come
fall,
on.
so
Well,
my
keep in mind,
girls.
he's also go ahead.
My girls were all basketball players,
Okay.
right? So I never missed them. Winter and spring and summer AAU. Like, I got to follow all that journey.
And they're playing college ball.
And Titus is a football player. And
Okay.
last fall, when I'm like in Ames, Iowa, or Lubbock, Texas,
Right,
and I
right.
forget, he called me driving back from a Friday night game. He's like, "Gosh, I just really wish you were here."
Oh man, that broke your heart.
Hit the violins, Dan. That, as a dad, that absolutely.
And it wasn't even
kills
like
you.
it wasn't one of those. It's just like, I just wish you were here,
Dude. I got one of those in the last month.
Yep.
And I have a daughter who's 11 and plays soccer. And I go to a lot of practice when I'm in town. I'm trying to make up for lost time, too, because I'm gone from November till May. And she goes, Dad, you're not coming to practice? And I really wasn't. I was planning on sitting there. I was going to catch a Star Wars movie. I was in the house, going to be quiet. I was going to be nice. And then I'm like, oh, God.
I'll be there, honey.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm coming. Yeah.
So it was time. And I've helped with his youth football, and I've helped coach his baseball. But it was like, and, just where Valor was. It was just Mike getting
Not
the job.
Not the quarterback coach.
Oh, no. And Mike was great with this.
Okay.
He said, listen, from day one, like, there won't be a dad that will coach his son's position.
Okay.
And that is so wise. Honestly.
I agree 100%.
It is so wise because in the team culture of that, it's just not a healthy deal. And
I just think the tight ends are going to learn a lot about blocking from Brock. And so, those guys are going to be fantastic in-line
and
blockers.
somewhere Deion Sanders go.
Do you want to see my 93 tape, my sophomore year of high school?
Okay.
When I was an all-conference tight end. Do I need to
There
pull that
you
out?
go.
30 years ago? Before I was a quarterback?
There you go.
You got an all-conference tape?
I got an all-American tape. High school.
That's good. That's good.
Before we let you go.
Where do I think college is going?
Yeah.
I think the Big Ten and the SEC, those two commissioners and the head of Fox and ESPN will make that decision.
Okay.
Wow.
You got
there you go right there.
Can you leave us with a Peyton Manning story?
Oh.
Brock was what is your relationship with Peyton these days?
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun to be in the same town, and I think his son is starting high school, right?
Right.
Yep. And so
Kent Denver, I think.
Yep,
right?
Kent Denver and his daughter, and Peyton. It's funny, just even now coaching, right? And it's been about a month and a half or so, and you realize how much of an imprint. And you know this from great coaches and teammates and players you around, and probably broadcasting the same way, DMac. Great people that you've been around that you look back and go, oh man, that left a little imprint. Wow. I sure learned a lot. Maybe in the moment I didn't think I was absorbing all of it.
Right.
Peyton was just different level. I mean, just different level. So day one install, Coach Sanford install is about 45 concepts. There's NFL guys in the room. Ben Hamilton's in the room. Kershke's in the room. Former NFL guys. And we're all like, whoa, this is a lot.
Yeah.
This is a lot. And he's like, this is 1/10 of my normal install. Like, this is what, we're going to. And where Peyton was just different than anybody else I ever played with. He just processed. He got it. He didn't have to go home and study and write it. I mean, he did, I'm sure. But his brain just worked at a higher level. So as good as he was throwing it, as great as his judgment was, as hard as a worker, like just the brain processing is just different. Just really, really hard to find guys whose brains operate like that.
I'm going to ask you one more question. Full circle to what we started about, and I asked you about Sean Springs and all that stuff. Going to be a rookie cornerback that's going to fight for starting this year. What's the toughest thing for rookies in the NFL to come in and be a starter, whatever position it might be?
I think it varies by position. I think it really does. I think there's some positions collegiately with what they're doing, you can adapt faster. And then there's positions where, you have so much more to learn. The college game, honestly, Sanford was talking about this with our high school stuff. We're going to probably do more than a lot of colleges because they just don't have the time. They have new players every year. So you don't have 4 years to install and build into and develop. It's just cookie cutter. So I think it varies by position in that developmental process. But high school is a sweet spot, man.
Do we know the high school schedule yet, or is that out there?
It's just a day at a time, DMac.
I just don't know when to Valor Pondo.
Dude, they're on
Valor Creek.
They're on the 43rd play. Okay,
do we play Pondo? Do we play?
Not to my knowledge.
No, I don't think so.
Well, do you play Creek in the regular season? Or
no,
you do
not in the regular season.
Won't be till the playoffs.
See them in the finals, huh?
You always see them in the playoffs.
We got a lot of work to do, but the high school football in this state, honestly, is growing.
Okay.
It is really, really growing. It's not just one anymore. It is growing. It's pretty cool.
Awesome to see you, Brock.
You too, boys.
Great to see you.
Yep.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We're live from the Safeway in Highlands Ranch off South Broadway for the Redbird Farms Cooler Giveaway. Come on by and see us. Hey, what a treat for us to be out at Safeway here in Highlands Ranch off South Broadway for the Redbird Farms cooler giveaway, but we got a lot more. You can enter to win a grill package loaded with a premium grill kit, exclusive Redbird swag, all in a fancy cooler. You don't want to miss that. We also have a signed Cale Makar photo to give you. And when you're here, you can grab a free sample of Redbird's juicy, tender chicken burgers for lunch, hot off the grill, packed with flavor. Fantastic. Absolutely delicious. Redbird Farms chicken, the perfect addition to your grill this summer. So whether you're frying or roasting, Redbird Farms is juicy, tender, and so delicious. We're here until 3 o'clock. It's the Safeway in Highlands Ranch off South Broadway. Come and see us. That's our guy, Brock Hewitt. Big quarterback, huh? You've never met him before.
I never met him. I knew who he was, obviously.
Yeah, but that's he'd be a big quarterback in the NFL right now.
Yep.
6'5" quarterbacks. I mean, Bo Nix ain't that tall.
Yeah, his son Titus looks just like him, too.
That is crazy. That is wild. Such a good dude, man. It's great to see him here. Just living the Colorado
Hanging
lifestyle.
out. He lives down the street, stopping in Safeway, do a little grocery shopping.
No big deal. Just in the. I didn't realize how many. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Ex-pros on the Valor staff. I guess that's
Yeah. You know, the year I coached over there, it was something like 10 or 11 Super Bowl rings on the high school coaching staff.
Oh, my God. Too funny. Too funny. Well, high school sports going to be interesting this fall. We'll see. It's gonna be fun. We'll see what's going on. Anything else before we move on to some other stuff about Russell Westbrook? I want to make sure we cover all of our bases. Any other thoughts you had about this?
No, you said it best. We said it didn't surprise us. Now we just wait and see what's going on. The team can't do anything till the 30th anyway. So,
okay. I do have another interesting story for you guys, and that is the daughters of Jim Irsay taking over the team. And Dan, do we have audio of this, or is this just a quote from her? Help me out here. What you got some audio? All right, so this is Carly Irsay Gordon talking about Anthony Richardson. Now, there's 3 daughters, but this is the daughter that is the CEO. And that was
She's the one that the other kids hate.
Well, perhaps. But here she is talking about Anthony Richardson, their quarterback, one of their quarterbacks.
Well, we drafted Anthony for a reason, and we believe in him. He's incredibly talented, and sometimes when you draft players, they have rough starts, they have injuries, they've got those things that they need to go through. But I think it's way too early to tell, and I know Chris and Shane, they'll let us know as we go along. But I think he has all the potential in the world, and if he wants to prove it, he can, and he will if he wants to.
Okay. If you're a Colts fan, when you hear that, what are you thinking?
Well, I mean, Anthony Richardson's his only hope of playing again for that franchise is that Daniel Jones just busts out, because Daniel Jones is going to win the job. You're a coach, you're in training camp, you got a guy like Daniel Jones who's a veteran, he might have his limitations, but he's going to look pretty damn good in practice, he's going to look pretty damn good throughout all of training camp. That dude's going to win the job, just plain and simple. And then you combine that with the fact that Anthony Richardson's made of glass, and his only chance of succeeding again is Daniel Jones failing, which is a tough spot to be in.
You think it's a mostly positive, negative, maybe doesn't matter, when family members take over for a predominant owner? I mean, we certainly were looking at that possibility with the Broncos, right? And it didn't happen, and I think everybody's happy with the way things worked out overall. And we see this a lot in football for whatever reason, where it just stays in the family. Do you think that's the
less
best?
and less, but there's still a few holdovers, but there's fewer and fewer true family owners.
Well, there's video pictures I just looked at of Carly Irsay Gordon that's wearing staff shirts, got a headset on down on the sideline.
Was that real? I couldn't tell if that was because there was some quote about that. Like
I had my doubts about that too, Tyler.
That looked like AI to me.
That looks like AI?
No, the one with the headset on. I don't know.
Well, there's a bunch of them.
I cannot
tell.
tell.
You are right. I guess there are a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
But apparently, I mean, okay, if that's not AI, then I guess for a while now she's been standing on the sidelines wearing a headset, listening in on the communications.
Yeah. Figuring out what's going on. One picture has her taking notes and everything else. So, and probably why she's the CEO as opposed to the other two. And listen, the difference between, I think, that and the bowling, first of all, and we said this the other day.
She's the one that doesn't do the whippets?
What?
Yeah, maybe so.
Okay.
Okay.
You got the same parents, right? I mean, it wasn't like 3 different.
Irsay? I believe so.
Three different moms, right?
I believe so.
Different family feuds going on, which I think really.
No, there was no family feud at all. This thing went like that. It
whereas
was like
whereas
nothing.
to me, there was family feuds going on with the Broncos.
Well, literal multi-family feuds.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then his brother got involved, too, picked a side, and here we go,
It
too.
was as messy as you could possibly imagine.
And
Are you saying, hey, listen, man, if this is the family business, we're good to stay in the family as long as the family's all together?
As long as listen, if all the guns are pointed outward, not inward, then I think you're okay. And listen, the greatest quote I heard somebody say as far as taking over and being a leader is the smart ones know what they don't know. You know, and they realize there's certain things they're going to have to get outside help. You talked about Pinner the other day and what he did when they took over. Talk to everybody.
Everybody.
That's what good ownership does. And so, you know, maybe the Ursays have been doing that. Maybe they're still doing that. And you know, who knows?
So as a fan, you're feeling okay.
And she sounded like an owner right there talking about their starting quarterback that they spent a first-round pick on, right?
Yep.
Or first pick in the draft or whatever he was.
The only quirky thing was it's up to him, you know. But that makes me wonder, like, is there something going on with him behind the scenes? Is he going sideways on decisions or not paying as much attention or whatever? Who knows?
Well, the answer is yes. There's a lot going on with him. Yeah, he's been a mental head case. He's been extremely injury prone, and there's been plenty of questions about his desire to play football. He checked himself out of a game. He's the only quarterback in the history of the NFL
in a long run because they had they have like a 16-play drive, and he
literally
played 9.
He tapped out like a wide receiver does after a 50-yard gain, and wide receiver taps his head. Hey, bring the next guy in. Anthony Richardson tapped his helmet. I'm tired. I need a break.
That did happen.
I had never seen that from a quarterback in my entire life. Well, it's had to have happened sometime, man. I mean, I've never seen that.
I've never seen it either.
I've seen running backs.
I mean, guys get hurt, but not just tired. He wasn't hurt. He was pooped.
He was gassed.
Yeah, just needed a break, which is bizarre. By the way, I'm hearing Daniel Jones is actually doing pretty good out there. In
you know what? I got a gut feeling Daniel Jones is going to look okay.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean he is okay. That's what he is. He is okay. He's pretty good. And you know, with his only competition is Anthony Richardson, he's going to win the job. I bet he looks okay.
I saw some more video of Shedeur. It's just video. It's just minicamp. You know, it's that sort of stuff. But I don't know, man. I don't know what you need there. He looks all right to me.
If the Browns are smart, they'll cut one of those quarterbacks before training camp begins. There's no reason to have all 4 of those guys going into training camp. All it's going to do is take away reps from somebody that needs the reps. So make a decision between Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco today. By the time you get to training camp, get rid of one of those guys, and now you freed up a third of the reps.
Well, and I thought I read somewhere the money for Flacco is like $4 million with only $1 million guaranteed.
Whatever it is, it's very similar between his deal and Kenny Pickett's. Neither one of them are a big deal.
The guy to me that doesn't make any sense is Kenny Pickett, actually, not Joe Flacco.
Well, I think Kenny makes a whole lot more sense than Joe. I mean, Joe's 41 years old. At least Kenny Pickett's got some youth to him.
Yeah, but like, all right, I would just expect
and we know Joe Flacco ain't going to help those young guys.
Well, that's fair. Actually, there was a funny moment. I don't know if you caught it, but Dylan Gabriel and Joe Flacco took a picture together. That there were some receivers that were doing a goofy picture, and they recreated that picture, and it was like kind of a, you know, funny because Dylan Gabriel is a small dude, man. He is not a big guy whatsoever. But then
Flacco's 6'4".
Oh, Flacco is large, like bigger
Brock.
than Brock, big hands, the whole thing. Kenny Pickett was holding the football the other day. People were making fun of him because his hands look so tiny on the football.
Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco, they should each pick a horse. Pick a horse that you're going to mentor. Pick your guy that you think's going to win the job between Shedeur Sanders and Dylan Gabriel, and then maybe you'll stick around because you're the personal mentor of that guy.
Yeah, you got to decide if Pickett can play. You know Flacco can play enough at 41.
You do?
Well,
you sure?
He came at the end of the year and played okay for him. So you ain't going to get any scrambles. You ain't going to get any broken play, big plays.
I am totally in disagreement with both of you.
Well,
I think it's a no-brainer between Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco, and it would be Kenny Pickett.
You didn't let me finish. But you still got to decide if Pickett can play. Because if you don't think Pickett can play, you know what? Go with both of them out of here and play with the young guys and let's go.
I'm leaning in that direction. Actually, the more this goes on, I don't know why Shedeur just doesn't get the start. Period. Seriously. And go for it and see how it goes. I mean,
or Gabriel.
Well, because the staff likes Gabriel more.
Okay.
They picked him. They picked Gabriel first.
Who picked? True. Then why is Shedeur even there? How is he there? Why is he there?
I don't know, but I know this. They picked Gabriel first.
All right. Well, it's not boring there in Cleveland land. That's for sure. We'll see where it goes. We have no dumb questions. 303-504-0925 on Twitch, on the YouTube stream, however you want to get a hold of us. As we're live from Safeway in Highlands Ranch, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You should put this number in your phone. That's 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Dealing with the issue of ED is lousy. Who needs that? You want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is different. Finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. ED is an intimacy destroyer, and research shows that men can draw apart from their partners when ED affects their sex lives. Condition causes stress, anxiety, depression, all that stuff. You don't need that in your life. What you need is the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you go for a long, long time, which is fantastic. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for more than a decade, treating tens of thousands of men, so you could be next. Just schedule a consult today. That initial visit's only $99. A T and a PSA test coming your way. If medically advised, a test dose. And if it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after the appointment. So call them today. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, this is a great time to get a hold of us on the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour at 303-504-0925. No dumb question. Did you guys see Taylor Swift with Travis Kelce at the hockey game last night?
Game 4. I did.
I did see that. Were they I saw the photos of it more than any video. Were they featured as much at the hockey game as they are at football games?
My wife said this morning when she got up, my feed is just filled with Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, and I can't get enough of it.
Well, I'm so happy for her.
And I'm like, do you like Taylor Swift music? She goes, no, not really.
But she likes Tay-Tay.
She doesn't like the Chiefs. She hates the Chiefs.
Yeah.
She likes that romance. All right, here's my no dumb question. I don't get the hockey game. Like, the two of them at the hockey game. What's the connection? Like, why are they at – I mean, I get it. It's the Stanley Cup. Yeah, big deal. Okay. Why are they at a hockey game in Miami?
High profile.
That's it? They don't live in Miami, do they?
Famous people have a checklist of events they got to meet.
Yeah, you got to go on big high-profile things. She probably has a condo down on South Beach somewhere.
Okay. So you think they just were hanging out?
Vacation.
And just like, hey, you want to go to this thing tonight?
Well, they helicoptered in.
Oh, you know more details than I do.
I believe I read that they helicoptered in.
From where?
I have no idea.
Are you being serious?
I thought I read that today, yes.
Okay.
And then they completely shut down entire exits and entrance just to let her in with him.
Right. He doesn't matter in this one. He can walk in any entrance he
wants.
Well,
Dolphin fans may not like him.
Well, whatever, though. I mean, he's probably physically going to be just fine walking wherever he wants to go. Yeah, I didn't understand, like, why they were there. Like, what was going on. Like, what the deal was.
They're big hockey fans.
They are?
Yeah.
Yeah, Taylor's from Saskatchewan.
What? Where is she from, man? She probably is from Isn't she from Nashville or?
Well, whenever you're done with that, let me know because I got no dumb question.
Oh, go ahead. I just didn't know.
Well, my no dumb question is about hockey in the finals. Like, why in the world do they have this much time off? It seems so counterproductive. I know we complained about it in the NBA about the lack of time off, but now that I'm watching hockey take 3 days off in between games, I'm like, that ain't a good idea. Not for that sport. That is not a good idea.
Not as it's been rolling. I can see two. Maybe they're all freaked out by the travel from Florida to Edmonton.
Okay, whatever. All I know is as a fan, I literally forget that it's still rolling. I forget what nights it's going to be on. It just feels like finals got to be boom, 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 boom. Why are we losing momentum?
Well, it was weird. Yesterday, it was the anniversary of the Nuggets winning their championship yesterday.
Yep.
You know, so 2 years ago today, we were all groggy and couldn't believe it and, you know, having that reaction. And the NBA Finals still has time to go. It does feel like things are just bizarrely spread out and slow.
The NBA has got the in-season tournament going, which I think pushed everything a little back. And then you had this year, you had the break for the four-country tournament. And then
that's right.
You know,
that's right.
So I wonder, but that doesn't excuse having 3 days off in between games.
All right, so are you just not interested? I mean, because the hockey itself, dude, that was a crazy game last night. I mean, Florida's up 3-0 in the first period, right? The game's over. They kicked the crap out of Edmonton before. This one's going to see you. No.
When did the fight start?
Right, like it's going to go to crap. And there's Edmonton fighting all the way back to take a lead. Oh, my God, that's crazy. There's Florida scoring with less than 20 seconds to go in regulation. Like, you got to be kidding me. Of course they're going to win. Nope. We're going to play the third overtime. The third overtime out of 4 games, and it's Edmonton getting the win. And it's all the stars, by the way.
It's Draisaitl again.
Right. It's all the stars that are doing all of this.
By the way, they play tomorrow.
They do play tomorrow. They don't have a big break. They're back up there in Edmonton tomorrow.
They've had big breaks, though, right?
They played on the 9th and then played on the 12th.
Yeah.
But now it's probably going in between every other day.
Yeah, and they don't play again till they play tomorrow. They don't play again till Tuesday.
Well, they play June 12th Thursday, and then they play June 14th Saturday.
It's a lot of time.
I think they're getting them 3 days when they travel between cities.
Yeah, and tonight we have,
it's an interesting case study of what matters more, momentum or quality of play.
Well, the league is saying we're going to make sure these guys are rested and not kill themselves playing every other day, traveling one side of the continent to the other.
I'm not sure what the ratings for this are going to be, but I'll tell you this. The games couldn't be better.
Yeah.
So if they have low ratings or whatever, the NHL, in my opinion, really has to look at other things because the games itself are amazing.
Phenomenal.
You couldn't have better games.
Yep.
And then you got Taylor Swift showing up, which, the ratings should be off the charts, I guess. Somebody on the text line said that Kelsey and Matthew Tkachuk are pals. So perhaps
I believe he came on their podcast, right?
That could be.
Come on the play.
I mean, listen, man. Going to a Stanley Cup Finals, and if she really is from Nashville, I'll tell you this: Nashville has really embraced the Predators. And if you're not familiar with it, Broadway's the big strip there in Nashville. Bridgestone Arena, depending on what side you start up and down Nashville, that's right there. It's like the beginning or the end. Like if you're just walking down the street, it kicks it off at Bridgestone before you get to the main nightlife. Like it's pretty cool the way that is all centered around hockey in Nashville. So I don't know, maybe Taylor Swift's didn't Carrie Underwood, wasn't she married?
A hockey guy.
She's married to a Nashville guy for
right?
a while.
Yes,
right? Yeah.
Yes.
For a while?
Well, I mean, I don't know if he's still in Nashville.
Oh, I didn't know if you said you don't know if they're.
Oh, no, they're together.
They are?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Bill.
All right, we're live here at Safeway in Highlands Ranch. Big question of the day coming up next.
2.0.
All right, we are here with Redbird Farms at the Safeway in Highlands Ranch off South Broadway for the Redbird Farms Cooler Giveaway, where you can enter to win a grill package loaded with a premium grill kit, exclusive Redbird swag, and a fancy cooler. This is fantastic. Plus, we have a signed Cale Makar picture that you could have as well. While you're here, you can grab a free sample of Redbird's juicy tender chicken burgers for lunch, hot off the grill. They're making them right next door. Smells absolutely delicious, tastes absolutely delicious. Redbird Farms Chicken is the perfect addition to your grill this summer. So whether you're frying or roasting, Redbird Farms is juicy, tender, and incredibly delicious. Here until 3 o'clock, so another hour or so. We'd love to see you. Highlands Ranch, off South Broadway, Redbird Farms Cooler Giveaway. We'll see you here. Nice to meet you, Joel. Nice to see you, my man. Nice to see you, Mom. Great to meet you. We're out here at Highlands Ranch and the Safeway in Highlands Ranch off South Broadway with Redbird Farms, and we appreciate everybody coming out to see us. That's awesome. The big question I have for you is, what now with Russell Westbrook? He's declined his option. We'll see what happens. I guess it's twofold. Like, what now do you think will happen, and what do you want to happen?
Well, my gut tells me that this probably is a pretty good indicator that this is the end of the Russell Westbrook era in Denver. It doesn't have to be by any means, and I very well might be wrong. But I do know that, Russ has got the ability to make more money than he was making here. Despite however much money you've made in your life, most human beings like more money. And if it's significantly more, what's significant to you is different than anybody else. But multiple $1 million is multiple $1 million. And if he's got that opportunity, I would be very surprised if the Nuggets got into any sort of bidding war for Russell Westbrook.
Did he do anything this year to hurt his value?
I would say he increased it.
I would too.
Yeah. I mean, whatever you thought his value was last year, it certainly looks more now than it did last year.
I'll tell you this, too, about Russell Westbrook. This dude is in unbelievable shape.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, 37, fine. We should all – dude, he's kind of ridiculous. Yeah. And the way he dedicates himself to staying in shape. Now, he's a quirky dude. He's got things going on that are different, but he takes what it takes to play in the NBA very seriously. So not only do I think he's got value this coming season, but I don't know. Braun's playing past 40, and I have no doubts if Westbrook wants to, he would still be valuable for the next 3 years.
Do you guys feel the same way as me, though, that it probably is it doesn't have to be, but it's an indicator it's probably the end for the Nuggets?
I do agree with you on that. Scott, I do agree.
Yeah. I think it will be yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think David Adelman doesn't like him. I think he does like him. There were moments he definitely stuck up for him. But the Nuggets can't be leaning on Russell Westbrook if they really want to have success. It's a compliment to him. Like, it's just not the right thing they need. They need to sort of lean into the guys they've made a commitment to in the first place. Sean Payton actually talked about that yesterday. He talked about how important the draft was and how you got to use this and that. And he's right about that. Like, if you can't lean into the guys that you've committed to, then you've made a mistake as an organization. And I think Russell Westbrook actually let the Nuggets and Michael Malone, Scott, off the hook a lot last year.
Well, what's the last draft pick that mattered for you if you're the Nuggets?
The last one that mattered for you?
That you would say right now would be deemed a success.
I mean, slam dunk is Christian Brown if you're going there.
4 years ago.
Okay. I don't know about De'Aaron Holmes, right? We don't know.
Nope.
Of course.
Don't know 100% about Peyton. He's shown moments.
Peyton Watson. There have been a lot of moments, but okay. Bones Highland, obviously, you got rid of for a bunch of reasons. You hope Strother can be that guy.
He's the key.
He's the key. Why don't you reset that a little bit?
Listen, they got to have something off the bench. We saw that and knew that in the postseason. We also saw you basically won. I think was it Game 6. You won Game 6 because of Julian Strother off the bench. I mean, he went at the game. He just blew up and was sensational.
He had a game.
That's got to be more of the everyday than the extraordinary. So now does that mean 21, 24, whatever? I think it's 24. No, but he's got to be a guy that night in, night out you can count from coming off that bench for 15 to 19 every night. Every night. If he does that, you're going to be fine. Because then you can find, can Jalen Pickett give you anything? Can he give you 6 and 5? 5 assists. Can Holmes come in and back up 4 and 5 and give you 8 and 8? I don't know if he can. I don't know. It'd be good numbers if he could, more than you got this year.
Does it matter if you think they can or not, though? I mean, don't they just have to make a decision, hey, we're rolling, we're going to figure it out this year?
Well, they probably will. I mean, I probably will. I'm talking about it matters if you want a success. If you want to, 45 to.
But does it matter to decision making? Is what I'm saying.
No, but probably not.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, do you think?
No, I don't. I think that it's very, very clear what the mission of this team is, and it's to develop those younger guys.
Yeah.
All right, so how big of a moment is this for the Nuggets for the future and next year? This moment right now with Westbrook.
It makes your path clear. I think Tyler said something like that a while ago. It makes it clear that, listen, all right.
Because the Nuggets do control things now. If they're not interested in Westbrook, you just don't do anything.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that's the nice part about it is that, you might have to spend a few more bucks if you do decide to bring him back, but now the ball's in your court, whereas previously it was not.
Right? Like, if they want to be
We'd have been very happy with Russell next year at 3.2. We weren't willing to go up to 6. We got younger guys. We got to, I'm telling you, now when I say.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see if Westbrook doesn't stay with the Nuggets, right? What deal does he take? Because it'll be like, well, okay. I mean, if it was like Bruce Brown, it was like, oh, well, all right. What are you going to do?
8.5 or 17.
But what if Westbrook gets a deal for like $5 million to play for Brooklyn? Or as Jake Coyne suggested, perhaps play in Sacramento. Wouldn't that be interesting?
No. I think once you move on, and you wish him well. You shake his hand when you see him, and everybody likes him, and blah blah blah. And
actually, I should just ask you another direct question. Do you think they will make some sort of effort here for him?
I don't think they will.
You don't think they will?
No.
Okay. Well, that's kind of the bottom line.
No, not at $6 million. I don't think.
Okay.
I don't think.
And Tyler, you say whatever.
No, I just think that the vision of this team's pretty clear. It's time to develop the younger guys. It's what Josh Kroenke's talked about. I think that's why we've probably already got our GM in the building. I don't know what's going to happen there. Seems like, guys, am I alone here? I know we had time and patience on our side, but what are we waiting for here on the GM?
Oh, well, Scott?
Well, does Sam Presti have an assistant GM that you're going to wait till the finals are over before you talk to him? Does Kevin Pritchard in Indiana, is he available, or does he have somebody that you may be looking at, so you might want to wait for that? Or if you're going to stick with who you are, you just stick with who you are, and you say, well, who can we bring in here to develop, and who do we want? I mean, who else? Who's still here that we want to remain here? Are we happy with all of our scouts? Have we liked what we've seen from our college scouts? Have we got the requisite talent, even though you're drafted in your 20s, when you had draft picks? Have we optimized that talent? Either develop-wise or did we really miss the boat? And listen, in basketball, it takes one good draft to solidify you, and it takes one bad draft to really kind of put you in a bind, especially if you got superstars.
Well, when do you think they do need to have something solidified?
I think I'm with Tyler. I think it's already solidified. I think now they're finding, okay, who's the assistant GM, who's going to do scout, what do we like with the scouting department?
It's already set.
What are we seeing? What do we do? Do we still like the training staff?
Look, you just read between the lines. You listen to the way that Josh Kroenke has talked about Tezer. I'm sorry, what's his name? Tezer?
Ben Tenzer.
Tenzer. I always forget the N. You listen to the way that Kroenke's talked about Tenzer, and he speaks about him awfully glowing. I almost feel like that would be a rude thing to do if you weren't hiring the guy.
I feel the longer it goes on, I'm leaning into what you're saying, that it's more likely that a president of basketball will be named and Tenzer will be the de facto. I don't know how it's going to go, but the longer it goes, it feels to me that it's going to be a structure similar to the Avalanche, where Sakic's the president, McFarland's the GM, the coach is the coach, Josh oversees basically everything. It feels like that.
Well, and that wouldn't be very disruptive if that's the route you're going. And if you're waiting to hire a president, then that's really not going to uproot anything that's currently going on in the building.
And I don't know what the job titles necessarily would be, but I think if anybody's freaking out that the Nuggets aren't sort of in a situation to make decisions. I don't think that's true, actually.
What if they're looking for Ben Tenzer to move up as the president?
Well,
and,
sure.
And then you're making sure you find a GM.
That could make total sense.
I've had conversations with a couple people, and I know I said this to at least one of them. And I said, if it's Tenzer's a guy, then you got to bring basketball guys around him. He's a lawyer. He grew up in that. I know he GM'd for the Gold 2 years ago. So he's got some experience. He's been around doing contracts. What a great guy to oversee everything else. But now, to me, you need basketball guys up there somewhere.
All right, well, I guess the Westbrook is the tipping point. I guess this is the first domino to fall that you would have to make a decision on, and you kind of go from there. But none of us really see the Nuggets actively pursuing or aggressively going after him.
No, I mean, at this point, you wait and just see what happens. If Russ goes out and finds that there's not the shooters out there, okay, maybe it's more appealing to bring him back. But let him do his deal now, test the market, and see where it falls back. Did you say it's about 30 days before they make a decision anyways?
Well, it's June 30th before you can offer any free agents or do
June
any of that
30th.
stuff.
Okay, let me ask a dumb question here. Is Dario Saric in the same sort of camp about having to accept his option?
Here's the difference. Saric can turn it down. He ain't going to make $5 million nowhere
He
else.
is not.
Right, Russ turns it down. The difference is Russ turns it down because he's got the ability to make significantly more money. If Saric turns it down, he does it because
he's going to Europe for about $2 million.
He's turning down money because he wants to play basketball.
Okay, so what deadline is Saric under to make that decision? Is it June 30th?
I think you have to pick it up by June 30th.
I thought so too. And this gives Russ more time, obviously, to decline it a little bit earlier.
Well, it gives other people to think about it now.
Yeah.
Gives him a few weeks,
Yeah, but here's an ironic twist. There's no way the Nuggets would want Saric to sign his tender, right? Or sign the option or whatever it is.
All you got to do is make a call. Players' option deadline is the 29th. Free agency starts the 30th.
Okay.
So 16 days.
Does he actually have to announce that?
Well, he'll probably his agent will call them and say, hey, we're coming back. Hey, keep the printing press hot. They may even know.
Why haven't we heard that then?
Because they may have already had that organization, that conversation.
They already, and that wouldn't even be announced.
Well, they're not going to announce it. They don't need to announce it.
Right, that he's coming back, that he's back.
And they may need him to pick up his deal.
Why?
For the $5 million to put in a contract to go around to see if you can make a trade somewhere else.
Okay, all right.
As a throw-in contract.
Okay, so it might have some of that financial value.
Yeah.
Okay, wow, what a world, man. This sort of stuff. So what's next? Where do you think Westbrook ends up? We can put a cap on this, but where do you think he ends up?
That's a great question. I don't know. That's a good. Sacramento hadn't thought, but they screwed up with De'Aaron Fox. It does put him on the West Coast.
I bet he'd love to go home to Oklahoma City.
Yeah, he hadn't been at Golden State either.
What's going to matter to Russell Westbrook at this point in his career?
It'll be a mix.
He said win.
It's not just as simple as money or winning. There's always a balance in there. Like, you want to be in a competitive situation. You want to be on a team that you feel like's got a fighting chance. You also want to be wanted. At this point in your career, you're not going somewhere just to sit on the bench. So, what's the formula? I don't know. You weigh the pros and the cons, but it'll be both.
You see him sign with Charlotte for $9 million. It's all about the money,
right?
Okay.
Which I'd be very surprised if we saw that.
And I was just going to ask that because we've already seen him play for less money to be with the Nuggets. Why not play for less money again and be with the Nuggets? Why not be here with the Nuggets?
Well, because maybe he thinks he still can. Maybe in his mind he says, I still can be with the Nuggets, but all I got to do is opt out, and I'll still get.
And they're going to come knocking. I'll get more from them.
If I take the minimum, my minimum would still be more simply by opting out.
And I don't know how all the financials work, but it also might be a little bit like the NFL. Okay, I'm going to opt out. Now you sign me a 3 deal. Now I can expand that money over 3 years for your salary cap as opposed to 1 year, 3.5.
All right, well, the drama begins a little bit, and this, like I said, first domino to fall was Russell Westbrook. Meanwhile, we'll go over what happened during Broncos training camp. Let's football go next.
And no lie, you guys are going to go shopping for a new vehicle this weekend. If that's you, go to the best dealership with the best prices, with the best inventory, with the best customer service. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your experience when you go to Phil Long Ford. Guys, it doesn't matter what you're looking for, because when you go to Phil Long Ford, whether you're looking for a new vehicle, a pre-owned vehicle, they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. Once you buy that first car from Phil Long Ford, you're going to become a customer for life. That's what happened to me, and I bet the same thing happens to you. Relationships matter, guys. I value my relationship with Phil Long Ford. That's why I recommend you go shop at Phil Long Ford. Go get the best price. Get your dream vehicle at Phil Long Ford this weekend. They've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
Oh, we love our guys at Mountain High Appliance. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. Found them at mountainhighappliance.com. All right, as we're live from Safeway, we go back to our Football Central studios with Dan Buds Quince Tanner. Let's football go, Dan.
All right, in what ways has Bo Nix taken another step? Sean Payton was asked that question yesterday at Dove Valley. Here's what he had to say.
Less pause, less hesitation with the play call in the huddle. Less pause, less hesitation in the pocket. He's playing fast. And again, protecting the ball. He's hard to sack. He was hard to sack in college. So you're seeing him play faster with more confidence.
Okay, so there's Sean's answer, fellas. Let me ask you guys, what would be, in your opinion, the number one thing that Bo Nix has to improve upon in year 2 in order to take the next step?
First and second down. Keep the chains manageable. Don't get behind the distance. Don't give yourself a difficult situation on third down. You can't have all the 3 and outs, right? When you look at the points, the Broncos, they scored enough points or close to throughout the season. I forget what it was when we looked it up, but it was like 24, 25 points a game, something like that.
That right at 25, wasn't it? Yeah.
Maybe, which is respectable, right? So what it is it's about time on the field and keeping your defense off.
Yeah, led the NFL in 3 and outs. Can't do that. Can't do that. And if you do that, that 25 will probably go up 3, 4, 5, 6 points even. So that's a big deal. And then you know what? He's got to show up in against good teams. He's got to show up, not against Charlotte's and Tennessee's. He's got to show up against Cincinnati's and Buffalo's, Baltimore.
It's that time of year. It's time to take a step. Do you think he's going to do it or not?
Sure.
I don't think we're going to see leaps and bounds. But I'm okay with that also because I think he had a far better rookie year than I expected him to have. So I don't need him to jump off the charts and have like a significantly better second year. I'll take marginal growth in year 2 as long as you don't revert.
I think we're going to see – I think it's probably going to be marginal growth because as you win, it might not always be spectacular. It might not have to be spectacular because if the defense is as good as they are, perhaps you're winning games, I don't know, shoot, Tyler, 20-13 or something like that? And that probably wouldn't look amazing or anything, but he'd get it done.
Nobody looks at scores at the end of the year. They look at wins and losses.
That's it. All right, next story, Dan.
All right, guys, earlier this week we talked about the situation going on with the Cincinnati Bengals and their first-round pick, Shamar Stewart. He has yet to sign his rookie contract over language in the deal. The weird part about this, guys, is there's reports coming out saying if they don't get a contract done, he could sit out the entire 2025 NFL season and re-enter the draft in 2026. Here's Adam Schefter on the situation.
Shamar Stewart is a case where it should not be difficult to sign a single rookie draft pick, period. There's no excuse not to get a deal done with a rookie draft. The CBA has made it a layup. Like, we be able to do that deal in 3 minutes. And yet it's turned into an issue where we had the player at the facility questioning the organization, saying they care more about winning arguments than games. We got a guy who's never played a snap for the team, who's never been an employee for the team, questioning the front. It's not a great look. It's totally unnecessary.
Guys, what do you think about the situation unfolding there in Cincinnati and their first-round rookie?
So when I first heard that audio a couple days ago, I was like, dude, shut up. You're a rookie. Like, what are you doing right now? He sounds like a 8-year all-pro who's searching a $200 million deal. And I still think that there's probably some truth in that of, hey, stay in your lane a little bit as a rookie. Don't cause headlines. You don't need to say crazy things like they care more about winning arguments than winning games. But the more you learn about it, it really does seem like the Bengals are the bad guys in this situation. The language that they're fighting over, the Bengals are trying to set a precedent with this young man that they've never done with anybody else, that no other team has ever done. And it's about off-the-field stuff. It's about, like, It's like red flag issues that if he gets in trouble for this, whatever happens to your contract, your money gets voided. But it's all language that they've never done previously. So I do think the organization is the one that is actually the bad guy here. But the young man, I still would be like, hey, you are a rookie, dude. Like, maybe you relax a little bit in the way you're talking about it.
When I saw that, all I thought of is surprise, surprise. Cincinnati's having an issue with contracts and a player. Whether it's a draft pick or a free agent or their own free agent, we're actually it's Cincinnati.
One of the most historically cheap franchises ever in the history of the NFL.
But Tyler points out a great thing, and I didn't know this either until I looked into it. They're changing language that never existed before. They're trying something on this guy that has never happened before.
You know what? Do that with your second or third round pick.
I don't. You know what? You're not wrong. Like, if you want to set a precedent, well, do it with somebody that's just happy to be there, not somebody that's got a little leverage.
So can you imagine it's typical boilerplate, like this should be nothing, it's what it's always been, and then you look at the contract, you're his agent, and all of a sudden it's like, huh? What?
Well,
why?
Adam Schefter said it right there without saying it. You're earmarked by position what the money's going to be. Get it done.
Why are the Bengals even messing around
with
this?
They do this all the time.
God, are they terrible.
Tyler just said it. This is history. This is history. Don't they have one of their players holding out right now? They're cheap.
You know, there were rumors. I don't know how true this was or not, but there were rumors back when I was playing that they were one of those like the Cardinals. They only feed their guys one meal a day that the team pays for. If you want the other two meals, you got to pay for it as a player. There were rumors that when you played
like Oakland Athletics type
that
stuff.
when you were in Cincinnati, you got 4 pairs of cleats a year, 3 pairs of cleats a year. You ask for that 5th pair, well, hey, that's on you, buddy. That's coming out of your check.
Well, I told the story, and I don't know if you were in there when I told the story. You probably heard it. When Alfred signed it, and this is 25 years ago, 30 years ago. And he got a nice bonus check right there, and the owner, Mr. Brown, I think it was Paul Brown still, holding the check, and they take a picture. He's got a hold of it on one end. Alfred's trying to take it, and Paul Brown wouldn't let go of it.
What was he being goofy there?
No, he said he was serious. He didn't want to give it to me.
Wow.
It just is another crazy story making us more appreciative of what we have around here, where that does sound comical to the situation the Broncos are in. I mean, what haven't the Waltz and Penner group given to the players that they possibly could have on everything, literally on everything?
Well, and if you look at it, I would say now it's about 90% of the organization same way. I mean, what did the Rams just do? They went and had minicamp in Hawaii.
How about that?
Hey, and by the way, bring your family with you.
Yes.
Come on now.
And you don't have to come back. That's it. Or you're out. Do whatever you want.
Now that's on your own. But if you want to stay there for another week or so,
whatever. You're not forced to do a damn thing. Forgot about that. They must have just finished that up. Yeah, I haven't really heard much of that about it. All right, next story, Dan.
Well, you know what? The media probably didn't get to travel there.
Well, right. That's going to limit the media, too.
That's going to really.
Who's going to pay for that trip?
Sean McVay was happy.
All right, Dan, what's next?
All right, lastly, fellas, Travis Hunter is plus 900, so 9-1 odds to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. He's plus 1,000, 10-1 odds to win Defensive Rookie of the Year. What do you guys think is more likely? Travis Hunter wins Offensive Rookie of the Year or Defensive Rookie of the Year?
You'll have to remind me, I guess, who's he competing with in each category?
Well, Offensive Player of the Year, you're going to be going against Cam Ward, who's going to start for the Titans.
And Ashton Genty.
He should have a far better year than Cam Ward.
Ashton Genty for the Raiders.
Ashton Genty, that might be tough. Ashton Genty might come out the gates with 1,000 yards.
All I know is we talked about this, too, a couple weeks ago. That one catch he made, one-handed, back over his head.
Interception.
Bobbled it, was an interception, bobbled it, turned around, and caught him before it hit the ground. Come on now. This guy is a freak athlete.
I think he probably has a better chance at Offensive Rookie of the Year, I guess, if we're just – because it's easier to stand out offensively.
And what you compete about in the defense thing is because there always is some rookie that jumps in there and has 9.5 sacks.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance if who knows how good they're going to be if they're trailing in games or whatever. You could just Jerry Jeudy the numbers up, right? I mean, you could just be unbelievable. So probably Offensive Rookie, but it's going to be tight. It's going to be tight. You got to be better. Well, I mean, I don't know. What other offensive rookies do you think are possibly even going to stand out, what you ask? I mean, is Luther Burden going to have an unbelievable year? Is there another running back besides Genty that could be spectacular?
Like I said, there's going to be a D lineman or a defensive end that jumps up for somebody and has 8.5 or 9.5 sacks, and everybody's going to be freaking out, and because it always happens.
I got a fun one for you. Who's going to be a better defensive back, Jahdae Barron or Travis?
Well, I mean,
that's a fun one, right?
Barron will have the luxury of giving his entire attention to one position.
Right.
And let's be honest, Barron also has a stud on the other side, whereas Jalen Ramsey's not coming back.
Also, keep in mind, I'm drawing a blank on the award, but Barron is the one that won the defensive back award.
That is
which
correct.
Is Jim Thorpe. No, not the
no,
Jim
gosh
Jim
darn it.
Thorpe, my bad. God dang it, what is it called?
Tip of my tongue.
Yeah, anyways. Barron won that over Travis Hunter.
Correct. Oh, we should remember it. It's, gosh darn it. It's not Jim Thorpe, right?
I don't remember what it is.
It's the one that Dion said he won.
Whatever. It's the defensive back award.
Well, we'll see. It'll all sort itself out. All right, we appreciate it, Dan.
It is the Jim Thorpe award, by the way.
It is the Jim Thorpe. It is the Jim Thorpe.
I talked myself out of it for some reason.
We appreciate everybody coming by. We are here live at Safeway. And if you're listening to us on the app, it's the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Earlier, we had Jay Coyne on with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. You can reach him at ramoslaw.com. Just to recap that real quick, the likelihood of Russell Westbrook coming back, we all sort of think that's it. We think that's a wrap, and that'll be done. What will Russell Westbrook's legacy be here with the Nuggets, if indeed it was just one and done with Russell Westbrook?
Listen, we got to see in the postseason his legacy at Oklahoma City. And remember when he came out there, they standing owed him. They still love him there. I don't think people in Denver are going to hate him in his time here. And like I said, and was it a Minnesota game with the missed layup and the foul? Yeah, okay. But there was a lot more positive, I thought, in contribution.
Yeah, let's keep it real, though. In 10 years, you won't even remember it.
That he played here.
You won't even remember it, good or bad. It'll just be another player that stopped through.
But Denver had a lot of those lately. I guess Boogie.
Give us another one. Boogie?
I guess
Boogie might be one.
I think he stopped here before he went to Puerto Rico.
To beat up the fans?
Yeah, to beat up fans.
Who's another one like you barely was?
Never mind.
He was barely here. Who's another good one like, oh, you remember him? Is Gary Harris like that?
No, because he got drafted here and he played 4.5 years.
All right. Bones Highland might be like that.
Yeah.
But he won't even be significant enough to even remember.
That's a good question. Free agent.
Thomas Bryant?
Free agent. Well, that came in a trade. Dario Saric.
What about Isaiah Hartenstein?
Play.
Hartenstein, that's a great one.
It's got to be guys that play.
But again,
but most people would not remember Hartenstein, who's doing great now, was even a member of the Nuggets.
But again, these guys came in on trades. I'm talking about a free agent where you picked them.
Whoo! A guy you went after and got, and then we forgot he was even on the team.
Dario Saric's got a chance to be that guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to guess most NBA fans
Boogie?
would not. You know, they do that great TNT bit, and they put it up like, what team is he on?
Oh, yeah.
That's a great bit. It's hysterical. All right, well, you think Westbrook's going to be like that, huh?
I do. I mean, in 5-10 years.
At the end of the day, it was just forgettable?
It wasn't bad. It wasn't great. It was probably better than a lot of people thought it would be, but.
If you'd have won a championship this year, he'd have been remembered well forever and ever.
Well, nobody's forgetting Bruce Brown.
No.
Ever.
No. And he was here 1 year.
1 year, and nobody will forget him.
No.
Ever.
That's a good point. Short-lived guys that will never be forgotten.
Well, that's an easier conversation, I suppose, because there's not that many of them.
Right.
But
Bruce Brown's got to read the list.
Oh, thank you, Sophie.
That's so sweet.
Hey, Sophie bought a painting that my dad painted.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sophie.
Thank you so much. That's so
That's
sweet
beautiful.
of you.
Oh, well, that's so sweet.
Make sure and give him the thorny one. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. Appreciate it. All right. Well, that's nice.
Oh.
Yeah,
we're doing
everybody's
great.
good. Thank you. Yeah, everybody's doing good. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, should we take a break? I do have a question. There's somebody that's.
Did you want to get off real fast so you can get a number?
No. Let me give you this real quick. Let's see if you guys can do this. Have you ever heard of Thurston Lawrence?
No.
Just be honest.
No.
Because he's leading the U.S. Open right now.
Really?
Co-leader.
Oh, cool. What's he at?
He is at. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let me refresh real quick. No, he is co-leading with J.J. Spawn at 4 under.
I haven't really heard of J.J. Spawn either.
You have not heard of J.J. Spawn?
No.
Okay.
I remember Thurston because you mentioned his name on Thursday.
Well, because of Thurston Howell III from Gilligan's Island. I don't know many. Have you ever heard of anybody aside from Thurston Howell on Gilligan's Island named Thurston?
Yeah,
I've never heard of Thurston Howell.
You never heard Gilligan's Island? That never clicked in? Well, that's the only Thurston I've ever.
Do I know Gilligan's Island? Yes. Do I know Thurston Howell? No.
He was a rich dude.
Hold on. How many people of Gilligan's Island can you name then?
I can't name anyone, but I can picture the bucket hat.
That's Gilligan.
That's Gilligan. Who was his buddy?
I don't know.
Skipper.
I mean, you can try to lead the witness here, but I've never watched a single Gilligan's Island episode.
But you should know Gilligan.
Not a episode.
Okay. Scott, how many of the guys? I mean, there's only like 6 people on Gilligan's Island.
There was 2 hot chicks, right?
What were their names?
I don't know.
Tina Louise.
He's going with the real names. I was just looking for the
I
characters.
rode up an elevator with her once.
Did you? How'd that go? Yeah, all right. Good for you. Good for you.
You got Skipper, Gilligan, Professor, Thurston Howell, Lovey. I can't remember Lovey.
That's the wife's name, yeah.
Mary Ann.
And?
Ginger.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's all that was on the island.
There you go.
It was a 3-hour cruise.
Yeah. And the show ran for 11 years.
Yeah.
A 3-hour cruise, and the show went for 11. And it had 2 movies.
What's amazing is a 3-hour cruise, and they packed clothes for 6 years.
Oh, yeah.
It was incredible.
Never ran out.
Anyways, this guy, Thurston Lawrence, he's from South Africa. He's at 4 under. And this is kind of why I love the U.S. Open. When guys that you really are not that familiar with, or J.J. Spawn's another one. J.J. Spawn's a 34-year-old guy. He's won a couple of times, but he's an American who's from Southern California, who's just kind of hard scrabble guy. San Diego State walk-on in college, just kind of, and I learned all this, by the way, by looking. I didn't know this ahead of time. Just a grinder in his mid-30s.
You learned it from Grinder?
Oh, well, that's something totally different. Followed by Sam Burns. You familiar with Sam Burns?
Oh, yeah.
You know Sam Burns?
Yes.
Victor Hovland? You know Victor Hovland?
Of course.
Oh, I like him a lot.
What country is Victor Hovland from?
South Africa.
No.
Sweden or Finland?
Damn close. Make a guess.
Denmark?
Oh, I think it's Norway. Oh, you know what? I could be wrong. I'm not good on flags.
Same thing.
Okay, we'll just leave it there.
Well, Norway's the blue and gold one.
Okay,
Jamaica.
This is Red Blue Cross.
I think that's Finland or Sweden.
That's Norway.
It's Norway.
Oh, that's Norway. Okay.
Norway. Okay.
Who I believe played at the University of Texas or something like that, though.
Ben Griffin. You ever hear of him?
No.
Okay. He's in tied for 4th. Thomas Dietrich. You ever hear of him?
No.
Okay. And then Adam Scott's tied with them. You know him. Do you know Si-Wee Kim? Si-Woo Kim. Si-Woo Kim.
It's all the unknowns that are going to handle the mental toughness of this tournament better than the guys that are
crazy,
just
right?
not having a challenge.
Sam Stevens? Yes, no? Sam Stevens?
Well, they had a trucking company once.
And I bring up a last guy I'll mention here is Victor Perez, who had a hole-in-one, which is amazing.
I'm going to probably butcher this. I don't mean to, but wasn't there a guy on the tour, and I don't know if it's him, the first PGA Tour guy from Mexico?
Oh, you
that's
could
not
be right.
Victor Perez, is it?
No, I don't think so.
Are you talking about the guy who was on Full Swing?
I believe so, right?
Maybe.
Victor Perez is the first from Mexico?
Well, I don't know. There was a guy that made the PGA Tour.
I don't think he was the first, but I think you're talking about the guy that was on Full Swing.
Yeah, there's got to be other guys from Mexico that have been on the PGA Tour over the years. Got to be.
Surely.
All right, well, there you go. That's kind of the rundown of the PGA right now, or the U.S. Open, rather. And you like that? You like kind of unknown guys at the top?
I like 1 or 2. I don't like 7 or 8, but I like 1 or 2 of them.
You think they'll come back?
You got to get some big dogs up there to keep it relevant.
Well, I suppose the bigger names are Adam Scott. Brooks Koepka's at 2 over. He's kind of right there. Gosh, where is
Wow, 2 overs right there.
2
That's
overs
crazy.
right there. Xander Schauffele, 3 over. He's kind of there. I mean, he's tied with a bunch of guys. Scheffler's at +4 right now. You know what? Let's take a quick break, and we can go over this. And Nate and Andy coming up next. We're live from Safeway. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, it's been awesome to be out here at the Highlands Ranch off South Broadway for the Redbird Farms Cooler Giveaway. If you're in the neighborhood, you can stop on by. We'll be here until 3 o'clock. But you just got to keep in mind when it comes to great grilling, you got to think of Redbird Farm. Their juicy, tender chicken burgers are perfect for lunch. Hot off the grill, packed with flavor. You're going to love them. Redbird Farms chicken will be the perfect addition to your grill this summer. Whether you're frying or roasting, Redbird Farms, juicy, tender, absolutely delicious. So do yourself a favor and get with Redbird Farms this summer. Perfect for grilling. We're here until 3 o'clock. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. JJ Spawn just he's in first by himself right now, and man, he was amazing yesterday. He actually has those par putts look, those 7-8 foot saving par putts. Holy cow! At the U.S. Open, if you get that
stressful.
Done, you got yourself a shot, right?
Well, they had some guy on ESPN the other day showing it like on Wednesday. Guy had about a 6-footer, 7-footer, put it up right, looked like a pretty good putt, goes past the hole.
I saw this.
Rolls 8 or 9 feet back behind the hole. So
Yep.
Depending how nasty the greenskeeper wants to be, or the PGA wants to be, or the U.S. Open folk. I don't know. I guess the U.S. Open folk.
They've shown a few clips of people just dropping a ball on the green, and it rolls like 50 feet just by simply dropping the ball.
150 or so guys. How many guys, just take a guess, are under par right now?
Oh, wow.
7.
Well, you already said the Koepka was in the hunt at +2.
Yeah, yes.
So
yes.
I'm going to say 4.
It's 5. That's it. Hey, good for JJ Spawn right now, frankly. He was -4 yesterday, and he's hanging in there through 11 at even par. So, hey, good for him. The pressure's got to start feeling a little bit real.
Give me the other big dogs. We're the other big dogs.
Well, I'll just go in order
close?
I'll just recap. JJ Spawn, Sam Burns, and Thurston Lawrence are at -3. -2, Thomas Dietrich. -1, Victor Hovland. Would you consider him a big name?
Yeah.
Okay. Adam Scott, he's certainly a big name. He's at even par. Ben Griffin, never heard of him. He's even. Sam Stevens, don't know him. America, he's there. Victor Perez, +1. Siwoo Kim is at +1. And then Koepka is tied with Russell Henley, Don's brother. Don't know him. They're at +2, as well as Robert McIntyre. Don't know him either. Man, there's a lot of dudes. There's Jason Day. I know him. God, I should just go through guys that I know here. It is crazy. It's a bunch of dudes. Listen, you follow a little bit more closely than me. If I'm naming names that I should know, just let me know.
No, I wouldn't say you've named more than 3 or 4 names that most people should know.
Tyrell Houghton, Chris Kirk, Christian Bezendohout.
That's amazing.
I'm Adam Shank.
Well, listen,
what are we doing here?
This is what makes this tournament fun.
Damn.
It's what makes it brutal. There's times that you're watching it that you just cringe watching the pain that these guys go through. But it also, you're like, hell yeah, these people are human beings.
Scotty Scheffler's done with the day. He's at +4. They think the cut might be around +5 or so.
Jeez, +5 cut. That's amazing.
John Rahm is at +4. There's loads of guys that are kind of just at +4 hanging around. Boy, Bryson DeChambeau is at +5. Mickelson's at +5.
That's good for him.
So,
Phil was playing pretty good golf, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry. The projected cut is now at +6.
Well, it has to be.
+6 is getting a little bit more interesting. Wow, so that means, and Wyndham Clark is at +6 right now. That's the projected
right on
cut.
the cusp.
That's good.
What's he at? What hole's he on?
He's at 10, and they're playing the back.
That's a lot of golf to play. He's got to be nervous.
Yeah, he's only halfway through his round, so they have little asterisks. Some of the guys they've started starting at 10. You know what I'm saying, and whatever. So he's got more to go. So he's on the cut line with half a day left to go.
Yep.
So we'll see how it goes. Do you have a routine for the U.S. Open? Do you like the final round of the U.S. Open? You make it a priority to check that out?
I don't know if I can get a nap in.
I don't know that I've got a routine, but yes, I love watching it. There's a handful of tournaments every year that I absolutely can't miss. This is absolutely on that for me.
I agree. That to me, it's one of those two. It is my favorite golf tournament, and I love the Masters too, but I like this one the best. So to me, this is the most interesting one of the year. I've had a little routine over the years. I call my dad Father's Day. It usually lands on Father's Day. We kind of chat it up and whatever. It's kind of a cool deal. So happy Father's Day, by the way, guys, to you guys, and hopefully everybody has a good one. Other than that, this weekend, what else has your attention? Here we are, man.
Well,
We're at Summertime Sports.
Can I bring bad news?
Sure.
I got Parker Days tomorrow, if you're asking. That's what I got going on tomorrow.
I got
did Elitch's yesterday. Going to do Parker Days tomorrow.
Main Street's going to be ripping at Parker Days. No doubt about it.
Parker Days is fun.
Parker Days is fun. I've been there. 6 a.m. swim tournament tomorrow.
I'm sorry, what?
Swim tournament.
Swim, yeah.
Holy cow.
I think they call that a swim meet, but yeah.
Well, whatever.
Wait.
Yeah, probably so.
You got to be there, or it starts.
We. I mean, camp don't start till 8 for me. I mean, somebody else goes there and takes it and goes, okay, she probably won't swim till 8:23.
My girls finally this year, they'd been double dipping over the summers for the last couple of years. They do their competitive team, and then they do the local pool also. They finally dropped the local pool this year, which is a relief because that was a whole lot of swim going on.
Well, that's where we're at. So that's what we got.
How many hours are you loving being at?
We tore down the last meet, and I think I got there at 8. The warden and junior warden got there at like 6:45, and we packed up. I got in my car about 1:45.
They put you on the stopwatch yet?
What does that mean?
Timing. They always need volunteers to time the lanes.
No, I
right?
haven't done that yet.
Now here's here's what I really want to know. Like, how many parents, when they're timing and their kid ends up in their lane at their local pool?
That happens?
Oh, all the time.
Oh, yeah,
all the time. All the time.
I mean, you are allowed to do the timer for your own kid?
Yeah.
They would cheat every time.
That's what I'm getting at.
You just be a little slow on the watch, right?
How many parents are absolutely truthful on that watch at the local swim meets?
Can I ask a dumb question about how this works? Is it like time gets you through?
You've usually got 2 watches, so they take the average of the 2 watches.
They take the average of the 2 watches.
Yeah.
How many kids are swim? Again, dumb question. I've never done it. I've never done the swimming thing.
Hundreds.
Yeah, but like, if you have, how many kids are swimming at the same time?
Maybe
5 or
8
6
lanes.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
So 6. So you need 12 parent volunteers to be doing the watches.
Yep.
How have you escaped it? Is really not the question.
Because I'm 6'10", 280, and I get to pull down a giant tent and put up all the bars and.
Wait a second.
I think I better
Wait
fit
a second.
that.
Because you set the tent up, you get.
I tore it down.
You tear it down, so you get to avoid everything else.
Well, no, you got to volunteer. What is like 5 different times, 5 different things. Yeah.
Nobody volunteers me anymore.
Why? Because you would cheat too much.
Why is Lydia so fast?
Because she's 1 second off
like,
the
this is
state record.
amazing. They're like she's gonna be an Olympian.
That's funny. I did not know how they did that, and I guess that makes sense. I never even thought of it. Like,
well, you don't have salaries out there, so hopefully people are safe.
Are honest with it.
Honest, yeah.
Yeah.
Antonio Brown, did y'all hear that news?
Well, good news is he didn't actually kill anybody.
Is this your bad news?
Yeah.
That's the good news. Nobody actually died.
It was attempted murder.
Bad news, he might have tried to kill
that's
somebody.
good. Yeah, just an attempt.
Well, it was attempted. It wasn't murder. It was an attempted murder.
Right.
Yeah. So it's not even that bad.
But here's the no dumb question out of it. Of all the former athletes that are out there, and the story comes out that police are searching for Antonio Brown.
The least surprised?
The least surprised that he fit that bill?
Number 1. Pac-Man Jones may be number 2. And I think he just got in trouble recently,
he got busted for something, didn't he?
You want to go down the list of who we're not surprised about? Antonio 1. Anybody above Antonio?
Yeah, Pac-Man would be close.
Okay.
Pac-Man's up there.
Anybody else?
What's his total arrest sheet looking at these days?
This is another, like, strip club, something or else. Him and the strip clubs. And I don't know, a lot. I don't know. I mean, this is a terrible thing to say about athletes, I suppose, that we just are not surprised.
Well, if we're being honest, though, we've now hit the period that if you hear Broncos news, it's going to be bad news. So if you're a Broncos fan, hope you don't hear a word for the next 6 weeks, because this is the period that everybody goes on break, and if you hear anything, it's because somebody probably got arrested.
I'm not going to ask you for any, favorites in the clubhouse on that one, but do you think they'll
what?
I'm not going to ask.
Are you asking me who I'm worried about getting arrested?
I'm not asking that.
I think you kind of just did.
I'll stay away from that and just say, do you think anybody will?
I sure hope not. I don't have any.
You're
reason.
not wrong though. There've been Broncos over the time. I mean, it's happened. For sure. I mean, it was. I don't
have anybody I'm concerned with. If that's what you're asking.
Ryan Clay tear his patella during that.
So I don't remember when that
the
was.
Basketball
maybe,
stuff.
maybe.
I thought it was during this break.
And if it was anybody other than Ryan Clady, they would have had their entire contract voided. But because he was Ryan, he still got his money.
It's KKSE
As he
FM.
should have.
HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Thanks to our great friends at Revitalize Health. You should say something about Revitalize Health, man. Like, I mean, look at you. People are. I thought Brock Heward was going to make a move on you right there.
I got three guys at Elitch's that asked me what I was on yesterday. We had Brock Heward today.
Salivated.
I went to football practice last night, and the chiro's like, he just starts listing off the peptides. He's like, all right, you're on that one, right? You're on that one, right? I'm like, oh, listen, I'm going to take the peptide. Sure, you want to optimize me? I'll get optimized.
Well,
Revitalize Health. Check them out.
Get optimized like Tyler. Thanks to our friends at Revitalize Health. Visit them at revitalize-health.com. Will you watch any Rockies games over the weekend?
No.
What? I thought No Dumb Questions was over.
No. No dumb questions. We're in this.
Well, hold on
we're
real
in
fast.
6 weeks of no dumb questions, brother.
Who they playing?
They're playing Atlanta. In Atlanta.
Oh, maybe.
Now, here's the only
On
way.
TBS.
I'll tell you this. The only way I will know about the Rockies is if I'm watching Hot Mike with Lindahl and Hastings, and then DMac interrupts that podcast that I was enjoying, the one that I was really deep into, that I was watching. I was honestly watching your podcast. You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
And then I got updated with Rockies news because DMac took over the channel.
Just completely bumped us off the air.
Just said, bye-bye, Hot Mike. It's my turn.
Well, I can promise you that ain't never going to happen again. the amount of coincidences that will have to happen for that to happen again between those guys doing that and the Rockies doing what they're doing is slim to none. Andy Lindahl, are you there, pal? I see you.
Yeah, we've been hanging out. You guys can blaze. I know that you've been out there. You've been hot. We got a guy coming at 3:05, so we can have a quick chit chat.
Hold on, you should just know, Andy. I
appreciate it. Yeah, I need you to comment.
Wait, I want to hear more about this. There was podcastus interruptus. What?
Well, we didn't know. It didn't tell me.
What
happened here?
Mike with Hastings and Lindahl. I was being a good little fan of it. And all of a sudden, I don't even know what happened. I mean, I didn't change anything. It just changes over to DMac's face.
So did it do it yesterday when we were trying to do a live show?
I'm trying to learn about the mini camp updates that was coming from Hastings and Lindahl. And now all of a sudden, I'm being forced to listen to Rocky news from DMac.
Yeah, Andy, it probably happened yesterday too.
Yeah, during our show, during our live spot.
Well, it's only on Twitter, to be clear, and I did not know that. It will never happen again.
So wait,
I promise you that.
So basically, what happened was DMac Heidi gamed Hot
Heidi
Mike.
gamed it. Nice. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Suddenly,
all right, this is the time for us to go, isn't it?
People were getting Heidi gamed with the Rockies updates.
Wow, there's no way Tyler knows that reference. Tyler, swear to God, I'll give you 20.
Do you not know that as a football guy?
Hold on. Do you understand the Heidi game reference?
I do not.
Oh, my gosh.
No.
Interesting.
Scott, you want to explain the Heidi game reference?
It was a great game, I believe. Jets-Raiders.
It was definitely a Raiders game.
And it was a comeback. It was anyway, a highly contested, great game. Both teams are scoring. No one can stop each other. And it's going. And there's 4, 5, 6 minutes left in the game. And, I mean, it's hot contested.
Yeah.
Fantastic football game. And all of a sudden you go, boom, there's Julie Andrews. The hills are alive with the sound of music.
Right intent, wrong show, but yes.
Yeah, what was the show now?
The show was Heidi.
It was Heidi.
Oh, Heidi. Okay.
Yeah.
Scott's doing Sound of Music, but
well,
Heidi, it's the same sort of thing.
Let's be honest, people would not have been as mad about Julie Andrews singing in her glory.
But it's one of the more famous moments of a great sporting event being cut off at the was it a significant game, Nate? Was it
the Raiders scored 2 touchdowns in the final minute to win the game.
Well, but was it like a playoff game or was it just a regular season?
No, it was a regular season game.
Okay.
It was in
AFC
November.
Ramifications.
Look, people had action even though there weren't sports books. Let's be honest about it. Hey, Jimmy the Greek was wondering what was going on. Let's not kid ourselves.
What year was it? 71, 72?
68.
68.
Yes.
The Heidi game was at 68.
I think I was watching it in my grandfather's living room. And we're like, what happened?
Heidi was on.
Hey, there was no remote, right? You couldn't blame sitting on the remote in 68.
Yeah. Hey, you know what it was?
Hastings was
I'm
the
watching
remote.
this football game, Andy, with the Raiders and Jets, and next thing I know, boom, and there's DMac singing, "The hills are alive."
And on that note,
hey, real
Kreckman and
quick,
Lindahl.
since you're on old
Real
stuff, before
quick.
we welcome Ryan Blackburn, you excited for Spaceballs 2 since we've hit all the old stuff?
Spaceballs
It's
2 is
official.
coming out?
Spaceballs 2 is coming out. And people thought it was interesting. Rick Moranis is doing Spaceballs 2, but wouldn't he wouldn't do Ghostbusters, though.
Right.
So
Yeah, no, Moranis hung it up for a while. Spaceballs.
He's coming back.
Moranis
He's
is
dark
back
helmet.
in Spaceballs
He's
too?
dark
Moranis
helmet.
hung up acting because I believe his wife died and
Right.
raised his kids.
Yeah.
All right, but Moranis is coming
He's
back
back
in the role
as
in
Dark
Spaceballs
Helmet.
2.
As Lord Helmet.
Mm-hmm.
It's Dark Helmet. Cripes.
Who's-
Let's get
wait,
the
wait.
franchises right. This isn't Lord of the Rings. This
God,
isn't Game
can I
of
ask a dumb
Thrones.
question? Is Mel Brooks even still alive?
Yeah, and Mel Brooks is in it too.
Well, because it's his movie.
He's going to play Yogurt.
That's right.
How old is Mel Brooks?
He's
gotta be
93 or 94.
He really does
98.
look like yogurt now.
He's
That's the problem.
98.
He's 98.
Mel Brooks is 98.
Wow.
Still kicking.
Looking like
Do
Yoda.
you know what bombshell he's married to? He was married to, at
She
least.
passed away.
Come on
Raquel
now, it's a
Welch.
good one.
Choo, Mrs. Robinson.
Do you know who Mel Brooks was married to? Bombshell.
The lady that played in.
Anne Margaret.
No, wrong. You're absolutely wrong.
No, that's who he was.
You're absolutely wrong.
God, am I wrong?
And Bancroft.
Oh, Bancroft. That sounds way better.
And
that's it.
Still hot.
And she
Still hot.
She was the MILF in The Graduate.
Oh, isn't she really?
She was the lady in The Graduate.
All
Oh,
right.
you're absolutely right.
All
right, guys. There you go.
You guys.
You again.
All
you
right.
guys. You guys.
Hey,
You
look
guys.
for DMac at 4:30 on the YouTube channel.
All
He's
right,
gonna
all
he'll
right,
be there.
Right in the middle of Andy's podcast.
Right now,
Look
in the
out,
middle of our
everybody.
show. Are you kidding me? He's going to get some Rockies pregame going.
All right, joining us right now, let's dive into the Nuggets news of the day. Russell Westbrook has opted out. Yes, Russell Westbrook is going to hit the market. He is declining his $3.4 million player option for the upcoming season. Joining us right now to give us the particulars, Ryan Blackburn, Mile High Sports, the Pickaxe and Roll podcast, Locked On Nuggets. He's everywhere. Ryan, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well, guys. Thanks for having me on. Always enjoy a good Spaceballs conversation when I pop in.
That's right. You're about to get jammed. All right, let's do this. Let's start with why is Westbrook doing this?
Yeah, so when he signed a minimum contract last year, it was kind of basically a 2-year kind of protected deal just in case things went wrong. He had an extra year that he could lock in for a couple $1 million. It was always a back pocket kind of thing, but he outperformed that contract. I think everybody pretty happy with the way that he played and thinking that, yeah, it's sixth man for Denver in the playoffs, obviously up and down, but still clearly better than 3.5 million. And I think he sees that, his agency sees that, a lot of teams around the league probably seeing that too. And when he has options, it's better to opt out, not only because of those options, but because the salary kept going up 10% and his contract was only going up 5%. So a minimum contract is actually worth more money. Like even if he just signs the same deal, it's worth more money if he just opts out and re-signs another one.
Isn't it like $300,000 just to put a number to it? I think is what I heard. It's significant money. It's not just a
it's like it's
chump change.
$200K, $300K, somewhere in that range, and it's not a surprise. Anybody that's been following this, been tracking this, and especially knowing that the salary cap across the NBA, not just this year, 10% every single season, pretty much going forward, is going to go up. So every time you have an opportunity to opt out and basically put your dollar down again, I think it makes a lot of sense for a guy like Russ, especially.
So, Ryan, there is the possibility that he could be back in a Nuggets uniform. Lay out for us what are the options that could look like?
Yeah, so there's 3 different ways that they could do it. And I would say best to worst in terms of how helpful it is to the Nuggets to have him back. The first is he just signs another minimum contract, which there's this thing called cap holds in the NBA on the salary cap side of things, that it's better to have a lower cap hold, and a minimum contract would be $2.3 million. The second option is to just give him a 20% raise off of what he had previously, which would pay him slightly more money, but it would almost double that cap hold for $4.4 million. And that to me is like, that's a not great option, but probably the option that you're going to go to because it pays Russ more money out of pocket for Denver. But it's $4.4 million against the cap for Denver, which is not necessarily a good thing because of how cap strapped they are, because of how much money they've committed to their starting lineup. The last option, taxpayer mid-level exception, which is $5.7 million. That pays Russ the most amount of money, and it's something that the Nuggets did when they had Reggie Jackson. It didn't work out, and the reason why that doesn't usually work out is if you bring back one of your own guys on the taxpayer mid-level exception, that's the only bargaining chip that you have with any of these free agents at all. So if you're Denver, you want to save that for somebody like a Bruce Brown, like some other free agent that is on the market, to give them a little incentive to come to Denver, because clearly Denver has needed that over the years.
All right, Ryan, how bad do you think they want him back, and how thick would the competition be? Because it didn't feel like there was a lot of competition a year ago.
Yeah, last year his value was clearly depressed. Things did not work out by the end of that Clippers stint. And the Nuggets were one of the only teams that really expressed an interest. And fortunately, it was mutual. Russ was very interested in coming to Denver to play with Jokic, and Jokic was very interested in playing with a guy like Russell Westbrook. And things obviously worked out. I think the way that he averaged 13 points, about 6 assists, 5 rebounds, I think a lot of teams saw that, realized, okay, maybe the situation wasn't great with the Clippers, especially when you added James Harden, you have Kawhi Leonard, you had Paul George. There's a lot of ball handling over there. When you have it in Denver, they didn't have a lot of ball handling, and shockingly, the point guard looks good with the ball in his hands. So I think that a lot of teams are effectively going to say, yeah, you know what, we could give him a shot to be our kind of stopgap starting point guard. I look at teams like Dallas and Milwaukee, who just saw major injuries to their starting point guards, and they're up a creek. They have no idea what to do at this point. So Russell Westbrook's probably a name that they are going to circle and try to figure out, all right, let's see what he could do. Could he be a good option for us? And I think they look at what happened in Denver this last year and think, yeah, maybe it wasn't good before, but now we see what it looks like when he's in a better situation.
That's Ryan Blackburn of Mile High Sports filling us in on the Nuggets options for Russell Westbrook, Westbrook's options on the open market. Ryan, I'm going to ask you to engage in a dangerous endeavor here for a moment. Put yourself in the brain of Nikola Jokic, okay? Ooh. Nikola Jokic, who wanted Russell Westbrook a season ago. Do you think Nikola Jokic wants Russell Westbrook back?
It's a great question. I would say more likely than not, yes. I think that more likely than not, things did work out. Yes, it wasn't perfect. Yes, things didn't always go well. There were various moments in Russell Westbrook's tenure where he made a crucial mistake. Things obviously spiraled at various points. I think about the Timberwolves game where he botches the layup and then screws up the contest and accidentally fouls a jump shooter.
I feel like I remember that game a little bit.
Yeah, Nikola did a few things in that game. We all remember.
I feel like I have a memory of that game, yes.
There's a 60-10 and 10 game in there somewhere. So it's one of those things that the players behind the scenes, there were some mischaracterizations, I think, of the kind of locker room presence that he was. He was very positive for Denver overall. He got them motivated. He got them moving in the right direction. And it wouldn't surprise me if they decide, you know what, we like that. We think that that's important. We want to have that kind of personality back. There's a lot of players in that locker room that respect Russell Westbrook, but I think it's going to be kind of a give and take that he can't go free reign all the time. Like there's going to have to be a little bit more accountability this particular season if he does come back. And maybe he doesn't want that. There's a very strong possibility that he liked kind of freewheeling. He liked doing a variety of different things and having the ball in his hands, being allowed to make mistakes in order to be the kind of impact player that he could be. So for Jokic, I wouldn't be surprised either way, honestly. I think he likes the fire, he likes the intensity, he likes the impact and the playmaking. But there were some mistakes that were very loud, and that's the other side of the coin with Russell Westbrook.
I'm also going to ask you, I hate to put you on the spot, but you are better at this than certainly I, and this is what Nate and I like to get to, because it's easy to throw out things like the nearly $6 million mid-level exception, and by the way, I'm with you. I would not give Russ that. You need that for somebody else. But But what other names are out there? Just for fun, what names could we attach to, say, a $6 million player? Are they able to add money they have now to up that? Can they put like whatever the $3 million with the mid-level to get one player at $9 million, or is that just not something that can happen?
No, that's unfortunately not something that they can do. The CBA has effectively restricted so many things that Denver could do. The taxpayer mid-level exception was a larger number before the second apron rules kind of went into effect. It was supposed to be as penalizing as possible to go into these aprons. And so you have to you're only going to get 5.7 million. That's it. You can't add up more. You can't go multiple minimum contracts and then the taxpayer mid-level to get up to 9 or 11 or anything like that. You have to stay at 5.7. So just looking at it now, a couple names that I'd throw out there. Malcolm Brogdon, if you're looking for a replacement backup point guard, not sure if you would consider Denver, but any backup point guard, I think, can look at what happens in the Nuggets situation, whether the opportunities to Bones Highland or Russell Westbrook or Reggie Jackson. Those guys got a lot of opportunities, got a lot of shots. So if you're a player that's looking for playing time and versatility, you get to play with Nikola Jokic. He'll finish off some of those assists that you're trying to dish to him. So a lot of these guys could consider that. I would also throw out Gary Trent Jr. if you're looking for more of a 3-and-D shooter, somebody that has experience playing next to a player like Giannis Antetokounmpo. He could play next to Nikola Jokic and thrive, I think. So a couple names in the backcourt, maybe even a Tyus Jones if you want to go more kind of the playmaking, not making mistakes route.
We're a little tight on time, but I want to ask you anyway, since you know the cap stuff. Let's say that Saric does, I think we all think he's going to opt in, but let's say he does the Westbrook thing so he can actually go play. Does that then leave them with like $7 million for someone else? Like, does that go back into a pool, or are these things all slotted? Because what was he, $5 million? Wasn't Saric
he was an
$5
MLE
million?
guy, yeah.
It's about 5.4, 5.5, I think. And the short answer is no. Denver's up against the second apron right now. So I think that they would have to make additional moves in order to clear more space. Easiest way to do that is to try to trade Michael Porter Jr., but good luck trying to figure out how to break up that contract and for a team that wants to take on that much money. Zeke Naji, another situation where I don't think a lot of opposing teams are thrilled about the idea of taking on that kind of contract. So Denver could clear some space. So it really is going to be that taxpayer mid-level. And so if you're Denver, I don't think you're that upset about Dario opting in, because he's actually a trade chip for a 5.4, 5.5 million expiring that you could use to match some salary going out.
Okay, so that's good to know. By the way, Sham saying Minnesota emerging as a potential destination for Kevin Durant. What would that deal look like, and is there any world in which that trade, believe it or not, maybe weakens Minnesota simply in terms of a matchup with the Nuggets?
Yeah, I think I said this during the middle of the season last year when they were rumored. I thought that if Kevin Durant went to the Wolves, that would benefit Denver, because you're taking away multiple of those just absolutely aggressive, physical, athletic, defensive-minded players. Julius Randle had a great year for them overall, especially kind of later in the season and then into the playoffs. Jaden McDaniels is somebody that Denver has struggled with consistently. Those are the kinds of players that I think you would probably throw into that deal. Dante DiVincenzo being another one. Or they go with the big route and try to trade Rudy Gobert for Kevin Durant and try to flip-flop those kinds of players and go with a more wing-focused system where they bring back Naz Reid. They're playing more offensive-minded basketball. Either way, it gets very complicated very quickly. But if you're Minnesota, you have an opportunity to pair Anthony Edwards and Kevin Durant. That's not anything to sneeze at. That's something that I think they should consider. And if they could try to work out the right deal, that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I like that Gobert idea without a doubt, at least for the Nuggets. By the way, Ryan Blackburn, Mile High Sports, Pickaxe and Roll podcast, Locked On Nuggets, all that good stuff. Ryan, do yourself a favor. 1 week from tonight, head out to Coors Field for the big Ryan meetup.
Yeah.
All right?
You're invited.
You can be there.
I don't think you get a discount. You just get to be one of the Ryans.
You just get to be a Ryan that's hanging out
Yeah,
on
no,
Ryan
I get the
night.
privilege of being amongst my people. So thank you for the opportunity. Well, if I could subject myself to a Rockies game, that would be a good place to do it.
That's absolutely amongst other Ryans. Ryan Blackburn, everybody. Good information right there from our dude. He is on Twitter at NBA Blackburn, so follow him right there. Get everything that he puts out there. This dude is just cranking out the Nuggets content.
We'll get it on our YouTube channel, too, so people can hear that. Because we appreciate it, Ryan, because people got to get educated.
Yeah.
Again, when we get the text about why don't you do this, that, the other, the money is so tricky in the NBA. This, that, and the other is not available most of the time.
Right. Yeah. You start talking about like adding, various. Again, it's just like, no, it's a slot. You can fit right here into this slot, and that's it. Andy, quick answer. You want Westbrook back?
Why did you do that to me?
Because it's a quick answer. It's
I can't
one or the
give you
other.
one. Can we talk about it?
Can
we talk it out? You know me.
It's not a quick answer?
No, because he brought it up. There's some plus. All right, gut feel. Hold it to me. Final answer. You're gonna millionaire me.
I am.
No, I want to use the money on something else. But the problem is, again, there's a number. If he'll take it, I'm in. But I don't think he will.
Right.
You don't opt out.
I think
for
he has
a couple more. You know what I mean?
I think he has options.
He wants $5 or $6 million. I ain't giving him that.
Who could blame him?
Yeah, good for you.
I think he's got options.
Think about it. $300,000 to what he was making. That's nearly $4 million. You want that? I'll give it to you.
Yeah.
I ain't giving you my nearly $6 million MLE.
He's got overseas options. There's options for this guy.
Yeah, with that
right
dude,
now.
how big would he be overseas?
Exactly.
He's got a huge international fan base.
Very much so.
We saw some of it.
I would tell him don't go to Puerto Rico and
No,
play for that
apparently not.
DeMarcus Cousins team.
Just don't do what he did.
Exactly. But he is absolutely going to have options. Not as though Russell Westbrook has ever had run-in with fans. Andy, I'm with you. The answer's no. It's not an easy no, but the answer is no. I'll tell you how I arrived at that. You can as well when we come back. More on Russell Westbrook declining his player option. As of this moment, he's not a Nugget. Will he be next year? Should the Nuggets bring Westbrook back? We're talking about that next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl, it's Friday, it's the weekend, it's time to party. Maybe go on a date, maybe have a little romance in your life, but if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, maybe not the top thing on your mind. And if you're avoiding situations like this, like going out on a date or just having a little fun with someone that you already involved with because of erectile dysfunction, don't live that way. Go and get it fixed. Fix it for you, fix it for them. Don't let this cause problems in your relationship. And it can do just that. It can have you pulling away from your partner. Nobody needs to do that. There's help available and help with multiple options. That's over there at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Look, if you're looking to get this solved, you can hear Jeff talking on the airwaves here. He talks about sometimes they'll even combine situations, combine solutions or treatments if you so need so. So go on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They do have the treatments that work when pills and herbals fail and treatments with success rates well over 90%. Your first visit over there at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and by the way, they've been here for over a decade, you can schedule a consult there. It's $99. It includes the medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider at T and a PSA test. And if you're advised a test dose, and if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. So you have nothing to lose. And if you're like a lot of men, you could be back to having sex the day after your appointment. So 5 locations to serve you up in Fort Collins, down in the Springs included, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Happy Ska Friday. Happy Ska Friday to Russell Westbrook, who is not a Nugget as we sit here right now.
Will he give us the interview once he's chosen another destination?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think if anything that probably lessens the probability that we ever get the Russell Westbrook interview.
You know what is a bummer? I think he'd be a fascinating interview.
I think he would too. If he's in the mood.
Right.
He also didn't talk to the media that much.
No,
this
I
year.
know. To me, you know,
unless it was a podium game, he was out. He only met the media in the locker room a couple of times all year.
Right. I know.
He pieced out.
He did.
And I think the Nuggets largely this is one of the things that I wonder about him declining the player option and saying I'm out of here. And I think, okay, Michael Malone gave Westbrook superstar leeway. He gave him the same leash that he gave to Jokic and Jamal, he gave to Westbrook, which, according to Ramona's reporting, that was something that grated on some of his teammates of this guy just showed up. Okay, are we really doing this for a diminished 36-year-old Russell Westbrook? All right, was any of that overstated in the reporting? I don't know. I don't know exactly who Ramona's sources were or anything else like that. But I do know is Malone did allow that to happen, including when Malone was fired.
Yep.
Remember, Westbrook was in L.A. The team was going to Sacramento, and Westbrook was supposed to come and meet them out there, but he was in L.A. because Malone said, hey, we got an extra day. You can go home. Those were the kind of opportunities that were afforded to Russell Westbrook. I don't know if David Adelman would give him the same opportunities. Adelman might say as a part of reestablishing a different culture here in Denver and differentiating his team versus what Malone's team was, he might look at Westbrook and say, sorry, dude, you're just one of the gang. You're just a bench guy now. Nikola gets a different world. Jamal gets a different world. Maybe even Porter gets a different world. We'll probably even look the other way on some Aaron Gordon stuff. Not you, though, man. You're just one of the dudes. And I wonder if that's one of those things of Westbrook could go looking elsewhere to be like, look, I've been an MVP. I've been first team All NBA. I'm one of the greatest players in the history of the game, so I should be treated like it. And he may go somewhere where that could happen for him.
See, it's interesting while you say that. You start talking about the rules for everybody else, and it's a very real thing, not pushing back on that at all. Does anyone on this team deserve it other than Jokic at this point? Or because you were deserving of it, do you just get in the club lifetime? Can you have your in the club card revoked?
So you want to take away superstar status for Jamal?
Not so much Well, no, I thought it was interesting because you said that, and I was like, yeah, at times Aaron deserves it. Yeah, at times Jamal deserves it. But I don't know if all – look, when David Adelman talks about showing up ready to start the season the right way, we all thought we knew who he was talking to in particular.
Yeah.
And Jamal was theoried by many to be the person that was on the other end of that.
I don't think he was the only person, but
but he was
pretty high on the list.
So if you're that guy, do you still get the super? Now, look, I don't know that Jamal takes really advantage of it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Jamal's not flying back to Toronto to see his pops or anything.
Exactly.
But the way you said it is just kind of interesting to me because, yes, I agree he's earned it, but can you lose it is my question.
Mm-hmm. Still mad at Jamal for that contract, aren't you?
I ain't mad about nothing. If you play to it, it's great. I've told you, I love Jamal. I do. I love optimal Jamal. I don't love.
You have a very conditional love for Jamal.
You're darn right I do. When Jokic desperately needs, and look, it's. I'll give you the two games that bother me. Okay, they're real easy to pull out. Game 5 where you don't score in the fourth quarter with him, and frankly, Game 7 against Minnesota. Where
2 years ago,
we need you to be the dude, bro. We need you to be the dude, and you weren't.
Yeah,
and it's a bummer.
Yeah,
and look, would I care if we weren't? If it wasn't for all the crap we just talked about with Ryan, and I love that we got someone on to give us the reality of what it is with these slots and the dollars, and you can't combine stuff.
Yeah,
like you and I have talked about. Yes, in order for the core 4 thing to work, then you guys all got to be those guys that are in that contract,
right?
Or else we've got to get rid of one of you. That's just the reality. I wouldn't care about his money if it wasn't hindering us getting other people because we're in the apron factory.
I don't really view the second best player on the team as the problem.
I I wouldn't say he's the problem, but
Yeah.
I would say I need old Jamal more often than I'm getting him right now.
With Russell Westbrook, the year that he just had, was it more good than bad or more bad than good?
See, it's a great question, Nate. It's hard because we always, and look, I'm doing some of it right now. You're left with the last impression the person gave you.
Yeah.
And the last impression was Russell. Here's what I hate, and I'm not blaming Russ or hockey players, and I bring up hockey players because they do it quite often. What I get annoyed by is when we get done with the playoff series and then you hear about all the things, all the guys in particular that were under criticism from the media were dealt with.
Yeah.
And in Russ's case, we found out about torn ligaments. All right, that sucks. We I kind of wish we could hear about that ahead of time. So maybe, guess what? We probably lay off you a little bit.
Bones in the hand and whatnot.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. There were good moments. There were times where you and I were praising the acquisition and talking about he's exactly what they need. I still say he was the toughness of the team. He was the one that loved being the villain, being the heel in every arena that he went to.
Sure.
I never will forget where he thought Rudy Gobert got a little too rough with Christian Brown, and he was first one over there, even though he's half Rudy's size. There's a lot of things to like about Russell Westbrook, but then I also can't forget the out-of-control drives to the hoop. You're blowing layups, shooting threes all the time, even though you're not hitting them. If you got a bad hand and you kept hoisting threes, you know what I mean?
Right.
We're not looking for a better shot.
What if this will sound stupid. This is a real summer radio kind of topic right here, but what if they had lost Game 7 against the Clippers? Wouldn't we be sitting here going, well, Westbrook was fantastic? Like, I mean that in the way of, like, what if the Thunder series never happened? What if he hadn't been so awful and just getting murdered by that backcourt? Like, he had 8 turnovers over Games 6 and 7, and they won Game 6. But they didn't win Game 6 because of much that Westbrook was doing out there. But, like, he was so good in the Clippers series, I think we would have been like, well, yeah, you absolutely have to have him back. He was so critical to what this team does, but then he goes out there and he has the Thunder series. Like, it was always one step forward, one step back with Russell Westbrook. And it was a great start to the season. I think once he settled in, was comfortable, the middle months of the year were great. He had triple doubles. Like, he had a fantastic season. And then it's just like, okay, he was so bad for a month, and then Malone got fired. The Minnesota game goes down the way that it does, and it's just like I can't see a world. And right now, with where this team is at, like they've talked about internal development. Like they've emphasized that of like, we're not going to make major moves, and internal development is still going to be the thing. Aren't you hindering all that by still having Westbrook on the team? Aren't you holding back opportunities for guys to both get shots in the second unit and just see the floor?
Yes, you are. But isn't it also up to some of those guys to maybe play better to where he's not the option that he was? Where you're looking for him maybe in the second wave of subs, not the first.
But here's my question is is that possible? And I guess I don't mean it in terms of the pecking order, just of like when he's on the floor.
The way he dominates the ball.
Very much so.
Yeah, fair enough.
I
don't know how he and Pickett exist together.
The best version of Pickett, the best version of Strother, the best version of P-Watt, of all these dudes, if there is as ball dominant a player as Russell Westbrook on the court.
No, I don't disagree with you. Look, at the end of the day, you know what I think is going to kill our discussion is what everything else happens, unfortunately, around this team, and it's money. You don't opt out of a what do you have, a $3.5 million player option, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You opt out of $3.5 million. To me, my guess he's looking for something in the neighborhood of $5 million. Now, maybe he doesn't find it, and the Nuggets can offer him the 10% increase, which I believe is so about $3.8 million.
Yeah.
$3.9 million. And maybe all he has to do is come back and take that money from the Nuggets. I don't think it's going to happen this time. I think he showed well enough for himself. Someone else is going to say, as Ryan Blackburn told us, there's probably some other team out there going, yeah, you know what? Maybe it was just a bad Clippers. Let's bring them on.
Dallas without Kyrie, Milwaukee without Dame, even Boston now without Tatum. Like you need somebody else that isn't going to be afraid to shoot the basketball. I could see any one of those teams being a good fit right now for Russell Westbrook. And again, you look over the course of the year, 13-6, 5 rebounds a game. Those are good numbers. The problem is, let me tell you the biggest issue, okay?
Yep.
If I was just looking at those stats,
yes,
okay, if let's say last summer I fell into a coma,
okay,
I've been out for the whole year. I get woken up this week, and somebody says these were Russell Westbrook's numbers in his one season with the Denver Nuggets. I would have said, well, that's pretty good. That's not bad. Yeah, that's worth another couple of $1 million. Why don't you go and get him? The issue is that I did live through it. I was awake for it, and I watched it all. And I don't want to watch it anymore. I'm good. And I'm not saying it was universally all terrible. I'm ready for the next thing. And look, Jalen Pickett might never be anything. Strother might never be anything. P-Watt might never develop a consistent offensive game, but I'm all right with watching a second unit that doesn't have all that out there. I'm good. I saw it. I did it. I didn't hate it completely, but also I don't need to do it again.
No, I'm with you. I get all that. It would be curious to see what does Strother turn into if he feels the freedom to shoot. I don't know what got into him in Game 6 of the OKC series.
A shooter that got hot.
Good. Get it into him again,
right,
please.
Right.
That's what I need. And maybe not having someone to defer to on the floor, and maybe you had to feel, because again, I think some of us forget Westbrook is a guy that I'm sure some of these dudes that wanted to play guard grew up admiring, grew up wanting to be like, and maybe that leads to you deferring to the guy when you shouldn't have been. I don't know.
I don't need to ever have the end of the Minnesota game again. I don't.
Portions of the playoffs.
But
there are good portions of the playoffs.
Do you remember that video of Marlo? I think it was Marlo and Demps and Vic at the desk on Altitude, and it was the viral video of them watching the end of Game 1, and Westbrook comes down with the rebound off the Chet miss, and he turns up the floor and he starts screaming up the court, and all those guys are going, "No!"
Yeah, and then he passed it off,
and then he whipped it over to AG, and AG hits the game-winning 3.
Yep.
But if that's the and raise your hand if you had the same reaction in wherever you were watching the game that night. We all did. Oh, crap. But like, if that's the way you feel when the ball is in the guy's hand, I don't need to do it again. I'm all right with it. And I can say there were parts of the Westbrook season that I truly enjoyed, but I don't have to do it again.
No, I'm with you, but look, I'm also going to ask you, this decision may make itself. Would you give him your middle-level exception? No way is that on the table for me.
If Bruce Brown is even remotely a possibility, I would go in that direction. Yes, absolutely. And I like that he brought up Gary Trent Jr. because Gary Trent Jr. can shoot a little bit. So yes, those are the directions that I'd be going in right now. We're going to talk Broncos with Jeff Legwold. Broncos and NFL with Jeff Legwold coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. I have an important NFL question to ask you when we come back about your favorite football player. We got to talk about Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals. Because
he can't be happy.
Somehow they are doing it all over again. Right after they did it all again. What the hell is wrong with the Bengals? We'll talk about that next. Oh, it's the Ska Friday with Kreckman and Lindahl. We're rolling with you today until 6 p.m. And we got an NFL story that is just absolutely bizarre to me.
Yes, it is, but in a way it isn't. We'll explain. Go ahead.
So, Shamar Stewart has not signed his rookie contract yet with the Cincinnati Bengals. And dudes have not signed their first-round contracts yet. John A. Barron has not yet signed his first-round contract. Travis Hunter has not signed his rookie contract. So it's not totally unusual. The Travis one I'm interested in because I'm like, is he trying to bump up that number 2 slot a little bit? Wouldn't blame him one bit. He's 2 players in one.
Yeah.
But this is what's going on with Shamar Stewart currently. This is from The Athletic. By the way, Stewart left minicamp this week. He was there for a couple of days, and then he left. The central piece of the issue between Shamar Stewart and the Bengals, the first-round pick, the pass rusher out of Texas A&M, a guy that we talked about a lot leading up to the draft with Denver at number 20. He goes number 17 to Cincinnati. There's a phrase regarding what happens with guaranteed money should Shamar Stewart default on the contract. Some version of default language exists in every first-round contract, okay? Now, what this means is like if Shamar Stewart were to get suspended even for anything that like happens on the field, that could then void the guarantees in his contract. Now, here's the thing. This isn't totally unusual. According to The Athletic, the default language that the Bengals are trying to use is common among NFL teams. They offered Stewart the same language as the pick before, that being Arizona's Walter Nolan, and the pick after Gray's able to Seattle, according to a league source. But here's the hang-up. This is why the Bengals are unique in all of this. The Bengals generally structure their guarantees differently.
Okay.
Basically, if more of the guarantee was put into, say, like a signing bonus, Shamar would get a bunch of his money up front. He wouldn't care as much, okay? Instead, it seems as though the Bengals like to backload their deals a little bit. And so in the case of, let's say, Shamar Stewart, leads with his helmet and smashes a guy's face mask and gets suspended for it, the Bengals could say, well, you just voided your entire contract. And if the money's all on the back end, Shamar Stewart is up a creek. He didn't like this situation.
Nor should he. His agent's doing his good due diligence. I don't think a lot of players would agree to this.
Absolutely. So, like, really simply, the Bengals could get him to agree to this default language if they simply changed the structure by which they paid him out, seemingly the way that other teams in the NFL do. Shamar Stewart is just like, no, F that. And he's out of there.
Yeah, he wants more upfront money to agree to this clause.
And he has made a point of even saying it seems like they're more interested in winning an argument than they are in winning football games, which it seems as though everybody in the Bengals locker room is nodding their head going, yeah, welcome to our world. They got Trey Hendrickson, who's a 4-time Pro Bowler and an All-Pro and led the NFL in sacks last year, and they're battling it out with him, okay? They battled it with Jamar Chase. They battled it with T. Higgins. They eventually relented and paid those guys. But, Andy, if you're Joe Burrow and you're just like, okay, I played at an MVP level last year. We missed the playoffs because our defense was awful. If they have a defense that they run out there without Trey Hendrickson, without first-round pick Shamar Stewart, I mean, they'll rank 35 out of 32 NFL defenses.
Yeah, he can't be psyched. We've seen Bronco quarterbacks have to do this. Matter of fact, Jay Cutler did a little bit of that his last couple of years here.
Yeah.
That's why they kept changing defensive coordinators, because they could score and then they would let you go right back down the field and get one on them.
All the good vibes that they got by paying Chase and Higgins that seemingly, would have made Joe Burrow happy, they've already flushed all of it, and now they're in a contract battle with the first-round pick, and quite frankly, I got to look at the Bengals and say, this shouldn't be hard, you guys.
No, I agree with you. It is just you roll your eyes and go, the Bengals. This is, you and I remember this kind of stuff back when they didn't have everything slotted and rookies are making a ton of money. Here's what I think is interesting from Shamar Stewart's side. Here's my thing. For those that don't remember, you've heard the name Shamar Stewart. Matter of fact, I was kind of intrigued by him But I pulled up his NFL draft profile to just make sure I wasn't misremembering who, because I tend to do that.
He was the dude that didn't have numbers.
He's got no numbers.
Yeah.
He's got the Von Miller first step. He's got the physique carved from a Greek statue.
Freak.
And yet they cannot figure out why he had like 3 sacks or something in college.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Like ridiculously low production.
This guy's got to go to football practice.
You're right. That's just it. Now he's missed his mini camp. He's
Right.
missed all this lead up time. Even if they get this figured out, he's already behind at the start of training camp. And to your point, by the way, they're fighting with their other actually established, one of the best pass rushers in the league, in Trey Henderson.
They fired their defense. Lou Anarumo's out.
Yep.
So new
Who's
defensive
a
coordinator.
lot of people thought was a really good, crafty defensive coordinator.
Thought he was going to be a head coach, and instead he's out of a gig this year. Here's the Bengals, who have the greatest quarterback in the history of their franchise currently. They have 2 of the best receivers in the game. Jamar Chase is in an argument for number 1, and T. Higgins is top 15 in the very least, I would probably say. We saw how dominant he was when he played against Denver last year. And they're going to squabble their way out of an opportunity to do something cool with an all-time great offense.
And oh, by the way, we don't know how it's going to go, but Aaron Rodgers is in your division.
Yeah.
So there's one more quarterback to deal with in theory right now. It may all blow up by week 5 and even before you play them for the first time.
The Steelers could still win 9-10 games.
Well, they could be enough of a pain in the butt on the offense. If you can't stop them, that could be another. And you know what? If nothing else, how about this, Nate? Even if, like, here's the thing the Bengals always do, because I do enjoy watching Joe Burrow play football, but they always, the last couple of years, they can't start out well at all. They're always just basically, blowing September, and then frankly, they're doing what they did last year with the Broncos. Oh, I hope we get some help. Oh, I hope the Chiefs play their guys. We're not going to get in the playoffs. And guess what? You miss the playoffs because you do stupid stuff like this that costs you early games that you then really wish you had when the playoff stuff all gets settled.
I know that they've been to a Super Bowl. I know they had a chance to win that game.
It's starting to feel like an anomaly, frankly. Joe Burrow's really good.
Do you agree with my take? Burrow won't win a Super Bowl until he's out of there.
I'm starting to.
Yeah.
Now, again, I mean, this guy, he's the only one that stared down Mahomes inside Kansas City in the playoffs.
Fantastic player.
That's a badge on, as John Fox would say, that's one of your skins on your wall.
Honestly, Andy, I would have had no problem with him winning MVP last year. He was 4th in the MVP voting. He led the league with 43 touchdown passes, led the league with over 4,900 passing yards. His touchdown to interception, 43-9. Okay? This guy is as good as any quarterback in the league. It's just that the guys that are his peers, which are Allen and Lamar and Patrick Mahomes, they all play for functional organizations that know what the hell they're doing.
Well, you know what happened to Burrow? He got Nikola Jokic. As far as he was doing all this scoring, he was carrying a team, and unfortunately, they didn't make the playoffs. Nikola gets seeded 4th, and it cost some MVP trophies.
Yeah, kind of faded out as a result of it. It's crazy that in a year where they paid out so much money for their offense.
But that's just it. Nate, you and I have watched this cheap organization. Scotty's told the story a couple of times. Alfred, I've actually heard tell it back in the day where he cried when he got drafted and about how Paul Brown, the owner, didn't want to give him the check, his bonus check. They took the picture and he said Brown was like literally trying to hold on with the death grip before he would give up the bonus check. Dude, now that they paid those 2 receivers, I would tell Joe Burrow, hey, man, good luck. Good luck. Guess what? You're, to me, the kind of guy that's good enough to make other people better.
Right.
I don't know that I'd have been demanding that they sign T. Higgins. They aren't going to give you anything the rest of your career.
Yeah, I don't. Again, if I'm Joe Burrow, I don't know how much longer I can put up with all this.
And that contract.
That dude has stood at the podium and criticized his own organization. How about, by the way, Zach Taylor was over there just being like, I don't really like him saying that. We like to keep that stuff in-house, talking about Shamar Stewart in particular. My response to him is, he's not on your team yet, guy.
And none of this stuff's in-house, bro. We all know how you guys roll.
Yeah, there's nothing new about any of this. Man, bizarre NFL business, but
I never thought we'd see this kind of rookie contract shenanigans again because it's been so smooth.
It's pretty easy now.
Again, you and I, we always counted on it felt like for a while there, you'd always see the first pick at least miss a week of camp in some sort of battle.
By the way, really quick, here's something kind of interesting as well on second-round picks this year. Houston signed Jaden Higgins to the first fully guaranteed contract for a second-round pick last month. The Browns then gave Carson Schlesinger, the linebacker that they drafted, second round, a fully guaranteed deal. Now, they were picks 33 and 34, so they're, right there on the edge of the first round. But since then, there's been a number of second-round picks that have looked at their team and said, all right, well, then I want one of those.
Yeah.
It's an interesting thing to keep an eye on here.
Yes.
Fun little piece of NFL business, NFL shenanigans. Kreckman and Lindahl will take a quick break. When we come back, the most random ex-Avalanche that I can remember is suddenly a Stanley Cup playoff hero.
Maybe the key to the series.
How the hell did this happen? We'll talk about that next.
Evan Bouchard back in his own zone now with Ekholm. But Colson, nice pass across. Here's Draisaitl. He scores! Leon Draisaitl's won it in Game 4 for the Oilers, and the series is tied at 2.
That was one of those stupid hockey goals that you hate.
So
I thought
dumb.
of you when I saw the
I
replay.
hated it. And here's why I hated it so much, because the 2 goals that were scored in the third period were both so cool.
That one by Wallman.
Edmonton's, that Jake Wallman one-timer.
That was like a fastball from
that was
pick
like
your pitcher.
It was like NHL 95, like the way he just had his stick up. He's like skating backwards. It was so cool putting that thing on a tee. And then the tie goal was cool too. And then we go to overtime, and I don't know, like that thing was barely like 30 miles an hour off of Draisaitl's stick. He was just poking it with a backhand.
Yeah.
And then it knocks in off
Meanwhile,
of
Bennett
Nico Mikkola.
Bennett gets this ridiculous shot, and just the glove of who you're about to talk about,
Smell
Calvin
the glove.
Pickard,
Yeah.
knocks it up into the pipe and away. This is why hockey can be so heartbreaking.
Calvin Pickard is 7-0 in the playoffs
How
for
insane
Edmonton.
is that?
Last night, he's the hero. Here's the thing. I didn't think Skinner was the problem at the start of that game.
They all said it.
But
Everybody on the table said it.
But they get him out of there, and they score 3 in the second. This has been an all-time great series, by the way. We got three overtime games
and
already.
A huge fight in the one that wasn't.
Oh, it's been phenomenal. Series tied at 2. Game 5 coming up tomorrow night. But Calvin Pickard, former Avalanche guy, Calvin Pickard.
Say it again.
I mean,
guy.
Like, Andy, this guy, first off, I was like, when he was out there, and I've seen him a couple of times this postseason, and I'm just like, how long ago was this guy on the Avalanche? He was the Avs, like, he wasn't their number one, but he played more than anybody else in the 16-17, the 48-point season.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Pickard played 50 games that year.
Yeah, I don't even remember that.
He was horrible. The entire team was horrible.
They all were. Can't put
Yes.
it all on him. But
yes.
I remember more as the guy that you would come up and think, here's the future, has it arrived, and he gets sent back down.
Yeah, there was a lot of that. It was between Denver and Lake Erie. He was playing for the Monsters an awful lot back in the day. The Avalanche exposed him to the expansion draft. Vegas selected him. Then he ended up not even making the team, and then landed in Toronto. Get a load of this. I've got for you, Andy. This is Calvin Pickard's hockey odyssey. Okay? I'm going to give you the full list of teams that he has played for since he left the Avalanche in 2017. Okay? Gets drafted by Vegas in the expansion draft. Never plays for them. Okay? Ends up in Toronto that year. So he plays for the Toronto Marlies, plays 1 game for the Maple Leafs, spends the next season in Philadelphia. Then he gets moved to Arizona mid-season, but he's up and down between Arizona and the Tucson Roadrunners. His next team is the Grand Rapids Griffins of the AHL. That is Detroit's minor league affiliate because he was now with the Red Wings organization. He's between Grand Rapids and Detroit for a while. Then he goes to Vienna, Austria, to play for the Vienna Capitals in the Austrian league during COVID. So that's where he is. Comes back, playing for Detroit again, then back to the Grand Rapids Griffins. Then it's off to the Bakersfield Condors for a couple of years before landing with the Edmonton Oilers, where he is now a hero in the Stanley Cup Finals. He was a Roadrunner, a Griffin, a Capital, and a Condor amidst all these random stops in the NHL.
Yeah, dude, it does crack me up because you named all those names, and of course you're breaking my brain because now I'm trying to figure. I like the Condors and I like the Griffins. I think those are my 2 favorite names of what you put out there.
Those are good.
Which one would you go buy the shirt of? Which one would you get the old Pickard jersey of? Which one's getting you? Because you got a Bundesliga jersey.
That is true. So
which one would go in the closet?
It wouldn't
next
make
to that?
sense for me to go with a Vienna Capitals jersey.
Well, yeah, if you wanted to.
Out of the Ice Hockey League of Vienna, Austria. They have kind of a cool logo, honestly.
Is the Griffins logo cool? Why are more people the Condors?
Well,
they're
a
cool bird.
They're endangered. I think that's why.
So we can't have them as a.
The Griffins logo is cool. Yeah.
Ooh, Grand Rapids Griffins, you said?
Uh-huh. Yeah, the Grand Rapids Griffins have a very cool logo. That's pretty sweet. That's better than the Red Wings logo. Yeah.
Ooh, you're right. You're not kidding.
Hot take, but it's pretty cool, right?
Would you rather the Griffin fight the Kraken? Or if we're going to go with mythical creatures, who you got top of the list? The Yeti?
What are the assorted animals that the Griffin has in it? It's what? It's like
an eagle?
An
with
eagle?
A lion?
A lion body?
And that's it, I think.
Okay, so it's just an eagle head with wings and a lion body.
Yes.
Is a Griffin.
Yes.
Okay.
Quite the beak. Quite the snarling beak.
By the way,
the jerseys are pretty cool too.
Yeah, the Griffin. Let's see, body, tail, and back legs of a lion, head and wings of an eagle, with its talons on the front legs. So yesterday,
how am I supposed to know? What did we say it was?
What's that?
Did we say lion or did we say? Yeah, I guess
lion and eagle.
All right.
Yeah. So yesterday, I was doing a little hike, and I see this hawk flying over me.
Glad you said hawk and not a lion.
Yeah, it wasn't a real griffin.
That would have been one.
This hawk is going over me.
Yeah.
Wingspan, big ass
Massive.
bird, right? Yeah, large hawk. There was another bird, a smaller black thing, not a crow, but like in that genre. I'm not a bird guy, but anyway, they're flying directly over me, and I'm like, oh, that hawk is being kind of a jerk to that little bird. Then I watched for a second more. I was wrong. Little bird chasing the hawk. I'm assuming the hawk either like snatched something out of his nest or
Hawk's
something.
Probably got a baby.
Yeah, very possible. But the smaller bird is like flying up behind him, and then like as soon as he was getting behind him, he was like pushing him in the back with his feet. The hawk didn't seem all that bothered by it.
Did you not see what was in the hawk?
I couldn't see. It went right over me one time, and I was trying to spot it, but I couldn't tell. I don't know. I don't know if it was either that he had something or like maybe he was just trying to let him know, like, this is my territory, whatever it is.
Something might have been completed.
Could have been.
The hawk didn't care.
Yeah, who knows?
My meal is digested, and I'm just heading out of here.
Could have been.
Hit me all you want.
I was assuming the hawk was looking for somewhere just to like go down and snack.
What I'm going to need you to do is next time this happens, I
Yeah.
need the phone out, and I need Nate Kreckman play-by-play commentary.
of the hawk.
You can
and
put
the
it on the
smaller
reel
bird.
later.
I know. I was just standing there like, oh my god.
If you want to do an Aussie man, that might be fun too.
Yeah, I could do that for you. Do an accent. It was not a griffin though. Anyway, I didn't know smaller birds were just like, I'll try and fight you, hawk.
Well, I mean, if you took
felt like a bad
maybe
matchup.
you felt like you had nothing to lose. I don't know.
I suppose.
Yeah. So Calvin Pickard.
Calvin
in the
Pickard.
midst of all this, is he your favorite former Av? You know, there's another one on Florida. Do you even recognize him as an Av?
Who is it?
Evan Rodriguez.
Oh, that's right, Erod.
And he won the cup with them last
He
year.
did, yes. Was he the one? Didn't he live right by Snoop Dogg? Wasn't he friends with Snoop Dogg?
No, that was our guy. That was who?
That was Nieto.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's who it was. Mm-hmm.
They went to school together or something.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Didn't they go to the
They
same
went to
high
the same
school?
school, but not at the same time.
That's right.
Okay.
But he still claims it because why wouldn't you?
Okay. It wasn't Evan Rodriguez?
No.
Okay. That makes sense.
Rodriguez is only here like a year.
Okay.
Matter
All
of
right.
fact, he was here the year they dropped the series to the Kraken, right? Spring.
That sounds right.
So
remember some Avalanche
Remember
guys.
some dudes you hoped would work out?
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think, although I might be wrong, maybe he was here when they actually advanced to the second round against the no.
Would the Avalanche's, I don't want to call it a dynasty, but this run of excellence that the Avalanche have been on that included winning a Stanley Cup. What if this team had decided after a 48-point season, Jared Bednar were good? I don't think it would have been justified, but like, you would have understood why.
Yeah, that's a pretty low point total.
Right, exactly.
You know, it's not 9 wins before June, but it's pretty bad.
But teams tend to can their coach.
Sure.
When you're historically terrible.
Well, and look, on top of it, who's to say he even really was the guy because Waugh quit so late. They didn't have time to do a coach's search. Someone had to go coach.
He showed up 3 weeks before the start of camp.
Yeah.
I mean, they had the press conference in the locker room. It was just like nobody even knows who this guy is. Like, this is wild that this is what this team is forced into. But you know what? They stayed the course. Thank God they did. Seriously. And then, Varley kind of took off a little bit after that 48-point season and all turned out okay. But, there's a world, honestly, there is a world where the Avalanche would have just cut bait on Jared Bednar after that season, said, okay, we've got a full offseason to conduct to find our NHL coach. Nobody in this town would have batted an eye.
No.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, and on top of it, we were mired in the how to find a second quarterback, right? I think Paxson had just gotten to town. Nobody was really totally paying attention at this point anyway.
Yeah,
you could have done a lot of things.
Oh, 48-point season. Oof.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
And yet the Rockies have bottomed out harder.
Somehow
they did it. It is Friday the 13th.
What time's that game? Isn't that a 5 o'clocker today?
The 13th of June, and they've got 13
Did
wins.
you know this is the only Friday 13th of the calendar?
I did not know that.
Our buddy Nate Stevens, who you and I talked to, the tattoo artist.
Okay.
He's doing a little special out at his shop.
All right.
He owns a shop now, Golden Pony, not too far from here, so go look it up on wherever. But, he mentioned this is the only Friday 13th of the year.
I was not aware of that. 5:15 is your first pitch.
Oh, are you
tonight.
Excited?
Herman,
Who we got today?
Herman tonight against Bryce Elder
Where
this evening.
the hell is Gomber?
He's got a... Oh, yeah, actually, he's scheduled to start on Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was about to say.
Yeah.
I swear he started his rehab a couple weeks ago.
Dollander tomorrow against Spencer Strider.
Ooh, Dollander needs a bounce back. Didn't he get roughed up last time out?
It wasn't a very long outing. And then El Gambarino and Chris Sale, your pitching matchup coming up there for Sunday down in Atlanta. Will the Rockies actually score runs on the road? Tune in and find out, everybody. In the meantime, Jeff Legwold, football talk, Broncos mini camp. They've got a break. What happens in the next couple of weeks? And let's get a full review on mini camp with Jeff Legwold coming up next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid and check out all of the available auctions that are available for you to be able to bid on right now. Buy and Build Kitchen and Bath, a local home improvement store that specializes in selling kitchen cabinet sets, flooring, bathroom vanities, and more. There's an inventory liquidation, public online auction with small and large lots. So go ahead and go to roller.bid right now and check this out. Fantastic selection of tools. I mean, right now I'm looking at these chisel sets. Like, the bids on these things are like $5. They retail for much higher than that. Guys, I'm telling you all the time about Roller Auction. If you want to outfit your garage, your shop, pick up some new tools, great deals can always be had at Roller Auction. So go to roller.bid right now. That's roller.bid. And in fact, go to roller.bid/altitude to get yourself signed up to be able to bid at Roller Auction. Oh, man, I'm looking at these faucets right now. Again, great deals available to you right now. Roller.bid. Happy Scott Friday, everybody. That's Andy. I'm Nate. This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Jeff Legwold's scheduled to join us coming up here momentarily.
He's enjoying the official start of off season, so
Okay.
we'll hunt him down somewhere.
All right, we'll try and get him here on the show. Mini camp in the books.
In the books and done.
Yes.
Okay, I've got a question for you.
Okay.
And it's not an original one. So here we go. How many guys, because I thought about putting this in our thread, 5 guys, but I was like, is that too many? Did anybody get on your radar off of minicamp?
Ooh.
And I say on your radar because you and I talked about this. Training camp's going to be a little bit this way too. They don't have a lot of open positions. This is more a set team than it has been since the Super Bowl years, I would say. A lot of positions, the offensive line's figured out. The defense is pretty much figured out.
Yeah.
We may see a tweak here or there, 2-3 players in a starting lineup or something like that, but even 3 seems high. For the most part, you know what you've got. So did a Pat Bryant get on your radar? It sounds like we got Leggy. I want to get back to this. I want to know a Pat Bryant, one of the rookies, some newcomer, who got on your radar?
Why don't you ask that question of Jeff Legwold?
Because Jeff Legwold, I don't need to know. I already know who got on his radar. One of the guys, you know what, Jeff? I'll just throw it to you. Q Robinson's one of the guys that got on your radar, I think. Did he not?
Yeah, because I think, already he was one of my favorite or best highly ranked special teams guys on the board in the draft. So just start there. But I think even without the pads on, you're not going to get the full story, but you can see some pass rush skills and some, he's got an awareness about him. I think he can compete in what is a tight rotation. There aren't going to be a lot of snaps to go around for a lot of these rookies. And that may be the story of this camp is, in next month is just how few positions are up for grabs. It's really how many snaps are up for grabs. But, in a group that, already includes, Jonah Ellis trying to get some snaps in there with, and Drew Sanders trying to get some pass rush snaps in. I think he will make a push to be on the 53 and then, not only that, but be in uniform on game day.
Along those very lines, Leggy, and we talked about this the other day, but I want to get your reaction to it. What did you make of Sean Payton saying he wanted to lower the pitch count for Nick Bonito?
Yeah, I think, I'm not quite sure. I've even sort of asked a follow-up to him later about it. I think he's more talking about having an awareness of where the line is for Bonito. Not everybody's Zach Allen. Zach Allen has an inordinate snap count for an interior lineman in a 3-4. He's a defensive end, but in a 3-4, you're fighting on the interior a little bit, and he has an extraordinarily high snap count, and I think sometimes it can get lost if, he's playing 90+% of the snaps and other guys just aren't going to be able to do that. I think they're trying to find the line. Certainly they love Bonito's output, 13.5 sacks last year. I think that's third in the league. But I think they just want to have an awareness about making them the premium snaps for him on the edge. And like we were just talking about, getting some of these other guys some snaps along the way, in a defense that's going to be very, very good, unless they just are decimated, by injuries at some point. But there aren't a lot of snaps to go around, and then they have to adjust guys like Bonito and Jonathan Cooper to get some other guys in the mix and some situational duty.
I'm kind of interested here, Jeff, and I'm not trying to just mix it up for the sake of sports radio discussion here, but for Nick Bonito, who has not been paid yet,
right?
How would that comment go over? Like, is a guy that is on the precipice of getting his life-changing contract, is he really excited to hear, we're going to try and get you off the field a little bit more?
Yeah, I bet he wants a clear answer by the time September rolls around. But I don't see it as, I didn't take it as going to limit Nick Bonito, but it is the first thought that crossed my mind is, here's a guy that I mean, he's getting paid regardless. You know, the Broncos could fudge his snaps all they want, but there's already people in the league that think he's one of the best pass rushers, you know, under 30. So, you know, he's getting paid, and I'm not sure the Broncos could influence that, you know, in any way beyond almost not playing them, and that would be really spiting their face, you know, in all of that.
You know what? Let me throw something.
He's going to play. The more he produces, the more he's playing.
Yeah.
Because in the end, Sean Payton, the head coach, will not see the defensive rotations until the game is over. You know, until somebody tells him these are what the snap counts were on defense. That's not on his radar during the game. So they may talk about that in training camp and all of that, but in the end, if he produces, you know, the defensive coaches are going to keep putting him out there.
All right, not your favorite question to answer, but Nate and I kind of discussed this the other day as well. Nate brought up how Patrick Surtain signs a deal. Luckily for the Broncos, the extension came before the Defensive Player of the Year award, and now he's already the fourth highest paid corner in the year, you know, or corner in the league right now. You've talked about how they've got to pay Benito. Of course, they want to pay Zach Allen, and if Bo Nix continues to traject upwards, we know what a quarterback contract does. Are they going to have to start minding their cap smartly here? Jeff, is there a chance that even maybe Surtain wants to talk about that deal a couple, 3 years from now?
Well, I think they fully expect him to. You know, I think you don't do a deal with that like that with a player like Surtain early. You know, they did that deal early, so they know full well, you know, having gotten the luxury of getting him early on a deal, there's always a very good chance he's coming back around. You know, who's to say he can't win another Defensive Player of the Year award in the next 2 or 3 years, the way he's going, and with metrics, you know, helping that cause, frankly. But I think they would fully expect to have to do something with him if it just continues even remotely close to this pace. And I mean, that's every good team. If you're going to be a playoff contender, if you're going to be a Super Bowl contender, managing the cap is one of your biggest, you know, things. I mean, just look at what the Bengals are going through, and they haven't even really had much playoff success other than the one Super Bowl trip. And they're already, you know, battling those things. And so if you're going to be in the mix, you are going to have to worry about it a lot. And it's why the draft becomes always as important or more important than anything else, because that's your only way of restocking, because you won't keep everybody. You know, your goal is to keep the ones you really, really want, but you're not going to keep everybody. So the draft has to keep your cupboards well stocked.
Or in the Bengals case, you can draft them and then get into a contract dispute with them immediately, which is really something to see. Leggy, I want to ask you about the forgotten man, so to speak, in the cornerback room. And I can't believe I'm saying this because there's a Defensive Player of the Year in that room, and there's a first-round pick in that room. Riley Moss, who's a really good player, but like he kind of slides down the scale a little bit this year, at least in terms of attention and notoriety, which is crazy because he's a white cornerback, and those are about as rare as panda bears. But still, Leggy, Riley Moss, where should we set the expectations for him this upcoming season? Because he was phenomenal last year, and you saw the way the defense suffered when he couldn't play.
I mean, it's one of the bigger reasons they took Barron in the draft is because of what happened in the games. Riley Moss didn't play. I can only go by the snaps we've seen so far, and he's getting plenty of snaps. You know, the Barron, Surtain, Riley Moss mix was clearly evident, and I think that's their goal ultimately on many of the passing downs, is to have those guys in the nickel. And you might see, because of Barron's physicality, they could play what is rare in the NFL and coveted, which is a four-corner nickel. And maybe, Hufanga is the safety in that mix. So they've got options. I think all those guys are going to play. We don't know how all the slices of the pie are going to look yet, but I just judging from what I've seen in the OTAs and the mini camp, all those guys are going to play in some fashion, and I think they're themselves are working it out how it will look in the end. But I think Riley Moss is playing because they want him on the field on a lot of those downs. He's tough, he competes, he's unafraid, and if a bad play happens, he lines up on the next one ready to go, and that can be hard to find.
You know, you have to appreciate the fact we've got this far into the interview and not asked you about J.K. Dobbins yet, because I know you've talked about it plenty. But here it is, Leggy. Tell us what you think the role for J.K. Dobbins is. Sure looks like it's just Javante's role. Do you see any flex from that?
I think that's probably up to him and his health. But, to me, this is and they won't admit it, and Sean Payton wouldn't admit it, but to me, this is a clear. They got through the rookie mini camp, they got through the initial OTAs, and they were charting what they wanted to do and install for the mini camp. And the head coach decided he was uncomfortable how that position looked on third down. And Vance Joseph, a few of us were standing around and asked Vance Joseph, just, your perspective as a defensive coach on Dobbins. And one of the things he said immediately was third down intelligence. And, to me, there's no bigger flag as to why they signed him in June, because they got there and decided they needed a little more third down experience. And where it goes from there is probably up to him. He's going to have to show he's healthy in camp. He's going to have to show he can practice and be a regular contributor. But I think for anybody to say they know how the carries are going to look come September and October, I think you're kidding yourself.
Yeah, and I really view that, Leggy, as one of those things that is just going to evolve over the course of a season. So we'll see how that all goes. Jeff Legwold of ESPN with us here on a Friday afternoon. Jeff's appearance brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. Year number 2 of the career of Bo Nix. Sean Payton said yesterday, less pause, less hesitation with the play call in the huddle. That was his I suppose glowing review of Bo Nix's minicamp. Jeff, after a few weeks of OTAs and minicamp, what stood out to you about the play of Bo Nix?
Well, it's always funny, Nate, because, the play callers always talk about getting in and out of the huddle.
Yeah.
And like most fans I know, that just makes their eyes roll back in their head. But it is huge. If you talk to any play caller in the league, and the skill of simply getting everybody organized and up to the line of scrimmage is coveted and undervalued by most, and they love it. And that is where you see a guy's comfort level, because guys who aren't comfortable with the playbook hesitate in the huddle because they're thinking about the play they're calling, thinking about what it looks like, what they're going to have to do while they're calling the play. And it slows everything down. And I can't tell you how many quarterbacks I've watched in camp over the years lose a quarterback battle because they can't get guys in and out of the huddle. It was a huge problem for Drew Lock, for example. And it always, in the end, cost him playing time until he got it better. So that was a huge thing. I also personally love the starting quarterback edge, Bo Nix showed. He gives it to the defense pretty good. He competes on every play, and, he doesn't let the tempo drop. And I guess the compliment I would pay him in that regard is Mike Shanahan would have loved that, because that's what he liked about Jake Plummer. It's of course what he liked about Elway, because tons of things to like about Elway, but just that I'm the starting quarterback, aura about it. He showed much more of that in these workouts, and I think in camp it will be even more evident when they're going 11 on 11 in the 2-minute drill with the clock running and the whole bit.
All right, I was talking with our guy Atwater. He was talking to me about Drew Sanders, said he's loving what he saw out there, thought he's moving faster. This is a guy you've talked about plenty the last couple of years. Do you think Drew Sanders finally just focusing on one position has helped him?
Well, and I think being healthy and that as well, just knowing what his responsibilities are. But that's another. I mean, you think about it, how well they played defense last year. If they somehow find a way to get the athleticism of Greenlaw, Hufanga, Barron, and Sanders, you add that collective athleticism to that equation, and I mean they really, really have a chance to be really, really good on a lot of fronts, because there are not a lot of spots a healthy Denver Broncos defense can't answer a problem with an athlete. And that's tough to do these days in the cap era, and they're poised to do it. Again, it's just always the caveat of keeping everybody on the field for 14, 15, 16, 17 games, and somewhere in there.
Yep, that's always stay healthy, but Broncos have had pretty good health in recent years, and Sean Payton is hyping up the strength and conditioning staff in order to be able to prove that point. Jeff Legwold of ESPN, everybody. Leggy, summer vacation is upon you. Enjoy it. Hopefully the Broncos and their assorted players and staff members don't do anything silly that make you have to go run to a keyboard.
What are you doing, by the way? You going to give us a pissy Sean Payton answer on the way out, or what? What are you doing, Leggy?
That's it. That's it.
And he's out, folks. Leggy, thanks, dude.
Yeah. Thanks. See you,
All right.
fellas.
Jeff Legwold with us there on a Friday afternoon.
Good.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Hey, that might be the most truthful drop you've ever had. That is exactly
That's it.
how you
Did you hear
feel.
me?
He's out of here. Good.
That's what "that's it" means.
That is what it means.
Yes.
I'm out of here.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I caused that one.
That was you.
Nah.
That was the Sean Payton drop menu is just turning into assorted noises now.
People wonder if we've already crowned drop of the year yesterday. I don't think so. I don't think so. We got too much. There's too many good candidates.
This has been a strong year for
this
drops.
year's going to be tough.
I'd say we need a joker.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm happy. I like it with pissy George Payton. Yeah.
Oh, Dempsey.
That one is.
Yeah. Lou Dort. Lou Dort's got to be high.
Lou Dort's
on that.
in there.
You can't get beat by Lou Dort.
And yet you can.
And yet.
It happens.
And yet it keeps happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why do his threes have to? Why do they go so high?
I don't know. Because he's a smaller guy? Is he just shooting for the moon?
Those are like, like when you see like Steph Curry in warm-ups and he's like screwing around and he's like skimming it off the bottom of the scoreboard and having it go in. That's like Lou Dort's standard jump shot.
Well,
it is the highest arcing shot I think I've ever seen in my life.
Chet just come try to block him during practice?
Maybe that's what it is.
Like, all right.
Yeah. I mean, Jokic can shoot some pretty damn high arcing threes.
Well, he's also a tall man.
Jokic.
Yeah.
Who was that? Was
Wait.
that Peyton again?
Jokic.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The Broncos!
It's been a good drop
We're
year.
not even to football season.
We're not even like halfway through the year technically.
You're right.
Yeah. Actually, we're getting now that I mention it, we're very, very close to the midway mark. Anyway, it's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Russell Westbrook has declined his option. Are the Nuggets better off without Russ? We'll break that down next. On Fridays, we play ska music. We call it Ska Friday. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Russell Westbrook has declined his player option. There's still a chance he could be back with the Nuggets next season. Basically, here are your options, okay? All right. Russ could be back next year and make around 3.7 on a new veteran minimum. The Nuggets could also give him a 20% raise off of last season's salary for a larger cap hit of $4.4 million. That would pay Russ more, but obviously that takes a little bit of money away from the Nuggets. Or, Andy, option number 3, give him the taxpayer mid-level exception. Nope. The TPMLE.
Yep, take that off the table. That ain't happening.
If it's known, $5.7 million for Russell Westbrook. Basically, that being the Nuggets' slot that they have to be able to spend on anybody.
Yeah, no. Sorry, no. If I'm considering...
Well, hold on, though.
No.
Because here's the thing, okay? If I were to give you an option, okay? With your taxpayer MLE, with your $5.7 million, you can have Reggie Jackson, Dario Saric, or Russell Westbrook. Which one are you taking?
No.
No. You got to pick one.
No.
You have to answer the question.
I will leave. There's a door right there.
Because you know that I'm making a point of you could do a hell of a lot worse with it than Russell Westbrook as they have each of the last 2 years.
Okay, if you get to the end of the process and you take a swing at Gary Trent Jr., for example, that Ryan Blackburn gave to us top of the show, and he says no, and who is the point guard he mentioned?
Malcolm Brogdon.
If
from Washington,
Brogdon tells you,
Buck.
if he tells you no as well, and if all I've got is Russell Westbrook remember how you'd go get a G.I. Joe figure and you were stuck with the most random, green army soldier left? If I got to buy that guy to get one, sure.
Hold on. You know what it is, okay? They were out of Duke. They were out of Flint. No quick kick, no snake guys.
Lady J.
You got to get Lady J.
I ain't getting no Lady J. I ain't getting Lady J. I've already got one of the random Cobra soldiers. I don't need any more of them.
I don't need Scarlet.
I don't need Scarlets. Yeah. I don't need anything to question why I'm playing with these toys because the ladies are put together even as a figure. I don't need any of that. So, yeah. So I'm just saying.
That's, by the way, we're aware how regressive this conversation is as we're having it. It was the 80s. We were kids, okay?
Yeah, man. There was no internet. Lady J is sometimes as good as it got. She maybe had a couple extra buttons undone on the figure.
Whoa. What are these little bumps in the front?
She was stationed in the desert. What are you going to do? It's hot. No, yes. So again, if that's all I'm stuck with, and it's don't get a toy or get a toy,
Lady J.
Yes. Am I wrong? Would you not rather have Gary Trent than Russ?
Would you rather have Lady J or Dario Saric?
I think I'd go Lady J. I still don't know what Dario adds, simply because I ain't seen the guy play hardly.
He's got a sweet mustache. I know that when he did play, it was really bad.
No, you know what? Now, Ryan did bring up a good point. If you can add Saric and then you're able to trade him as part of some package with Zeke Naji, all right, fine.
Who's the NBA GM that wants to get fired so badly that he's trading for a package of Zeke Naji and Dario Saric?
Nico Harrison.
Yeah. And he's going to give us Anthony Davis for him. You know what? Take Cooper Flag. I don't trust young guys.
By the way, did you see Don Nelson the other night? He's winning the whatever the Chuck Daly Lifetime Contributor Award or whatever, and Nelly's just up there ripping the Mavs.
I didn't see that. How old's Nelly now?
So good.
I feel like Nelly was old when we were young.
Yeah, Nelly's up there. He's way up there. He's got Carlisle sitting next to him, who just because Carlisle, I think, is the head of the Coaches Association or whatever. So Carlisle's up there giving him the award, and Nelly's up there just ripping the Mavs, his former employer, and Carlisle's over there just stifling laughter. It was pretty funny.
Well, wait, Rick Carlisle?
Yeah, another.
So technically, I was going to say
another
both
former
their
Mavs
former
coach.
employers.
Yeah, another former Mavs. It was very funny. Yes, it was quite. I think he was even like, I'm wearing my Luka Doncic shoes right now.
Wow.
Yeah. It was pretty good. That's pretty hard to be a Dallas Mavericks fan. That Cooper Flag thing is going to make it a little bit better, but it's not easy to be a Dallas Mavericks fan. All right. If the Nuggets depth chart remains, let's just say it right now, okay? Let's have this conversation as though there's a world where you just subtracted Russell Westbrook, okay? So now your second unit is going to be a Jalen Pickett, Jamal Murray, Julian Strawther, Peyton Watson, probably Aaron Gordon world. Maybe there's a planet where you actually get a backup center. I don't know.
But are you going to play the backup center? That you know would warm my cold dead heart.
Mm-hmm.
You having a big, you're actually willing to play in place of Nikola Jokic.
They haven't really had one since Mason Plumlee.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Or Hartenstein, hello.
Yeah, he's pretty good now.
Hartenstein.
Yeah, he's
Hartenstein.
He plays a lot now.
Playing plenty.
Yeah. Do you like that second unit more than one that's anchored essentially by Russell Westbrook?
Yeah, if they'll all start, not completely get to their potential, but if they'll start to meet their potential, sure. If I start seeing more Julian Strawther games like Game 6 where you're giving me 15 points, and what do you get that night? 16, 20 minutes, something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and give me that.
He
and
may
if
not-
Peyton Watson chips in 10, yeah, I'm good with that. And Pickett's kind of running the show to get that all to happen, cool.
Is it going to be then, would Pickett just step into, and look, it's possible they could take that MLE and they could get Bruce Brown with it. Who knows? Okay, Bruce Brown seems to really like the Nuggets, and I really like Bruce Brown, so I'm all for bringing him back here. But like, is there a world where now, okay, because you know how Westbrook was always the first sub off the bench,
Yes.
and then they would take Jamal out so Jamal could get the extended rest before he had run with the second unit at the start of the second quarter. Then in this case, like, is Pickett then the first sub? And then he operates the point, then with a lineup of like Jokic and CB and AG, and I'm assuming P. Watt has come in for MPJ at this point. Is that good? Here's my answer. I don't know.
See, here's the problem. Here's the problem with this conversation. I guess it goes back. And by the way, go ahead and send us your lame G.I. Joe figures, because a couple people, Shipwreck got thrown in there. He's catching strays.
Poor Shipwreck.
The drunken sailor. When he the blue shirt sailor
He
with the hat.
He was. He had the
303-504-0925.
The sailor hat, but it was like falling off because he was 18 rums deep.
With the dumb parrot. Scott says, no love for the Baroness. Yeah. Well, the Baroness had everything buttoned up appropriately.
Baroness was hot in the movie, though.
Oh, she was. Yeah, very, very.
Mm-hmm.
The movie, yeah. Anyway.
It wasn't good.
No, the movie sucked. They had so much potential and so many cool vehicles, and instead you're giving me things I'd never seen.
Yeah.
Look, it's why there's a Russ conundrum. Frankly, if all those guys will play well, then you don't need Russ. The problem is they didn't quite often, and that's why Russ was one of the only guys coming off the bench.
And that was why, and I asked Blackburn about it when we talked to him at the start of the show. And if you missed it, check the podcast, 3 o'clock today. We had Ryan Blackburn on the show, and his Nuggets coverage is great. And like, because in all seriousness, and it's hard for anybody to speak for Jokic. But
you asked the question, I think.
I think Jokic would want Russ back.
Then he probably comes back. Everyone's asking about Deron Holmes, too. Yes, Deron Holmes is in this mix. But again, we don't know what kind of player he's going to be.
That's just it on Deron. That's why I'm not putting him in the rotation as I sit here today. Ideally, he'll be in the rotation, but I don't know.
Look, and to be fair to your point, guys, Julian Strawther was drafted not too far off from where Deron Holmes was, right?
Yeah.
He's not really made regular rotation kind of stuff just yet.
Not yet.
So that's why you have to have a little bit of hesitancy. Yes, I'm really hoping a guy that's got some athleticism like Aaron Gordon and hasn't lost it because of the Achilles comes back and joins this team. That'd be fantastic. He probably does play plenty. But again, we don't know. He's the great unknown. And I'm with you. Here goes that second unit sucks. Yeah, when you read them all out together at once, you get a little concerned about that, and maybe you're not so well.
Guys, the thing you're really depending on or hoping for in the very least is like internal development and improvement. It's the topic we did yesterday. Who is next year's Christian Brown?
What do you think, though? If you could talk to Russ, is this even in the realm of possibility? Because I don't know. I don't know much about Russ at all. I'm not going to act like I do. I would assume Russ is still giving this thing a go because he wants a ring. So is there any way, and maybe it's a call that Jokic makes that says, look, dude, I understand you're going to have to take the $3.8 million or whatever, but you were on this team. We've got to use the MLE for something else, dude.
Yeah.
We're not going to be able to improve keeping you and adding nobody else. Are we? I don't think so.
You get all these conversations that we have of like this is how you get Trey Murphy and all these like topics that we like to do here on off-season Nuggets discussion, and you're just like, that's going to be really hard to do any of this stuff.
Yeah, because every time the Ryan Blackburns of the world come on, and it's good to have them, to go, oh yeah, here's their financial restrictions. Here's what they're not allowed to do.
By the way, did you know there was a G.I. Joe guy named Altitude?
Really?
There was.
Was he a sky jumper?
He was a parachutist,
yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Did he have the glass mask?
Yes, I believe he did.
Oh, G.I. Joes are my favorite.
Altitude.
I think there was like a Dusty or something that was a desert soldier.
I remember Dusty.
Cool.
Yeah, Dusty was a traitor.
Really?
On the spoiler alert on the old cartoon.
Mm-hmm. Good luck finding those, by the way.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Did we spend the entire commercial break just Googling pictures of G.I. Joe guys? Yeah, we did.
There's a guy named Skidmark. That's not the G.I. Joe you want to be. Although he did have a vehicle he drove, apparently.
It's a number 2.
Yeah. Must not have been able to find a bathroom.
Hey, nobody wants to be in the bunker with Skidmark. I can just tell you that.
Sorry, Skidmark. We're going to need you to change those skivvies, if you don't mind.
We're going to put you on leave.
Uh-huh. Also, we figured out their trick for selling Lady J action figures. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's more than 2 buttons undone. I was not aware Dolly Parton was a member of the Joes, but apparently she is.
Anyway.
Someone just said I have to admit I like the Scott Friday song. Well, we'd like you to.
Yeah, we would hope you do.
We don't play it to annoy you.
We also like the Ska Friday
you,
song.
the listeners, made it happen.
Yes.
Not us.
So thank you very much. Yeah. It was written and performed by the great Chris DeMakes of Less Than Jake. The guy's got like a 30-year career.
Yeah.
As a touring musician, so I would hope you like it.
We need you to like it.
It was professionally made.
Yeah, it wasn't just us.
That's right. Now it is time for football news here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We call it the High Five. Go ahead, Spring.
Oh, let's do the High Five. Let's change the mood a little bit.
From G.I. Joe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Former NFL wide receiver Antonio Brown faces a charge of attempted murder with a firearm, according to a warrant reviewed by several media outlets. The charge is based on a shooting Brown was allegedly involved in during a celebrity boxing event in Miami last month. Brown was detained by police after gunshots were fired at this boxing event, which was hosted by online streamer Aiden Ross. Brown was seen fighting with several people on a video posted to social media, and gunshots could clearly be heard after the altercation.
Was Antonio Brown one of the celebrity boxers, or was he just in attendance watching other so-called celebrities box?
No, so this does get complicated. I watched the whole video that someone apparently recorded.
Okay,
so it's
break this down for me.
So the incident occurs in what appears to me, whether it's the hallway of an arena or a stadium, but imagine you're in the, everybody's seen the hallway they all walk through the in the back, the bowels of the ball arena, right? That's where this kind of looks like it's going. Somebody goes outside the garage door. I don't know. Brown starts fighting people.
Okay.
He gets knocked down. He then gets up. He kicks a guy in the stomach who looked like he, bald-headed dude, pretty yoked up, looking like he might be security for someone. I don't know. Then Brown runs off. The person with the phone starts chasing him. There's a lot of language we couldn't play. We'd have to beep every other word out if we just tried to play the video for anybody.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden, people start running the other way. You can hear the gunshots. By this point, Brown's out of the scene.
Okay.
People go and hide in a back room, basically running back into the stadium or the arena or whatever it was. They go and hide in a back room. And then eventually, at the end of this video, it cuts to him being arrested in cuffs. Now, he had claimed... they were trying to steal his jewelry. He had been jumped for his jewelry.
Okay.
But that part of whatever led to this pushing, shoving, punching, kicking, all this stuff that you'll see is not shown prior to that. So was someone trying to steal his jewelry? I don't know.
Okay.
It's a possibility, I guess.
Okay.
Because the video does not show what led to the physical altercation. But yes, you hear, I want to say in the video I saw, you hear 2 clear gunshots at the end, but the shooter is not in the video that I saw.
What does it say about me that I'm, again, more interested in, are these Real Housewives that are boxing with each other?
No, I mean...
Who was actually throwing down at this whole thing? I'm very curious as to this.
It's, I don't know, it's something MMA.
Okay.
Whatever.
All right. Is it like Bravo celebrities that are in there slugging it out with each other? Anyway, nothing is more 2025 than this sentence. The charge is based on a shooting Brown was allegedly involved in during a celebrity boxing event in Miami last month. You just filled out the entire Antonio Brown bingo card for you right there. Anyway, that's apparently what Antonio Brown is up to this week. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, Bengals first-round pick Shamar Stewart did not attend Thursday's mandatory minicamp session as he and the team continue their standoff over a clause in the rookie's contract. Here's Zach Taylor answering. He answered a lot of questions about this to start his media availability yesterday. Here is the back half of that.
He was pretty critical the other day of the organization. How do you balance that? How do you react to that representing the organization?
I think there's education that happens with all the rookies, that we do our best to educate them. Number one, we want to protect our team and our locker room. And so there's some things I understand when there's frustration there, but that's how he chose to do it, and that's his prerogative, and we look forward to getting him back in the fold.
He told us that he won't practice unless he signs his contract. So at this point, are you confident that he'll have his contract signed by the start of training camp?
I'm not going to make any predictions.
Did you talk to him following those comments he made the other day?
We've had good communication.
But did you talk to him?
Yeah, it didn't sound like you're enjoying it.
No, really doesn't. You're Zach Taylor. You're a well-compensated NFL head coach. It's a good gig. It's one of 32, all those kind of things. But, that's one of those where I want to look at the Bengals front office right now and go, Zach Taylor didn't do any of this. Why is he the one that's got to stand there and answer all these questions? You guys are the ones slugging it out with your first-round rookie. It should be such an easy rubber stamp. Since they changed, they slotted everybody to just get these guys in the building. There have been a few instances through the years. Remember, Joey Bosa had a fight with the Chargers, and then, he goes out there and hurts his hamstring right away. That happened. There have been a couple of instances of this happening, but 99% of the time, you just get this stuff done. In this case, Shamar Stewart said, and I quote, "In my case, I'm 100% right. I'm not asking for nothing that's never been done before. But in their case, you all just want to win an argument instead of winning more games, in my opinion."
Rough to hear from a guy that just got there.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And meanwhile, Zach Taylor's just like, yeah, we like to keep that stuff in-house. You have a first-rounder leaving mandatory minicamp.
To your point, Nate, he's not in-house yet. He doesn't have a contract.
No. Yeah, it's...
And now he's threatening to just opt out and go back into the draft in a year.
This is such a funny story, too, of just okay, you have a first rounder that is holding out, and it's over the default language in his contract. And if you were to give me one guess as to which organization you think is doing this right now, I would have guessed the Bengals immediately, because they're always the team that is doing this nonsense. I said this earlier in the show. You got Chase done. You got Higgins done. Joe Burrow is playing at an MVP level basically every single year. This is your golden window. You look around the rest of your division. You're looking up at the Ravens, but you should be better than the Steelers, who are bringing in, 97-year-old Aaron Rodgers, and Cleveland barely qualifies as an NFL team right now. You should be sitting pretty. Everything should be good leading up to the start of the season, and you're fighting with your star pass rusher, and you're fighting with your first-round pick, and oh, by the way, your defense was awful last year, and you so desperately need both of these guys on the field, and yet this is what you're doing.
And you have a new defensive coordinator because of how awful the defense was, and this guy was the most raw prospect of the draft. Shamar Stewart has hardly any sacks on his resume as a college player, yet you drafted him, and NFL teams are allegedly interested in him because of his raw pass rush ability that they all think they can untap, and now you've wasted a spring of trying to untap it.
Here's a quote from Ted Karras, who's the Bengals center. He's a Players Association guy. He said, "The main thing I want to say is I don't think to either of our defensive ends that there's any harboring resentment in this locker room to them. I really hope that both camps can figure this out because we have a really good team. We've had super productive spring, and you just don't want this to carry over into the summer." Maybe it won't. Maybe the Bengals will come to their senses. I wouldn't count on it right now.
Come on now. How is it not going to carry over to the summer, Nate?
Yeah, we're in the summer now.
We're in the summer. And you know how this stuff goes. They probably won't talk about this again until they nearly get to camp because deadlines spur action.
Trey Hendrickson, by the way. Trey Hendrickson's a guy. He's one of those dudes that has a sterling NFL locker room reputation, beloved by guys that have played with him. And he's doing podcasts right now and just being I can't believe this crap. And quite frankly, I look at it and say, hey, I'm on your side, man. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Dak Prescott talking to the media yesterday. He was asked how much does he think about the legacy he will ultimately leave with the Cowboys.
Yeah, I want to win a championship. The legacy, the things, whatever comes after I finish playing will take care of itself. I want to win a championship. Be damned if it's just for my legacy or it's for this team, it's for my personal being, for my sanity. The legacy will take care of itself. I have to stay where my feet are.
Andy, Dak Prescott's a really good football player. I don't think he's ever going to win a Super Bowl. I especially don't think he's ever going to win a Super Bowl in Dallas. I think the Cowboys are a team that, by the way, they're going to be paying Dak whatever $60 million this year. They're going to be paying CD north of $30 million. The Micah Parsons thing is going to get done, and they're going to be paying him in the Myles Garrett neighborhood, basically three of the biggest contracts at their positions. I don't see enough left over to build out a solid enough roster for them to be able to do anything. I'm not saying the Cowboys can't be a Super Bowl team, but I think Dak is good. I don't think he's good enough to overcome what are ultimately all the rest of the Cowboys' issues.
No, I'm with you. It is tricky, and you trying to build a team, trying to maintain a good team when you have the quarterback and they feel he's their quarterback, the quarterback.
He, by the way, is on average the highest paid quarterback in the NFL by $5 million over Joe Burrow, Jordan Love, and Josh Allen.
Yeah, that's unreal. And you have no trophies.
Josh Allen?
I guess neither do those other. Who'd you say? Joe Burrow and Josh Allen. Who's the other one?
Jordan Love.
Yeah. No trophies amongst them either. But
Joe Burrow's got an AFC trophy.
Yeah.
Josh Allen's got an MVP trophy. Those are pretty damn good players.
No, I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Jordan Love also, intriguing player. Anyway, look, like you said, you're laying out all those contracts. This is why it's very important for the Broncos to maybe continue to surprise in this early part of the Bo tenure.
Yeah, strike while the iron is hot, so to speak. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Much more on Russell Westbrook coming up here in just a moment. By the way, we got Game 4 of the NBA Finals. Can Indiana grab a 3-1 lead? We'll be diving into all of that here on the show. Plus, Andy's got a great question about a bizarre trend that's happening in Major League Baseball.
Were you aware of this, by the way, as a baseball
not.
fan? So there you go.
I truly was not. You were the one that brought this to my attention today. And we're gonna have some fun with this. We're gonna delve into how to cheat at your sport. That's all coming up next. All right, so Russell Westbrook declined second year of his option. You got the Calvin Booth special, Andy. You always get that player option on the second year.
Yeah, great.
Westbrook said, I'm good.
Sure is special.
I'm cool. And he's got options. He could play in Miami. He could play in Boston. He could play for either Milwaukee, or quite frankly, he could go play for Dallas. Both teams with point guard injuries. There's options available for Russell Westbrook if a team is looking to stay competitive in this upcoming season. So Westbrook could potentially make a little bit more cash, but he's opted out of the early decline, the second year option that is on his contract right now. Andy, if indeed the Westbrook era turns out to simply just be the 1 year, is anything going to outdo this moment as what you will remember the most about Russell Westbrook as a Nugget?
Conley looks in, throws it off in the corner over to Edwards, guarded by Gordon, gets double team, throws it away! Westbrook steal! Christian Westbrook, layup no good! 9 seconds to go! How do you miss that? In the front court, Conley, over to Edwards, 4 seconds to go for the winner! Missed it into hard! Walker! They called the foul on Westbrook!
Russell Westbrook
just gave the game away to Minnesota.
Wow.
Kaz just finishing the sentence there.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. How do you miss that?
How do you miss that?
Make that layup, they win that game. Vibes are different. Honestly.
60, 10, and 10.
Let's be honest, Andy. He makes that layup, Michael Malone doesn't get fired.
Probably right.
Yep. Michael
Probably
Malone
right.
keeps his gig if Westbrook makes that layup. That was nationally televised. That was a huge game at home. Jokic balling out of his mind, 61, 10, and 10. You lose that game. If Westbrook makes that layup, I don't think they fire Malone.
What happened the next night? Because remember, they had to play the next night, and Jokic famously told people, I'm not playing tomorrow.
San Antonio game.
Did they even win that? Did they find a way?
No,
I can't even remember.
They lost, and the Spurs didn't play anybody either.
And that's where I think Josh came in and said, all right, I don't like where this is headed.
Yeah.
So to your point, if he makes that layup and they at least get one of those wins,
right,
vibes are indeed different.
It was.
And I think Malone probably still gets let go into the year.
Yeah, so they lost to San Antonio at home. They didn't play anybody. Westbrook actually scored 30 in that game. They lost on the road at Golden State, came back home, lost to the Pacers, who are up 2-1 in the NBA Finals right now, and Malone was fired the next day. Andy, when Malone was fired, even on a 4-game losing streak, I didn't think there was any world in which Malone would be fired that he wouldn't coach out the season and into the playoffs.
I'd love to know what there's no way anybody saw that coming is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
I don't think the closest people to Josh Kroenke sensed that coming.
Because it got that far. It's like you're 3 games away from the playoffs. You don't fire a coach right then. The Nuggets did. And you know what? I would argue it was the right move. I'm not doing a referendum on whether or not it was the right move. You pushed the Thunder to 7. You won a series against the Clippers. The vibes were awful. The vibes got a hell of a lot better after Adelman took over. Were you more shocked that day or the day that Mike Shanahan was fired by the Broncos?
Wow, that's a great question.
Thank you.
Because I was on the air when it happened.
Mm-hmm.
I've told the story in the past. It was me and Drew Goodman, of all people, doing a fill-in show during the holidays as Dave Logan is out. I don't remember who Dave Logan's partner was. I don't think it was still Scotty, but it might have been. It might have been Lois. I don't remember. Does not matter. But I am doing a fill-in show with Drew Goodman, and Adam Schefter calls in because he was our guy at the time.
Yeah.
And all I remember was saying was, I didn't expect it. Hey, Adam, what do you got? One of those, because you've done that Schefter interview too, where he goes, Mike Shanahan was just fired by the Denver Broncos, and my mind is blown, and I'm the one driving. I'm doing your job. I don't even know what to follow up. I'm like, dumbest question ever. They got candidates? What the hell you mean he's fired?
He was a coach for life.
Yes, he was the coach that was never going to leave without it being on his own terms.
I didn't think Mike was ever going to get fired.
Same.
I was also on when it happened. I did a show with Doug Ottewell that day.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, like it, Because here was what was so stunning about it was just like, well, it's not going great. They had just choked away a trip to the postseason at the end of that 2008 season, but they're not going to fire Mike. If there was one thing you could hang your hat on in Denver sports, it was just like, oh, Mike Shanahan will be the head coach of the Broncos as long as he wants to on his terms. Pat Bowlen had essentially said as much.
Yes.
I mean, when Malone got fired, I was sitting at the kitchen table. It was whatever it was, 10:30, 11 a.m., whatever it was. Abby and I were both sitting there working. She got a push notification on her phone, and she was just like, this can't be right. And then she told me, and I was like, well, my day just changed. Yeah, and it was just, it floored me when it happened. I wouldn't have been the least bit surprised if Malone would have been fired after the playoffs. Right. It was the timing of it.
I wasn't. We all thought Calvin was not coming back.
Right.
I don't think. I'm trying to put myself back in the moment in real time. I don't think I thought Malone was getting fired. I thought Josh wasn't going to be thrilled.
Yeah.
I just figured they would move on from Booth, and I figured it would hurt Malone's chances. Look,
I can't think of it. I don't know. Like when Patrick Waugh, when he bolted at the time that it happened, the timing was what made that so crazy. Like Kubiak walking away with health reasons was surprising at the time, but again, you had been hearing whispers of things that were kind of going on. He had already missed a game that year because of health problems. I mean, other coach firings that we've seen in the last couple of decades, like the Vic Fangio's, Vance Joseph's, Brian Shaw's of the world. Bud Black getting fired in the midst of the worst start in Major League history is not surprising.
Here's how about I'll put this as best I can.
Okay.
Here's what makes Malone and Shanahan the most shocking to me. You get to know people as you cover these teams, and you and I know people that are close to people in the Nuggets organization, and I certainly knew people that were close to people in the Broncos organization. You hear things. You know, with Fangio, you hear things. With Vance Joseph, you hear things. Look, I knew people that knew the Kubiak family. I wasn't surprised that was the decision that was made.
Yeah.
Because it was about health. There was some stuff about the coaching staff, but it also was about health.
Yeah.
Okay. There was no indication, no inkling, no hint. Remember, let's go back to the Shanahan thing. They had a really good offense in place. Right?
He had his quarterback.
He had his quarterback.
He had his dudes.
They had their guys.
They were a top 5 offense in the NFL.
And again, you just kept falling one game short, right?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, this happens? Wow, out of nowhere. So that's why that was like there was no hint it was going to happen to Shanahan, and I don't know a single person that had any idea the Malone thing was coming. The players were shocked. He had to get him in there on a day off to tell him.
You know what's funny about even knowing everything I know now, okay, about the thoughts about doing it at the All-Star break, but the team was on an 8-game win streak, so they weren't going to make a move. Even all that, it's still to me a surprising move. In hindsight, knowing everything I know about what was happening with Pat Bowlen then, not surprising at all. But it's only because of what I know today, not what I knew at the time when it was stunning and things were far more under wraps.
Yeah. But I also heard some of the petty things that led to it.
Yeah. Yeah, it was,
bigger houses and concern about.
He didn't want input on his coaching staff. That was a huge one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's just some off the field stuff. How about I put it that way, where they wondered if his mind was in it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the fairest way I can say that.
That'd be in Pat's?
No.
Oh.
Mike had quite a few construction projects going on.
Oh, the Shannon Mansion was going, man.
That was one of them. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, but again, but again, that was so weird. Like nothing for me. I guess where you fired Embry and let him have a press conference is close, but Mike Bone and Embry were not friends. Pat Bowling crying about firing this guy and then making shenanigans. I'm like, then why are we? What are you breaking up for?
Yeah, you don't have to fight.
Yeah, you can keep him here.
They both were emotional about it.
Yes.
It's like, you can just keep doing
if
this.
You're already this sad. Should you really be doing it? What are you doing?
John Embry, who was pacing around the side of the room, I think strongly considering murdering Mike Bone with his bare hands.
Oh, yeah.
As the press conference
I thought it was a gutsy move.
Yeah.
I remember asking Mark Johnson, like, is there going to be security there?
I was sitting about 15 feet away from where Embo was just wandering back and forth, just kind of looking over at him, just like it was like Christmas Vacation. He's got that crazy look in his eyes.
Yeah.
This isn't gonna go well.
You need to leave the table before he sits down. Yeah, that was wild.
Still the weirdest press conference I've ever been to.
Yeah, why are we doing this is my question. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
all right. I got a story from baseball. According to data collected by The Athletic and confirmed by Major League Baseball, on average, equally hard-hit fly balls are coming up 4 feet short of where they did last year. Something's up with the baseball again.
I've only seen Rockies baseball, so it hasn't hit my radar.
The drag is apparently greater on the baseball right now. This has happened before. We have seen variations from year to year. Major League Baseball swears there's nothing different with the ball this year. Now,
and they claim they don't know what's going on either.
Exactly. The Rawlings Major League Baseballs are made at a factory in Costa Rica. They are sewed by hand. There's always, Andy, a degree of variance in all of this. I remember a number of years ago, like they moved into a factory that used to be where they made Levi's, where they like sewed jeans, and then they started making baseballs there. And
they were wound too tight,
right?
Live ball, juiced, all that.
Exactly. Right now, they don't know why, but the ball's just not traveling as far this season. On average, home run rates aren't really down. It's just the drag rate seems to be a little bit greater. So you asked me about this before. I have no idea. Like, I haven't noticed any of this. And again, 4 feet's not a huge enough difference. You know, I don't feel like there's a lot of balls that are dying at the track or anything else like that. But you asked me about scuffing baseballs before. Funny things that you can do to a baseball to manipulate it, to get it to act a little bit differently.
Guys used to rub it up, right? Or try to put, what was it? They'd put a little sweat or something on it too to maybe...
Well, it was, remember like the rosin and sunscreen mixture?
What was going on there? What were they, just for grip?
Yeah, that is just, you basically make a paste out of the mixture of rosin and sunscreen to give you a better grip. Everything's just about grip on the ball is really what you're going for. You know, the old like sandpaper, you know, the nail file or whatever it is to try and raise up the laces a little bit to get a better grip on it and get a harder snap on the baseball. You're trying to manipulate essentially the shape of the ball, but it is largely about grip. So I was never a Vaseline ball guy or anything else like that. I do remember, you know, like, especially like in high school baseball, you do a lot of pitching like at the colder part of the year, like in March and stuff. And, you know, where I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago, it's still 30 degrees out there. So your hands are frozen and you're trying to get a grip on a baseball. I remember like getting busted by an umpire one time, you know, just like licking my fingers before I grabbed the baseball. And he told me, he was just like, hey, if you want to get away with that, just like, you know, make sure you wipe it on your pants. And I told my coach about it. And my coach goes, oh, it's just lick the tip of your fingers and then just rub your palm on your pants. They won't know the difference. And I never got caught on it. The best method of cheating that I discovered, and I did it accidentally, okay? So when I was, I don't know, in like Colt League or whatever, I think we were like 14 or 15 or whatever it was. And my team, we played in a tournament in Naples, Florida. Naples, Fort Myers, it was in that area. And we were there for a week and whatever. We played a bunch of games. So the night before our flight left, I went to the driving range with my buddies and probably hit about 500 golf balls. I wake up the next day and I have a huge blister on my right thumb, right? I'm just like, oh, crap. So we fly down to Florida, and I think the second night we were there, I pitched. So it was 2 days after, and I had this huge blister on my thumb. I didn't want to tell my coaches because they would have been like, you idiot, you know? Like, why did we fly you all the way down to Florida?
I'm not missing the trip because of this.
So I put a fabric Band-Aid on my thumb.
Okay.
Not like one of the plasticky ones, but
Right.
a fabric
The stretchy one.
Right, exactly. I put that on my thumb. I didn't think anything about it. I start warming up, and I'm starting throwing curveballs, and I'm like, damn, I got some snap on my curveball tonight. This is sweet. And it was because of the fabric Band-Aid on my thumb. I had a better grip on the ball than I had ever had in my life. I had the sickest curveball of my life that night. And we're like, you know, we're going up against these kids from Florida that play baseball year-round. They housed us, right? But, like, I was getting strikeouts on dudes that otherwise I think would have been just like hitting rockets off of me. And it was all thanks to a fabric Band-Aid. That was the best cheat code that I ever came up with. I don't know. The umpire never said a word to me about it.
Well, did you wear one the rest of the time then?
Damn right I did.
Nice.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, you better
Neil
believe
Smith.
it.
Neil Smith put a Band-Aid on his nose and then did it forever. See, in lacrosse, we can manipulate the pocket.
Uh-huh. Like of your racket?
Right, of the stick.
Stick, yes.
The cross, if you want to be real technical. But so the way it is, to have an illegal pocket, the top of the ball has to basically be underneath the bottom of the plastic stick head.
Okay.
If you can imagine that.
Like the depth,
Like
basically.
if I can see if the ball sinks lower, the top of the ball is lower than the top of the bottom of the stick head, that's an illegal pocket.
Yeah.
I had one buddy that had something where, because we used leather strings at the time, he could pull it back and tighten the pocket real quick before they checked his stick.
Smart.
And then he'd punch it back in. And he'd have
you
know, he'd have the most ridiculous pocket. The other thing that these guys will do, they put a thumb. When they get in that full cradle that goes up and down, they put their thumb on the ball.
Uh-huh.
You try to break a guy's thumb. If I saw that, you're going to
Sure.
cheat me that way. But
Sure.
yeah. But see, we didn't manipulate the balls so much. Now, what's funny is the modern
Well, because
players.
it was in that instance, it's like
We're not touching it.
You don't really have possession of it versus a pitcher.
But think about this.
You're holding
'cause
that thing.
I asked you, and you guys know ways that you cheat at your sport, please. I love reading them, 303-504-0925. I asked you, because I always felt like a baseball was the easiest one to manipulate. But the more I think about it, especially in modern-day baseball, where you're lucky to get thrown at bat with a baseball. You know what I mean?
Right.
The football's got to be the most manipulated game ball we've got right now.
What's
is it
so
not?
funny about like anybody that like had any rage over Deflategate,
right?
You know, like every quarterback in the world is going to mess with that football any way that they possibly can. And the reason why Brady had an opportunity to deflate those things as much as he did is because him and Peyton Manning went to the league and were just like, hey, even when we're the road quarterback, we want to bring our own footballs. And they complained and griped about it loud enough that the NFL was like, well, you're the two biggest stars we've got, so you guys can do whatever you want.
We like it when you play well. It helps the TV ratings. Bring your own footballs, guys.
You don't need like a shiny K-ball out there or anything else like that. You can just deflate the hell out of these footballs. That's what's so funny about that whole text exchange between Yastrzemski and McNally or whatever that guy's name was. I don't know how I remembered Yastrzemski.
Because he has.
I suppose so. Although he was spelled with a J, soft J, yogging. But yeah, it's football. Those, especially because those guys basically use their own balls.
Yeah, and they use one the whole game if they can, right? Unless it gets marked up and put away for a touchdown or something like that.
Yeah.
I want to hear from some quarterbacks. I don't care. What do you do? I want to know all the little things you do to manipulate a football because you're not doing much to a basketball, right? I know like guys want to make sure they get some of the shine off it right away, right? They don't want a slick basketball.
Here's what's interesting. I have a buddy that told me, he was like, watch, especially like the play-in round, the opening round of the NCAA tournament. He said because they play those games not in college gyms, they go to whatever, NBA arena, whatever, and they just ship in new balls. He's like, the shooting always sucks in the opening rounds of the NCAA tournament because they overinflate the hell out of those things. They're like those bright orange
like
NCAA tournament balls. But he's just like, they turn them into beach balls.
Ugh.
Because when they're in college gyms, like everybody knows what the hell they're doing. They got the rack of balls that they use, everything else like that. NCAA tournament, when it gets to the national tournament, they never know what they're doing with the basketballs.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. You just kind of get outside the realm, so to speak, right there. But yeah, fabric Band-Aid. That was
It is. You know what? I wonder if some kids will try that this weekend. I wonder if some umps will look for it. What can you do, though? That's
how I became Don Sutton / Whitey Ford of my era.
Nice.
Remember some legendary ball scuffers. Gaylord Perry,
Did you
everybody.
ever think about doing a different finger, too? Just the thumb? Would it have affected if you done index finger? Or?
I don't know. That's a good question. Yeah, probably. It probably would have.
Burned my hand up. Sorry.
But yeah, especially with a 12-6 curveball, because you're getting the ball to rest on that part of your thumb right there. You don't really have a huge base on it. A lot of it comes from the strength of these fingers. But if you can add in that extra grip of the thumb,
okay,
you can snap that sucker, man. I was like Barry Zito that night. It was incredible. Remember some great 12-6 curveballs. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. A lot of good responses on how to cheat at your sport. But the most disturbing by far was the wrestler.
I knew it. I knew that's where you were going because I agree. I thought we were a proper country and didn't do that to each other.
A number of years ago, there was a story. A coach was telling his guys to do what I believe they called an oil change.
Okay. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Finger is the dipstick.
Yeah.
Get what I'm saying right there?
I gotcha.
Uh-huh.
I do.
Yep. Uh-huh. Anyway, don't sexually assault each other during wrestling matches.
That's where we get down. Let's not,
That's not okay.
Although that move he described, I have also heard people doing that to other guys in a fumble pile if you didn't wear the cup to get you to let go of the football.
Ugh.
I'll let go of yours when you let go of that.
Nah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the stuff. Don't talk to a football player about the bottom of the piles.
DeMarcus Cousins did it to himself.
Yeah, I showed somebody. That was the problem.
Kreckman and Lindahl. We have got Game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight. Thunder 6.5-point favorites in Indiana. Andy, do you give the Pacers any shot of going up 3-1?
I don't, which means they will.
I know. I don't either. I think the
Thunder always settle in and get down to business.
Because some of this too is just there is a degree of shooting variance. Like the Thunder right now are just missing a lot of mid-range shots they normally make. They did in Game 1. They did again in Game 3. I don't think that's going to continue. I just think they're too good. I really do think they're too good. I think Indiana's defense has been able to give them problems. I give them credit. I don't think it's going to continue. We've had one time in NBA history, a team was down 3-1 and came back to win it. That was LeBron and Cleveland against Golden State.
That's right.
That's an all-time great NBA Finals right there. Honestly, even if Indiana wins tonight, I still think that OKC could potentially get this series. In fact, that's still what I would bet on. I don't see a world the Thunder don't win the NBA championship. I kind of hope I'm wrong. Real quick, have you seen the footage of Rory McIlroy today at Oakmont?
No, but our guy Flax on Twitch today has been updating me on the massive hissy fits he's been throwing. Why don't you educate everybody? I thought golf was, it feels like he's got a little, Happy Gilmore 2 comes out this summer on Netflix. Is he getting ready for it or what?
So
is he trying to be Happy Gilmore?
On the 12th, he hooked his approach and just chucked his iron. Just fired that thing. Then, later, after a bad drive on 17, he just destroyed the tee marker.
That's it.
This is what the U.S. Open does to guys.
Well, and this course is particularly hard. You laid it out.
The last time they were at Oakmont, Phil Mickelson missed a putt, ran up to the ball, and putted it again while the ball was still moving, which I believe is a 3-stroke penalty, basically acting like a kid at a putt-putt course. That's kind of what Oakmont does to dudes. It makes them insane. If you entered the pickup contest for the U.S. Open at altitudesportsradio.com/pick'em, you'll be able to check that same site, see how your golfers are doing. After today's round wraps up around 6 p.m., you'll be able to search for the last 5 digits of your phone number to see where you stand for the prize pack, thanks to Surfside Lemonade and Vodka and Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. Look for the can with sunset stripes at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Spring, let's do a little weekend preview. Right now,
something's going on with my arcade. There we go.
Everybody's watching sports on the weekend. Everybody wants to watch the games. Everybody's eating guacamole.
Yeah.
Chips and guac are good when watching sports. You want to go watch the game.
All right, Andy, the updates from Oakmont. Your leader after 2 rounds, Sam Burns.